Chapter 637. Outside Raging Flame City. The coffin-carrying man was slowly approaching, followed by several dozen masters. All of the cultivators in Raging Flame City were also waiting. Xianxia listened to Xianxia's description of the coffin-carrying man and asked curiously, "Why is he doing this?" "It's probably compensation." Xian interjected with a gloomy expression. "Compensation? What kind of compensation?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "Compensation for the damage he caused to the places he stopped by." Xian took a deep breath, a look of worry and dread appearing on his face. Every time the coffin-carrying man stops by, that place will become a barren wasteland. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, there won't be any signs of life for at least 10 years. Xianxia couldn't help feeling aghast. Xian rubbed his forehead. "I hope he's just passing by and doesn't want to stay in my Raging Flame City." If the coffin-carrying man stayed in Raging Flame City, everything within a 100-kilometer radius would be destroyed. Xianxia finally understood why the nearby cultivator looked so excited while Xian looked so worried. Because he was the city lord of Raging Flame City. Naturally, he didn't want the city he was guarding to be destroyed. As the three of them were talking, a voice suddenly called out, "He stopped! He stopped!" Xian's body trembled as his face went pale. What he was worried about had happened. He didn't know where this coffin-carrying man had come from, nor where he was going, but he had chosen to stop near Raging Flame City. Beside Xian, the expressions of the bold independent union disciples also changed greatly. "Uncle Ji," Xianxian called out softly. Xian's eyes were fixed on the coffin-carrying man's back, but he did not respond, a look of hesitation and struggle on his face. After a while, he shouted, "You all return to the city and evacuate. Inform everyone to take their valuables and leave quickly. City Lord, if we're too late, it'll be too late. Go, I'll delay him for a while." Saying so, Xian flew out and joined the several dozen people following behind the coffin. Carrying man Xianxian also wore a bitter and helpless expression. Since the coffin-carrying man had stopped, it meant that in the near future, Raging Flame City would become a dead territory, a huge loss for bold independent union. Xianxia had been observing the strange man with a blood-red coffin on his back. Using his divine sense, he discovered that this person was covered in death chi and corpse chi. Moreover, judging from the countless sarcomas and pustules on his body, he should not have any life force left. In other words, he should have been dead a long time ago. However, the enormous power hidden within his body was enough to make anyone tremble with fear. As Xian flew towards the dozens of people, the coffin-carrying man's pair of terrifying bronze bell-like eyes looked down and seemed to be satisfied with the location. Then, just like that, he began to descend. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a series of spiderweb-like cracks quickly appeared on the ground. The coffin-carrying man fell to the ground and stood there quietly, motionless, his eyes closed, as if he was meditating. Many of the cultivators were eager to act, a look of greed appearing on their faces as they secretly condensed their true chi. However, due to the identity and status of the several dozen people following the coffin-carrying man, even if they were tempted, they didn't dare act rashly. Xian had already met up with the dozens of people and seemed to know each other, greeting each other as they began discussing. "Who are those people?" Xianxia asked. "They're all masters from nearby forces. Bright Thunder Spirit Religions Su Qi, a second-order transcendent, Profound Heaven Alliances Zui Xing, a third-order transcendent, War Spirit Temples Yao Di, a third-order transcendent." Xianxian motioned to these people with her eyes and explained the backgrounds of several of them. "I don't know much about the others, but I'm sure they aren't unknown masters." Xianxian took a deep breath. They should have heard about the appearance of the coffin-carrying man and followed him here. Are they also interested in the compensation offered by the coffin-carrying man? Xianxia was stunned. Several of these people were third-order transcendent masters, possessing extraordinary strength and status. So Xianxia didn't think they would care about such trivial benefits. They really aren't interested in the compensation offered by the coffin-carrying man, but the coffin-carrying man himself is a huge secret. Everyone wants to uncover his origins and mysteries, So what they're interested in is the coffin-carrying man himself. Xianxia nodded lightly, somewhat understanding. Xian was still discussing with these people, his attitude respectful. Although he was the city lord of Raging Flame City under bold independent union, he was only a first-order transcendent, so in front of these masters, he was still a little cautious. After a long discussion, Wuxia of Profound Heaven Alliance nodded. Since that's the case, we'll wait an hour, City Lord Ji. Please make good use of this time. War Spirit Temple's Yao Di also laughed strangely. The heavens are kind. Naturally, we won't go too far. City Lord Ji, you may go. Many thanks. Jian was extremely grateful, quickly flying back and rushing into the city to make arrangements. There were many cultivators in Raging Flame City, most of whom weren't very strong, so once something happened here, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. After explaining the pros and cons of this situation, those who were willing to leave immediately left. Those who weren't, Jian couldn't do anything about it. Although he was the city lord, he couldn't order those who didn't belong to Bold Independent Union to do anything. An hour passed by quickly. With the coffin-carrying man at the center, the sky and the ground were surrounded by 3 layers of people. Everyone who stayed behind stared at the coffin-carrying man with burning eyes, as if he was a hot piece of meat in high demand. Jian returned with a worried look on his face, but after glancing around at the situation, he could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. He had done everything he could, so those who remained here definitely wouldn't leave, so there was nothing Jian could do. Sister Yun, don't stray too far from me. Although the coffin-carrying man won't attack anyone, as long as he appears, there will be great danger, Jian said solemnly. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Among the several dozen masters, Wuxia suddenly stepped forward and stared at the coffin-carrying man, loudly declaring, "You've probably all heard of the legend of the coffin-carrying man, right? Haha, today's opportunity is right in front of you. You can't miss it. If you want benefits, you can act now. This old master and the others will support you." This Wuxia of Profound Heaven Alliance had instigated the nearby martial practitioners to attack as soon as he came up. He obviously didn't have good intentions. Most people were well aware of this, but when they recalled the legends they had heard, there were still people who couldn't hold themselves back and casually attacked with their own martial skills and secret treasures. More than a dozen streaks of light containing powerful attacks slammed into the coffin-carrying man who was meditating with his eyes closed. All of these attacks contained at least the full strength of an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but they were like pebbles sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace after hitting the coffin-carrying man. However, the coffin-carrying man didn't react in the slightest. Withstanding all of these attacks with his body alone, his expression completely indifferent as he continued to meditate with his eyes closed. The dozen or so people who had attacked retreated a few steps, remaining vigilant for a long time, but seeing no reaction from the coffin-carrying man, they were overjoyed, knowing that the rumors were true. No matter how others attacked, the coffin-carrying man wouldn't attack. Soon, more and more attacks were launched, bombarding the abnormally large coffin-carrying man from all directions. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a fierce roar resounded from the ground as a series of deep ravines tore open. The ground around the coffin-carrying man instantly shattered, the chaotic energy raging around him, creating an unimaginable destructive force. The coffin-carrying man still didn't move. All of the spectating cultivators took action, attacking with all their strength. Finally, the coffin-carrying man slowly opened his eyes, waves of air visible to the naked eye gushing out from his nostrils as he gasped for breath. As he did so, the surrounding air seemed to stagnate. Everyone who had attacked couldn't help slowing down their attacks, fearing that the coffin-carrying man would counterattack. What made them feel relieved, though, was that even though he was being attacked like this, the coffin-carrying man still didn't fight back, simply standing there, staring blankly at everything in front of him, as if he still didn't understand what was happening. Xianxia was stunned, only now realizing the true horror of the coffin-carrying man. Is he a Saint Realm Master? Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. A Saint Rel master had actually fallen to such a state. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of changes had happened to him in his life. Life was truly unpredictable. Why haven't those people attacked yet? Ruan Xan looked towards the group of people from Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and Profound Heaven Alliance and asked softly. They're waiting. Ji Yin sighed. The defense of a Saint Rel master is something even they need a lot of strength to break through. Now that they have so many free helpers, they're naturally happy to be idle. However, they should be taking action soon. At that moment, the several dozen people who had followed the coffin-carrying man finally made a move. War Spirit Temple's Yao Di observed for a while before saying, "It's about time we put in some effort. Otherwise, when more and more people hear about this, things will become more difficult to handle." Good. Su Qi nodded lightly. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can return. After following him for a month, these old bones are a little tired. Then let's do it. Zhuixing also nodded in agreement. Since these three had reached a consensus, the others naturally didn't say anything else and summoned their artifacts one after another. A powerful aura suddenly burst forth as numerous artifacts and martial skills fell like stars towards the coffin-carrying man. Compared to the previous attacks of those idlers, these attacks were countless times more ferocious. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the earth cracked, and the mountains within 100-kilometer radius began to shake violently. This kind of offensive finally caused the coffin-carrying man to react. Many wounds appeared on his body, and the tumors and pustules on his body burst open in an instant, releasing a rich green gas from his body. As soon as this gas appeared, everyone felt the smell of death wash over them. Asterisk Ci La La. Asterisk wherever the dark green gas passed, the earth would become devoid of life. In an instant, it was dyed green. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, the speed at which this gas spread was extremely fast, like an explosion, expanding fiercely. Some of the cultivators who were relatively close didn't have time to dodge and were directly swallowed up by this gas, not even able to utter a sound before their bodies were reduced to a puddle of blood, not even bones remaining. Chapter 638. After the Transcendent Realm Masters attacked, in less than 3 breaths of time, more than a dozen cultivators failed to dodge and died on the spot. Moreover, as the intensity of these people's attacks increased, the green gas emitted from the coffin-carrying man's body also became more and more abundant. Screams rang out one after another. The cultivator, who had just been filled with excitement and anticipation, quickly used their movement skills to escape, crying and screaming as they fled. Ji Yin waved his hand, and a pure yuan qi wrapped Yang Kai and the others before quickly flying 1,000 meters into the air, coldly looking down and snorting, "Ignorant fools! Do you really think the coffin-carrying man won't be in danger if he doesn't attack?" He obviously knew what would happen once the coffin-carrying man was attacked to a certain extent, but not everyone was aware of this. Su Qi, Zhuixing, Yao Di, and the others didn't stop just because of the deaths of those cultivators. The life and death of those people had nothing to do with them. They continued to attack, and the extent to which the dark green gas spread out was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, with the coffin-carrying man at the center, a radius of several kilometers was filled with this green color. Yang Kai quickly realized the cruelty of this world. For these high and mighty masters, in order to achieve their goals, they did not care about the lives of others. More and more cultivators were swallowed up by the green gas and buried inside. Many others saw the situation turn bad and quickly retreated, flying high up into the sky like Ji Yin. The actions of the several dozen masters became even more violent, bombarding the coffin-carrying man indiscriminately. "Will it be over soon?" Zhuixing muttered to himself as he continued to attack, while staring at the coffin-carrying man below, a look of expectation on his face. "It should be soon." Yao Di also nodded gently, secretly paying attention. Sure enough, the coffin-carrying man below seemed to have suffered too much damage and finally began to move. His 2 abnormally strong hands slowly raised up high, and a thunderous voice came out from his mouth slowly and deafeningly. "Take it, take it!" It sounded like a helpless roar, but also like a muffled sob, causing everyone's heart to tremble. All of a sudden, mysterious runes and patterns of formations appeared in the sky. These runes were profound and mysterious, and no one could understand what they meant. However, as soon as these runes appeared, the eyes of these transcendent realm masters flashed as they stared fixedly at them, seemingly wanting to imprint the structure of these runes into their minds so they could study them later. Then, the runes flickered, and a burst of energy burst out from the void. Many strange secret treasures, pills, cultivation methods, and martial skills appeared out of thin air. These secret treasures, pills, secret arts, and martial skills emerged from the runes and shot out in all directions. Seeing this scene, those cultivators who were busy running for their lives were greatly invigorated. They hurriedly performed their movement techniques and chased after one of the beams of light. This was the coffin-carrying man's compensation for the destruction of his base. Although no one knew where he had summoned these treasures, many of them were of decent quality. Several of these beams of light flew towards the direction of Xianxia and the others, causing the disciples of Bold Independent Union to stare at Ji Yin eagerly. Ji Yin didn't say a word and just gently nodded. The disciples of Bold Independent Union wore overjoyed expressions and also flew out, wanting to intercept these beams of light and see if they could obtain some kind of benefit. Xianxia simply watched indifferently, not showing any intention of snatching these treasures, but Ruan Xinyu and Yunxian were both somewhat eager to try. In front of these rare treasures, few people could remain indifferent, so it was only natural for them to be tempted. Soon, the treasures summoned by the coffin-carrying man were all snatched up, but under the fierce attacks of the transcendent realm masters, he waved his hand again and called out the same two words, continuing to summon more treasures. Just like before, many beams of light shot towards them. This time, Yunxian didn't hold back and jumped out of Ji Yan's protective range, rushing towards one of the beams of light. Xianxia helplessly shook his head, releasing his divine sense and condensing his strength to intercept this beam of light for them. Soon, the two women caught the unknown treasure in their hands and flew back with joy on their faces. "What did you get?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "It seems to be a secret art, but I don't know if it's useful." Yunxian waved the thing in her hand. "Many of the things the coffin-carrying man brings out are damaged and useless." "Is there such a thing?" Xianxia was stunned. "And it seems that the things he brings out are quite old." Yunxian smiled lightly. As the two were talking, Xianxia suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Frowning, Xianxia stared down and couldn't help feeling his heart clench. He found that the coffin-carrying man was actually staring straight at him from inside the green fog, his pair of confused eyes flashing with excitement. Everyone noticed the abnormality of the coffin-carrying man. Su Qi, Zhou Xing, Yao Di, and the others also stopped what they were doing and followed the coffin-carrying man's gaze, looking towards Xianxia suspiciously. "Brother Zhou, what does this mean?" Su Qi frowned and asked. "Why is he staring at that little brat from Bold Independent Union? This old master doesn't know. Is there something special about him?" Zhou Xing released his divine sense and swept Xianxia over, shaking his head in confusion. He couldn't find anything special about Xianxia. Up in the sky, the people around Xianxia also realized that something was wrong. Yunxian quietly asked, "Xianxia, is he looking at you?" "Probably." Xianxia nodded, but for some reason, he couldn't help feeling his blood run cold. Being stared at by a Saint Realm Master whose mind was unclear and whose origins were unknown, no one would feel at ease. Xianxia was also very confused. He didn't know why he was being stared at by the coffin-carrying man. From beginning to end, he had only used a little bit of his spiritual energy just now. Found him." The coffin-carrying man still spoke in a slow and steady tone. As he spoke, his big mouth cracked open, revealing a row of jagged teeth, as if he was laughing silently and frighteningly. In the next moment, the coffin-carrying man's aura suddenly changed as he slowly crouched down and bent his legs. "What is he doing?" someone exclaimed. In the legends, The coffin-carrying man had never done such a thing, so today's sudden change made everyone confused. "Get away from me!" Xianxia paled. The moment the coffin-carrying man moved, he felt a sense of crisis, as if he had been locked onto. So he quickly shouted and used his movement skill to escape. The coffin-carrying man also leapt up from the ground like an arrow from a bow, his speed so fast that Zhou Xing and the others couldn't see him clearly. In the blink of an eye, the coffin-carrying man caught up to the fleeing Xianxia and grinned fiercely, lifting the blood-red coffin on his back and aiming it at him. Suddenly, an extremely strong suction force emerged from the blood coffin, pulling Xianxia's body into it. Xianxia's face went ashen. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't resist the power of the blood-red coffin. Before he could even think about it, Xianxia felt his vision darken as he was sucked into the blood-red coffin. Kong star. The coffin-carrying man closed the blood-red coffin and carried it on his back again, not even glancing at the others as he transformed into a green light and disappeared into the horizon. From the time the coffin-carrying man took Xianxia away, only 3 breaths had passed. Before Zhou Xing and the others could even react, the coffin-carrying man had disappeared. Everyone was rooted to the spot. After a long time, Xianxia screamed and used her movement skill to chase after him. Xianxia grabbed her and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Xianxia, I know he's been caught, but can you catch up?" Xianxia shouted. Xianxia quickly turned her head and stared at Ji Yin sadly. "Uncle Ji." Ji Yin slowly shook his head. On the other side, the several dozen masters were also bewildered by this scene. After a long time, Zhou Xing asked, "Everyone, have you heard the rumor that the coffin-carrying man has captured anyone?" Most people shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of such a thing, but Yao Di thoughtfully said, "I heard that when the coffin-carrying man appeared 10 years ago, he also captured someone. Was there such a thing?" Zhou Xing raised his brow. "Who did he capture?" "I don't know who it was. I've only heard rumors." "That's strange." Zhou Xing was confused, staring in the direction the coffin-carrying man disappeared and asking, "What's so special about that little brat from Bold Independent Union?" "We'll have to ask the people from Bold Independent Union." Su Qi glanced over at Ji Yan. After thinking about it for a while, everyone rushed over to Ji Yan's side and began asking about Xianxia. Ji Yan also knew nothing about Xianxia. Although he was in a bad mood because of the destruction of Raging Flame City, he didn't dare offend any of these people, so he could only turn his eyes to Xianxia. Xianxia had a dazed look on her face and couldn't ask anything. You also didn't know much about Xianxia, so naturally she couldn't provide an answer. This group of people was extremely confused. "Seniors, the coffin-carrying man took him away. What will happen to him?" Xianxia suddenly asked. Zhou Xing slowly shook his head. "I don't know. After all, this is the first time I've seen him." Su Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, "However, although the coffin-carrying man won't attack anyone, staying near him is still very dangerous. The death chi and poison aura in his body is something even an ordinary transcendent can't resist, let alone an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. I'm afraid that little brat's fate is grim." Xianxia's face paled. "What's your relationship with him?" Yao Di stared at Xianxia with scorching eyes. I'm just friends with him." Xianxia's expression was miserable. Thinking that Xianxia was likely to die like this, she couldn't help bursting into tears. "Everyone, if it's convenient, why don't you come to my Bold Independent City? We can discuss what happened this time in detail." Ji Yin thought about it for a moment before extending an invitation. Now that Raging Flame City had been destroyed, he had to return to Bold Independent City to report it. And these people were all masters from various great forces. So if he could use this opportunity to form a good relationship with them, it would be beneficial in the future. Coincidentally, everyone also wanted to understand the secrets of Xianxia. So after a brief discussion, they all agreed and followed Ji Yin to Bold Independent City. Chapter 639. Amidst the endless darkness, Xianxia slowly woke up. Recalling the scene he had just encountered, Xianxia's expression changed, and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. trying to figure out where he was now. However, his divine sense was only able to extend a few dozen meters before it was blocked by an invisible force. The place where he was now seemed to have a layer of enchantment that was imprisoning him. Reluctantly withdrawing his divine sense, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. An orange-yellow light entered his vision, and he found that he was now imprisoned in a stone room. All around him were cold stone walls. At the top, there was a piece of stone the size of a goose egg that exuded a soft light, allowing his vision to remain unrestricted. Sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art, Xianxia was surprised to find that he was unharmed. Not only was he unharmed, but his yuan qi also showed no signs of being imprisoned, causing him to relax. He knew that he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man, but this legendary Saint-grade master had not done anything to harm him, which made Xianxia somewhat confused. Of so many people, why did the coffin-carrying man only target him? From beginning to end, Xianxia had only used his divine sense once in front of everyone. Frowning and thinking about it, Xianxia had some speculations in his heart, but he did not know if his speculations were correct. Sitting on the ground, Xianxia adjusted his breathing while waiting quietly. He knew that since the coffin-carrying man did not imprison him or make things difficult for him, only capturing him, he must have some ulterior motive, and he would definitely appear again. Before he knew what the situation was, Xianxia did not act rashly and chose to wait. Time passed slowly, and after a long time, a rustling sound came from afar. Xianxia's eyes flew open as they glowed brightly. Coffin Slave Sr. seems to have sent another person in. It is said that this guy is very young. I wonder if he has any ability. Who cares? I don't have any expectations. If he doesn't have any ability, once the 10-year time limit is up, he will die here. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, but Master Li seems to want to fulfill her ancestors' long-cherished wish. In comparison, Master Pai is more open-minded. Actually, there's nothing bad about staying here. Don't say too much. The walls have ears. If someone hears you, you'll be in trouble. The voices of the two men clearly entered Xianxia's ears, causing his expression to become somewhat strange. He had thought that it would be the coffin-carrying man, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Not long after, a soft creaking sound came from the sealed stone room, and a stone door opened. Two men, one tall and one short, stood at the door, staring at Xianxia with cold eyes. Sensing their auras, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He realized that the aura of these two people was very different from the auras he had encountered before. It was a little cold, sinister, and ruthless. Specifically, it was somewhat similar to the aura of the old demon, which was the same as his own aura after becoming the demon race. However, whether it was compared to the old demon or himself, their auras were very faint. Demonic chi? Xianxia was surprised. Looking at their appearances, they seemed to be somewhat different from ordinary people. They had aquiline noses, long and narrow eyes. At a glance, one could tell that they were treacherous and sinister people, and on their faces there were a few colorful patterns. Seeing these patterns, Xianxia's expression became even stranger, because if he became the demon race, his entire body, except for his face, would be covered by these patterns. Xianxia clearly knew that these patterns contained a great amount of energy. Although he was thinking, his expression did not change. Xianxia only quietly looked at the two men. Awake! The taller man chuckled. Since you're awake, stand up and come with us. Master wants to see you. Xianxia's brow wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. These two men, one tall and one short, were probably only Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th or 5th stage cultivators. With Xianxia's current state, if he wanted to kill them, it wouldn't take him much effort, but before he understood the current situation, Xianxia didn't intend to act. The division of labor between the two men was also very clear, one in front and one behind, sandwiching Xianxia in the middle, from time to time glancing at him vigilantly. As they walked out, Xianxia secretly observed his surroundings. Outside the stone room, he entered a long corridor that led up many stairs. It seemed that he had been imprisoned underground before. After walking for a long time, Yangkai finally reached the top of the stairs and set foot on solid ground. When the light hit him, Yangkai narrowed his eyes and looked up. His expression couldn't help but become startled because he found that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. Day and night were indistinguishable. The sun and moon were dim. The world was chaotic. Yangkai couldn't help stopping. In his life, he had been to such a place twice before. The first time was in the Heaven's Cave inheritance near High Heaven Pavilion, and the second time was when he followed Ling Tai Su into the isolated world in Netherworld Mountain. Both times, the space he entered was very similar to the one in front of him. At this moment, Yangkai thought that he had returned to the Heaven's Cave inheritance or the isolated world in Netherworld Mountain, causing him to become slightly absent-minded. "Why did you stop? Hurry up!" The man behind him shouted, a little impatient. Yangkai frowned and quickly recovered. Turning his head and looking around, he suddenly found that there were many men and women nearby, all of them curiously looking at him, pointing at him, and whispering to each other. These men and women, no matter who they were, all of their exposed skin more or less had patterns of different colors covering them. Who are these people? Yangkai wondered, not getting angry. Following the man's shout, Yangkai once again stepped forward, but this time he was even more curious about the crowd around him. Soon, the two men, one tall and one short, entered a spacious hall. Outside the hall, Yangkai keenly discovered that the architectural style here was somewhat different from what he had seen before. It seemed to be even more arrogant than what he had seen before. Inside the hall, there were also huge pillars with many ferocious carvings on them. In the center of the hall, there was a beautiful woman in a palace robe sitting there with a dignified bearing. Her aura was calm, and her delicate body seemed to contain a kind of power that made Yangkai's heart tremble. Below her, there were more people standing in 2 rows, quietly waiting for something. When they saw Yangkai walk in, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up, and the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with expectation. Yangkai secretly shook his head, puzzled. He did not see the coffin-carrying man here, which was very different from what he had expected. He had thought that the master mentioned by the 2 men who had escorted him here was the coffin-carrying man, but he had never imagined that it would be such a mature and dignified woman. Moreover, Yangkai did not find any traces of lines on the bodies of the people in the hall. Standing next to the beautiful woman was a delicate and pretty young girl wearing a light yellow dress, looking very beautiful. Seeing Yangkai arrive, a pair of deep sapphire-like eyes stared at him and said to the beautiful woman beside her, "Master, this is the person that Coffin Slave Senior sent in this time." The beautiful woman gently nodded and opened her mouth. "I've troubled him again. Was Coffin Slave Senior injured this time?" Her voice was extremely gentle and pleasing to the ear, just like her dignified appearance. She seemed to have a tranquil personality. The young girl shook her head. "It's just some superficial wounds. Those humans are too hateful." It was not convenient for Coffin Slave Senior to act, so they kept attacking. If not for that, with the strength of those people, Coffin Slave Senior could have easily killed them all. "Ha! It was us who dragged Coffin Slave Senior down." The beautiful woman sighed slightly. The people around her also kept shaking their heads, their expressions pained. The beautiful woman restrained her expression and stared at Yangkai, asking, "Human, what is your name?" Yangkai frowned, although he did not understand what had happened to him. Through his observations and the few words he had just heard, Yangkai quickly realized who these people were. Narrowing his eyes, he hesitantly asked, "Demon race." Only those from the demon race and the monster race would call themselves human. Moreover, these people all had demonic qi in their bodies, an energy that was not the same as Yuan qi. The beautiful woman's pretty face flashed a trace of surprise, as if she had not expected that the person who had been sent here this time would be able to see through their identity at a glance and not show the slightest panic. Coffin Slave Senior had sent some people here before, but most of them had knelt down and begged for mercy, some even crying, some even rebelling, but none of them had been as calm as this young man in front of her. "You really are from the demon race." Yangkai observed their expressions and became more and more certain of his guess. "Is this the demon land? Why did you capture me?" What are your intentions? Impudent. The beautiful young girl could not help but shout, glaring at Xianxia. Answer my master's question properly. Don't ask any unnecessary questions. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll pull out your tongue. Xianxia just chuckled. What are you laughing at? The young girl became even angrier, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Xianxia. Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Xianxia nodded gently. Enough. The beautiful woman stopped the young girl's nonsense and looked towards Xianxia with interest. You're not afraid at all? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Why do you think Wanner is trying to scare you? It's obvious. Xianxia curled his lips. Because when you captured me, not only did you not harm me, you also did not imprison my yuan qi and divine sense. When I arrived here, many of you showed expectant looks. I don't know what you were expecting, but I'm sure you had something to ask of me. And since you had something to ask of me, you wouldn't hurt me. Inside the hall, many people suddenly laughed meaningfully. The beautiful young girl Guan also couldn't help opening her mouth wide as she stared at Xianxia stupidly. The beautiful woman stood up and smiled. It said that humans are shrewd and cunning. It seems they really do live up to their reputation. It was hard to tell whether these words were meant as ridicule or sarcasm, but Xianxia felt quite uncomfortable hearing them. Chapter 640. The beautiful woman's words sounded like praise, but in fact they were filled with sarcasm. Xianxia simply smiled and said, The cunning of humans is the same as the cruelty of your demon race, famous throughout the world. You really are bold. The beautiful woman smiled helplessly. Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. It's always easier to deal with smart people than with idiots. And, since you're so smart, why don't you guess what kind of help we have for you? That I don't know. I was also thinking about it. Xianxia shook his head. I don't know what you see in me that even allowed a saint master to capture me and bring me here. If it's convenient, can you reveal a thing or two? Seeing him speak so confidently and with such a relaxed expression, the beautiful woman became more and more interested. Staring deeply at Xianxia for a while, the beautiful woman sat back in her seat and nodded gently. Below her, another woman with a cold temperament like an ice mountain suddenly said, Your soul strength is different from ordinary people. This is why we like you. Sure enough, Xianxia smiled bitterly. He had already guessed this before. Because he had quietly used his spiritual energy to attract the attention of the coffin-carrying man. Before this, he had been safe and sound. Do you have a conflagrated knowledge, see? Another old man with white hair asked. If you didn't have a conflagrated knowledge, see, it would have been impossible for Coffin Slave Senior to send you here. With things having gotten to this point, denying it was useless, so Xianxia calmly nodded, Yes, I do have a conflagrated knowledge, see. Seeing him admit it, everyone was shocked. The beautiful woman looked at Xianxia expectantly and hesitantly asked, Can you display your full spiritual energy and let us see what you're capable of? Xianxia frowned and thought for a while before nodding. Yes, but I have many doubts. I can answer them all for you. The beautiful woman nodded seriously. Deal. Xianxia grinned and immediately released his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall became steaming hot, and a temperature as hot as magma swept out. The beautiful woman's expression changed, seemingly not having expected Xianxia's spiritual energy to be so powerful. Quickly wrapping the delicate young woman in front of her to prevent her from being affected, the cold woman and the old man also used their own methods to protect their clansmen below the transcendent realm. The eruption of power only lasted for a moment before Xianxia withdrew his spiritual consciousness. The beautiful woman, the cold woman, and the old man stared at him in a daze. The three pairs of eyes flashed with excitement, as if they had found a treasure. I didn't expect your divine sense to be so powerful. You must have encountered some extraordinary opportunities, right? The beautiful woman speculated. An immortal ascension boundary 7th stage youth. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to possess a spiritual energy that surpassed an immortal ascension boundary master. Only a series of opportunities and good fortune could allow him to achieve what he had today. That's my problem. Yang Kai smiled. Can you answer my question now? The beautiful woman smiled slyly. I can only tell you that we have no malice towards you. Not only do we have no malice towards you, we'll even train you. Yang Kai froze for a moment before angrily shouting, You lied to me? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Mutual deception. This is a trick I learned from you humans. I'll remember you. Yang Kai no longer said anything and simply stared at the beautiful woman coldly. Just as they were talking, though, a rather violent aura suddenly appeared from outside the hall and rapidly approached. Everyone in the hall frowned, and a helpless expression appeared on the beautiful woman's face, as if she was afraid of the person who had just arrived. Soon, a burly man wearing only a pair of leather trousers walked into the hall. His expression was ferocious, and a thick, malevolent aura flowed from his brow. After entering the hall, he glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, pointing his finger at him and asking, Is this the human coffin slave senior sent here this time? He looks even weaker than the last one. What could such a person accomplish? Chu Jian, don't act presumptuously. The old man shouted angrily. The man named Chu Jian gloomily glanced at the old man before kneeling on the ground and cupping his fist towards the beautiful woman sitting at the head of the hall. Greetings, Master Li. The beautiful woman nodded lightly, her expression changing slightly as she said, Get up and take a seat. No need to trouble yourself. Chu Jian waved his hand. I just heard that Coffin Slave Senior sent another human here, so I came here specifically to see what he's capable of. Now that I've seen him, I'm really disappointed. Master Li, such a young boy, it would be better to just kill him and end all troubles, lest my people wait for 10 years in vain. Sometimes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. After suffering so many losses, Master Li, don't tell me you haven't learned your lesson? Chu Jian, you're getting more and more out of hand. Have you forgotten the rules set down by our ancestors? The old man angrily shouted, secretly condensing his strength. Chu Jian sneered, his aura becoming more and more dangerous. I'm just telling the truth. The fate of my clan should not be placed in the hands of a human boy of unknown origin. Even without borrowing his strength, I, Chu Jian, will lead my people to break out of this cage. Master Li, what do you say? The beautiful woman's heart palpitated slightly, but she still managed to force a smile and said, Master Chu Jian, for you to think so, it is a blessing for our people. Then we will wait and see. We have high expectations from Master Chu Jian. I hope you will be able to fulfill the long-cherished wish of our ancestors as soon as possible. Chu Jian grinned meaningfully, glancing over at Yang Kai and coldly saying, Human brat, be careful in the future. This place is not like the outside world. There may be some kind of danger that can take your life. Farewell. Saying so, he hurriedly left. Everyone in the hall had ugly expressions on their faces. Yang Kai's eyes darted around, quickly noticing some unusual information. It seemed that because of the visit of this man, named Chu Jian, the people in the hall had lost interest in continuing their conversation. The beautiful woman waved her hand and said, Guan take him to rest. Yes. The beautiful young woman nodded and stepped down from the beautiful woman's side, beckoning to Yang Kai. Come with me. Yang Kai didn't say a word and followed her. After Yang Kai left, the old man in the hall sighed, Master Li, Chu Jian is becoming more and more unreasonable. Shouldn't we take action? If he continues to live, this land will never be stable. The beautiful woman hesitated and didn't answer. The cold woman also said, Master, the more benevolent you are to a person like Chu Jian, the more he will think you are weak. It's time to teach him a lesson. I'll think about it carefully. The beautiful woman smiled bitterly. My clan doesn't have many people left. If we really want to deal with Chu Jian, I'm afraid. You should go back for now. Once I've thought things through, I'll send someone to inform you. The cold woman and the old man gently nodded, knowing that this beautiful woman couldn't bear to see her clan suffer any losses due to internal strife, causing them to hate Chu Jian even more. Over the years, as Chu Jian's strength and cultivation grew, he seemed to have developed some stupid ambitions that he shouldn't have. Yongkai followed the beautiful young woman named Guan as they walked through the stone city. From time to time, they would encounter one or two demons, but Guan kept muttering in front of them, seemingly cursing them. Yongkai suddenly said, "That man named Chu Jian doesn't seem to put your master in his eyes, does he? That beast." Guan immediately became angry. He thinks he's so great, but in fact, he's just a wolf with wild ambitions, trying to dominate this land. If it weren't for Master's benevolence, Chu Jian would have died who knows how many times already. And sometimes a woman's benevolence can be a bad thing. Yongkai nodded in agreement. You're not allowed to speak ill of Master. Master is the most gentle woman. Guan turned around and glared at Yongkai. I won't. Yongkai raised his hand. But can you tell me where this place is? Why did you bring me here, and what do you want me to do? Guan pursed her lips and giggled. Before Master tells you, I won't speak carelessly. Although you humans are cunning and insidious, I'm not a 3-year-old child. If you want to trick me, do you think I can't see through your ploy? Yongkai curled his lips disdainfully. But you can rest assured, we really won't harm you. On the contrary, as Master said, we will train you. If you can achieve my Master's wish, you will receive many benefits. Train me? Train me for what? Yongkai asked. What do you want to do with my conflagrated knowledge, see? Guan didn't say anything more. No matter how Yongkai asked, she remained silent and secretive. A short time later, Guan led Yongkai to a stone room and said, Go in. This will be your residence from now on. You don't need to worry about anything. We will prepare everything for you. Although no one is monitoring you, don't try to escape. You won't be able to escape. The space here has been sealed. You should have noticed this already. Yongkai glared at her angrily. Guan pursed her lips and smiled. It's useless to look at me like that. I'm just following orders. Good. I'll come see you tomorrow. Saying so, she pushed Yongkai into the stone room, closed the door, and left. After she left, Yongkai stretched out his hand and tried opening the stone door, finding that it could be opened at will and that no one was monitoring him from outside. However, in such a sealed space, in such an unfamiliar place, Yongkai didn't have any thoughts of escaping. He was certain that no matter where he fled, that beautiful woman would be able to easily catch him and bring him back. Since he was already here, Yongkai quickly adjusted his mentality, closed the stone door, and began to look around his residence. What entered his eyes was actually a very spacious room, occupying a larger area than the hall he had just entered. Moreover, this room was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. In one corner of the room, there were many large and small medicinal cauldrons. The large ones were the size of water tanks, while the small ones were only the size of a palm. On the ground, there were remnants of failed pill refinements everywhere. Yongkai's brow furrowed. This room seemed to be the residence of an alchemist. Shuttling through these medicinal cauldrons for a while, Yongkai suddenly discovered that these medicinal cauldrons had all been used before. Obviously, someone had used these medicinal cauldrons to refine pills. In another corner, Yongkai found a long table with a lot of ancient books piled up on it. Chapter 641. Time passed by, and soon a month had passed. One day, a month later, in the huge stone room where Yongkai lived, the delicate and pretty young girl Guan, who stood a few thousand feet away, bored to death as she watched Yongkai, who was burying his head in front of a long table and thirsting for knowledge. On the long table, there were originally several hundred ancient books piled up, but after a month, Yongkai had basically finished reading them all. To his left were the ancient books he had already checked, while to his right were the ones he hadn't had time to read, leaving only a few. The precious knowledge contained in these ancient books had been deeply engraved in Yongkai's mind. The young girl Guan let out a soft sigh, secretly feeling quite surprised. Since this human boy had arrived here a month ago, he had been quite calm. During this time, he hadn't even left the stone room and had instead spent all his time in the stone room reading these ancient books, as if he was intoxicated. Suddenly, the space around her distorted and a faint energy fluctuation spread out. Guan Er's face lit up, and she immediately became respectful. Soon, from the distorted space, a mature and dignified figure of a beautiful woman gradually condensed. It was naturally Master Li. "Greetings, Master." Guaner quickly bowed. "In." Master Li gently nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai in the distance and smiling, asking, "How was his performance?" "Very interesting." Guaner covered her mouth. He was very different from the humans who had come here before. "Oh, tell me about it." Master Li became interested. He seems to have been studying the ancient books left behind by those alchemists and hasn't gone out at all. He's not anxious at all, as if he were in his own home. Master, don't you think this boy is a bit stupid?" Master Li stared deeply at Yang Kai for a moment before slowly shaking her head, her brow furrowed slightly, but suddenly her eyes lit up. "He's not stupid, but looking at his performance, he seems to be interested in embarking on the path of alchemy, saving me the trouble of lecturing him. Come with me. Since his performance is good, it's time to tell him something." "Yes," Guan quickly responded. The two women, one big and one small, strolled towards Yang Kai and soon came to his side. Yang Kai was indifferent. He sat on the only chair and was still immersed in the ancient book in front of him. Guan lightly coughed and called out, "Outsiders." "Wait a moment." Yang Kai didn't even lift his eyelids as he responded indifferently. Guaner was stunned for a moment before suddenly feeling a little displeased. "Li, Master has come to see you. Why don't you hurry up and greet him?" Yang Kai took a light breath and glanced at her. Then he lowered his eyes and continued to focus on the book in front of him, ignoring her. Guaner couldn't help feeling annoyed and was just about to reprimand her when Master Li raised her small hand and motioned for her not to say anything, simply standing there with a smile on her face and waiting quietly. Guaner ground her teeth for a moment, silently cursing this outsider in her heart for putting on such an act. She didn't know what he was trying to do, but she secretly swore to herself that she would teach him a lesson. Time passed quickly, and Master Li and Guan waited beside Yang Kai for half a day before Yang Kai finally closed the last ancient book in front of him and took a deep breath. "Are you done?" Only now did Lady Li ask in a soft voice. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "How did it feel?" "Some gains," Yang Kai replied. Master Li's beautiful eyes lit up. "You really do have some foundation as an alchemist." Without a foundation as an alchemist, it was impossible to understand these ancient books. Yang Kai grinned. "You've also captured a lot of people with conflagrated knowledge seas, imprisoned them here, and trained them to become alchemists. And now I understand what you want me to do." Over the past month, Yang Kai had read all of these ancient books. These ancient books were all left behind by their predecessors. Many of them contained the experiences and insights of alchemists they had collected, but there were also some records left behind by people who had suffered the same fate as Yang Kai. All of them had been captured by the coffin-carrying man and, with the support and training of the owner of this place, had strived to become alchemy grandmasters. Unfortunately, none of them could meet the requirements of the coffin-carrying man and eventually disappeared. A month's time was enough for Yang Kai to understand their intentions and his situation, allowing him to calm down a lot. As long as these people had something to ask of him, he wouldn't be in any danger and would instead benefit from it. "Yes, we've captured a lot of cultivator with conflagrated knowledge seas and are committed to training them into outstanding alchemists," Master Li admitted frankly. "Why? What kind of problem do you have that only alchemists can solve?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Refining pills?" Master Li stared at him in surprise for a long time before nodding lightly. "Yes, refining pills. However, that kind of pill is not something any alchemist can refine. Only alchemists with conflagrated knowledge seas are capable of doing so, which is why you're captured and brought here." "Let's hear it. It just so happens that I also want to become an alchemist. If your conditions are suitable, I don't mind helping you." Yang Kai looked at her calmly. "Shameless boasting." Guaner spat disdainfully. "Although cultivator with conflagrated knowledge seas are extremely rare, over the past countless years, Coffin Slave Senior has captured more than a dozen people, and each of them is an outstanding person. Why do you think you can accomplish what they failed to do? That's my problem. You don't need to worry about it. What's more, you really want me to succeed, don't you?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. And we really want you to succeed and lift the shackles that have kept us here for so many years so we can go out and see the outside world. Master Li gently nodded, a look of expectation flashing across her beautiful eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. Our ancestors were demon apprentices who served the great demon god. Many years ago, our ancestors were sealed by the great demon god in this mysterious small world for some reason and were unable to leave it for the rest of their lives. Great demon god, mysterious small world? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. The great demon god is the supreme existence of the demon race, the master of our ancestors. Master Li explained respectfully, as for the mysterious small world, it is the space we are currently in. Legend has it that in ancient times, when some powerful masters fought, they would often tear space apart, creating a sealed space like this one. This is the mysterious small world. You should have heard some information about this, right? I've heard of it, but I didn't know it was called a mysterious small world, Yang Kai nodded. In other words, the Heaven's Cave Inheritance and the isolated world in Nether Mountain were both mysterious small worlds. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Yang Kai smiled strangely. Since the great demon god is the master of your ancestors, why seal them here? Master Li smiled bitterly and shook her head. Although there are some vague records in the ancient books, they are not comprehensive. Countless years have passed, so the reason for this is no longer possible. Our greatest wish now is to escape from this mysterious small world. However, because of our physique problems, we cannot survive in the outside world, so we need a kind of pill to solve the defects in our bodies. This kind of pill is what you need to refine. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and asked, what about the coffin-carrying man? He should be one of your people. Why is he able to move around outside and carry a blood coffin on his back? Master Li's expression became a little sad as she explained softly, you should be talking about Coffin Slave Senior. In fact, he is already dead, but using a special method to maintain a certain level of consciousness, he travels outside all year round in order to find a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge sea. Moreover, we don't know which era he was from, but in the memories of the oldest of us here, he has always existed. The blood coffin behind him is the mysterious small world that seals us. It can be said that Coffin Slave Senior carries the fate and lives of thousands of us here. Then if someone were to steal the blood coffin on his back and destroy it, Yang Kai suddenly had a terrible idea. This place will collapse, and we will all be killed by the force of the void. Master Li explained in a deep voice. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before shivering. Your fate is not in your own hands at all. You're the same now. Master Li smiled slightly. So in order to leave this place as soon as possible, you must work hard. I hope you are indeed different from the others and can satisfy our wishes. Pausing for a moment, she asked, right, what grade of alchemist are you now, and what grade of pills can you refine? Yang Kai lightly coughed. I can barely refine earth-grade pills. The young girl Guan couldn't help covering her mouth, while Master Li also stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Listening to him speak with such confidence and calmness, the two women had thought he was a skilled alchemist, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. This outsider was clearly just beginning to learn the alchemic way, so they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. One of my teachers taught me that alchemy cannot be practiced until one enters the immortal ascension boundary. I have only recently begun to study it. Then how long will it take you to become a saint-grade alchemist? Guana asked in amazement. If you don't become a saint-grade alchemist, you won't be able to refine that kind of pill. It won't be long. Yang Kai grinned confidently. I hope what you say is true. You'd better achieve this goal within 10 years. If you can't do so within 10 years, you will die. Master Li said solemnly, it's not that we want to kill you, but you can also feel it. This place is filled with a very rich demonic qi that is incompatible with your human yuan qi. Once you stay here for a long time, you will be affected by this demonic qi. At that time, your mind will become muddled and you will become completely useless. All of the people Coffin Slave Senior captured before suffered the same fate, so we had no choice but to kill them all. You can rest assured, Even if I stay here for 100 years, the demonic qi here won't affect me. Xianxia sneered. Not only would it not affect him, his unyielding golden skeleton would actually like the energy here. You talk big. Guana looked at Xianxia contemptuously. You humans have always liked to talk big. Our demon race is much more realistic. Chapter 642. Inside a huge stone room, Xianxia sat cross-legged in front of a medicinal cauldron about the size of a water tank. Using his yuan qi, Xianxia concentrated on carving a simple spirit array inside the medicinal cauldron. After a while, the spirit array took shape and Xianxia began placing herbs into the medicinal cauldron in an orderly manner, wrapping them in his yuan qi to melt them and refine their medicinal efficacies. Soon, all the herbs were melted into a medicinal liquid and gathered together. Under the dual effects of the spirit array and Xianxia's yuan qi, subtle changes began to take place. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out from the medicinal cauldron, causing Xianxia to become more and more focused. After a long time, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and shook his hand, releasing his yuan qi. A round, blue-yellow pill flew out from the medicinal cauldron and was caught by Xianxia. The pill was still a little warm, so after taking a whiff of its fragrance, Xianxia gently nodded his head in approval. Earth-grade high rank. With his current experience and methods, he could easily refine Earth-grade high-rank pills. Placing the refined pills into a nearby jade bottle, Xianxia closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing slightly, and began to refine pills again. The stone room he lived in was filled with a large number of herbs, all of which were provided by the people from the demon race. As long as Xianxia concentrated on alchemy, he didn't need to worry about the source of materials. As such, he didn't show the slightest impatience. Even though he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man and the beautiful woman had made it sound very serious, Xianxia still felt somewhat at ease. Before this, he had been thinking about studying the alchemic way. But due to a lack of funds, he hadn't been able to buy enough herbs, so he had only been able to practice in Bold Independent City for 10 days. Now that he had such good conditions, which were equivalent to the benefits the demon race had offered him, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave. What's more, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Xianxia knew that the beautiful woman he had met before, the cold woman, the old man, Chu Jian, and the others were all Saint Realm Masters. In front of such a powerhouse, Xianxia would not ask for trouble. Calmly performing alchemy and improving his alchemy technique, Xianxia not only found pleasure in alchemy, but also used it to temper himself. His strength and state of mind also improved along with his alchemy technique, steadily growing, the effects of which were gratifying. The young girl, Guan was the one responsible for monitoring Xianxia's movements. She had been staying a few thousand meters away from Xianxia, so she had been able to observe his every move. Seeing Xianxia refine another pill, Guan couldn't help feeling excited, gently clenching her fists, as if she had also contributed to this pill. The air around her distorted again, causing Guan expression to shake as she hurriedly adjusted her appearance. A moment later, the beautiful woman, Li Master, appeared, and this time she wasn't the only one. The cold woman and old man had also appeared. "Greetings, Master." Guan quickly bowed. The three of them gently nodded and stared at Xianxia for a while before the beautiful woman, Li Master, asked, "How is his progress these days?" "Very good." Guan pretty face became serious. "I really can't believe it. He seems to be very talented in alchemy." Guan can confirm that he really hasn't had much experience in alchemy before. But in less than a month, he was able to easily refine Earth-grade top-rank pills. In a few days, I think he should be able to refine Heaven-grade pills. Is he really that amazing? Master Li's beautiful eyes lit up as a look of expectation appeared on her face. The last time she came here, she had a long chat with Xianxia, and although she was quite satisfied with his attitude, when Master Li heard that he had only just started learning alchemy, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Of the dozen or so people with conflagrated knowledge, Cs who had been captured before, there were also some who didn't know how to perform alchemy. As for those people, without exception, even if they were given 10 years, their achievements and attainments in alchemy would still be appalling to look at. So at that time, Master Li didn't have much expectation for Xianxia, thinking he would be the same as those people before him. But now, after hearing Guan Er's evaluation, Master Li couldn't help feeling a little happy. This young man seemed to be very different from all the others before him. Master Li, if he continues to progress at this rate, within 10 years, he may be able to refine a saint-grade pill. The old man stroked his goatee and gently nodded. His wrinkled face was brimming with anticipation. His performance is very good. It is really reassuring, but now, there's a problem in front of us, the cold woman said. Hearing her say this, whether it was Master Li or the old man, all of them couldn't help feeling gloomy. What problem? Guan Er asked curiously. Looking at the faces of the three master, it seemed the problem was very serious. Master Li smiled bitterly and replied softly, "It's a matter of materials. Although the mysterious small world we live in is not small, the materials it produces are limited, and after so many years of collecting and using, the output is not as good as before. I don't know if the materials we have are enough to cultivate him into a saint-grade alchemist. If not," Guan suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. If this outsider wanted to grow, he would need to use a large number of herbs to practice his alchemy skills, as well as a wealth of experience in alchemy techniques. This was inevitable. The people of the demon race believed in their physical strength, and because of the demonic qi in their bodies, they basically didn't know how to perform alchemy. When they collected herbs, they just directly swallowed them, so the effect was minimal. In this regard, many people of the demon race were quite envious of humans who had the profession of alchemist, so they would spend a lot of money to buy pills from humans. Over the countless years, the people of the demon race who lived here had also eaten a lot of herbs. Although Master Li had deliberately cultivated some medicine fields, the amount of herbs produced still couldn't meet the needs. Then what do we do? Guan was a little flustered. Now that they had finally seen a little hope, if all their plans were to fail because of a lack of materials, it would be too much of a pity. Can we ask Coffin Slave Senior to bring in some herbs from the outside world? Guan proposed. Senior Li sadly shook her head. Coffin Slave Senior is already dead. He only has one obsession left to support his body's activities. That is to travel all over the north and south of the profound understanding realm to find someone with a conflagrated knowledge sea. We have no way of communicating with him. The old man pondered for a moment before saying, "For the past 100 years, Chu Jian has not offered any herbs to Demon God Citadel, so he should have a good store of them. You have ideas about him?" The cold woman narrowed her eyes. "He won't listen to you. Master Li is the master of Demon God Citadel. All the disciples of the Demon God Citadel must listen to her orders. If Chu Jian dares to disobey, that would be tantamount to rebellion." The cold woman sneered. "It's not like he's only been thinking about rebellion for a day or two." Master Li took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. "Let's not worry about Chu Jian for now. The herbs we have are enough to support us for a while. When we run out, we'll discuss this again." The cold woman and the old man glanced at each other and slowly shook their heads, thinking that Master Li was still as benevolent as ever. This kind of benevolence was not something a member of the demon race should possess. "Guan you stay here and take care of him. If he has any requests, as long as they aren't too excessive, unconditionally satisfy them," Master Li ordered. "And I know," Guan responded quickly. The beautiful woman glanced over at Xianxia again and was about to leave with the cold woman and the old man when Xianxia seemed to have sensed something and turned his gaze towards them, immediately grinning and calling out, "You came at just the right time. I have something to say." Master Li smiled lightly and followed the cold woman and the old man over to Xianxia, softly asking, "What is it?" Xianxia didn't answer, instead his eyes darting around. The old man's expression became cold as he shouted, "Human, take back your filthy eyes, otherwise this old master will teach you proper etiquette." Xianxia smiled in surprise. "I was just thinking about how to address you." Master Li was stunned for a moment before smiling. "My name is Li Rong." Saying so, She pointed to the cold woman and the old man and introduced them. This is Han Fei and Hua and Mo. Well, you already know. As for how you want to address us, it's up to you. You can call us seniors or by our names. After all, we are now in a cooperative relationship. Han Fei. Yang Kai glanced over at the cold woman and nodded gently. Sure enough, you live up to your name. Hua and Mo couldn't help showing a strange expression while Han Fei stared at Yang Kai coldly and said, "Are you not afraid of me?" If this sentence had come from anyone else's mouth, they would already be a corpse. No one could judge her like this. Yang Kai shook his head. I feel like you're a bit familiar. The group of demon gods' disciples couldn't help gaping. Don't misunderstand. I just know a woman whose temperament is very similar to yours. And people like you are generally cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, haha. Yang Kai said as he couldn't help imagining Su Yan's appearance in his mind. This evaluation seemed to be too much for Han Fei to bear, and her flawless face quietly showed an unnatural expression. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Yang Kai said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business." "What do you want to talk about?" Li Rong asked. "Since we are in a cooperative relationship, I won't beat around the bush. To be honest, I know you are hiding something from me, but here, I can study alchemy without any worries and won't ask you about the things you're hiding from me. Let's just say we each take what we need." Li Rong gently nodded, not denying it. As the master of Demon God's Citadel, she naturally wouldn't reveal everything to an outsider like Yang Kai, so it was only natural to hide some things from him. But if you want me to grow faster, you'll have to pay a higher price. After all, I'm under house arrest here. If I don't take advantage of you, I won't feel comfortable. Yang Kai grinned. You still want to take advantage of us? Hua Mo coldly snorted. Human, don't reach out for a yard when given an inch. Not restricting your freedom is already the greatest tolerance we can give you. Chapter 643. Hua Mo obviously didn't like the fact that Yang Kai, as a prisoner, actually dared to bargain with them. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Then I can choose whether or not to help you refine that pill when I become a saint-grade alchemist. Or rather, I can make some undetectable changes during the refining process. The expressions of the three men changed. Han Fei glaring at Yang Kai with murderous intent. You dare! Hua Mo shouted angrily. Li Rong stretched out her hand and stopped Hua Mo's fury, turning to Yang Kai and saying, That's a matter for the future. I believe that as long as we meet your requirements, you won't do such a thing, right? That depends on my mood. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, a look of complete confidence on his face. Tell us what you want. I just mentioned to Guan, that as long as your request isn't excessive, we can unconditionally satisfy you. In front of you, I said the same thing. Li Rong smiled lightly, not showing any signs of anger. Yang Kai glanced at her and found that this dignified beauty really did have a kind of quiet and gentle temperament. Her mind was broad, as if she could tolerate anything. Moreover, she was a woman of a higher level, far more mature than Xianxia. Her eyes flashed with a wise and calm light, making one involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy towards her. When she said this, the slight sense of hostility in Yang Kai's heart disappeared. Straightening his expression, Yang Kai quickly said, I want your conflagrated knowledge C. Li Rong, Han Fei, and Hua Mo's expressions all changed slightly. Li Rong quickly smiled to cover up her gaffe, whispering softly, Aren't you a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge C? Asking us for our conflagrated knowledge C. Aren't you looking for the wrong person? Yang Kai calmly shook his head and stared at Li Rong meaningfully. Let's not beat around the bush, you know what I mean? The three of them suddenly fell silent. Seeing them remain silent, Yang Kai immediately knew he had a chance and decided to strike while the iron was still hot. What's the point of keeping those dozen or so conflagrated knowledge Cs? Could it be that he wanted to cultivate an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge C? Haha, I advise you to give up. If I'm not wrong, you should have already tried it and you should know what the consequences are. In short, you people from the demon race have physiques that are not suited for alchemy. You seem to know a lot. Hua Mo was slightly surprised. Although Yang Kai's words didn't make sense, for those who knew the inside story, they knew exactly what Yang Kai was talking about. This is all thanks to the ancient records left behind here. There are many obscure records on them. Despicable humans. Hua Himon gnashed his teeth in anger. All the ancient books and records left behind had been thoroughly examined one by one to ensure that there was no information that would be detrimental to Demon God Citadel. Only then had he been assured that Yang Kai would be able to read them, but never had he imagined that he would be so easily manipulated. The communication between alchemists was too secretive. It was impossible to guard against. Li Rong nodded. Yes, we do have a dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas in our hands. These conflagrated knowledge seas were left behind by the human cultivator captured by Coffin Slave Sr. over the years. Through a special method, they have been preserved to this day without the slightest loss. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he licked his lips. I want these. Give them to me, and I'll fulfill your wish. It's not that we can't give them to you. Li Rong frowned slightly. As you said, we have indeed thought about cultivating an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea. But even though our demon race people's physiques are tyrannical and tough, we don't know what the problem is, but we can't perform alchemy. Moreover, when our clansmen tried to swallow these conflagrated knowledge seas, their divine senses were incinerated and several of them died. Yang Kai nodded lightly, knowing that his guess was correct. After being imprisoned in this mysterious small world for so many years, Yang Kai didn't believe that these people from the demon race were only relying on the outside world to find a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge to extricate themselves from their predicament. They were also trying their best, but they hadn't made any progress. You demon race people are quite interesting. Your physiques are much stronger than any other race, but why can't you perform alchemy? Yang Kai smiled, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. There are gains and losses. It's precisely because our physiques are so strong that if we could perform alchemy, would there still be a place in this world for other races to live? It's not that every person from the demon race can't perform alchemy. In the history of the demon race, there was once a top alchemist in the world, an existence that even your human race's alchemy grandmasters couldn't compare to. Han Fei retorted coldly. Oh, there was such a character? Who was it? Li Rong slowly shook her head, unwilling to say more. Continuing the previous topic, we don't have much use for those conflagrated knowledge seas. If you want them, we can give them to you, but can you guarantee that you can safely swallow those conflagrated knowledge seas and not die? If you die, it will be very troublesome for us. After all, it's very difficult to find someone like you. Coffin Slave Sr. basically only finds one every 10 years. Do I look like someone who would seek death? Yang Kai grinned. Li Rong stared at him deeply for a long time before nodding. Then I'll satisfy your request. I hope you don't push your luck. Let's have a good cooperation. Li Rong smiled lightly, turned around, and walked out, her soft voice calling out, Tomorrow, I'll have someone deliver those conflagrated knowledge seas. I'll be waiting. Han Fei stared at Yang Kai coldly and warned. You only have 10 years. If you can't satisfy us after 10 years, I'll personally make you experience what it means to be better off dead. This cold woman seemed to hold a grudge. Yang Kai had just said she was the type of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, yet she had actually targeted him like this, causing Yang Kai to feel quite helpless. The 3 Saint Realm Masters soon left, and the young girl Guaner also disappeared. The next day, Guaner brought back a dozen or so delicate white jade containers. These containers were about the size of a fist, and all of them were in a sealed state with faint lines on them, obviously having been sealed by some kind of method. Placing these dozen or so containers in front of Yang Kai, Guaner coldly snorted and said, These are the things you wanted. Yang Kai's expression shook as he picked up one of these containers and was about to use his Yuan Qi to break the seal on it when Guaner's expression changed greatly and she shouted, What are you doing? Unsealing it and absorbing it. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Are you crazy? Guaner was extremely nervous. The owners of each conflagrated knowledge, see here, are all transcendent realm masters. Their divine senses are far more powerful than yours. If you rashly absorb them, You'll only end up like my clansmen, burned to death. Don't joke around, okay? I'm not joking. Yang Kai shook his head. Don't you have a safer way? Guaner asked anxiously. You said you wanted these conflagrated knowledge seas yesterday, so Masterly thought you had a safe way to absorb them, so she decided to give them to you. If you do this, This is my method. If you don't want to die, stay away. Wait, I'll go report this to Masterly. Wait for her to come. Guan said anxiously, hurriedly rushing out, apparently wanting to report this incident to Masterly so she could make a decision. Before Masterly arrives, don't act rashly. Just as she finished speaking, Guan noticed a hot aura that made her feel uneasy. This heat was not the heat of Yuan Qi, but rather a burning sensation from the depths of her soul. Under the influence of this heat, Guaner felt as if her soul was being roasted, causing her unbearable pain. Her beautiful eyes trembling violently, Guaner hurriedly rushed out, fearing that if she stayed any longer, her soul would be incinerated. Quickly turning her head, Guaner saw that the entire stone room had become red and the surrounding space was filled with fire principles. Clusters of flame clouds visible to the naked eye were rapidly taking shape. These flame clouds not only contained conflagrated knowledge seas, but also the will and consciousness of the dead cultivator, creating a chaotic scene. However, this terrifying heat didn't affect this human being in the slightest. He simply sat there with a look of enjoyment on his face, his expression excited. Suddenly, a crazy suction force emerged from his mind, and in just an instant, the conflagrated knowledge sea was completely swallowed up by him, disappearing without a trace. Guaner was dumbfounded as she stared at this incredible scene, almost unable to breathe. The stone room returned to silence again, but Yang Kai wasn't satisfied. Instead, he began unlocking the seals on the rest of the artifacts. Guaner's beautiful face suddenly went pale as she hurriedly cursed, "Madman!" immediately fleeing from this place without looking back. A single conflagrated knowledge sea was enough to make her feel like she was in danger. So if more than a dozen were to appear at once, she simply wouldn't be able to withstand them. A wave of heat rushed out from the stone room, causing Guaner to tumble and almost fall to the ground. After she stabilized herself, many of her clansmen from Demon God Citadel rushed over. Li Rong also appeared in plain clothes and quickly asked, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to send him those conflagrated knowledge seas? How come all of these seals were suddenly unsealed?" He unsealed them himself. Guaner wanted to cry, but had no tears, quickly explaining, "I wanted to stop him, but couldn't. Does he want to die?" This time, even Li Rong couldn't remain calm, her tender body flickering as she rushed into the stone room. Although she had promised to give Yang Kai those conflagrated knowledge seas, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who had acted so confidently, would actually be a foolish boy who only knew how to act. How could he possibly survive after unsealing all of these seals? Looking over, Guaner couldn't help gawking, because she found that the scorching heat she had felt a moment ago had completely disappeared. Not only was this human not injured, he was even sitting there with a look of joy on his face. Obviously, he was refining and absorbing those dozen conflagrated knowledge seas. Li Rong's expression became strange as she suddenly found that she couldn't understand this human being. More than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas belonging to transcendent realm masters were things even she didn't dare probe lightly, yet they had all been absorbed into this human's knowledge sea. What was he relying on to ensure his own safety? Chapter 644. Li Rong's expression fluctuated as her brow furrowed slightly, a puzzled expression appearing on her face. This human brat daring to so boldly absorb more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas into his knowledge sea without showing any signs of discomfort. It was obvious that his knowledge sea was hiding some kind of secret that could restrain the damage caused by these conflagrated knowledge seas. The mature and dignified beauty couldn't help feeling curious. Hesitating for a moment, she waved her hand and sent out a burst of energy, sealing off the entire stone room before sitting down across from Xianxia. Stretching out her jade-white hand, she gently touched Xianxia's forehead with her flawless index finger. In the next moment, a hidden spiritual energy burst out from Li Rong's knowledge sea and rushed into Xianxia's. She wanted to see with her own eyes what this human was hiding. Inside his knowledge sea, a scorching hot aura spread out, and even the seawater below seemed to be boiling, as if it was a burning flame. Li Rong quietly observed the situation inside this knowledge sea, a storm raging in her heart. She clearly felt the strangeness and tyranny of this knowledge sea. This human, who was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, actually possessed a spiritual energy not inferior to a transcendent realm master. Although Xianxia had displayed his spiritual energy in front of her last time, Li Rong found that he was still holding back at that time. What a cunning human! Somewhere in the void, a soul avatar was quietly floating, and Li Rong discovered it at a glance. It was none other than the soul avatar of that human. At this moment, in front of this soul avatar, more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas filled with destructive power were flying back and forth, uncontrollably stirring up a storm inside his knowledge sea, causing it to appear somewhat unstable, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Li Rong couldn't help feeling a little worried. Master Li, isn't it a bit inappropriate to pry into someone else's heart? Suddenly, the human soul avatar turned around and stared at her hidden position with a pair of sparkling eyes. Li Rong was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly. She had thought that with her strength, she would be able to silently sneak into the other party's knowledge sea without him noticing. But she had never expected that he would actually be vigilant to such a degree and that his vigilance was quite high. Since she had been discovered, Li Rong didn't want to hide any longer and instead openly revealed her soul avatar and flew over to Xianxia's side, sincerely saying, "Sorry, I couldn't suppress my curiosity and wanted to see what means you had to swallow these dozen conflagrated knowledge seas. After all, this is the investment of my demon god citadel. Demons, faces, face. Seniorly, do you not trust me?" Xianxia grinned. Faces, face. Xianxia nodded in agreement. "So now, can you let me see what you're capable of? Don't worry, I'll just watch quietly and won't disturb you." Li Rong gestured. She was obviously still a little worried that Xianxia would fail to devour the conflagrated knowledge seas and be destroyed, so she wanted to stay here and help Xianxia. In case something unexpected happened, with her tyrannical cultivation, she might be able to save Xianxia. Although aware of her good intentions, Xianxia still slowly shook his head. "Everyone has their own secrets. Master Li sneaked into my knowledge sea, but I didn't drive you out because I believed you wouldn't pry into my secrets at will. Because you are a woman worthy of respect and trust. So it's best not to force me. If he wanted to devour the conflagrated knowledge seas, he would have to use the power of the solitary golden eye." The moment he noticed that Li Rong had sneaked in, Xianxia had hidden the solitary golden eye and the five-colored soul warming lotus. These were secrets he didn't want anyone to know. As long as Li Rong didn't deliberately pry, she wouldn't discover these two things. Hearing Xianxia praise her so generously, Li Rong was obviously stunned and an unnatural look appeared on her pretty face. After all, she had sneaked in, so Xianxia's praise made her feel a little guilty. "Really?" Li Rong bit her red lips and asked, unwilling to give up. Xianxia firmly shook his head. Li Rong sighed and nodded. "All right, then I won't embarrass you any further. Just be careful." Saying so, a tyrannical spiritual energy burst out from her soul avatar and wrapped around the dozen conflagrated knowledge seas flying back and forth. She didn't have any hostility in her actions. She just wanted to help Xianxia as much as possible before leaving. Xianxia was well aware of this and naturally didn't stop her. A shocking thing happened. When Li Rong's soul avatar burst out with power, the solitary golden eye hidden by Xianxia actually revealed itself. Without Xianxia's control, the solitary golden eye slowly opened. Endless majesty descended, and even someone as strong as Li Rong couldn't help trembling. Her soul avatar had the illusion that it was about to collapse at this moment. When the long and narrow golden eye appeared, the majesty it exuded was enough to make people want to worship it. The dozen or so unstable conflagrated knowledge seas also seemed to have encountered Nemesis at this moment, and all of them quieted down, gathering together in an unusually quiet manner. Li Rong's eyes widened, and all that was left in her world was a dazzling golden light. Xianxia's expression changed greatly, and he tried to communicate with the solitary golden eye, but he didn't get any response. A ray of golden light shot out from the solitary golden eye and illuminated the dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas, purifying all the impurities contained within them. The power of the golden light didn't diminish, and it hit Li Rong's soul avatar. Xianxia was dumbfounded and stood dumbfounded in place. Li Rong also remained motionless, her soul avatar gradually fading away and soon disappearing. When Li Rong's soul avatar disappeared, the solitary golden eye slowly closed again. Xianxia stared at it in a daze, his expression ugly. After a while, Xianxia cursed under his breath. He had no time to devour the dozen or so purified conflagrated knowledge seas and quickly sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Xianxia saw Li Rong sitting in front of him. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and she maintained a stiff posture. Her jade-white finger was pressed against his forehead and her entire body was dripping with sweat, as if she had just encountered a nightmare. Her beautiful eyes were filled with horror and her pretty face was pale. Hurriedly releasing his divine sense, Xianxia realized that this stone room had been sealed, allowing him to relax slightly. He knew the destructive power of the solitary golden eye better than anyone. Li Rong's soul avatar was likely to die on the spot. This woman was the master of Demon God Citadel. If she were to die in front of him, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. At that time, he wouldn't need to worry about alchemy, nor would he need to find Su Yin and his little senior sister. Han Fei and Hua Mo would definitely tear him to pieces to avenge Li Rong. Stabilizing his mind, Xianxia swept his divine sense over Li Rong and was surprised to find that she was completely unharmed. Although her expression was one of shock, neither her soul nor her physical body had suffered any damage. It was just that at this moment, she seemed to be in an unconscious state of chaos. What's going on? Xianxia was confused. Every time the solitary golden eye used its power, it would cause great damage. Any foreign divine sense that entered Xianxia's knowledge sea would be destroyed and purified. But this time, Li Rong was completely unharmed. Was it because her cultivation was too strong? Or was there some other reason? But in any case, Li Rong being safe made Xianxia feel a bit better. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia stared at the unconscious beauty sitting in front of him, his aura becoming dangerous. Just now, Li Rong had definitely seen the solitary golden eye, causing Xianxia to wonder if he should take advantage of this opportunity to kill her. After a while, he shook his head and gave up on this idea. Killing Li Rong would only cause him a lot of trouble. It wasn't worth it. Sitting down again, Xianxia took a deep breath. Outside the stone room, there was a lot of noise. It should be the people from Demon God's Citadel who had noticed the abnormality here and were gathering here. Guaner's voice also reached Xianxia's ears from time to time. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to her. After waiting for a while, Li Rong didn't respond, so Xianxia no longer paid attention to her and instead immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea and began absorbing the power of the conflagrated knowledge seas. The reason why Xianxia wanted to ask Li Rong for more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas was because he had read some ancient records that a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge sea could enhance their own strength by integrating with the conflagrated knowledge seas of others. Xianxia's conflagrated knowledge sea was born because of the jade true spirit, so relatively speaking, its heat wasn't too strong, but if he could absorb the power of others, his conflagrated knowledge sea would become even more powerful. Whether it was for the improvement of one's strength in the future or for one's alchemy skills, it would be very useful. So when he learned that Li Rong and the others had more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge Cs, Yang Kai couldn't help but be tempted. The absorption process was simple and easy, but the entire knowledge sea had undergone significant changes. The burning flame-like seawater had become more condensed and thick, and the burning power had also increased by several grades. This kind of conflagrated knowledge, sea, was no longer the same as the one he had at the beginning. With such a huge harvest, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. When he left his knowledge sea again, he found that Li Rong had woken up, looking as mature and dignified as ever, her beautiful eyes flashing with a wise and calm light as she stared at him with a confused and puzzled look on her pretty face. When their eyes met, Li Rong seemed a little frightened and quickly looked away. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai asked. Li Rong slowly shook her head. "Did you see it just now?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Li Rong hesitated for a moment before gently nodding, but immediately said, "You don't have to worry. I won't tell anyone about this." "Oh." Yang Kai's expression became playful. She was so anxious to express her attitude, as if she was trying to curry favor with him, which made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. He didn't know why she would say this. "You don't trust me?" Li Rong frowned. "I can swear in the name of great demon god that I will not tell anyone else about what I saw just now without your permission." Chapter 645. Li Rong spoke in a serious tone, her expression solemn. Although Yang Kai didn't know what swearing an oath in the name of great demon god meant to her, he could feel her sincerity from her tone and demeanor. Was she scared by the solitary golden eye? Otherwise, why would a master of demon god, Citadel, suddenly change her attitude so much? Yang Kai frowned, unable to understand. However, this guess was somewhat ridiculous. Li Rong was a Saint Realm master. Her courage couldn't possibly be so small. Gently nodding, Yang Kai smiled. "Don't be so nervous. I believe you." Li Rong couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, seemingly relaxing a bit. A moment later restoring her usual dignified demeanor and softly saying, "I have seen your methods. Good. In the future, my demon god Citadel will provide you with all the necessary support. You can rest assured that you can study alchemy here. There's no need for you to worry about anything else." Saying so, Li Rong waved her hand and lifted the barrier around the stone room before turning and walking out. After walking a short distance, she turned back and said, "Right, if you feel bored here, you can ask one to take you out for a walk. No one in Demon God Citadel will restrict your freedom." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. After Li Rong left, Yang Kai shook his head slightly. He was keenly aware that this woman's attitude towards him had changed somewhat, and although she tried to hide it, this change was clearly reflected in her demeanor and words. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it, and continued to immerse himself in refining pills. Outside the stone room, Li Rong walked out and glanced back, a faint look of excitement on her face. Guaner hurriedly rushed up and asked with concern, "Master, is everything all right inside?" "It's fine." Li Rong gently shook her head and said, "Take good care of him." Li Rong didn't say anything more, her tender body flickering and disappearing. After half a cup of tea's time, in the deepest secret chamber of the Demon God Citadel, the stone door opened and Li Rong hurried in. This secret chamber was covered with countless barriers and restrictions, and inside it were the most valuable treasures in the entire Demon God Citadel. Over the years, only the Lord of Demon God Citadel was qualified to enter. After Li Rong arrived, she walked to a corner with ease and took out a thick ancient book from shelf. This ancient book had been neglected for a long time and was covered with a thick layer of dust. Li Rong seemed to be in a hurry and didn't care too much. She reached out and wiped the dust off before flipping through it. Not long later, Li Rong's beautiful eyes were fixed on a certain page of the ancient book. She stared at it in a daze, her breathing gradually quickened, and her face faintly became excited. After a long time, Li Rong closed the ancient book, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, calming the excitement in her heart and thinking carefully for a long time. When she opened her eyes again, Li Rong calmed down again, as if she had made some kind of decision. Her beautiful eyes became deep as she put the ancient book back to its original place and quickly walked out. The next day, Xianxia was in the middle of performing alchemy when the door to the stone room suddenly opened, and, under the leadership of Guan a large group of people from the demon race poured in. Xianxia's expression changed, not knowing what had happened, but his yuan qi suddenly became unstable and the pill furnace in front of him suddenly burst into a black mist, completely destroying the herbs he was refining. Guan shouted and directed the people from the demon race to busy themselves in the stone room. Xianxia watched for a while, and his expression became strange. He found that these people hadn't come to find trouble with him, but had instead brought a lot of things to decorate the stone room. An extremely wide and comfortable-looking bed was carried in by them and placed in a corner of the stone room. Some people also brought in tables and chairs while others put down pots of water. There were also some women dressed as maidservants who placed plates of delicious food and rare wines on the table. Soon, the stone room was filled with an appetizing fragrance. Moreover, after being decorated by this group of people, the originally desolate and monotonous stone room had undergone an earth-shattering change at this moment, giving birth to a feeling of warmth for no apparent reason. Xianxia's brow furrowed, his heart filled with doubts. When they were done, Xianxia beckoned to Guan "Come here." Guan glanced at him and somewhat unwillingly walked over, tilting her small head as she asked, "What's the matter? What's the meaning of this?" Xianxia asked as he pointed to the changes in front of him. "Li, Master ordered us to take good care of you. But you don't need to go to this extent, do you? What are you trying to do?" Xianxia asked vigilantly. The people of Demon God's Citadel didn't restrict his freedom and even provided him with herbs for alchemy. Xianxia was already very satisfied, but Li Rong suddenly treating him like a guest made Xianxia somewhat vigilant. "I also want to know," Guan snorted, looking Xianxia up and down. "You despicable and cunning human, did you say something you shouldn't have in front of Master Li and deceive her?" "She's not an easy person to deceive," Xianxia sneered. "You don't have such ability." Guan snorted. "Don't ask me. I'm also confused. I'm just following Master's orders. That's all. The things are here. Take them or leave them." Saying so, Guan waved her hand and led a large group of people away. After they left, Xianxia began to inspect everything they had sent him. There was no problem with the food, and it was all carefully prepared. Although Xianxia didn't recognize the materials chosen, he could still feel a significant amount of energy fluctuations coming from them. Eating these things should be able to quickly restore his physical strength and spirit. The big bed was also very carefully made. Xianxia didn't know what material it was made of, but it was engraved with a number of spirit arrays, so if he meditated on it, he would be able to restore himself more effectively. On top of that, among the things Guan had sent over, there was actually a large number of crystal stones. Does she really think I'm a guest? Xianxia weighed the dozens of crystal stones in his hand, confused. The people of Demon God's Citadel had been sealed in this mysterious small world for so many years, so crystal stones should be a rare commodity for them. But Li Rong had actually given him dozens of them, so it was obvious she was bleeding a lot. Why was this? After thinking about it for a while, Xianxia gave up and swept up all the dishes they had sent over, filling his stomach before resting on the big bed for a while, before continuing to practice alchemy. Over the next few days, Guan would deliver some carefully prepared food and drinks to Xianxia every now and then. Xianxia didn't refuse any of them. Eating, drinking, resting well, and spending all day with herbs and pills, his alchemy skills also steadily improved. In less than 2 months, Xianxia was able to easily refine heaven-grade high-rank pills without relying on spirit arrays. Li Rong would also come over from time to observe Xianxia's progress and growth. This kind of improvement made her very satisfied, and the beautiful woman's face also seemed to be smiling a lot more than before, giving her a radiant glow. With Xianxia's growth rate, as long as he had enough materials and his own cultivation could keep up, it would only take a few years for him to be able to refine saint-grade pills. This kind of growth was beyond her expectations, so Li Rong was naturally very happy. However, Yongkai was keenly aware that this beautiful woman seemed to be a little afraid of communicating with him face to face. So every time she would come and leave quietly, glancing at him from afar and asking about the situation from Guaner. Over the past few months, Yongkai had also learned a lot about the situation in this mysterious small world through chatting with Guaner. The mysterious small world was quite large, and although the demon race people imprisoned here all belonged to Demon God Citadel, they were divided into 4 branches, each under the jurisdiction of one of the 4 great commanders. Yongkai had also met the 4 great commanders, Li Rong, Han Fei, Hua Mo, and Chu Jian. All 4 of them were Saint Realm Masters, and their territories were quite far apart from each other. Even for them, it would take at least half a day to make a round trip. Of these 4, Chu Jian had always wanted to replace Li Rong as the true master of Demon God Citadel, while Han Fei and Hua Mo supported Li Rong. With 3 against 1, even though Chu Jian was aggressive, his ambitions were unable to succeed. Because the relationship between the great commanders was not very harmonious, the clansmen of the 4 territories also did not like each other. Chu Jian's clansmen were all warmongers, but in this mysterious small world, there was no enemy, so they could only engage in conflict with the clansmen of the other 3 territories to vent their fighting spirit. Although Li Rong and the other great commanders had repeatedly dissuaded them, they still could not stop this phenomenon. The demon race was not a peaceful race. Early in the morning, after a night of cultivation, the clansmen of Demon God Citadel woke up one after another and went out. Outside Yongkai's stone room, Guaner was leading a group of young girls to deliver some delicious food. But before they reached the stone room, a young man suddenly appeared in front of them. This young man had a hooked nose, a gloomy expression, and narrow eyes. Grinning wickedly, he greeted her, "Sister Guaner, good morning." Guaner's pretty face sank as she snorted. "What do you want?" "Nothing, I just wanted to say hello." The young man giggled. The young man chuckled. "After not seeing you for a few months, Sister Guan has become even more radiant. Has her cultivation made some progress?" "It's none of your business." Guaner seemed to dislike this young man, a look of disgust flashing across her face. "Don't act like an outsider. We'll be family sooner or later." The young man didn't seem to care, still smiling. Guaner's pretty face sank as she coldly snorted. "Who's family with you? Can you not be so shameless?" "My father said that when I break through to the transcendent realm, he will ask Master Li to give you to me. Sooner or later, you'll be mine. So what do you say about us being family?" Guaner sneered. "Master Li won't agree. Give up." The young man curled his lips, but didn't continue to argue, instead glancing over at her suspiciously and asking, "Where are you going?" "It's none of your business. Get out of the way." Guaner pushed him aside and led the other clansmen into the stone room. The young man frowned as he stared at Yongkai in the stone room, suddenly waving his hand to one of the young men from the demon race and whispering, "What orders do you have? While I was in retreat these past few months, did something happen in the Citadel? How come there's another human here?" The man quickly explained Yongkai's arrival and also told the young man about the enviable treatment he had received during this time. Listening to this, the young man's narrow eyes flashed. "You mean Master Li gave him a few dozen crystal stones?" Chapter 646. Just as Yongkai had guessed before, these people from Demon God Citadel had been sealed in this mysterious small world for so many years, so crystal stones had become a rare commodity for them. Although the world energy here wasn't thin, if one had enough crystal stones to assist their cultivation, the strength of the demon race cultivators would rapidly increase. However, after countless years, the number of crystal stones in Demon God Citadel had become less and less. Gradually, there weren't many left. The few dozen crystal stones that Li Rong had asked Guan to give to Yongkai were the last of her personal savings. So when he heard that Yongkai actually had crystal stones in his hands, Pan Lang couldn't help but be tempted. A trivial human cultivator, what qualifications does he have to use crystal stones? "What do you want to do?" The demon race cultivator suddenly realized the situation wasn't good. "Pan Lang, don't try anything funny. Masterly's been taking good care of this human cultivator all this time. She made it clear that no one is to bully him. Who said I was going to bully him? Pan Lang coldly snorted. Who saw me bully him? The demon race cultivator hesitated, scratching his head as he thought for a while, hesitating. Pan Lang stared at the stone room for a moment before letting out a strange laugh. Inside the stone room, Xianxia waited for Guan to order the girls to put down the food before sitting down at the table and wolfing it down. Guan spat disdainfully, a look of indignation filling her face. She didn't know why, but since 2 months ago, Masterly seemed to be taking good care of this human cultivator. The treatment he received made many of her clansmen jealous. She had asked Masterly why this was the case, but Masterly hadn't said anything. You won't die from overeating. Guan pouted, clearly envious. Xianxia waved his hand. Let's eat together. There's so much, I can't finish it all. Who cares? Guan snorted, turned around, and walked out. Vaguely, Xianxia heard the sound of her swallowing her saliva and couldn't help laughing. Judging from Guan's attitude towards him these past few days, the food she sent him was definitely good stuff. Xianxia also clearly felt that after eating these things, his flesh and blood were silently undergoing some subtle changes, developing in a good direction. Soon, Xianxia swept away all the things he had brought while the girls Guan had brought with her also cleaned up and left one by one. Xianxia stretched and rested for a while. Full of energy, he plunged into the world of alchemy. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia, who was refining pills in the stone room, suddenly perked up his ears. He heard some light footsteps outside, as well as the sound of someone breathing softly. That person was slowly creeping towards the stone chamber. Xianxia's expression suddenly turned playful. He had been here for several months now, and although many of the cultivator from the demon race looked down on him, none of them had ever dared to come find trouble with him. So why was someone making an exception today? Moreover, there were quite a few people, a total of 6 or 7, all of them Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, the one leading them even having reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. Perceiving this, Xianxia's expression didn't change, still calmly pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace to condense the medicinal efficacies of the herbs inside. With a creak, the stone door was opened, and then 6 or 7 figures entered in a single file. After entering, they quickly closed the stone door. Xianxia glanced up and saw that the one leading them was a young man with a hooked nose and a gloomy expression who was grinning at him. This young man's expression was a mix of contempt and disdain. Like most of the people from Demon God's Citadel, he looked down on Xianxia. Xianxia didn't pay him any mind, secretly shaking his head and ignoring this young man. Hey, Pan Lang, this human is quite interesting. He's not afraid of us at all, one of the demon race cultivators called out in surprise. Haha, he thinks Masterly will protect him, so naturally he doesn't need to be afraid of us, Pan Lang sneered, saying so as he strode over to Xianxia. When he arrived in front of Xianxia, he squatted down and stared at Xianxia with a sarcastic smile on his face. Xianxia remained unmoved, still methodically pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace in front of him to control the heat. This kind of disregard made Pan Lang a little annoyed, so he stretched out his hand and patted the pill furnace, pouring his yuan qi into it and instantly turning the herbs inside into charcoal. Human, you're quite arrogant. Pan Lang's mouth curled up, his expression filled with provocation. If you have something to say, then say it. Don't ruin my herbs. Xianxia took a deep breath and stared at the young man indifferently. The herbs here belong to my demon god's citadel. They don't belong to you, Pan Lang snorted. Xianxia frowned, a trace of impatience appearing on his face. This young man was deliberately looking for trouble, so Xianxia didn't have the patience to deal with him, coldly saying, "What do you want?" "Nothing. I just heard that you're an alchemist." Pan Lang stood up and looked around. After seeing the jade bottles placed to the side, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. "These are the pills you refined?" The pills Xianxia refined during this time were all placed in these jade bottles. He had no intention of taking them for himself. After all the materials were provided by Demon God Citadel. He was already satisfied with using them to improve his alchemy skills. If Li Rong needed these pills, Yonkai wouldn't mind giving them all to her. On top of that, they were all Earth grade and Heaven grade pills, so their grade wasn't high. Unexpectedly, Pan Lang suddenly stared at them. The people from the demon race behind him rushed up and picked up the jade bottles, opening them and sniffing them, a look of joy appearing on their faces. The grade isn't bad. Heaven grade pills are still useful to us. Pan Lang waved his hand. Take them. The people from the demon race were overjoyed and immediately divided up the jade bottles. These are for your Master Li. If you take them, how can I explain it to her? Yang Kai frowned. I don't care how you explain it. You can say you took them yourself or failed to refine them. You can at least make up a reason, right? Pan Lang sneered. Not only will I take the pills this time, but you'll also have to leave half of the pills you refined for me. Otherwise, A strong sense of threat suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. If this kind of thing were to be known by Master Li, I'm afraid you'll be in a lot of trouble, right? Yang Kai smiled. If you dare tell anyone, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Pan Lang coldly snorted. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, he thought Yang Kai was afraid of him. So he shook his head proudly. Human, I also heard that Master Li rewarded you with a lot of crystal stones. Obediently take them out if you don't want to suffer. Saying so, he stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, slowly standing up and saying, I understand. You really are here to look for trouble. So what? Pan Lang sneered. You're just a human. What qualifications do you have to enjoy such treatment? I, Pan Lang, am the future pillar of Demon God Citadel. Only I am qualified to enjoy it. With your little strength? Yang Kai shook his head and cracked his neck. Very well. I haven't fought for several months now. It's rare for someone to come knocking on my door and help me stretch my muscles. I can't waste your good intentions. Pan Lang's expression froze as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Only recovering after a while? You want to fight us? Yang Kai nodded. The demon race cultivators seemed to have heard some kind of joke and burst into laughter, Pan Lang even laughing out loud, pointing to Yang Kai as he shouted to his clansmen. Did you hear that clearly? He actually wants to fight with us. Haha. A human actually wants to fight with our ancient demon clan. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. Let me teach him a lesson. Behind Pan Lang, a burly demon race cultivator stepped forward and said with a smile, Humans have always been arrogant. They don't understand the situation in front of them. Then we'll teach him a lesson. Pan Lang's smile faded, his voice cold. Although Master Li had treated Yang Kai well, in the end, he was still an outsider, and many of the human alchemists who had come here before had been taught a lesson by the demon race cultivators. Master Li had never asked about such matters, so as long as they weren't beaten to death, there wouldn't be any problems. So this time, they were fearless, thinking that Yang Kai was the same as those human alchemists from before. The burly demon race cultivator pointed to Yang Kai and curled his finger, contemptuously saying, I'll let you attack first. Then you won't have a chance. Yang Kai sneered. As soon as these words left his mouth, a loud bang rang out from inside the stone room, and the burly demon race cultivator's body was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, directly hitting the stone wall a few dozen meters away, creating a large crater. The surrounding stone wall instantly began to crack like a spider web, the force of the rebound causing the demon race cultivator to fall to the ground and roll several times before coming to a stop. Pan Lang and the other demon race cultivators' eyes narrowed, the smiles on their faces instantly becoming stiff. When they turned to look at Yang Kai again, their expressions became dignified. The blow just now was not only fast, but also surprisingly powerful, almost comparable to the strength of their demon race cultivator. Seems you have some skill, Pan Lang said with a look of surprise, looking Yang Kai up and down, not at all worried about his companions. No wonder you're so arrogant. Not bad indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Yang Kai frowned, looking at the demon race cultivator that he had sent flying with a suspicious expression. He was well aware of the strength of his attack. With the cultivation of that demon race cultivator, he should have fainted on the spot after receiving such a blow. However, he suddenly discovered that this was not the case. The demon race cultivator that had been sent flying actually coughed a few times and stood up shakily, his expression faintly showing some pain but also anger. "How do you feel?" Pan Lang asked. The demon race cultivator touched his body and said in a low voice, "A row of broken ribs, but it's not a big deal. If it's not a big deal, then teach him a lesson. We can't let him look down on us." Pan Lang snorted. "That's exactly what I was planning to do." The demon race cultivator replied, his tall and sturdy body bursting with unimaginable speed, closing in on Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. During the attack, Yang Kai could clearly see that a few pitch-black lines had suddenly appeared on the cultivator's face, making his already ferocious face look even more berserk. The appearance of those lines was extremely strange, crawling up his face like snakes. Following the appearance of those lines, the demon race cultivator's aura changed, his strength suddenly rising by a level. Chapter 647. Seeing the changes in this demon race cultivator before and after, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, but his heart was filled with surprise. These vein-like patterns were something he had seen on many demon race cultivators before, but there were also many who didn't, such as Li Rong, Guan and the others. At the very least, Yang Kai had never seen such patterns on their exposed skin. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that they didn't have them, but rather that they were similar to this demon race cultivator in front of him. Once these vein-like patterns appeared, the strength of this demon race cultivator would rise to a whole new level. The other party's momentum was unstoppable, but Pan Lang and the others all wore calm expressions as they gloated at Yang Kai's misfortune. Yang Kai took a deep breath and didn't try to dodge, instead unexpectedly colliding head-on with his opponent. Yang Kai deliberately checked how much this demon race cultivator's strength had improved. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, a loud bang rang out, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out from the center of the collision. Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, tumbling several times in the air before he managed to stabilize himself. The demon race cultivator was also forced back several steps. Although he tried to support himself, he failed and was forced back more than a dozen steps before he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Pan Lang and the others couldn't help staring at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Although there were very few humans in this mysterious small world, they all knew that the physique of the ancient demon clan was far superior to that of any other race. Even other members of the demon race couldn't compare to the ancient demon clan. But now, in a head-on collision, one of their companions was actually evenly matched with a human cultivator. Pan Lang was very annoyed and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing? You can't even take down a human?" The demon race cultivator who had fallen to the ground got up for the second time and shook his head, not caring about his injuries and broken bones as he muttered, "This little brat's physique is also very good. No matter how good your physique is, how can it compare to our ancient demon clans?" Pan Lang's face was ferocious. "You still have one more chance to prove yourself. If you fail again, you won't be qualified to work with me anymore. At that time, you will be demoted to an ordinary member. Don't worry, I'll deal with him properly this time." The cultivator of the demon race nodded solemnly. As he spoke, the veins on his face once again underwent an unusual change. The veins seemed to have melted and covered his entire face, making him look like he was wearing a mask. His expression was wooden, but his crimson eyes were emitting a cold, killing intent. The first 2 times he returned without any results, he was already infuriated. Yang Kai hovered in the air, watching with cold eyes. He was more and more surprised. It wasn't until this moment that he truly realized the strength of the cultivators from the demon race inside the mysterious small world. The demon race cultivator he had just fought with was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator, the same as himself, but he was able to repeatedly increase his strength and momentum. This kind of method was simply astonishing. With his cultivation, if it were any other human cultivator in the outside world, after being hit by Yang Kai's first attack, they would have collapsed to the ground, but this young man was still full of vigor even after being hit twice in a row. The bodies of the ancient demon clan seemed to contain a terrifying amount of potential. from the attitude of Pan Lang and the others towards him. Xianxia also realized that the cultivator of the ancient demon clan was a bloodthirsty and warlike existence. Even though his companions' ribs had been broken by him, not only did they not show any concern, they even repeatedly provoked him, wanting him to regain some face. This race really was very different from the human race, Xianxia thought to himself as he shook his head. On the other side, the demon race cultivator once again launched an attack, the sound of air exploding suddenly resounding from beneath his feet as his burly body disappeared from Xianxia's sight. His speed was so fast that his body began to fade away. Pan Lang nodded slightly. Demon Crest had been activated a second time. This human boy is going to suffer a loss. As soon as his words fell, another loud bang rang out. The disappeared demon race cultivator reappeared, one of his legs raised high, pressing down on Xianxia's shoulder. His expression was gloomy, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness as he released all of his strength. The several dozen meters below Xianxia was instantly reduced to dust, but he remained motionless as he stared indifferently at the demon race cultivator. Under the latter's shocked gaze, Xianxia grabbed his ankle and spun him around a few times before violently throwing him upwards. The demon race cultivator roared as Yuan Qi erupted from his body in an attempt to stop himself from rising. But before he could stabilize himself, he suddenly suffered a series of heavy blows to his chest and abdomen. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw that this human boy had actually been following him all this time, taking advantage of the fact that he was unable to stabilize himself to kill him. His pair of fists had been swung around so hard that their trajectories could not be seen clearly. From his fists, a pure and hot Yuan Qi burst forth, colliding with his demonic Qi, causing his demonic Qi to involuntarily produce an instinctive sense of fear. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the sound of explosions rang out one after another as Xianxia fiercely attacked. Although his face remained expressionless, in his heart, he couldn't help admiring this demon race cultivator. Even a human transcendent wouldn't be able to withstand his barrage of attacks, but this demon race cultivator was actually able to do so. It wasn't until he landed on the ground that the demon race cultivator's eyes bulged as he stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Still stretching out his hands, he firmly grabbed onto Xianxia's clothes, a look of defiance on his face. Xianxia punched out again, landing a heavy blow on the cultivator's face. A few teeth flew out. This punch should be the last straw that broke the camel's back. As Xianxia withdrew his fist, the demon race cultivator's momentum dissipated and he went limp, the demon crests on his face also quickly disappearing. Xianxia slowly stood up and gloomily glanced over at Pan Lang and the others who were standing not far away. Even if one of their companions was being beaten like this, none of them showed any intention of helping, instead simply watching the show from the sidelines. However, whether it was Pan Lang or the other demon race cultivators, at this moment, all of them wore looks of shock. They had never expected that this human cultivator's combat strength would be so high, and his bloody and direct fighting style was quite to their liking. Interesting, it seems we've all underestimated you. Pan Lang gently clapped his hands. But the one you defeated was the weakest one among us. You won't be so lucky next time. Saying so, Pan Lang motioned to another demon race cultivator, who immediately stepped forward. No need to go through so much trouble. All of you can just come at me together. Xianxia shook his shoulders. For several months now, he had immersed himself in alchemy and hadn't fought with anyone, but now that he had a good fight, the fighting spirit in his body surged, and his strength began to stir. He loved to fight, especially when he fought with a strong opponent. This kind of feeling made him feel very comfortable. Pan Lang laughed loudly. We won't bully you like this. If it was a battle of life and death, then it would be a different matter. But this is just a lesson. There's no need for all of us to fight. Is that so? Xianxia took a deep breath, no longer holding back his strength, fiercely bursting forth, his figure blurring as he rushed towards the group of demon race cultivators. The scorching hot Yuan Qi instantly enveloped them, and under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control, he simultaneously attacked the remaining 5 or 6 people. Pan Lang was furious. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. With an angry shout, demonic tattoos appeared on the necks of the 5 or 6 people, climbing up to their faces and covering their entire faces. Although their words sounded relaxed, Pan Lang and the others knew that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with. If they weren't careful, they could easily be knocked down by him. So when they attacked, they all used their full strength. What Pan Lang was most concerned about was that this human cultivator's Yuan Qi seemed to be able to restrain their demonic Qi, allowing him to deal with his clansmen with twice the result with half the effort. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid even though he was fighting one against many. Instead, he was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. He had been suppressing himself for far too long, so he felt that if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to vent the boredom of the past few months, sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and find someone to fight. The provocation of Pan Lang and the others was exactly what he wanted. A variety of exquisite martial skills were displayed inside the stone room, and Yang Kai thoroughly experienced the powerful combat strength of the ancient demon clan. As time passed by, the commotion gradually died down. When Guan pushed open the stone room's door, her pair of beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the scene inside the stone room, dumbfounded for a moment. Over the past few months, Yang Kai behaved quite well and didn't show any intention of escaping, so Guan naturally didn't need to monitor him all the time. Unexpectedly, such a big incident had occurred this time. 6 or 7 of her clansmen were lying on the ground miserably, and there were traces of battle everywhere in the stone room, as well as bloodstains. What happened? Guan called out in alarm and quickly rushed in to investigate the situation of her clansmen. After a quick examination, she found that all of them had suffered serious injuries, the worst of them having half of their bones broken. Even with the ancient demon clan's physique, it would take them at least half a year to fully recover from such an injury. The one with the lightest injuries had more than a dozen broken bones, and his body was riddled with scars and wounds, making for a tragic sight. Pan Lang. After inspecting the last person, Guan covered her mouth in shock. Looking up, Guan suddenly discovered that Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the bed, maintaining a meditative posture, and there were some traces of battle on his body. Although Guan didn't like Pan Lang, in the end, these were still her clansmen. Yang Kai was obviously the culprit who had injured them, so Guan naturally wanted to ask him. But before she could rush over, though, Master Li's voice suddenly reached her ears. "Don't disturb him. He seems to be on the verge of breaking through. Call some people in and quietly carry Pan Lang and the others away." "Master, but this place, I understand what happened. It was Pan Lang and the others who provoked us first. It wasn't his fault." "And I understand." Guan nodded gently, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Listening to Master Li's tone, it seemed he really was the one who had injured Pan Lang and the others. Was this human brat really that strong? Chapter 648. 2 Chapter today. Inside the main hall of Demon God Citadel, Li Rong sat at the head of the table, surrounded by many of Demon God Citadel's high-level figures. These people were the strongest group of people with the highest status besides the 4 great commanders. Among them, a pale-faced old man with a third-order transcendent cultivation angrily shouted, "Master Li, the human brat actually dared to commit a crime in Demon God Citadel, injuring 7 of my clan's disciples. He must pay the price." "That's right." Another second-order transcendent old man also stepped forward and angrily said, "A trivial human actually dares to act so arrogantly. Master Li is benevolent and has given him great benefits and treatment, but he doesn't know how to be content and instead acts arrogantly. It's time we teach him a lesson and make him understand who is in charge here." The others all nodded in agreement. The ancient demon clan was an extremely powerful clan, but they were also quite protective of their own. 7 of their own young lords had been seriously injured by Yang Kai, the most serious of which required at least half a year to fully recover and had almost died on the spot. Such a matter was a great shame to them, so naturally they wanted to regain some face from Xianxia. However, Master Li had been extremely fond of this human brat all this time. This was obvious to all of them, so before teaching him a lesson, they naturally had to report to Master Li. After all, she was the true master of Demon God Citadel. Is that what all of you want? Li Rong's pair of beautiful eyes swept over the crowd as she asked softly. Yes. The pale-faced old man nodded firmly. Why? Li Rong stood up, a cold light flashing across her watery eyes as she stared towards the pale-faced old man and asked, Because the injured Pan Lang is your son? The old man was startled for a moment before nodding calmly. It's partly because of that, but mostly because of my clan's interests. Master Li, another old man took over the conversation and sternly said, The impact of this matter is extremely bad. Many of our clansmen have already gathered in the stone room, all of them wanting to teach the human brat a lesson. We all know that he is an outstanding alchemist and is our clan's only hope, but our clansmen don't know that if we don't punish him and help Pan Lang regain some face, our clansmen won't let this matter rest. Li Rong chuckled lightly. My ancient demon clan believes in strength. When have we ever needed someone else to help us regain face? If Pan Lang really has the ability, he should heal his wounds and we'll be fine. Our clansmen's emotions, the pale-faced old elder, Pan's father, Pan Bo, solemnly said Pan Lang's father. Pan's emotions, we need to be taken care of. Li Rong took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before asking. Then how do you want to punish him? Very simple, Pan Bo said coldly. How many of our clansmen's bones he breaks? I'll crush them all. Blood for blood. A tooth for a tooth. Then will he still be alive? Li Rong's expression became cold. Pan Bo smiled. Master Li can rest assured. I won't let him die so easily. After all, he is still of great use to my clan. In any case, as long as it doesn't affect his future alchemy, it'll be fine. Li Rong slowly shook her head. Pan Bo paused for a moment before shouting. Master Li, my clan has been imprisoned here for countless years. You know what kind of situation my clansmen are in right now. They have been suppressed for too long, and now that there has been some friction, it has ignited their fighting spirit. If this matter isn't handled properly, it is very likely it will bring about very bad consequences. For example, if some of them are unconvinced, they will seek refuge with Master Chu Jian. Pan Bo narrowed his eyes. Li Rong smiled gently, her previous gentle and benevolent temperament replaced by a majestic one. The several transcendent realm masters in the hall couldn't help feeling their hearts clench, all of them involuntarily averting their gazes. Only now did they realize that the reason Master Li could become the Lord of Demon God Citadel was not without reason, nor was it only because of her benevolence and kindness that she was able to sit in her current position. Underneath that benevolence and kindness, Master Li also had a majestic and powerful side. Li Rong showed her majesty for a moment before quickly restraining it, silently pondering for a moment before seemingly coming to a decision, shouting, This time, I will personally deal with it. All of you restrain your subordinates. From today onwards, if anyone dares to find trouble with that human, I will personally send them into the arms of great demon god. Pan Bo and the others' expressions all changed as they stared towards Li Rong in amazement. Master, did you all hear that clearly? Li Rong coldly shouted. We will obey Master Li's orders. Pan Bo quickly lowered his head. Withdraw. Li Rong waved her hand and added, Duanya, you stay behind. A master from the demon race, who had been silent for a long time, nodded and stood in place, the rest of the people leaving one after another. After they left, Li Rong helplessly smiled bitterly. These outsiders, Master, what orders do you have? Duanya asked. From today onwards, you will stand guard around that stone room. If you find anyone who dares to harm him, kill without mercy. Li Rong said solemnly. Duanya's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, seemingly not having expected Master Li to value the humans so much, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What about Pan Bo and the others? They won't lower themselves to deal with a young man. If they really do, I will personally deal with him." Duanya nodded slightly and respectfully withdrew. Outside the hall, Pan Bo's expression was cold and gloomy. Just like Duanya, he couldn't understand why Master Li valued Xianxia so much. Even if he was an outstanding alchemist, there was no reason for him to be protected like this. His son, Pan Lang, was a leader of Demon God Citadel's younger generation and was very likely to hold great power in the future, becoming a pillar of the next generation. Now that he had been beaten so miserably, it was only right that he return the favor. But Li Rong's decision had left him disappointed and angry. "What's going on?" Senior Li seems to care a lot about that human. One of them had a suspicious expression and asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Could it be that Master Li is treating him? Shut up. What kind of noble person is Master Li? How could she treat a lowly human? This matter is not simple. Master Li would not act like this for no reason. There must be some kind of mystery behind this. But in any case, Master Li's handling of this matter is unfair. Pan Bo didn't say a word, his expression gloomy as he sneered. If Master Li continues to act so stubbornly, sooner or later she will lose the support of her clansmen. The others glanced at each other. Although they could see the dissatisfaction in his heart, none of them said anything. Inside the stone room, as an invisible aura spread out from Xianxia's body, he slowly opened his eyes. The yuan qi and physique in his body rejoiced. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. These past few months of immersing himself in alchemy, Xianxia hadn't even noticed that his cultivation had reached the critical point of a breakthrough. During this time, through the solitary golden eye, Xianxia had absorbed the insights left behind by so many masters. It could be said that before he broke through to the Saint Realm, there would be no bottlenecks or shackles. As long as his own strength could keep up, he would be able to smoothly break through. If not for that battle, Xianxia estimated that he would have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage within a month at the latest. However, that dangerous and bloody battle had pushed his breakthrough forward by a month. Fighting really had its benefits. Using his divine sense, Xianxia discovered that a large number of ancient Demon Clan clansmen had gathered outside the stone room, each of them giving off a dangerous aura as they stared at him. Inside the stone room, not far away, Guaner was staring at him with a complicated expression, as if she was re-examining him, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. "You." Seeing that Xianxia had completed his breakthrough, Guaner quickly ran over with a smile and circled around Xianxia a few times, asking curiously, "How did you beat up Pan Lang and the others?" Xianxia just chuckled, but didn't answer. "Did you really do it alone?" Guaner was surprised. "Who else could it be?" Xianxia raised his brow. "Are you really that strong?" "What? Do you think I'm weak?" "It's not that I think you're weak. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so strong. A human. How could your body be stronger than our clansmen's?" Saying so, she stretched out her small hand towards Xianxia, seemingly wanting to touch him, but suddenly feeling embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her hand. "You seem to be taking pleasure in my misfortune." Xianxia looked at her meaningfully. "Do you have some kind of grudge with that Pan Lang?" "There's no grudge. I just feel that he's a bit annoying, always entangling with me. Now that you've injured him, I can relax for a while. From this point of view, I must thank you. But, outsider, you're in big trouble now." Xianxia frowned as he stared out of the stone room, thoughtfully. "You mean them?" Guaner gently nodded. "They're all gathered outside right now, all of them wanting to drag you out and teach you a lesson. Even if you're strong, in front of so many of my clansmen, I'm afraid you're not strong enough. I'll have to try to find out. Tis TSK. You're really arrogant. I really have to hand it to you. You humans, each one of you speaks louder than the last." Guaner smiled disdainfully, her expression becoming serious. "But you still have to be prepared. Right now, Master Li and the other masters of the fort are discussing how to deal with this matter. If Master Li doesn't stand on your side, you'll be out of luck." Slyly winking at Xianxia, Guaner smiled and said, "Since you helped me teach Pam Lang a lesson, even if you're injured, I'll take good care of you." "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai grinned, "Because Masterly seems to be on my side. Isn't that right, Masterly?" Saying so, he turned his head and looked to the side. Off to the side, the air distorted and Li Rong appeared. Hearing this, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of astonishment, but she soon shook her head helplessly and walked over. "You're really quite leisurely," Li Rong sighed. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders. "Don't blame my clansmen for being so agitated. It's just that they've been imprisoned for too long. You're the only outsider here, so if you dare attack one of our clansmen, of course they won't let you go," Li Rong explained softly. Chapter 649. Seeing Li Rong appear, Guaner hurriedly saluted. The beautiful woman waved her hand slightly, indicating that she didn't need to care, walking over to Yang Kai and looking at him helplessly. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Grievances must be repaid with grievances, enmity with enmity. It's only natural that your clansmen would be so agitated. Aren't you afraid?" Li Rong was surprised. She didn't see the slightest trace of fear on Yang Kai's face. "What's there to be afraid of?" Yang Kai said indifferently. "If Masterly wasn't prepared to intervene in this matter, you wouldn't have appeared in front of me. Since you've appeared now, it means you're prepared to deal with it. Naturally, I'm not afraid because Masterly seems to treat me particularly well." Li Rong's expression suddenly became a little unnatural, and Guaner couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. No one had ever dared to say such frivolous words in front of Masterly, but this human boy who didn't know the meaning of death had done so. Not only did he not provoke Masterly, she even seemed to acquiesce. "Can I ask why this is? What's so special about me that Masterly cares so much about me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at the beautiful woman in front of him. Li Rong lightly coughed. "I will not treat anyone who is sent here by Coffin Slave Senior unfairly, because perhaps one day that person will be able to help my clan out of this predicament." This statement was a bit self-deceiving, and even Guaner understood it. So how could Yang Kai not? However, since Li Rong didn't want to say anything, Yang Kai didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Thinking about it carefully, it was after Li Rong saw the solitary golden eye in his knowledge see that her attitude towards him had changed. Although she had been friendly with him before, the relationship between them was only a cooperative one. But now it was different. From the way she took care of him, it was clear that Li Rong really cared about him. Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to think that such a dignified and graceful woman would fall in love with him. She was a Saint Realm Master who had lived who knew how many years. Love and affection in her eyes was nothing more than fleeting clouds. As for other reasons, Yang Kai could only explain it as the effect of the solitary golden eye. Yang Kai just couldn't understand why the solitary golden eye would cause her change. "But you're right. Since I've appeared, I'll deal with this matter. You don't need to worry too much. I've already told to you. But remember, in the future, don't get into conflicts with my people for no reason. I can protect you once, but that doesn't mean I will condone your impudence. I never take the initiative to cause trouble." Yang Kai chuckled. This beautiful woman seemed to be deliberately covering up her loss of composure in front of him, her tone becoming much colder. "That would be for the best." Li Rong nodded lightly, no longer saying anything, turning around and opening the stone door. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Li Rong reprimand the ancient demon clan members, and soon, the demon race members gathered outside the stone room, scattered like birds and beasts. Guaner spat out her tongue at Yang Kai, a look of admiration filling her face as she said, "You really have some skill, but your arrogance isn't proportional to your current strength. When you break through to the transcendent realm one day, it won't be too late to be so rampant." Giggling, Guaner also left. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that he was under the eaves, Yang Kai was also somewhat at a loss. He knew that in this damned place, besides a few people from the ancient demon clan who treated him fairly well, everyone else regarded him as an alien. If no one could protect him, he would die sooner or later. This time, it was Pan Lang who came to find trouble with him, so he could deal with it. But what if it was a transcendent realm master next time? What if it was a saint realm master? That was why Yang Kai had bluntly stated Li Rong's attitude towards him in order to obtain some assurance and confirm whether his observations were correct. Fortunately, his guesses were correct. Although Li Rong tried to hide it, Yang Kai was still able to see through her intentions. She really did care about him. Regardless of whether she was plotting something or not, Yang Kai needed to take advantage of her identity and status to ensure his safety. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai scratched his head and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask her what her demon crests were. This matter had been on Yang Kai's mind for several months now. Since the first time he saw these demon crests on the bodies of the ancient demon clan's clansmen, he had been very interested in them. But since he was unfamiliar with this place, he had not been willing to ask about them in order to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Now that he had determined that Li Rong had taken care of him, it was time for him to explore this matter. Yang Kai was very interested in the ancient demon clan's demon crests because when he became the demon race, his demon crest had also undergone similar changes, but they were even more exaggerated than Pan Lang's. Yang Kai could only wait for Guan to return and find an opportunity to ask her about it. Yang Kai made up his mind and no longer thought about it, turning around and walking over to the medicinal cauldrons and continuing to improve his alchemy skills. After Li Rong left the stone room and reprimanded the clansmen who had tried to find trouble with Yang Kai, her pretty face couldn't help showing a blank look. That day when she had seen the solitary golden eye, Li Rong's ancient demon clan bloodline seemed to have resonated with it. After returning home, she had deliberately looked up some ancient books and found that some of the things recorded in them were very similar to what she had observed. It was for this reason that Li Rong had changed her attitude towards Yang Kai. But over the past few months, through her secret observations, she had found that things were not quite as she had expected. Although this human was strange and powerful, he was far from what she had expected. Is this true or not? Li Rong couldn't make up her mind. At that moment, a clansman reported that Great Commander Hua Mo had arrived with a large number of herbs. Li Rong's expression brightened, and she quickly walked towards the main hall. Because Yang Kai's alchemy required an enormous amount of herbs, Demon God Citadel's storage was not enough. Fortunately, the territories of the other great commanders had also accumulated a large number of herbs over the past few years. Hua Mo and Han Fei had ordered their clansmen to search everywhere for these past few months and had delivered them today. After seeing Hua Mo and Han Fei receive the herbs, the three sat down and began chatting. Masterly, did Chu Jian deliver any herbs? Hua Mo asked. Yes, but the quantity is very small. Chu Jian said that the soil in his territory is poor and the herbs he produces are few. So over the years, he has only managed to collect a small amount. Li Rong rubbed her forehead. Nonsense, Hua Mo coldly snorted. Chu Jian has a mountain range on his side. How could there not be any herbs? He's not putting master in his eyes at all. Han Fei also coldly said, he doesn't put the future of our clan in his eyes at all. All he wants to do is rule this mysterious small world. How ignorant. The two great commanders continued to complain about Chu Jian, both of them asking Li Rong to teach Chu Jian a lesson and make him behave himself. But as always, Li Rong just listened quietly, not expressing any of her thoughts. Hua Mo and Han Fei also didn't have much to say, so they dropped the subject. Right, Master Li. I just heard that human brat got into some trouble. Hua Mo suddenly asked. Master Li has always acted fairly. Why are you siding with an outsider this time? Han Fei also looked at Li Rong with some surprise. Regardless of what had caused the friction between Yang Kai and Pan Lang, or who was right and who was wrong, since it was her clansmen who had suffered a loss, naturally they had to make this outsider pay the price. But what they heard was completely different. Li Rong chuckled. You're quite well informed. Hua Mo nodded. All the clansmen in the fort are talking about this. It would be difficult for me not to hear. Han Fei's expression became cold as she asked, Master Li, because of this matter, many of our clansmen are complaining about you. Is it really worth it? Li Rong's expression also became serious, hesitating for a moment before saying, "If my guess is correct, then it is." "What kind of guess?" Hua Mo asked. "It's hard to say right now. I'm still observing. If you can see what I see, you will definitely make the same choice. When the truth comes to light one day, I will tell you all." Hua Mo and Han Fei nodded lightly. After so many years, they also believed in Li Rong's vision and judgment. Since she had chosen to side with an outsider, she must have her own reasons. The three of them chatted for a while before Hua Mo and Han Fei left. Although they were all members of Demon God Citadel and were all great commanders, because the four branches were in different locations, Hua Mo and Han Fei also had to return to their own territories. This time, the main purpose was to transport the herbs. After the incident where Pan Lang's provocation failed, and he was instead beaten, the attitude of the ancient demon clan towards Yongkai had become even worse. Yongkai was too lazy to provoke any trouble and simply spent his days in the stone room refining pills and herbs. His own alchemy skills were rapidly improving, allowing him to refine a large number of pills every day while consuming countless herbs. Yongkai was aware that outside this stone room, there was a top-level master secretly protecting him. Although this person's concealment was perfect, after so many years, Yongkai was still able to determine his whereabouts. This person should have been sent by Li Rong to protect him. Perceiving this, Yongkai suddenly felt relieved. His relationship with Guan was also quite harmonious. This young girl from the demon race seemed to be very curious about the outside world. Whenever Yongkai had some spare time, she would always pester him to tell her stories about the outside world. The wonders and beauty of the outside world made Guan yearn for them. Along with this, she also strongly supported his alchemy skills, hoping that one day Yongkai would be able to refine Saint Grade pills and bring good fortune to her clansmen. Yongkai also inquired about demon crest from Guan. According to Guan, their ancient demon clan was an extremely pure and noble demon race, something that other demon race couldn't compare to. Their demon crests were innate, but could be cultivated and strengthened. When they used their demon crests in battle, their strength would increase, and the more comprehensive their demon crests were, the greater their strength would increase. Pan Lang and the others were able to display their demon crests a second time, and so was Guan herself. Yongkai had personally witnessed her cultivation increase after displaying her demon crests. Guan was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage cultivator, but after displaying her demon crests a second time, her strength and vitality were comparable to a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Chapter 650. Moreover, after her demon crests were unfurled, Guan pretty face was covered in green lines, giving her a kind of enchanting beauty that was completely different from her usual temperament. As for commanders like Li Rong, Han Fei, and Hua Mo, they could even unfurl their demon crests to a deeper level, greatly improving their strength. However, in this mysterious small world, there were no enemies, so Guan had never seen any of the great commanders in action. She had only heard about them, but had never seen them with her own eyes. In Demon God Citadel, there were even martial skills and secret arts specifically developed for demon crests, a gift left behind by the great demon god. Yongkai was very interested and wanted to borrow these martial skills and secret arts to read, but Guan said that these martial skills and secret arts were only available to those with outstanding aptitude. Even she had never seen them before, making Yongkai feel very regretful. Although Li Rong was good to him, Yongkai knew his own limits, so it was not realistic to ask her to read these martial skills and secret arts left behind by the great demon god. Restraining his thoughts, Yongkai's days went by in an uneventful manner, either performing alchemy, cultivating, or telling some interesting stories about the outside world. Time flew by, and unknowingly, almost a year had passed since Yongkai arrived in this mysterious small world. During this past year, Yongkai's alchemy skills had improved significantly, and now, without the use of spirit arrays, he was able to refine spirit grade pills. Medicine King's Valley's Xiao Fu Shang's lifelong wish had now been realized by Yang Kai in just a little over a year. Yang Kai could only sigh. Different worlds, different people could display different abilities. Grandmaster Zhao's attainments in alchemy were much deeper than Yang Kai's, but because of the various restrictions of that world, his desire for spirit-grade pills was nothing more than an extravagant wish. On this day, after Yang Kai finished refining a spirit-grade pill, he took a deep breath and meditated for a moment before suddenly opening his eyes and shouting towards the empty stone room. "Senior, can you help me find Masterly? I have something to discuss with her." Duanya, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. He was surprised to find that this human brat was actually staring at the place where he was hiding. His eyes were shining with a wise and far-sighted light. Duanya was extremely shocked. Ever since the farce of Yang Kai being troubled by Pan Lang, Duanya had obeyed Li Rong's instructions and secretly guarded this place at all times. However, he didn't expect that this brat had already noticed it and could even accurately find his position. Yang Kai was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage cultivator, while he was a third-order transcendent. The difference in strength between the two of them was enormous. So how did he discover it? What did he find out? A trace of shock flashed through Duanya's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He revealed himself from his hiding place and nodded gently at Yang Kai. Then, his body faded again and disappeared. After waiting for a while, the air around Yang Kai began to distort and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. From this distorted air, a trace of the power of the void appeared and Li Rong appeared. Yang Kai showed a look of interest. He found that every time this woman appeared, she would use this method. It was as if she could manipulate the power of the void and suddenly appear here. "I heard you were looking for me." Li Rong walked up and asked straightforwardly. And Yang Kai nodded. "What's the matter?" "I need to replenish my Yuan Qi." "Replenish your Yuan Qi?" Li Rong's brow furrowed slightly as she released her divine sense and swept Yang Kai, asking curiously, "Isn't your Yuan Qi very abundant?" With her powerful cultivation, she could naturally detect that in Yang Kai's body and meridians, there was a thick and substantial Yuan Qi that contained the power of destruction. Moreover, this extremely pure Yang Yuan Qi had a great restraining effect on the demonic Qi of ordinary people. No, no, no. Yang Kai kept shaking his head. "The Yuan Qi in my meridians is indeed abundant, but the Yuan Qi in Dantian is almost gone. Without Yuan Qi, I can't refine pills." "What do you mean?" Li Rong was even more puzzled. "Replenishing your Yuan Qi is enough for you to use your cultivation method. How can I solve this problem?" Yang Kai smiled. "My cultivation method is a bit special, or rather, my physique is also a bit special. Yuan Qi can't be replenished through cultivation. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body had always been obtained by absorbing some Yang attribute heavenly treasures. He would absorb the energy of these heavenly treasures into his body, condense it into Yang liquid, and store it in his Dantian. If he simply meditated and didn't have a suitable environment, the energy absorbed from the air would only be transformed into Yang liquid and stored in the unyielding golden skeleton, unless he cultivated in an environment with abundant Yang Qi. The last time he replenished his Yang liquid was a long time ago, and after such a long time, Yang Kai's Dantian was running out of Yang liquid. With only a few drops left, if he didn't replenish it, it would be completely consumed. Without Yang liquid to suppress the evil energy in the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai estimated that he would soon become the demon race. "Then what do you want me to do?" Li Rong didn't quite understand, but she was too lazy to ask. "Do you have any Yang attribute heavenly treasures?" "I need those things. Yang attribute things are incompatible with us demon race people. Do you think we would have such materials?" Li Rong's face flashed a trace of displeasure, but immediately became suspicious, looking at Yang Kai with a distrustful gaze. "Are you lying to me?" "I have no reason to lie to you." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Do you really not have any Yang attribute things?" "We really don't." Yang Kai's face darkened, frowning. "Then we're in big trouble. I don't have any Yang attribute things, so I can't replenish my Yuan Qi." Without replenishing my yuan qi, I can't refine pills. You also saw it. Refining pills requires the support of my true yang yuan qi. Then what do we do? Li Rong suddenly became a little anxious. This human being was extremely talented in alchemy. In just a year, he was able to refine a spirit-grade pill. With this kind of growth speed, there was no need to wait for 10 years at all. He would be able to refine a saint-grade pill. But now, because of this reason, he was unable to continue refining pills. This was simply ridiculous. Li Rong didn't know what kind of special secret art this human cultivated, nor did she know how special his physique was. But seeing him speak so seriously, she naturally believed him without a doubt. Looking at Yang Kai, Li Rong couldn't help showing a helpless and miserable expression. Her people have been trapped here for countless years, and for countless years, everyone's wish was to leave this place and see the outside world. Now that they had finally seen a glimmer of hope, it was ruthlessly cut off because of this unforeseen event. Li Rong could almost imagine how disappointed her clansmen would be when they learned of this news. Thinking so, Li Rong's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she muttered excitedly, "Although we don't have anything with the yang attribute on hand, this mysterious small world has some. Where?" Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. Without yang liquid, he was in a lot of trouble. If he couldn't become the hope of the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai wouldn't have any value in surviving. When the time came, Li Rong wouldn't take care of him anymore, and all that awaited him was death. Li Rong didn't answer his question, instead frowning and pondering for a moment before saying, "You rest for 2 days. After that, I'll give you some news." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Li Rong quickly left. Without much yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't dare perform alchemy casually, so he was bored to death, so he let Guan take him out to play outside Demon God's Citadel for 2 days. Speaking of which, since arriving in this mysterious small world, Yang Kai hadn't left the stone room. Firstly, he didn't want to show himself in public and attract the attention of the other demon race masters, and secondly, because he was obsessed with improving his alchemy skills, he had forgotten to eat and sleep. Now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to go out and do some exercise. Inside Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai experienced the valiant and bloody nature of the demon race masters and witnessed their perseverance. When practicing martial skills, these demon race masters would often use deadly moves, completely different from the cultivator fights in the human world. This was a true life or death battle. Often, one side would be beaten into a bloody pulp and fall to the ground, unable to get up. However, the physique of the ancient demon clan was quite strong, so no matter how heavily injured they were, after a short rest, they would be able to fight again. Seeing this, Kai Yang couldn't help but admire him. In a huge square inside Demon God's Citadel, Yang Kai also saw a majestic and huge statue. This was a statue of a humanoid figure, and it was unknown which era it had come from, or which craftsman had carved it, but it was extremely lifelike and majestic, and all of the demon race beings who passed by it wore respectful expressions on their faces. Looking at this statue, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel a kind of mysterious energy emanating from it. This energy seemed to be pulling on his unyielding golden skeleton, causing the evil energy within his unyielding golden skeleton to almost burst out. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, but he quickly suppressed it, his face instantly becoming pale as sweat dripped down his back. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice seemed to reverberate in his mind, but when he listened carefully, the voice disappeared. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. "What happened to you?" Guan was taken aback, not knowing what had happened to Yang Kai. Just a moment ago he had been so excited, but in the blink of an eye he had suddenly become a bit worried. "It's nothing. I haven't been out in a long time." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "You humans, your bodies are so weak." Guan giggled. "Whose statue is this?" Yang Kai asked casually. "It's the statue of our ancestors' master, Great Demon God." Guan also quickly straightened her expression and bowed respectfully. "Great demon gods?" Yang Kai was stunned. "And isn't it majestic? It is said that in the era when Great Demon God existed, my demon race ruled the world. You humans and monster races were all vassals of my demon race. Was it that powerful? Great demon god was naturally powerful. His martial prowess was unrivaled since ancient times. So far, no one has been able to match him. Such a powerful character. Where is he now? I don't know. Guaner shook her head. Then why did he seal your ancestor here? What kind of mistake did you commit? I don't know. Guaner suddenly became angry out of shame. Why are you asking so many questions? You're so annoying. Chapter 651. It seemed that because Xianxia had asked too many questions, Guaner was no longer in the mood to take him on a stroll. Hastily returning to the stone room, Guaner left Xianxia behind and disappeared. Recalling what had happened the moment he saw the great demon god statue, Xianxia shook his head, a look of confusion filling his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but even if he wanted to delve into it, he had no basis to do so, so he could only ignore it. 2 days later, Xianxia, who was meditating, noticed a strange energy fluctuation nearby and quickly opened his eyes, quickly discovering that Li Rong and Han Fei had arrived together. Xianxia's brow furrowed, not understanding why even Han Fei had appeared, asking, "Where is it?" Li Rong shook her head. "We don't have it on hand. If you need it, you'll have to get it yourself." "Oh, I get myself?" Xianxia was stunned. That's why I had you wait 2 days. Commander Han Fei will escort you there." Han Fei's territory was on the other side of Demon God Citadel, so Li Rong had obviously sent her a message, delaying her for 2 days. Xianxia glanced at the cold woman and gently nodded, tactfully not asking any more questions. "If you're ready, we'll set off now." Han Fei didn't speak any nonsense, turning to Xianxia. "There's nothing to prepare." "Then let's go," Han Fei said, turning around and walking out. "Be careful on the way," Li Rong said. Xianxia gently waved his hand and followed Han Fei out. Arriving outside the stone room, Han Fei's tender body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Xianxia sniffed and stood in place, not moving. Li Rong looked at him curiously, her pretty face filled with suspicion. After waiting for a while, Xianxia still didn't move, so Han Fei couldn't help flying back, frowning as she asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you following?" "I told you, I don't have much yuan qi to spend. If I just fly over like this, wouldn't I be wasting a lot of yuan qi?" Xianxia said helplessly. "What do you want?" Han Fei frowned. "Take me there," Xianxia said seriously, causing Han Fei to become annoyed. "You're quite bold. You actually dare ask me to take you there? I'm not trying to take advantage of you, nor am I trying to take advantage of your identity. This is the right choice," Xianxia said seriously. Li Rong frowned and nodded gently to Han Fei. Xianxia's eyes, Xianxia's eyes, on the other hand, Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he's left. No words were spoken along the way. Han Fei's personality was cold and aloof, and Xianxia knew that such a woman wouldn't get close to strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't ask for a rebuff, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. However, Xianxia was keenly aware that this Han Fei seemed to be very interested in him, using her extremely well-concealed divine sense to constantly scan his body, seemingly trying to find something, but never succeeding. The world inside the small sealed world was very different from the outside world. Here, there was no distinction between day and night. The vast and barren land seemed to be completely barren, with very few traces of life. On the other hand, occasionally one could see a few monster beasts. Flying forward in silence for some time, Xianxia didn't know how long he had flown, but after a while, he began to feel a hot aura in the air. Noticing this, Xianxia couldn't help feeling shocked. This hot aura was the yang attribute energy he so desperately desired. Moreover, as time passed, the yang attribute energy in the air became more and more concentrated, as if there was a huge pool of yang attribute energy gathering in front of him. Xianxia couldn't help looking forward to it. After a full 2 days, Xianxia suddenly saw that on the distant horizon, the sky was dyed with a dazzling brilliance. At this point, the yang attribute energy had already filled the air. Yang Kai began circulating his true yang secret art, absorbing all the yang yuan qi he needed into his body. On the other hand, Han Fei had to exert some of her strength to resist the erosion of the yang attribute energy. Yang attribute energy had always been the nemesis of demonic qi. Even the ancient demon clan couldn't avoid this. However, a master like Han Fei could ignore ordinary yang attribute attacks. After flying for another half a day, the yang attribute energy became even richer. Han Fei stopped, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them stood mid-air and looked down. Down below, there was a towering mountain with a mouth like that of a great beast. Deep inside this mountain, Yang Kai could even see boiling red magma. The yang attribute energy here was so rich that even the rocks here had been melted and transformed into magma-like liquid. From time to time, magma would erupt from the mountain mouth and flow down. What's more, the yang origin seal on Yang Kai's chest was pulsing nonstop, as if it was very happy. The yang origin seal only responded to yang attribute energy. Yang Kai had never felt such a strong fluctuation from the yang origin seal, which also showed just how powerful the yang attribute energy down below was. "This is our destination," Han Fei finally spoke. Han Fei finally spoke. "There's a very rich yang attribute energy down there. It should be enough to meet your needs. On top of that, as far as we know, there's a large amount of yang crystal or at the bottom of the magma. If you have the ability, you can collect it. Our ancient demon clan has no need for such things." Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. "I'll send you down first and find a suitable place for you to cultivate," Han Fei said before wrapping up Yang Kai and rushing down. Facing the magma that seemed capable of melting everything, this cold woman didn't show any fear, her tender body erupting with a power that shocked Yang Kai, pushing the magma aside and causing it to fall straight down. Like a sharp sword, wherever Han Fei passed, the magma would be forced back. Wherever she passed, there wasn't the slightest danger, but above her, the magma once again covered the ground. Yang Kai looked up, but could no longer see the way back. Yang Kai suddenly had a profound understanding of this woman's powerful cultivation. A Saint Realm master could already be considered a top-level master, but Yang Kai wasn't sure just what level of Saint Realm this woman had reached. After falling for an unknown distance, Han Fei also seemed to be struggling to cope. The yang attribute energy here was so rich that even she couldn't ignore it. Sweat seeped out of her tender body, and an intoxicating fragrance lingered around the tip of Yang Kai's nose, causing his spirit to soar. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's abnormality, Han Fei stared at him coldly, slowed her fall, and asked in a deep voice, "How is it here?" "It's fine," Yang Kai nodded. "Then you can cultivate here." Han Fei waved her hand. Saying so, Han Fei waved her hand and parted the nearby magma, creating a hole in the rock wall that was large enough to accommodate Yang Kai sitting cross-legged inside. Releasing a few more seals to stabilize this space, Han Fei threw Yang Kai inside and coldly said, "Human, don't try to play any tricks. Just sit here and absorb the yang yuan qi you need. After a month, I'll come pick you up." "Understood." Han Fei glanced over at him one last time before leaping up and disappearing from sight. After she left, Yang Kai took a deep breath and began investigating his location. This place was very safe. After all, this was a place created by a Saint Realm master, so the flowing magma outside was unable to penetrate it. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this magma, if he would be sucked into it and lost his bearings, it would be very troublesome. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai began circulating his true yang secret art. Circulating his secret art, the hundreds of millions of pores all over his body opened at the same time, and like a whale sucking in water, the massive amount of yang attribute energy in the surroundings madly poured into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's face filled with joy, as if he had never experienced such a sensation before, and couldn't help letting out a grunt as his entire body began to float. Asterisk drip. Asterisk a soft sound came from the depths of Yang Kai's soul, and after 30 breaths of time, a drop of Yang liquid was formed. Today, Yang Kai's cultivation was completely different from before. Whether it was the purity or richness of his yuan qi, it was several dozen times higher than before. This also meant that if he wanted to condense a drop of Yang liquid, he would need to absorb several dozen times more Yang attribute energy than before. Even so, Yang Kai was still able to condense a drop of Yang liquid in such a short time. The speed at which this process was happening far exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. The environment here was quite suitable for him to cultivate. Asterisk drip, drip. Asterisk the soft sound continued to ring out, and Yang Kai soon forgot everything around him, even the passage of time. At the bottom of the mountain, the magma tumbled as Yang Kai immersed himself in cultivation. 1,000 kilometers to the east of Demon God Citadel was the territory of one of the 4 great commanders, Chu Jian. At this moment, inside the main hall, Chu Jian was listening to a report from one of his confidants. A moment later, Chu Jian's eyes narrowed as a look of excitement appeared on his face. "You mean that alien left Demon God Citadel?" "Yes, Master. He was taken away by Commander Han Fei," the confidant quickly replied. "Do you know where he went?" "He seems to have gone in the direction of a volcano." "A volcano?" Chu Jian frowned. He naturally knew where this volcano was. It was a restricted area of their ancient demon clan. Even the 4 great commanders weren't willing to set foot there. It wasn't that they were afraid of any life-threatening danger. It was just that they instinctively rejected Yang Qi there. "Why'd he go to a volcano?" Chu Jian frowned, unable to understand the reason. If not for some special purpose, it would have been impossible for Han Fei to take that human with her. "Master, this is a rare opportunity, shouldn't we?" the confidant hesitantly asked. Chu Jian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed across them, sneering. "I naturally know this is a rare opportunity. Fine, I'll go invite that alien to my territory as a guest for a few days." Chu Jian had been paying close attention to the various rumors surrounding Yang Kai and knew that his progress in alchemy was not small. Chu Jian had always wanted to replace Li Rong, so this time, if he could bring this alien back to his territory and train him to refine a saint-grade pill, he would be able to break free from the shackles of this place and win the support of his clansmen. At that time, Li Rong would have no choice but to abdicate her position. Moreover, Chu Jian also knew that Li Rong didn't have many herbs left. On the other hand, he had accumulated a lot, so if this foreign race wanted to continue alchemy, he would have to provide the herbs. Chu Jian seemed to have foreseen the arrival of that day, and his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement as he quickly began making arrangements. Chapter 652. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yang Kai knew that this opportunity was rare, so during this month he spared no effort in circulating his true Yang secret art and madly absorbing Yang Yuan Qi. After a month, the Dantian began to faintly feel saturated. Countless drops of Yang liquid had gathered in the Dantian. At first, Yang Kai was quite concerned about the amount of Yang liquid he had, but in the end, he didn't even know how much he had gathered. His entire body was filled with strength. With so much Yang liquid, Yang Kai estimated that he could squander it for several years without needing to worry about it. Moreover, as Yang Kai madly absorbed Yang Yuan Qi, the nearby magma seemed to be affected, becoming less hot than before and even showing signs of solidifying. With the place he was standing as the center, the Yang Yuan Qi in a radius of about a kilometer had greatly decreased. Yang Kai really wanted to explore the bottom of this volcano to see if there were any more opportunities, but the deadline he had agreed to with Han Fei was almost up, so he could only wait. He didn't want to provoke that cold woman and give her an excuse to question him. After waiting for a long time, Han Fei still hadn't appeared. Yang Kai grit his teeth and rushed out of his hiding place, following the magma's path and diving deeper. The Yuan Qi formed a protective barrier around his body, so although the temperature of the magma was extremely high. Xianxia couldn't be harmed in the slightest. The further down Xianxia went, the more he could feel the abundance of energy. The environment here was very suitable for a cultivator like him to cultivate, but for the ancient demon clan, it was a place to stay at a respectful distance. Xianxia didn't have any intention of escaping. In this sealed, mysterious small world, Xianxia knew that there was no place for him to hide, unless he decided to hide under this volcano for the rest of his life. He just wanted to see what kind of mysteries lay below. After diving for an hour, Xianxia still hadn't reached the bottom. The surrounding temperature had reached a level that Xianxia couldn't bear. Pausing in place and thinking about it for a while, Xianxia shook his head in annoyance. Although he really wanted to go down and investigate, it now seemed that if he continued, even he would be in danger. Acting rashly before he knew whether he could obtain any benefits was not worth the loss. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia gave up and flew back up. After another hour, Xianxia finally returned to his previous cultivation position. There, Han Fei was coldly looking around, as if she had mistakenly thought that Xianxia had escaped and was grinding her teeth in anger. After seeing Xianxia, she angrily asked, "Where did you go?" "I went down to check, Xianxia." "Go down." Han Fei's slender brow wrinkled slightly. "Can you go down?" Even she couldn't go too deep. This position was almost her limit, but this human was actually able to go even deeper. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. "I cultivate a yang attribute secret art, so I'm like a fish in water here," Xianxia chuckled. This explanation didn't satisfy Han Fei, because even if he cultivated a yang attribute secret art, if he didn't have any other skills, this wasn't a place he could casually enter. However, she didn't pursue the matter further and simply asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" Xianxia nodded lightly. "Then let's go. Masterly should be anxious by now," Han Fei said, not waiting for Xianxia to answer, wrapping him in her yuan qi and flying up. Soon, the two of them reached the top of the volcano. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly pulled on Han Fei's arm and whispered, "Wait." Han Fei's tender body went stiff, and she couldn't help glaring at Xianxia. "What are you doing?" She seemed to be very unaccustomed to being touched, especially by a man. Such a small action had caused her to have an abnormal reaction. "Check it out yourself." Xianxia's expression became cold as he replied faintly. Han Fei was stunned for a moment before releasing her divine sense, but soon her pretty face became even more gloomy. Even Xianxia was able to detect the abnormalities around the volcano, so how could Han Fei not notice? It was just that she hadn't been too vigilant just now and hadn't paid attention to the situation around her. "We seem to be in trouble." Xianxia grinned meaningfully, his pair of sharp eyes scanning the surrounding area. "Don't speak, I'll deal with it," Han Fei shouted, her beautiful eyes suddenly locking onto a certain position as she coldly shouted, "Chu Jian, come out." A hearty laugh suddenly rang out as Chu Jian, who Xianxia had met once before, revealed himself from his hidden position, staring toward Han Fei with a playful look, a trace of obscenity flashing across his eyes as he laughed. "Commander Han Fei, what a coincidence we actually meet here." Saying so, his narrow eyes swept over Xianxia for a moment before quickly turning to stare at Han Fei, not putting Xianxia in his eyes at all. "Chu Jian, what are you doing here?" Han Fei's voice was cold as she glared at the other party. The area around the volcano was a restricted area of the ancient demon clan. No one was willing to set foot here lightly. She didn't believe that Chu Jian had accidentally stumbled into her. While Chu Jian was speaking, a number of figures appeared one after another. These figures were all masters from Chu Jian's territory, all of them grinning as they stared towards the volcano surrounding it. The other party had obviously come prepared, apparently having received news of their arrival and had set up an ambush here. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask Commander Han Fei to allow me to take this human brat away." Chu Jian sneered, remaining calm and unruffled. "Your courage isn't small." Han Fei's beautiful eyes flashed coldly as she angrily shouted, "This alien is Master Li's honored guest and the hope of our ancient demon clan. Do you want to cut off our clan's hope?" Chu Jian, don't continue to act like this. Just because Master Li is benevolent to you doesn't mean she will always indulge you. Master Li? Chu Jian coldly snorted. Sooner or later, I will replace her and become the true master of Demon God Citadel. My ancient demon clan is a valiant clan. Even if we are in prison here, we shouldn't have fallen to the point where our fangs are ground down by the flowing time Great Emperor. Master Li is too soft-hearted and is not suitable to be in charge of Demon God Citadel. I, Chu Jian, am the most suitable candidate. All of Chu Jian's subordinates heard these words, and their auras became violent and dangerous. Indeed, as he said, even if they had been imprisoned for countless years, the masters gathered under Chu Jian's command were still warlike. You're crazy. Han Fei looked disappointed and slowly shook her head. Although we knew you were up to no good and had wild ambitions, we didn't expect you to be obsessed to such an extent. Chu Jian, if you don't turn back, all that awaits you is death. Death? Chu Jian roared. Is it me who dies, or you? Perceiving Chu Jian's murderous intent, Han Fei couldn't help feeling a chill in her heart, only now realizing that Chu Jian was serious this time. If he wanted to take control of Demon God Citadel, he would first have to eliminate those who disagreed with him, and Shi and Hua Mo were the first targets he needed to eliminate. After living in this mysterious small world for so many years, Han Fei had actually forgotten all the intrigue she had learned from the human race. Han Fei, I can give you a chance. Chu Jian stretched out his hand and pointed at Han Fei, his expression solemn. Submit to me, and I will take you as my wife. You will join forces with me to take control of Demon God Citadel. As long as this human boy can refine saint-grade pills, we can break free from the shackles of this world, a far better future than following Master Li. Han Fei looked at Chu Jian sarcastically and sneered. You want me to marry you? Have you not woken up yet? Even if I marry this human boy, I will never marry you. Hey, what are you dragging me into this for? Xianxia suddenly became unhappy. He didn't care about the internal strife of Demon God Citadel. Who won and who lost had nothing to do with him. But now that he had become the focus of this struggle, Xianxia couldn't stay out of it. No matter who won and who lost, he would always be the key, and the side that won would definitely want something from him. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. A faint blush appeared on Han Fei's pretty face, but after glaring at Xianxia for a moment, it quickly disappeared. Chu Jian shook his head in disappointment, a pained expression appearing on his face. You're wrong. It's because Master Li is too benevolent that I want to take control of Demon God Citadel. If we were to leave this world and go outside, with her weak personality, how could my ancient demon clan have a foothold? If she had really acted against me, I may not have acted so disloyal, but you see, even if she knows about my actions today, Master Li won't blame me. That woman shouldn't have been born in the ancient demon clan. Don't take Master Li's benevolence as an excuse for your presumptuous actions. Han Fei shouted, if you really take control of Demon God Citadel, it will be my clan's greatest misfortune. You disappoint me too much. Chu Jian shook his head. Chu Jian kept shaking his head. Han Fei, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to join forces with me to achieve great things? If you dare refuse me again, I won't show you any mercy. There are many beautiful women out there. All I care about is your saint realm cultivation. You can give up on that idea. Han Fei shouted, taking the initiative to attack, wrapping Xianxia in her arms and transforming into a streak of light, attempting to take advantage of Chu Jian's moment of carelessness to break out of the encirclement. As long as she could break out of Chu Jian's encirclement, Han Fei was confident she could bring Xianxia back to Demon God Citadel. However, since Chu Jian had come prepared, he naturally wouldn't give her such an opportunity. The moment Han Fei made her move, he also moved. Before anyone could see his movements, he had already appeared in front of Han Fei, opening his hand and releasing a powerful demonic aura. Opening his mouth, he bared his fangs and bit towards Han Fei and Xianxia. Han Fei's complexion changed greatly as she quickly pulled Xianxia back, waving her hand and sending out a gentle wave of energy. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a violent explosion rang out as a brilliant halo of light spread out. As this halo spread, Chu Jian's attack was easily neutralized by Han Fei. After not fighting for so many years, Han Fei, it seems your strength has improved quite a bit, Chu Jian said calmly as he laughed, his figure flickering as he suddenly transformed into a myriad of phantoms, each one of them extremely lifelike, as if they were Chu Jian himself. In the next moment, these countless phantoms swung their fists towards Han Fei's delicate body. Chapter 653. Facing such a blow, Han Fei's expression became extremely dignified as she pushed her strength to the limit, carefully searching for any flaws in Chu Jian's attack. As for Yang Kai, who was being guarded by her, he couldn't help feeling a sense of suffocation. It was as if under such an attack, he couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Chu Jian didn't know what order saint he was, but the gap between him and Yang Kai was like heaven and earth. Even if he wasn't targeting Yang Kai, his momentum alone was enough to make it difficult for Yang Kai to even move. As the mountain-like fist fell, Han Fei brought Yang Kai along as she dodged. Every step she took was carefully calculated. In the face of this explosive fist, the two of them were like a small boat in a stormy sea, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Han Fei, you're not my opponent. If you surrender now, I can give you a dignified death. Chu Jian shouted as he continued to attack, trying to disturb Han Fei's concentration. Both of them were Saint Realm Masters, so even if there was a gap in strength, Chu Jian would still need to exert some effort to capture Han Fei. He would also need to carefully control his strength so as not to accidentally injure Yang Kai, naturally making him feel somewhat restrained. Han Fei remained silent, grit her teeth, her delicate body shuttling back and forth as she shuttled back and forth between the storm. After attacking for a while, he couldn't even touch Han Fei's clothes, causing Chu Jian to fly into a rage, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly feeling that he had lost face in front of so many of his subordinates, angrily shouting, "You asked for it, demon god transformation." As he roared, a complex black demon crest quickly appeared on his face, causing his vitality and combat effectiveness to improve significantly. Han Fei didn't dare to neglect and also displayed her demon god transformation, her pretty face covered in a layer of pink demon crests. At that moment, even the surrounding air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. A number of unknown petals condensed from Yuan Qi fell from the sky and flew towards Chu Jian like a swarm of locusts. Chu Jian didn't even try to avoid them and simply sent out a punch, reducing these petals to dust. "Second order saint?" Han Fei exclaimed. "It turns out you've been hiding your true cultivation all this time." Chu Jian laughed. "It's not too late to learn the truth before you die." Laughing loudly, Yang Kai threw a black demonic chi spear toward Han Fei's lower abdomen with unstoppable momentum. Han Fei groaned and coughed up a mouthful of blood, her momentum rapidly plummeting as her pretty face paled and she fell towards the volcanic crater. Using his full strength, Chu Jian's single blow was enough to severely wound Han Fei. The differences in strength between commanders were obvious, so even if Chu Jian dared to have disloyal thoughts, he wasn't completely helpless. "You go." As Han Fei fell, she used the last of her strength to throw Yang Kai out and whispered in his ear. Under the pressure of the two Saint Realm Masters, Yang Kai couldn't even move. Although he heard Han Fei's warning and knew he should escape, he was powerless to do so. Chu Jian wouldn't kill him. Just like Li Rong, he had something to ask of him, but Chu Jian was clearly the type to burn bridges after crossing the river. Cooperating with Li Rong was much safer. Yang Kai understood this, but he couldn't muster up any strength and could only fly away under Han Fei's desperate gaze. "Capture him." Chu Jian didn't even spare Han Fei a glance as he coldly ordered his subordinates. One of the peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators closest to Yang Kai flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai, gripping his neck with one hand as he stared at him coldly and snickered. "Human from now on, you will serve Master Chu Jian." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he gasped for breath, his bones creaking. Under the pressure of despair, his unyielding golden skeleton seemed to have an unusual reaction. The greater the pressure, the stronger the unyielding golden skeleton's resistance. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that the reason he was able to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton was because he refused to give in to despair. On top of that, he had also comprehended the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton through countless desperate battles. Suddenly realizing something, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin as he shouted, "Unyielding will." The shackles and pressure on his body were instantly shattered, and at that moment, Yang Kai regained control of his body and regained his freedom. The pressure and momentum of the second-order Saint Chu Jian still weighed down on Yang Kai like a mountain, but Yang Kai was no longer as powerless as he was just now. "I won't serve anyone." Yang Kai grinned towards the demon race cultivator as a drop of yang liquid appeared on his palm. Under his control, this drop of yang liquid quickly transformed into a sharp blade. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the yang liquid blade pierced through the demon race cultivator's chest, causing his eyes to bulge as he stared at Yang Kai, obviously unable to comprehend what had just happened. Asterisk ci la la star. The extremely pure, true yang yuan qi and the demonic qi in his body were in direct opposition to each other, purifying the demonic qi in his body. A pitiful scream rang out from his mouth as the pain of being stabbed into his body and the suppression of his true yang yuan qi caused him to be unable to gather his strength and fall headlong into the volcano's crater. How is this possible? Chu Jian was also stunned, never having expected that under his pressure, this human would still be able to fight back. Seeing one of his subordinates inexplicably suffer such a heavy blow, Chu Jian flew into a rage. "Damn you!" With a loud roar, Chu Jian opened his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. He was able to easily kill a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master because he had caught his opponent off guard. But under the attack of a Saint Realm Master, he instinctively felt a great sense of crisis. Waving his hand, Yang Kai shot out more than a dozen drops of yang liquid from his fingertips. These drops of yang liquid transformed into an indestructible golden spear that shot towards Chu Jian's open hand. Asterisk pu pu pu. Asterisk Chu Jian's offensive was blocked for a moment. This pure, true yang yuan qi was something even he couldn't ignore. The demonic qi in his palm was quickly purified, and even his palm began to blister. A single drop of yang liquid was the crystallization of Yang Kai's yuan qi, so a dozen drops of yang liquid was equivalent to Yang Kai releasing all of his yuan qi in an instant. Such an attack was naturally extremely powerful. After throwing out these drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't even look back. Instead, turning around to face Chu Jian's furious gaze, he turned around and rushed down. Before Han Fei fell into the magma, Yang Kai reached out and caught her, holding her under his arm as he circulated his yuan qi, wrapping the two of them in it before plunging into the magma. Asterisk putong. Asterisk the two of them disappeared. Chase after them. Chu Jian flew into a rage and took the lead in chasing after them. Chu Jian's subordinates glanced around at each other before helplessly grit their teeth and followed. They were indeed warlike, but if they were to be forced into an environment that restrained them, they would still hesitate. Under the magma, Yang Kai and Han Fei quickly dove down. Being held under his arm, Han Fei's expression was complicated, her beautiful eyes staring towards him, her heart filled with bitterness. She had never expected that she would be saved by this human. If he hadn't suddenly erupted at the last moment, she feared this time she wouldn't have been able to return alive. Chu Jian really wanted to kill her. In order to unify Demon God's citadel, he needed to eliminate all dissidents, so it was impossible for him to show her any mercy. This little brat, how did he do it? Under such a violent pressure, he was still able to move. It was simply incredible. The moment she threw him out, Even Han Fei herself despaired. From the side, this human had a cold expression, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, Han Fei keenly saw a trace of hidden excitement in his eyes. He seemed to be enjoying such a thrilling and exciting life. Freak, Han Fei thought to herself, but suddenly her expression became cold as she shouted, "Hurry up! Chu Jian is coming." Sensing the violent and angry aura coming from above, Chu Jian had obviously gone mad. If this human escaped from his hands, he too would likely go crazy, Han Fei thought inexplicably. "I know." Yang Kai nodded faintly and asked, "Is your limit at the position where you created the space for me to meditate?" "More or less. I could go a little deeper," Han Fei replied weakly. "Then what do you think Chu Jian's limit is?" "If it's a second-order saint, then 1,000 meters down. After all, the Xianxia here is too rich. It greatly restrains our ancient demon clan." "Then he won't be able to catch up, huh?" Yang Kai grinned confidently. Han Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, suddenly remembering that before she came to pick him up, this little brat seemed to have gone deep into the ground. Although she didn't know how deep he had gone, listening to his tone and his current performance, he should have been able to go even deeper. She couldn't help looking forward to it. Thinking about it for a moment, she asked, "Can you hold on?" "I don't know. I'll try. It's better than being caught by him." "Actually, he won't kill you. Even if you're caught by him, your life won't be in danger. So why take such a risk?" "I believe in Li Rong more. If my guess is right, if I'm caught by Chu Jian after he's done using me, he'll definitely kill me. At least you have some self-awareness." Han Fei nodded lightly. "Do you and Huamo also think so?" Yang Kai suddenly smiled coldly at her. Han Fei's heart clenched as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Sure enough, Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression becoming gloomy. "We did think so, but we didn't make a decision. Because our ancient demon clan doesn't need to owe humans any favors." Han Fei replied coldly. Even in this situation, she didn't show any signs of backing down, instead continuing to say whatever was on her mind. "Your thoughts are enough for me to kill you now to avoid future trouble," Yang Kai sneered. "Do as you wish." Han Fei snorted. "Rest assured, I won't kill you. Although you're injured, killing you will still be somewhat difficult for me. You at least have some self-awareness." Han Fei snorted. "However, after what happened today, I think you should reconsider whether you want to repay kindness with enmity. If you dare to think that way again, I won't show any mercy. The reason I'm not killing you isn't because I'm soft-hearted, but because we're currently under the same roof." Han Fei curled her lips and stopped talking. She found that when talking to this human, she couldn't take the initiative. He seemed to be able to see through her heart and perceive her thoughts. Chapter 654. Being chased by a second-order saint like Chu Jian, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly bargained with Han Fei, trying to take advantage of the fact that he had saved her this time to change her hostility towards him. Under the magma, Chu Jian took the lead, his strong body erupting with a terrifying strength as he pushed the hot magma aside. Although his speed was extremely fast, he still couldn't see any trace of Yang Kai or Han Fei, so he could only use his divine sense to lock onto their position. "Human, you can't escape. Obediently surrender, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll make sure you lose a few layers of skin." Chu Jian roared as he chased. Yang Kai ignored him and continued diving deeper. If he were to stop at this time, he would really be finished. In any case, he didn't want to fall into the hands of someone like Chu Jian. Soon, he and Han Fei reached the depth of the magma they had been cultivating for the past month. After arriving here, Han Fei's state was much worse than before. Even though she was wrapped in Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, her demonic Qi was somewhat unstable, and she instinctively began to reject the Yang Qi around her, a look of panic even appearing on her pretty face. Han Fei had just said that this was basically the limit of what she could dive into. If she went any further, she wouldn't be able to do anything else. In other words, at this point, her life and death were basically completely under Yang Kai's control. If Yang Kai wanted to kill her, he could simply abandon her here. Whether it was Chu Jian or Yang Qi, either of them was more than enough to kill Han Fei. How could she not be nervous? Yang Kai glanced at her and grinned, increasing the output of his Yuan Qi and firmly wrapping her up, obviously not intending to abandon her. Perceiving this, Han Fei couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as she glared at him coldly, her mood somewhat complicated. Human, you've successfully angered me. I've decided to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Chu Jian's angry roar came from above. Seeing Yang Kai not showing the slightest sign of compromise, he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. So how could he care about anything else? All he wanted to do right now was to capture Yang Kai and torture him to relieve the hatred in his heart. Saying so, he increased his speed once again, relentlessly pursuing Yang Kai. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly dove even faster, but his cultivation wasn't as tyrannical as Chu Jian's, so the distance between the two sides was shortened bit by bit. Moreover, it seemed that because of Chu Jian's Yuan Qi's aura, the volcano was unstable, causing the magma below was Yang Kai, which hindered Yang's ability. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters as he dove deeper, the surrounding heat from Yang Qi became more and more intense, causing Yang Kai to begin sweating profusely. Han Fei, who was being held under his arm, was also soaking wet, sweat dripping down her forehead, down her slender white neck, all the way to her chest. Have you reached your limit? Han Fei suddenly asked. With her eyesight, she could naturally see the hardships Yang Kai was experiencing. Yang Kai remained indifferent. What bad luck. I actually have to die with a human like you. Han Fei sighed faintly, a look of regret appearing on her face. Shut up. Yang Kai shouted angrily. He hadn't expected that this woman would still be discriminating against him at this time. Back in Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai had felt that many of the ancient demon clan's people were looking down on him. Guaner's attitude towards him now was very easygoing, but at the beginning, she had also looked down on him. It seemed that in the eyes of the ancient demon clan, the human race was a third-class race, while only the ancient demon clan had a noble bloodline. Every pair of eyes that stared at him now contained obvious arrogance and contempt. This kind of gaze made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's reaction was even more obvious. From the first time she saw him until now, she had been using a condescending attitude to communicate with him. Yang Kai didn't know what she had to be so proud of. Saying so, accompanied by a light swishing sound, a pair of wings suddenly unfurled behind Yang Kai's back. As these wings unfurled, Yang Kai's speed increased to a whole new level, and under his control, the pair of broad and magnificent wings actually contracted into a ball, wrapping up both Yang Kai and Han Fei. The oppressive heat suddenly lessened greatly. Heavenly Tao principles. Han Fei's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared blankly at Yang Kai's wings that wrapped around her, calling out in alarm. From this pair of magnificent wings, she felt a profound and incomprehensible power. This kind of profound power was not something Yang Kai could cultivate, but rather something he had obtained through some special opportunities and the heavenly way principles. You actually... Han Fei couldn't help covering her mouth in shock, unable to speak. Your eyesight isn't bad, Yang Kai jokingly said, and this is indeed the power of heavenly Tao principles. Your good fortune really makes one jealous, Han Fei said lightly. She stretched out her small hand to touch the pair of wings, but as soon as she touched them, a light crackling sound rang out from her hand. The Yang Yuan Qi contained in this pair of wings was in direct opposition to her demonic Qi, so although it wouldn't cause her any injuries, it would still purify her demonic Qi. Taking back her hand, Han Fei bit her lip and probed her surroundings, a moment later happily saying, Chu Jian's speed has slowed down. He should be reaching his limits soon. Yang Kai chuckled. But as long as he stays up there, we won't be able to escape. Sooner or later he'll catch us, Han Fei said helplessly. Do you think Master Li won't pay attention to his movements? Yang Kai sneered. You and Master Li have been together for so many years, yet it seems you still don't understand her. She may be benevolent, but that doesn't mean she's ignorant. Chu Jian dared to bring people out to attack us. So even if Li Rong doesn't get the news immediately, I'm afraid she'll learn the truth in a few days and come save us. All we need to do is hide for a while." Han Fei blushed, but didn't say anything. As one of the 4 great commanders, normally she would be able to understand such a simple problem. But today's events had exceeded her expectations, causing her to be unable to think straight. "Human, you'll regret this." Suddenly, Chu Jian's unwilling roar came from above. "Han Fei, if you don't want to die, bring that human out and I'll spare your life." No one paid any attention to him, because when Chu Jian shouted, both Yang Kai and Han Fei noticed that he had stopped chasing. Even if he was a second-order saint, in this environment, he wouldn't be able to chase too far. Seemingly seeing hope of escaping, Han Fei's face also glowed brightly. "Put me down." She suddenly realized that she had actually been held under this human's arm all this time and hadn't resisted. "Your injuries." Yang Kai glanced over at her. "Don't compare me with your fragile human body, my ancient demon clan." Before she could finish, Yang Kai released her. Probably noticing Yang Kai's disgust, Han Fei didn't continue to speak and instead followed Yang Kai, receiving the dual protection of his Yuan Qi and Yang inflammation wings. Chu Jian's roars continued to ring out from above as the magma became more and more unstable. Whether it was Yang Kai or Han Fei, both of them were nervously searching for a way out, releasing their divine senses and probing their surroundings. Suddenly, Han Fei's face lit up, and she pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, "That way." Yang Kai froze for a moment before following the direction she pointed, a smile appearing on his face as he turned around and flew in that direction. A moment later, the magma that had been surrounding the two of them suddenly disappeared, and the two of them entered a tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black but extremely dry, and the heat here wasn't as unbearable as the magma. Underneath this volcano, there was actually such a place, causing Yang Kai to feel a little overjoyed. Sitting on the ground, they gasped for breath. No matter who it was, both of them felt a sense of joy and excitement from escaping from a hopeless situation. Gradually adapting to the darkness, Yang Kai looked around and found that to his left, the hot magma was still gushing upwards, while to his right, there was a bottomless tunnel. "Let's go deeper, in case the magma rushes in," Yang Kai suggested. The magma was currently being pushed upwards by some kind of mysterious force, so once this force disappeared, it would inevitably rush into the tunnel. Han Fei nodded and didn't argue, struggling to stand up and following behind Yang Kai. In the pitch-black darkness, Yang Kai groped his way forward. Han Fei didn't dare to stray too far from him. After all, the Yang Qi in this place was still very strong, and she needed to rely on Yang Kai's Yuan Qi to resist the erosion of Yang Qi. A dripping sound rang out as the blood from Han Fei's wound splashed onto the ground, a particularly harsh sound in this quiet corridor. Yang Kai didn't show too much concern. Based on Han Fei's previous state and the ancient demon clan's powerful physique, this kind of injury wasn't enough to kill her. Yang Kai continued to walk along the tunnel, going through many twists and turns. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he had actually arrived at a cave with extremely dense energy. This cave was extremely spacious and had no light at all. Yang Kai couldn't clearly see what kind of environment this place was, but after releasing his divine sense, he didn't notice any signs of life. This made him feel a lot more relieved. He knew that in this kind of special environment, it was very likely that there would be some kind of strange life form. Such life forms were generally extremely powerful. If they were to encounter one at this time, whether it was him or Han Fei, they wouldn't be able to resist. "Let's take a rest," Yang Kai sighed softly. Han Fei nodded lightly, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. When she sat down, she pulled on Yang Kai's arm, forcing Yang Kai to sit beside her. Perceiving her intentions, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. This woman obviously couldn't leave the shelter of his Yuan Qi, but she was too embarrassed to say so she could only brace herself and express her feelings with practical actions. What a hypocrite, Yang Kai thought to himself. Chapter 655. After such a long battle and being chased by Chu Jian, although the two of them had plenty of yuan qi, their physical strength and spiritual energy had been greatly consumed. After sitting down for a while, the two of them entered a meditative state. Their mental strength rapidly recovered. 2 hours later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as he returned to his peak state. Han Fei was still leaning against his side, and although she had not woken up, her aura was undoubtedly much more stable. Her tender body, which was so close to Yang Kai, gave off an unimaginable softness. On top of that, there seemed to be a natural fragrance wafting from this icy woman, causing Yang Kai to become more energetic. After waiting for a while, she gradually woke up and realized that she had lost her composure, taking the initiative to distance herself from Yang Kai and asking coldly, "What do we do now? Let's take a look at the environment here first." Saying so, Kai Yang stood up, his true qi bursting out from his body, emitting a bright light that illuminated his surroundings. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. She didn't like the burning aura coming from Yang Kai. This wasn't directed at him as a person, but rather an instinctive rejection between the demonic qi and yang qi. "I seem to have some torches," Han Fei said. Out of nowhere, she pulled out 2 torches. Yang Kai smiled lightly and lit them up, taking one each with Han Fei before beginning to look around. Just as Yang Kai had observed before, this was indeed a huge and spacious cave, more than 1,000 meters high. The interior was the size of more than a dozen houses and filled with extremely rich world energy. This kind of energy was not yang qi, but rather pure and could be absorbed by any cultivator. The two of them explored the cave for a while, but they didn't find anything. Instead, they found a tunnel that led deeper into the cave. "Do you want to go in and take a look? Or wait here for Li Rong to rescue us?" Yang Kai held the torch high and asked Han Fei. Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Even if Master Li receives news, she won't necessarily know we're down here. This is a rare opportunity. Let's go in and take a look." "All right," Yang Kai smiled. This was one of the ancient demon clan's restricted areas. Even the 4 great commanders would not easily come here. And this time, if not for Yang Kai's protection, Han Fei would not have been able to reach this cave safely and would have long since been melted by the magma. She was naturally very curious about what secrets such a place held. This was a place the ancient demon clan had lived here for countless years but had never been to, so this woman's innate curiosity made her choose to explore this place. As they walked deeper into the passageway, the surrounding rock walls were abnormally sturdy. They didn't know how long they had walked or how far they had gone, but they still didn't find anything. Han Fei, who was following behind Yang Kai, was also panting heavily as she staggered forward. Although such a piercing wound wouldn't take her life, it would still have a great impact on her. "Let's take a break," Yang Kai suggested. Han Fei remained indifferent, knowing that he was thinking for her sake. After sitting down to rest, Yang Kai took out a healing pill and handed it to her. Han Fei glanced over at him, but didn't ask any questions, taking it and swallowing it. "You don't have a healing pill on you?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "We don't know alchemy. How could we have a healing pill?" Han Fei replied faintly. "If you didn't, you should have said so earlier." Yang Kai was speechless. This woman was really arrogant to the extreme. After suffering such a heavy injury, she would rather let it heal naturally than ask for a pill from him. He had thought that as one of the 4 great commanders, Han Fei would at least be equipped with some commonly used pills. How embarrassing. Han Fei snorted, thinking about it for a moment before suddenly taking out something and handing it to Yang Kai. "Do you want to drink some water?" Yang Kai was surprised and silently took the water she handed over and drank a few mouthfuls. Han Fei then asked, "Do you want to eat something?" This time, she handed over a few fruits that Yang Kai had never seen before. These fruits contained a considerable amount of energy, so at first glance, they were obviously good things. This woman, does she really want to repay my favor? Yang Kai stared at her blankly, suddenly understanding what she was thinking. Yang Kai secretly shook his head before taking the fruits and stuffing them into his mouth. You seem to have brought a lot of things with you. Yang Kai looked at her up and down, wondering where she had hidden all these things. A universe bag was a kind of artifact that could be used to store things. Yang Kai knew about this. Since coming to Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai had seen many universe bags on people's bodies. Several of the squad leaders of Bold Independent Union had them, as well as the charm monster he had killed. However, Han Fei didn't have one, so Yang Kai was quite puzzled as to what she was using to store them. I usually collect some and store them in my void ring, just in case I need them, Han Fei explained faintly, picking up a fruit and taking a small bite. A void ring. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the simple ring on Han Fei's right index finger. This ring was pitch black in color, so, at a glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. A storage artifact of a higher grade than a universe bag, you shouldn't be able to find one in the outside world. Only some forces with a long history and huge foundations would possess such things, Han Fei explained faintly. Looking at the void ring on her hand, Yang Kai's mind flashed, and he asked in amazement, could this be made from soul-suppressing stone? You know about soul-suppressing stone? Han Fei was surprised. Yang Kai nodded lightly. How could not know about it? His wordless black book was made entirely out of soul-suppressing stones. Yes, there's a small amount of soul-suppressing stone, but not all of it. It is said that great demon god obtained a large piece of soul-suppressing stone many years ago, but no one knows what he used it for, leaving behind only a few scraps. These scraps were used by an artifact refiner to refine several void rings, which are now being kept by the four great commanders. Listening to what she said, Yang Kai thought about it carefully and found that Li Rong, Hua Imo, and the others were indeed wearing rings on their hands. It turned out that these rings were even higher grade storage artifacts than a universe bag. Let's not talk about this. This time, I owe you a master's favor, so I won't think about killing you after using you, but I can't guarantee that Hua Mo will feel the same way. However, you can rest assured that with Master Li's protection, Hua Mo won't easily act against you, Han Fei suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that her words were a sign of goodwill. I don't quite understand why Master Li is so optimistic about you and cares for you so much. I don't understand either. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. If there's a chance, help me ask Li Rong and see what she thinks. Half an hour later, the two of them once again set foot on the path of exploration. It seemed that because of the healing pill, Han Fei's condition was much better than before. The deeper they went, the more Yang Kai noticed that the world energy around them was getting richer and richer, as if there was a convergence of world energy down below. Thinking about the situation underground in the central capital, Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he suddenly thought of a bold guess. Could there be an earth vein down here? Han Fei heard this and thought for a moment before nodding. It's possible. The two of them exchanged a glance, both of them becoming excited, their speed increasing greatly. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that they had reached the end of the path, and there was no way out. However, on the rock wall in front of them, there were some small dots of light that shone like stars. What is this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously, stepping forward to investigate. Han Fei also hurried forward, but after seeing the situation in front of them, her expression couldn't help changing. The two of them reached out at the same time and circulated their yuan qi, breaking open the rock wall in front of them. Yang Kai fiddled with the rock for a long time before finding a fist-sized, pure gem-like object among the rubble. Feeling the energy contained within it and looking at its appearance, Yang Kai quickly said, Han Fei, come and take a look. Is this a crystal stone? Han Fei's expression became strange. She hadn't expected this human brat to actually call her by her name, but her attention was completely focused on the object in his hand, so she didn't bother with him. Nodding after a brief investigation, it really is a crystal stone. It's really a crystal stone? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a big piece. He had used crystal stones before, whether it was the one he obtained from bold independent union's Xianxia or the one he obtained from Li Rong. All of them were only about the size of walnuts, very regular in shape and volume. But now, at the bottom of this volcano, he had actually found a fist-sized crystal stone. Is this a crystal stone lode? Han Fei's expression became excited, quickly rushing over to search for it. A moment later, finding a slightly smaller crystal stone among the rubble. But even so, it was still several times larger than the usual crystal stones. It really is a crystal stone lode, Han Fei affirmed. Didn't you say there was a Yang crystal stone lode at the bottom of this volcano? Yang Kai was surprised. I just read about it in the ancient books. There may have been a mistake, Han Fei explained. Han Fei explained, but crystal stones are much more valuable than Yang crystals, especially to our ancient demon clan. Her clansmen couldn't use the Yang crystal stone lode, so they could only benefit Yang Kai, but crystal stones were different. Any cultivator could use crystal stones. They had been trapped here for countless years, so the crystal stones accumulated in Demon God's citadel had long since been used up. Many of her clansmen had never even seen crystal stones before. A character like Pan Lang, when he learned that Yang Kai had 50 crystal stones, had coveted them. It was obvious how rare crystal stones were in this mysterious small world. We've struck it rich. Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she muttered. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Whoever picks it gets to keep it. Don't be so shameless. This is my ancient demon clan's territory. Everything here should belong to my clan. Han Fei said angrily. You're too greedy. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. Since this is a crystal stone lode, only the heavens know how many crystal stones are hidden here. And without me, do you think you can move freely? I can abandon you right now and see how you'll mind these crystal stones. You're shameless. Han Fei finally became angry. She had been sheltered by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi all this time. Without Yang Kai, she wouldn't even be able to move freely, let alone mine these crystal stones. Then goodbye. I'll be going now. You can keep these crystal stones company. I'll come back to mine them after you die, Yang Kai said, waved his hand, turned around, and left. Secretly wanting to compare herself to Yang Kai, Han Fei's mental and physical strength were several times greater than Yang Kai's. Suddenly, Han Fei's movements came to a halt, and her expression became bitter, holding the crystal stone she had just collected in her hand as she stood there motionless. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked with a smile. I'm tired. I need to rest for a while. Han Fei said so, taking the initiative to retreat a little. Not leaving the range of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi's protection, she sat down cross-legged and quietly took out the things she didn't need from her void ring. After a while, she began mining again. But after less than an hour, Han Fei stopped again, her pretty face filled with helplessness as she shook her head. Your void ring is full, right? Yang Kai saw the problem at a glance. Han Fei glanced over at him faintly. Do you have a universe bag? Lend me a few. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, indicating his helplessness. What kind of crystal stones do you store them with? Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes swept over Yang Kai. She didn't see any trace of a universe bag or void ring on Yang Kai's body. The crystal stones he held in his hand had disappeared in a flash, so she had no idea where he had hidden them. That's a secret. I can't tell you. Stop trying to mystify things, Han Fei snorted. Han Fei snorted. Void rings were very high-grade storage artifacts. The one in her hand could easily store a room's worth of things. She didn't believe that a person like Yang Kai could possess a storage artifact that was even higher grade than a void ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Han Fei grit her teeth and whispered to Yang Kai, I don't know why, but I feel a bit cold. Could it be that your injuries are too serious? Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't want Han Fei to die here. After all, this woman was one of the 4 great commanders. If she really died here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Li Rong and possibly even the entire ancient demon clan. Before he had a practical way to leave this mysterious small world, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts of antagonizing the ancient demon clan. I don't know. Saying so, Han Fei shivered. Yang Kai frowned, put down his mining work, took off his clothes, and tossed them to Han Fei. Han Fei's expression was complicated as she caught them and softly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yang Kai smiled lightly, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Because Han Fei, who had been shivering just a moment ago, was now wearing an indifferent expression. Tying the two sleeves of the clothes Yang Kai had handed her, she turned them into a simple bag and placed a number of crystal stones into it. Yang Kai's face filled with black lines as he finally understood what this woman's purpose was. "Aren't you a bit too greedy?" Yang Kai said disdainfully. "What do you know? My clansmen have been longing for crystal stones for many years now, so naturally I have to collect as many as I can. Every piece of crystal stone is of great use to my clansmen." Han Fei didn't show the slightest bit of guilt and continued stuffing more crystal stones into her bag. "Do you want me to take off my trousers and give them to you? You can also make a bag with them." Yang Kai sneered. "Good." Han Fei nodded indifferently. Yang Kai trembled with anger as he pointed a finger at her. "I'll remember you, you lying woman. I'll never believe anything you say ever again. Do you even have any moral integrity?" At this moment, he suddenly felt very hurt. What is moral integrity? Han Fei looked at him suspiciously. She only knew what it was. Yang Kai took a deep breath and no longer said anything, continuing to mine crystal stones. Han Fei was powerless to do anything. Her void ring had already been filled to the brim, and even the clothes Yang Kai had given her to protect her from the cold didn't have any space left. So she could only stand aside and watch as Yang Kai continued to harvest crystal stones, her eyes filled with extreme jealousy. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. Han Fei was surprised to find that this human didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The crystal stones he was mining as always. She didn't even know where he had hidden them. Over the past few days, Han Fei roughly estimated that the number of crystal stones he had mined was more than twice what she had. No wonder he had been so calm at the beginning and didn't seem to have any intention of snatching them from her. It turned out that he had already calculated that her storage capacity was limited. But what about him? What kind of storage artifact did he use? Why did it have so much space? Han Fei had also been spying on Yang Kai these past few days, trying to uncover some of his mysteries, but to no avail. What made her even more shocked was that in the following days, he continued to make such a huge harvest. It was as if there was some kind of bottomless pit on his body that no matter how many crystal stones were stuffed into it, it would always be able to hold them all. "I'll help you collect them. When you get out, you can share half with me, okay?" Han Fei couldn't sit still and quietly proposed. Yang Kai glanced over at her coldly and snorted, refusing to comment. "Then I'll share 40%. Han Fei grit her teeth and took the initiative to compromise. "How about 30%? With my help, your progress will be faster. You won't suffer a loss." "How about 20%? 10% is also fine, at least 10%. "Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you," Yang Kai snorted. "What a stingy man. Do you really think you can use so many crystal stones? The amount you've mined so far is enough for you to use for at least a few dozen years without worrying. I can't use them all, but I can exchange them for other things." Yang Kai counted on his fingers. For herbs, for artifacts, for martial skills, for secret arts, even for women. Han Fei grit her teeth and glared at him. "Shameless. Understand your position." Yang Kai sneered. "You're only safe and sound now because you're under my protection, so don't try to point fingers at me again, or else I'll really abandon you." Han Fei felt bitter and didn't dare say anything more. In fact, with her Saint Realm cultivation, she could easily suppress Yang Kai here and force him to obey her orders. But after all, Yang Kai had just rescued her, and she was now begging him for help. Han Fei really couldn't bring herself to bite the hand that fed her. From this point of view, this woman could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so Yang Kai didn't hate her as much. Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, picking up an unusual crystal stone from the ground in front of him. This crystal stone wasn't very big, at least compared to the ones Yongkai had collected before, only about the size of a longan fruit. But Yongkai keenly noticed that the energy contained in this crystal stone was countless times richer than the one he had collected before. The moment he picked it up, Yongkai's expression couldn't help changing. "Saint Crystal!" Han Fei also exclaimed, covering her mouth as she stared at the crystal stone in Yongkai's hand. "Saint Crystal?" Yongkai's brow rose. "Isn't that a legendary existence even higher than crystal stones?" Chapter 657. When he was in Bold Independent Union, Yongkai had learned a lot about the mysteries of crystal stones, so naturally he had heard of Saint Crystals. A piece of Saint Crystal and a piece of crystal stone of the same volume would contain vastly different amounts of energy. The value of the former was more than 100 times greater than that of the latter. This was just a simple comparison of energy. In terms of true value, the value of a piece of Saint Crystal was simply incomparable to that of a crystal stone, because while crystal stones could be found everywhere, Saint Crystals were extremely rare. Things were always precious when they were rare. "There's actually a Saint Crystal here." Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore. Watching Kai mine crystal stones while she had no storage ability was a kind of torture, but now he had actually obtained a piece of Saint Crystal. This was a treasure that was of great help even to a Saint Realm Master. With a piece of Saint Crystal in hand, even she could rapidly improve her strength. Such a harvest made Han Fei both envious and jealous. Whether or not she had a storage ability was no longer a consideration for Han Fei, so she quickly rushed over to the cave wall and began bombarding it. Yongkai was not willing to be outdone, and his speed suddenly increased. Stone fragments flew out, mixed with some crystal stones that had been bombarded. Han Fei's divine sense was highly concentrated and swept these crystal stones, but after discovering that they were just ordinary crystal stones, she simply ignored them. The Yuan Qi in Yongkai's body burst out fiercely and, under the control of his divine sense, transformed into an invisible force that collected all the crystal stones Han Fei ignored and stuffed them into his black book space. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Han Fei's eyes flashed and her hands moved faster than Yongkai's, grabbing a seemingly unique crystal stone in her hand and inspecting it, her face filled with joy as she hurriedly grasped it in her palm, a look of excitement filling her face. She had also obtained a piece of Saint Crystal, but in the next moment, she ground her teeth because Yongkai had actually obtained another piece of Saint Crystal and was currently holding it between his fingers, waving it at her. "Just wait and see." Han Fei secretly swore, her hands moving even faster. For a moment, the two of them seemed to be possessed as they worked hard to gather the herbs. Saint Crystals were extremely rare, only occasionally appearing once or twice. Even so, after an unknown amount of time, Yongkai had collected more than a dozen pieces while Han Fei's harvest was even greater. After all, her cultivation was higher and her speed faster, so every time a Saint Crystal appeared, she would be the first to grab it. However, there was no way for her to take away the ordinary crystal stones that she had mined. They were all given to Yongkai. Therefore, in terms of gains, the two of them were basically on par. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the wall in front of him suddenly collapsed, revealing a vacuum passage. And in that passage, waves of energy that made one's heart palpitate were surging out. It seemed that because the two of them had opened up the passage below, the energy here had reacted greatly. Kacha! A series of cracking sounds came from all directions. Yongkai and Han Fei's expressions changed at the same time, both of them stopping what they were doing and standing there quietly, not even daring to breathe. Asterisk Kacha! Asterisk the sound became louder and more violent, and above the two of them, stone fragments began to fall. Yongkai's brow furrowed, his expression gloomy as he muttered, "Something's not right. I think we should go." Han Fei gently nodded. "Let's go." Yongkai roared, no longer caring about anything else, quickly turning around and retracing his steps like a bolt of lightning. Han Fei followed closely behind, not leaving his side even a single step. The ground suddenly shook, and the energy of heaven and earth in the tunnel became extremely chaotic and unstable. Stone fragments and dust continued to fall from above as the cracks in the ground grew larger and larger. While observing his surroundings, Kai Yang continued to rush forward with all his might. Yang Kai knew that this place was already an unstable volcano. Him and Han Fei, having wandered around down here for so many days, had likely triggered some kind of unforeseen event, causing the entire volcano to erupt. As for the cave beneath the volcano, it was likely that it would no longer be safe. At this critical juncture of life and death, the two of them moved faster than the other. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the huge karst cave where they had rested before. Following the tunnel that they had walked through before, the scorching magma soon came into view. "Come here," Yang Kai shouted as he wrapped his arms around Han Fei's waist, unfurling his flaming yang wings and wrapping himself around her as he dove into the magma, following the direction of the magma eruption and flying upwards at full speed. Driven by the violent eruption of magma, the speed at which they returned was several times faster than when they had entered. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, a series of deafening explosions rang out, and feeling the massive destructive aura around them, Yang Kai and Han Fei's expressions became extremely dignified. At the same time, outside the volcano's mouth, several figures were floating midair, each of these figures exuding a powerful aura. At this moment, these people were divided into two groups, each of them facing off against the other. The group on the left was led by Chu Jian and those from the ancient demon race, while the group on the right was led by Li Rong and Hua Mo. Just as Yang Kai had expected, Li Rong had been paying attention to Chu Jian's movements. When she learned that he had actually led a large number of masters out of his territory, Li Rong immediately realized what he was planning to do. She immediately sent a message to Hua Mo, ordering him to lead the people from Demon God's Citadel to come to his aid, but unfortunately, they were still too late. By the time she and Hua Mo arrived, Yang Kai and Han Fei had already been forced into the volcano by Chu Jian, their fate unknown. Li Rong, who had always been kind and tolerant, now felt murderous intent towards Chu Jian for the first time. However, before determining the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Han Fei, Li Rong endured and ordered Chu Jian to help her find them. These days, the masters of the ancient demon clan had all sneaked into the volcano to search for traces of Yang Kai and Han Fei, Li Rong even personally taking action, but still finding nothing. By now, most of the ancient demon race members were convinced that the human and Han Fei had died inside this volcano. Chu Jian's expression was gloomy, but there was no trace of guilt on his face. Instead, there was a thick sense of excitement as he stared towards Li Rong from some distance away, wondering what her next step would be. Now that things had become so big, Chu Jian had no reason to avoid it. Over the years, he had been testing Li Rong's bottom line while also increasing his own strength, so he knew Li Rong very well. If they really had a fight here, Chu Jian wasn't the slightest bit afraid and was even somewhat eager to give it a try. After being imprisoned for so long, the ancient demon clan's sharp fangs had almost been worn out. Now was the time to awaken their clansmen's true nature and let them know that they should crave a baptism of blood. Masterly, Hua Mo's expression was also ugly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Commander Han Fei has probably really fallen." Li Rong closed her eyes tightly, her tyrannical divine sense, not fearing Yang Qi's burning flames, as she probed the interior of the volcano, but unfortunately, she found nothing. Hearing Hua Mo's words, Li Rong suddenly opened her eyes, her always dignified and mature pretty face suddenly becoming gloomy. Grinding her teeth, her tender body trembling slightly as she glared at Chu Jian with hatred. "Chu Jian, do you know what you've done?" Chu Jian grinned wickedly and nodded. "Naturally, I know. There's no need for Master Li to remind me." Li Rong's expression was indescribably fierce as she slowly shook her head and said in a low voice, "You don't know. If that human is fine, I can spare your life. But if something happens to him, you'll be buried with him." This shout carried with it an invisible force, causing Chu Jian's complexion to change greatly as he hurriedly retreated a few steps, waving his hand to block the attack. A series of ripples spread out, and the sleeve Chu Jian had stretched out was suddenly torn to shreds and dissipated with the wind. Chu Jian's eyes couldn't help widening as he realized that this woman who had always been quite benevolent and tolerant was actually stronger than him. However, he was still a second-order saint, so he quickly stabilized himself and shouted, "Masterly, you don't care about Commander Han Fei's life or death, but actually care about that human brat. Why is that?" To the side, Hua Mo also couldn't help frowning, a look of suspicion filling his face. Li Rong's words were indeed suspicious. She didn't mention Han Fei's life or death, but instead cared about Yang Kai, making Hua Mo unable to understand why. "You don't need to know why." Li Rong wasn't in the mood to explain, taking a deep breath as she stared up at the chaotic sky, her eyes blurring as she whispered, "You only need to know that I can tolerate any mistake you make, even allow you to point your blade at me and usurp my position. But I will never allow you to kill that human. If he dies, you die." Chu Jian's breath stagnated. Li Rong's words were spoken so decisively that he naturally knew she wasn't trying to be mysterious. This time, he seemed to have violated some kind of taboo. Chu Jian secretly shook his head, wondering if Li Rong had lost her mind. In front of so many clansmen, daring to say such a thing, wasn't she afraid her prestige would be questioned? Even Hua Mo had a confused look on his face at this moment, let alone the other clansmen. "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you're alive, I want to see you. If you're dead, I want to see your corpse. If you can't do that, I will personally eradicate you." Li Rong looked at Chu Jian coldly and issued her final ultimatum. Chu Jian's heart couldn't help feeling panic, but his face was filled with excitement, licking his lips as his fighting spirit soared. He wasn't prepared to accept Li Rong's orders, but now that things had developed to this point, no matter what, he had to act. But before he could act, a violent humming sound came from the volcano below, and immediately, the world energy fluctuations became extremely dangerous as a deadly aura rushed out from below. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they looked down and saw that the magma in the volcano below had become quite unstable. Xiao. A jet of magma shot up 1,000 meters into the air, turning into a rain of magma that rained down on the ground below. Xiao. Soon, more and more magma rushed out of the volcano like arrows, each of them filled with destructive power. "Master Li, quickly run." Hua Mo paled and quickly shouted, at the same time retreating, tried to escape from the volcano's crater. Chapter 658. The volcano that had been dormant for many years suddenly erupted. As the crater spewed out streams of magma that made one's heart palpitate, dazzling lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. Those lightning bolts bombarded down like spirit serpents, densely packed and innumerable. One by one, the ancient demon race cultivators who were trying to avoid the magma were struck by these bolts of lightning before they could even react, instantly exploding into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a single bone, dying a miserable death. Many of the ancient demon race cultivators were shocked, their eyes filled with fear as they hurriedly released their strength and fled in all directions. Kacha, the magma and lightning struck simultaneously, turning the entire territory of the volcano into a dead territory. Heavenly Might, Li Rong, Hua Mo, and Chu Jian's expressions became extremely dignified, not daring to remain here for long, quickly retreating. They didn't know what had happened here, but this kind of heavenly might was something even the 3 of them didn't dare touch lightly. High up in the sky, heavenly thunder rumbled, and below the volcano, magma burst forth. This kind of heavenly might shocked every ancient demon master, causing their hearts to tremble. In this mysterious small world, they had never encountered much danger, but today they had experienced it. A short time later, Chu Jian, Li Rong, and Hua Mo's groups had moved a few dozen kilometers away from the crater of the volcano and arrived at a relatively safe position. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the two sides stared at the crater in silence. Li Rong's face was ashen. If she had held a glimmer of hope that Yang Kai and Han Fei were still alive a moment ago, that hope had now been ruthlessly extinguished by reality. Under such heavenly might, Li Rong felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai and Han Fei to survive. At that moment, two figures suddenly rushed out from the chaotic crater of the volcano. Under the interference of the magma and lightning, no one noticed the existence of these two figures, as everyone's attention had been attracted by the vast heavenly might. The moment they left the volcanic crater, Yang Kai and Han Fei's expressions also changed greatly. They did not expect that after trying so hard to escape from the volcano, they would actually usher in such a doomsday-like scene. Everywhere was filled with the aura of death, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of fear. "Let's go," Han Fei shouted. Now that they were here, she no longer needed Yang Kai's protection. Instead, she circulated her yuan qi and wrapped Yang Kai in it before flying off in a certain direction. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He quickly raised his bone shield and infused his yuan qi into it. The mouth of the bone shield opened ferociously and was held up by him. It became a barrier for the two of them to block the fatal attack. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning fell one after another, all of which were absorbed by the bone shield. But after only 3 or 5 bolts, Yang Kai discovered that this defensive artifact, which had been refined to mysterious grade top rank, was showing signs of collapsing. Fortunately, Han Fei's figure was extremely flexible, constantly bringing Yang Kai through the magma and lightning, always managing to avoid the most dangerous areas. A moment later, the two of them finally left the most dangerous territory. "There's someone up ahead." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he coldly shouted, his expression changing slightly. "It's Chu Jian. This is bad." Han Fei also felt a chill run down her spine. She had not expected Chu Jian to have been waiting outside for so long. She and Yang Kai had stayed inside the volcano for at least half a month, so Chu Jian actually being so patient was beyond her expectations. "Prepare to run." Yang Kai's expression was gloomy as he whispered to Han Fei. Han Fei nodded lightly. Just as the two of them discovered Chu Jian, the other party also noticed them. After seeing Yang Kai and Han Fei's figures, Chu Jian couldn't help grinning. "They're actually still alive? Huh, the heavens are helping me." Saying so, he stared towards the other side of the volcano, unable to see Li Rong and Hua Mo's situation. Chu Jian's heart sank. Since he couldn't see the situation over there, the people over there definitely couldn't see the situation over here either. In other words, he had a chance to capture Yang Kai and Han Fei before Li Rong could react. As long as he captured these two, Chu Jian would have a bargaining chip to oppose Li Rong. Li Rong seemed to care more about this human than she did about Han Fei, so Chu Jian really wanted to know if there was some kind of deeper meaning to this. Not far away, the human and Han Fei, after escaping from the most dangerous territory, had changed directions and were now heading towards the side, apparently wanting to escape from his field of vision. Chu Jian sneered and without hesitation, directly displayed his demon god transformation. His ferocious face was quickly covered by dark demon crests, making him appear even more terrifying. His peak second-order transcendent cultivation was greatly improved, and his vitality and combat effectiveness also soared. His figure flickered and Chu Jian appeared in front of Han Fei and Yang Kai, coldly shouting, "You're quite lucky, but this time you won't be so lucky. Han Fei, hand him over." Saying so, his big hand reached out towards Han Fei. Han Fei coldly snorted and casually threw Yang Kai into the distance, quickly using her demon god transformation to block Chu Jian's attack. Although there was a minor realm gap between the two of them, Han Fei was still able to buy some time with her full strength. The last time she had been severely injured by Chu Jian, it was only because he had suddenly displayed his hidden strength that Han Fei had been caught off guard. Yang Kai naturally understood Han Fei's intentions and used the force of her throw to escape, but in the next moment, he was surrounded by more than a dozen ancient demon clan masters. These people were all Chu Jian's subordinates, and even the weakest of them was a peak immortal ascension boundary master, with 2 or 3 of them being transcendents. Yang Kai stood mid-air, frowning as he stared at the enemies around him, his heart heavy as he felt a huge pressure from these people. "Human, come with us. Master Chu Jian needs your help." A third order transcendent stared coldly at Yang Kai and shouted, "And if I say no?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a light flashing across his eyes. "Then you'll have to suffer a bit." The brawny man sneered as he floated over towards Yang Kai and reached out to grab him. His big hand moved erratically and entered Yang Kai's eyes, but Yang Kai couldn't see the trajectory of his hand at all, only seeing a series of afterimages flash past his eyes, causing him to feel a sense of crisis. The bone shield that Yang Kai had been holding suddenly appeared in front of him, and the several bolts of lightning that had just been swallowed by the bone shield suddenly shot out. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk a shocking bolt of lightning shot out from the bone shield's mouth, instantly shattering the afterimages in front of him. The third order transcendent realm brawny man retreated a few steps before opening his hand and sending out a burst of evil energy from his fingertips. With a loud bang, the 2 bursts of energy collided and dissipated. Yang Kai decided to go all out and condensed all of his spiritual energy into the small soul-type sword in his knowledge sea, transforming it into a fiery red light that shot towards the brawny man. What a hateful aura! Perceiving the attribute of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, the brawny man's face filled with disgust as his murderous, intense sword. At the same time, he also sent out his own spiritual energy to collide head-on. The invisible confrontation lasted only a moment before Yang Kai's face went pale and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure staggering slightly. Even though his spiritual energy was comparable to an ordinary transcendent realm master, there was still a gap between him and a third-order transcendent. If it weren't for his special spiritual energy, this collision alone would have been enough to shatter his soul. As for the brawny man, he seemed to have suffered a small loss. He had underestimated the offensive power of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea. So after the collision, he clutched his head with both hands and howled in pain. A conflagrated knowledge sea, when cultivated to the extreme, could burn down anything in the world. Although Yang Kai had only begun cultivating his conflagrated knowledge sea in the past year, after swallowing more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas, his attacks could not be ignored. "Catch him for me. I want to crush every bone in his body." The brawny man howled as he issued an order to his clansmen. Yang Kai waved his hands like a dancing butterfly, summoning several dozen drops of yang liquid around his body, transforming them into sharp spears that he aimed at the demon race cultivators. Asterisk Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Asterisk the yang liquid spears shot out like lightning bolts. The ancient demon cultivator hurriedly used various means to block, but under this attack, which was the most effective counter to demonic chi, some of them were inevitably hit. Their powerful physiques, which they were so proud of, were like paper under the sharpness of the yang liquid spear, directly pierced through. A piercing sound rang out as the demonic chi and yang chi clashed violently, purifying and dissolving each other. 2 or 3 ancient demon clan masters were instantly wounded. If it were any other kind of injury, they could simply ignore it. With their powerful physiques, it would only take a few days for them to recover. However, this was an attack from yang liquid, their nemesis. The holes in their bodies could never be repaired unless they resolved the yang yuan qi that had seeped into their bodies. Blood flowed out like a fountain. The remaining ancient demon cultivator became more and more violent, not caring about the life or death of their companions as they rushed to Yang Kai's side, sending a barrage of punches towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai only had time to condense 2 more layers of yang liquid shields before he was struck by the barrage of attacks. The 2 layers of yang liquid shields instantly collapsed. Under the joint attack of 2 or 3 Transcendent Realm Masters and 7 or 8 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator, he couldn't even last a moment. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai's body was sent flying like a paper kite before plummeting to the ground. "We need him alive," the brawny man whose divine sense had been slightly damaged shouted. The others quickly followed his orders and chased after Yang Kai. At this moment, on the other side of the volcano, Li Rong and Hua Mo finally noticed the abnormality. "Master Li, there seems to be a battle going on over there." Hua Mo wore a strange expression as he listened carefully and said with certainty, "This aura," Li Rong probed with difficulty. Because of the volcanic eruption and lightning in the sky, she couldn't see the situation on the other side, so her divine sense was also quite blurry. However, she was still keenly aware of a familiar energy fluctuation, and her pretty face lit up with joy. "It's Han Fei." "Great Commander Han, Fei didn't die?" Hua Mo also became excited. "If she's fine, that strange race man should also be fine," Li Rong said, her tender body transforming into a stream of light as she rushed over. Chapter 659. Ever since that day, she saw the solitary golden eye in Yang Kai's sea of consciousness and was struck by that golden light. Li Rong had become suspicious. She found that the feeling this solitary golden eye gave her was very similar to some of the ancient records recorded by her ancestors. So, after leaving Yang Kai's place, Li Rong immediately checked the ancient records and found that, just as she thought, the solitary golden eye really had a great origin, sending out the Third Order Transcendent Duanya to protect Yang Kai's safety, even going so far as to ask Han Fei to personally escort him to this volcano, was all for the sake of protecting him. Before the truth came to light, she didn't want to see any harm come to this human boy. However, she didn't tell anyone about the speculations in her heart, including Han Fei and Hua Mo, who were the 4 great commanders. Because she wasn't sure yet, she needed time to observe Yang Kai and verify whether her guess was correct. However, Chu Jian's actions had shattered her hopes and angered her greatly. Now that she learned that Han Fei and Yang Kai were actually fine, Li Rong was naturally overjoyed and rushed over without hesitation, using her powerful cultivation to break through the territory of the volcano's crater in order to arrive as soon as possible and provide assistance. Hua Mo followed behind her, trembling with fear. He found that Master Li's actions this time were a bit out of line. For the sake of a human boy, she actually didn't care about her own safety. On the other side of the volcano, Yang Kai fell from a high altitude and crashed to the ground, rolling several times before he finally managed to stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with vigilance. The people from the ancient demon race who had chased after him all stared at him in amazement, one of them nodding and saying, "This alien's physique isn't any worse than our race's. Falling from such a high altitude didn't hurt him at all. I heard that in Demon God's Citadel, he seriously injured Pan Lang and several of his subordinates." "Really? That's interesting." Everyone was talking at once, but they were not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai. Instead, they were all amazed. A figure strangely appeared in mid-air, looking down at Kai Yang condescendingly, a powerful aura exuding from his body that made one despair. "See you." Yang Kai's expression sank as he turned his head towards a spot not far away, quickly discovering that Han Fei, who had been entangled with him to buy time, was lying in a pool of her own blood, her pair of beautiful eyes slowly opening and closing, her face pale, her lips trembling slightly. Because they were too far apart, Yang Kai couldn't hear what she was saying, but from the shape of her lips, he could tell that she was telling him to run away. "Master." Many people from the ancient demon race bowed. Chu Jian gently nodded, turning to Yang Kai and grinning. "You humans have a saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. I hope you don't resist. Han Fei can't protect you, and neither can Li Rong." In this desperate situation, Yang Kai laughed. What are you so proud of? Chu Jian coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and pointed behind Chu Jian. Li Rong seems to be coming. You should tell her that yourself. Chu Jian's expression changed as he turned his head and, sure enough, saw a beautiful figure rapidly approaching. Li Rong's face was filled with anxiety, but before she could speak, she shouted, Chu Jian, don't attack that human. If you listen to me this time, I'll forgive all your previous mistakes, but if he loses a single hair, I won't let you off lightly. Masterly, Chu Jian coldly snorted and shouted, I, Chu Jian, have already taken this step. There is no turning back. Today, either you die or I die. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Li Rong and instead turned to stare coldly at Yang Kai. Li Rong's words just now made Chu Jian feel that this human held an extraordinary position in her heart. He didn't need to fight with Li Rong. As long as he could capture this human, he would definitely win. Chu Jian could already see Li Rong bowing down in front of him while he took control of Demon God Citadel and ruled over this mysterious small world. This beautiful future made him feel excited and excited. As long as he unified this mysterious small world, he could restore his clansmen to their original natures, and when he left this place, he would shock the world. A dreamy whisper suddenly rang out between the heavens and earth. Become the demon race. Yang Kai's voice was low and deep as he tapped his forehead with the middle finger of his right hand. His voice was as cold as the cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing those who heard him to feel their blood run cold. The heavens and earth trembled, and everyone had the illusion that their minds were unstable. In the chaotic sky, a huge vortex suddenly appeared, one that contained an aura of destruction. A storm surged, and a feeling more terrifying than a volcanic eruption suddenly descended. On Yang Kai's naked upper body, a series of dark and mysterious runes suddenly appeared. These runes crawled over his body like snakes and brand themselves into his skin. In an instant, Yang Kai's aura changed, becoming extremely cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil. He had to use his final trump card in order to buy himself a little time to escape before Li Rong arrived. As long as he could hold on until Li Rong arrived, he would no longer be in danger of being captured by Chu Jian. If possible, Yang Kai didn't want to use Become the Demon Race in front of the ancient demon clan because this method was very similar to their demon god transformation. Yang Kai didn't know what the origin of this was, but he instinctively felt that if he used Become the Demon Race, he would be in trouble. If things went wrong, they would mistakenly think he had secretly learned the demon god transformation. For the ancient demon clan, this was an untouchable taboo, but right now, he couldn't care less. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that after Become the Demon Race this time, there was a big difference. Streams of energy poured out from the surrounding ancient demon race cultivators and into Yang Kai's body. Even Chu Jian, a second-order saint, was unable to avoid this situation. Even Han Fei, who was several dozen meters away, was the same. She was already severely injured, and with a large portion of her energy being drained away, she immediately fainted. In an instant, the ancient demon race cultivators gathered around Yang Kai felt that their strength had dropped significantly. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt a huge amount of power surge out from his body and couldn't help feeling excited. Gently clenching his fists, it was as if he could control the entire world in the palm of his hand. At this moment, he felt like he was omnipotent. Demon God transformation? Chu Jian exclaimed again and again, his eyes trembling as he stared at Yang Kai. At this moment, all of this human's exposed skin, except for his face, was covered in demon crests. This was the most standard form of the demon god transformation. Moreover, this human's demon crests were several times more profound than his own. How is this possible? Chu Jian was dumbfounded. The demon god transformation was a martial skill that only the ancient demon clan could display. This was something that even the other ancient demon race cultivators couldn't imitate, After all, demon crests were innate. Other demon race cultivators didn't have demon crests, so naturally, they couldn't display the demon god transformation. But how did this human do it? On top of that, his demon god transformation seemed to be more powerful and profound than anyone else's. Faintly, Chu Jian felt like this human was suppressing his own strength. Chu Jian was shocked to discover that the demon crests on his face were like snow under the scorching sun, quickly disappearing and disappearing. His vitality fell, his combat strength fell, and his mood plummeted. Chu Jian was shocked, and so was Li Rong. But even more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. The beautiful woman who was rapidly flying over stared at Yang Kai, with a strange light flashing across her eyes, her chest heaving up and down violently, as if she had just seen the scene she had been looking forward to for a long time, a look of excitement filling her face. Behind her, Hua Mo's eyes bulged as he stared dumbfoundedly. When they were about 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai, Li Rong, Hua Mo, and the others suddenly let out a muffled groan, and all of them involuntarily fell to the ground. Because from that direction, there was an extremely suppressive force that suppressed them, making it impossible for them to even think about continuing forward. Every one of the ancient demon race cultivators trembled slightly as they stared at Yang Kai like he was their natural enemy, fear filling their hearts. Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken, Li Rong muttered, some tears leaking from the corners of her eyes, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Master Li, what's going on? Why is he able to use his demon god transformation, and why does his demon god transformation restrain us so much? Hua Mo was shocked and quickly asked. This is a gift great demon god bestowed upon my ancient demon clan. The prayers of our ancestors must have been answered, so great demon god sent him here to save my clan, Li Rong said with a sincere and respectful expression. Great demon god? Hua Mo heard this, and his expression changed slightly. Great demon god, in the hearts of the ancient demon clan, his position was supreme. But Master Li, I can't condense my strength right now, Hua Mo said solemnly. Not only can you not condense your strength, but all the ancient demon race cultivators in front of him also can't condense their strength. Great demon god's pressure is inviolable. Li Rong tried to straighten her tender body as she stood facing the wind, staring towards Yang Kai with a respectful expression. Then Chu Jian. Hua Mo's expression changed slightly. He's no exception, Li Rong sneered, no longer saying anything, simply waiting to see how the situation developed. On the other side, Yang Kai suddenly let out a roar. At this moment, he experienced a kind of carefreeness he had never experienced before. He didn't know why, but after becoming the demon race this time, his mood had become somewhat different. He felt like he was standing high above the clouds, indifferently looking down at all the living beings below. Chu Jian and the ancient demon race cultivators who had given him so much pressure and despair before were now nothing more than ants in his eyes, their life and death in his hands. He didn't understand why he felt this way. The reason he had become the demon race was to use all his strength to delay until Li Rong arrived, but now this kind of unforeseen event had occurred. All the ancient demon race cultivators were trembling. Yang Kai calmed himself down and glanced over at Li Rong, Hua Mo, and the others 1,000 meters away, but strangely found that they were still standing there, not showing any intention of approaching. However, the look in Li Rong's eyes when she looked at him was somewhat different from before. Chapter 660. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, when this beautiful woman looked at him, her expression was quite respectful. This made him feel a little confused. Are you a human or a demon? Chu Jian's eyes trembled violently, his face pale as he angrily asked. Who knows? Yang Kai took a deep breath and grinned at Chu Jian. Why do you know the demon god transformation? Where did you get your demon crests? Why is your demonic chi even purer and more powerful than mine? Chu Jian couldn't figure it out no matter what and asked in grief and indignation. I can't tell you that. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and walked towards him step by step, sneering as he said, "Speaking of which, we have no grievances, but since you've made things difficult for me and even tried to kill me, you'll have to pay the price." "You dare!" Chu Jian roared, his eyes filled with anger. Looking at this human approaching him step by step and feeling the murderous intent surging from his heart, Chu Jian naturally knew what he wanted to do to him. His bones creaked and the demon crests on his face flickered, but no matter how hard Chu Jian tried, he couldn't summon the slightest bit of strength. It was as if under the influence of this human, all his strength had been sealed away in his body and was no longer under his control. This discovery made Chu Jian both shocked and angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai and asking in a deep voice, "You despicable human, what did you do to me? Why can't I summon my strength?" "You really can't summon your strength. I thought it was just an illusion, but it turns out it's the truth." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression calm. The reason why he had approached so slowly was to put pressure on Chu Jian, to test his reaction and see if his intuition was correct. Now it seemed that all of this was true, and there was no need for him to fear them. "Kill him for me." Chu Jian's tone was cold as he shouted to his subordinates. He felt that if he didn't kill this human right here, he would likely be unable to control his strength forever. Even until now, Ji Jian still did not understand what method this human used to seal his power. "Master, we also..." To Chu Jian's despair, all of his subordinates, whether they were peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters or Transcendent Realm Masters, were rooted to the spot like wooden stakes, unable to move, only able to watch as Yang Kai acted arrogantly and recklessly. "No one can save you," Yang Kai shouted, and his speed increased a lot. A moment later, he arrived in front of Yu Jian. With a ruthless expression, he said coldly, "Today, you must die." Saying so, Yang Kai didn't hesitate as a thick demonic chi appeared behind him, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. A giant black flood dragon slowly appeared, circling above Yang Kai's head as it glared down at Chu Jian. "You can't kill me. I'm a saint. My body is 10,000 times harder than a rock. You think you can..." Whoosh! A jet of black energy shot towards Chu Jian like a serpent, easily piercing a hole in his shoulder. Chu Jian's voice came to an abrupt halt as he felt the sharp pain in his shoulder, his eyes bulging as he stared at Yang Kai, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Shio. Wave after wave of energy bombarded Chu Jian's body, and soon his sturdy body was riddled with holes, blood gushing out from his wounds, dyeing his entire body red. However, the ancient demon clan's intrepid physique allowed Chu Jian to remain standing even after suffering such serious injuries. "Saint Realm." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin as he stared at Chu Jian sarcastically. "Speaking of which, I haven't swallowed the soul of Saint Realm Master yet, so I don't know how it tastes. You're lucky to be the first. I'll make good use of your insights." "What do you want to do?" Chu Jian's expression changed greatly. At his level of strength, even if his physical body was destroyed, his soul could escape from his body and find another place to settle down. Just like how the old demon had tried to seize Yang Kai's body, Chu Jian had also planned to do the same. The surrounding clansmen were his targets. As long as he quietly hid inside one of them, he might be able to make a comeback. As long as he could figure out the mysteries of Yang Kai's body and was no longer restrained by him, it would be easy for him to kill an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage brat. However, Yang Kai's words made him realize that something was wrong. What he meant was that he wouldn't even let go of Chu Jian's soul. At this moment, Chu Jian felt a sense of despair. "You'll understand soon enough." Yang Kai grinned, and the black flood dragon that had been hovering above his head let out a loud roar, opened its bloody maw, and swallowed Chu Jian into its belly. It was obvious that Chu Jian was struggling inside the black dragon's belly, but with his strength sealed, he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Gradually, Chu Jian stopped moving and the black dragon collapsed, disappearing into thin air as a bloody corpse fell from the sky. "Master!" Chu Jian's subordinates called out in alarm as they stared at this scene in disbelief. A second-order Saint Realm Master had been mercilessly killed without even being able to put up any resistance. Xianxia's tyrannical strength caused all of them to go cold. From the corpse, a huge amount of spiritual energy secretly emerged. It was Chu Jian's soul. He wanted to take advantage of the moment Xianxia succeeded to escape into the body of one of his subordinates. However, as soon as his soul left his knowledge sea, he felt an extremely powerful suction force coming from not far away. This suction force was attracting his soul. Just like before, he had no room to resist. At this moment, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. In the darkness, many people seemed to hear Chu Jian screams. Xianxia felt that inside his knowledge sea, there was now a huge mass of spiritual energy. Inside his knowledge sea, Chu Jian's soul avatar appeared and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. A sea of flames. This human's knowledge sea contained a rich fire attribute that burned Chu Jian's soul, causing him unbearable pain. At the center of this sea of flames, there was a 5-colored island that was as beautiful as a paradise. High up in the sky, there was a single closed eye. The moment he saw this eye, Chu Jian instinctively felt a sense of fear and submission. But before he could stabilize his mind, the closed eye slowly opened. This golden and narrow pupil was filled with endless majesty. A golden light shot out from this single eye and struck Chu Jian's soul avatar. An unimaginable pain spread through his body as his soul was purified, causing Chu Jian to scream miserably. Suddenly, some records he had read many years ago flashed across his mind. Chu Jian's eyes widened as he stared at the single eye in the sky and muttered in horror, "Demon Eye of Annihilation? So that's how it is." At this moment, he finally understood why this human was able to use his demon-god transformation. Just like the nemesis of the ancient demon clan, none of his clansmen were able to exert any strength in front of him. It turns out that he possesses the demon eye of annihilation. The majesty of the great demon god could not be violated. Before his consciousness completely disappeared, Chu Jian saw and understood everything, but it was already too late. Outside, watching Xianxia kill Chu Jian, the ancient demon race members couldn't help trembling. They were indeed warlike and did not fear death, but for some unknown reason, a second-order Saint Realm commander had just died. The fear of the unknown caused them to stare at Xianxia again, their eyes filled with fear and horror. Xianxia stood in place, feeling the situation inside his knowledge sea. After Chu Jian's consciousness was completely purified, he nodded with satisfaction and swept his eyes around. His gaze was like a butcher staring at a sheep in a pen, causing all the ancient demon race members to involuntarily avert their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. Xianxia was considering whether or not to kill all of Chu Jian's subordinates. It wasn't that he was worried they would retaliate. Although these people had always followed Chu Jian and opposed Li Rong, in the world of the ancient demon clan, the strong were always respected. Even the clan's cultivator had the freedom to change who they followed. If Li Rong's means were good enough, she might be able to subdue these people and make them obedient. Moreover, after witnessing today's events, they probably wouldn't dare to find trouble with Xianxia again. So, whether he killed them or not, they wouldn't retaliate against him. Xianxia was certain of this. Over the past year, he had also learned a lot about the habits and characteristics of the ancient demon clan from Guan. It was best to ask Li Rong. Xianxia thought about it for a moment before leaving these people behind and walking towards Li Rong, his steps steady. "He's coming," Hua Mo shouted in horror. As Xianxia approached, he could feel the pressure suppressing him grow stronger and stronger. Just now, he had been able to muster up some strength, but when Xianxia approached within 500 meters, Hua Mo found it difficult to even move a finger. "I'll negotiate with him. Don't make a sound." Li Rong hurriedly exhorted before turning back to the clansmen she had brought with her. Don't show any hostility towards him. She didn't know what Xianxia was planning to do now, so naturally she didn't dare provoke him. Her clansmen nodded solemnly. Masterly, to Li Rong's relief, Xianxia stood 10 meters away from her and greeted her warmly. Don't call me master, just call me Li Rong. Li Rong squeezed out a smile and carefully observed Yang Kai's various reactions. Yang Kai paused for a moment before nodding. I accidentally killed one of your clan's Saint Realm Masters. What do you mean by that? His death is not to be regretted. Li Rong quickly replied. A look of satisfaction appeared on Yang Kai's face. He could feel that Li Rong's words weren't just spoken out of her own accord, but rather from the bottom of her heart. Smiling lightly, he asked, "So, you don't intend to blame me? Why would I blame you?" Yang Kai chuckled, his eyes narrowing. No matter how you and Chu Jian fight, it's still an internal struggle, while I'm an outsider. Now that Chu Jian died at my hands, it's hard to say if any of our clansmen won't seek revenge for him. I'm the kind of person who would like to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Li Rong's expression changed slightly as she quickly said, I can guarantee that no one will embarrass you over this matter. Hearing Kai Yang's words, it was obvious that even she was suspicious. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. Before today, you may have been an outsider to my clan, but from today onwards, you are no longer an outsider. Chapter 661. In front of Yang Kai, who had become the demon race's new leader, this beautiful woman from the ancient demon clan, although she couldn't summon up any strength like the others, she still remained calm and composed. I'm not an outsider. Yang Kai pointed to himself, a stunned look appearing on his face. Li Rong gently nodded. As for the specific reason, I'll explain it to you later. This is not the place to talk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. The eruption of the volcano and the raging lightning in the sky seemed to be even more violent than before. After a while, it was likely that even the place where Li Rong and the others were standing would be affected. You're a smart person. You should know that from beginning to end, I had no malicious intent towards you. Li Rong said softly, Now, can you release your demon god transformation and let us escape from here? Saying so, she stared at him with her beautiful eyes. The ancient demon race masters behind Li Rong also stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his answer. It could be said that their lives were now completely in Yang Kai's hands. As long as Yang Kai said no, they would all die. Staring deeply at the beautiful woman in front of him, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. I believe you. Li Rong let out a heavy breath, her expression relaxing as she smiled. In the future, you'll be glad you made a wise decision. Yang Kai didn't comment, instead restraining his own demonic aura, and the demon crest that had been crawling all over his body quickly disappeared. All the ancient demon race masters regained control of their own strength and bodies. Huaymo, protect him, we're leaving this place. Li Rong whispered, her tender body flickering as she rushed over to the unconscious Han Fei and picked her up before turning to Chu Jian's subordinates and shouting, Chu Jian is dead. If you want to follow him, I won't stop you. But if you choose this path, there will be no place for you in this mysterious small world in the future. If you choose to follow me, as long as you're sincere, I won't hold you responsible. Chu Jian's subordinates glanced at each other before kneeling down and shouting in unison. We are willing to obey Master Li's orders. Chu Jian was already dead, so there was no point in them following him. At this time, their lives were more important. Li Rong nodded with satisfaction, holding Han Fei, and quickly flew out. The large group of people quickly left the volcano. Huamo's expression was complicated, and even a trace of panic on his face as he stood by Yang Kai's side. Half an hour later, the group says as they were. Looking back, the sky over there had already turned fiery red. The aftermath of the volcanic eruption had reached here, causing the earth to shake violently. Everyone wore a look of lingering fear. After briefly treating Han Fei's injuries, the group set off for Demon God Citadel. Along the way, Yang Kai carefully observed everyone's expressions and found that everyone from the ancient demon race was unconsciously distancing themselves from him, seemingly afraid of him. Only Li Rong had a big smile on her face, as if she had encountered something very happy, holding Han Fei in her arms as she gently chatted with Yang Kai. Most of what she told him was about the great demon god recorded in ancient books, some of which even Hua and Mo didn't know much about, let alone the ordinary clansmen. Everyone treated it as if they were listening to a story and listened with great interest. A day later, Han Fei woke up, and although her injuries had not yet healed, they were no longer serious. When she was unconscious, Yang Kai had become the demon race, so she didn't know what happened next. Now that she saw Li Rong holding her in her arms, she only thought that Li Rong had taken action to deal with Chu Jian, so she didn't ask any questions and simply sat down to rest. 2 days later, everyone returned to Demon God Citadel. Yang Kai still came to the stone room and waited for Li Rong to arrive. There were many things he didn't understand and wanted this beautiful woman to answer for him. But she also said that the volcano wasn't a good place to talk, and that she would explain everything in detail later. Demon God Citadel was calm, no one knowing that one of the 4 great commanders had fallen. Yang Kai was quite satisfied with the results of this trip. Dantian had stored a lot of yang liquid, so as long as he didn't squander it too much, he wouldn't have to worry about it for at least 10 years. On top of that, he had also obtained an unimaginable amount of crystal stones, a huge fortune. What made Yang Kai most gratified, though, was that he now knew that his ability to become the demon race could restrain the ancient demon clan. He had been here for more than a year now, and during this time, Li Rong had been very good to him. Unlike the previous alchemists, she had not imprisoned him or relaxed her guard around him, and had even sent a third-order transcendent to protect him. However, Yang Kai had always felt like he was under house arrest, a feeling that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. But now this feeling was gone. Yang Kai now had the confidence to stand on equal footing with the ancient demon clan and could even make them act according to his whims. The feeling in his heart was different, and his whole body relaxed. The next few days passed peacefully. Li Rong didn't come, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He knew that with Chu Jian's death, Li Rong would definitely have a lot of things to deal with. So he continued to perform alchemy while waiting patiently. Suddenly, the door to the stone room was pushed open and Guan rushed in with a look of excitement on her face. Rushing over to Yang Kai, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with excitement as she hurriedly asked, "Yang Kai, I heard you killed Chu Jian? Is there such a thing? Who did you hear that from?" What Li Darren said, "Is it true or not? What do you think?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What do I think?" Guaner blinked her eyes and curled her lips. "If it were up to me, with your insignificant cultivation, it would be impossible for you to kill that person. But since Master Li said so, you must have done it." Saying so, she became excited again and rushed up to hug Yang Kai's arm, shaking it as she asked coquettishly, "Tell me, how did you kill that bastard?" Master Li has always had a headache over him. As she shook him, Yang Kai obviously felt his elbow come into contact with an amazingly soft and supple bosom. Glancing towards those soft peaks, Guan suddenly became vigilant and crossed her arms in front of her chest, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "You rogue, where are you looking?" Yang Kai's face went black. "It's your own problem, okay?" Guaner snorted, "You humans really aren't anything good. I'm going to tell Master Li that you tried to molest me. Don't slander me." Yang Kai shouted angrily. Guaner rolled her eyes and slyly said, "Then tell me obediently, how did you kill Chu Jian? I'm very curious. Why don't you ask Master Li yourself?" Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Master Li has been busy taking care of Commander Han Fei these past few days, as well as integrating the people on Chu Jian's side. She's very busy. How could I disturb her? Guaner pursed her lips, her bright red cheeks extremely attractive. "I'm also very busy," Yang Kai said seriously. "How are you busy?" Guana looked him over and snorted. "Good. I'll go find Master Li right now and tell her you're a pervert with bad intentions, coveting my beauty and trying to take advantage of me." "Guaner, don't be rude." From the void, a soft voice suddenly called out. The air distorted as Li Rong, Han Fei, and Hua Mo appeared. Guaner panicked and quickly waved her hands. "Master Li, I was just joking with him. He didn't do anything to me. She was defending Xianxia like this, obviously, because she was afraid Li Rong would really believe her and punish Xianxia. I know, Li Rong gently nodded, but don't say he didn't do anything to you. Even if he did, it's your honor. Guaner couldn't help opening her mouth wide as she carefully digested Master Li's words. Although she was just an ordinary clansman, because she had always been with Li Rong, her status in Demon God Citadel wasn't low. Coupled with her beauty and good aptitude, many young men in Demon God Citadel had a good impression of her. For example, Pan Lang, who had been injured by Xianxia last time, was one of them. However, no matter how these people begged, Li Rong never had any intention of betrothing Guaner to anyone, because Li Rong felt that none of these clansmen were worthy of Guaner. She wanted to find a suitable candidate for Guaner, or wait until she found someone of her own. But now that Li Rong had actually said such a thing, how could Guaner not be shocked? How could it be an honor to be taken advantage of by a human? Sorry for making you wait so long. I really couldn't get away. Li Rong nodded gently to Xianxia. It's fine. I have nothing to do anyway, Xianxia chuckled. Guaner frowned slightly. She noticed that Master Li's attitude towards this human was somewhat different this time. She couldn't explain why, but Guaner felt that when Master Li was facing this human, her expression was a bit more reserved and respectful. This sudden thought gave her quite a fright. Not only her, but Han Fei and Hua Mo also couldn't understand, their faces filled with suspicion. Even if this human could display his demon god transformation and restrain the ancient demon clan, was there any need to be so polite? Secretly learning the demon god transformation with his human body, not killing him was already being merciful. Han Fei, Hua Mo, I know you have the same doubts in your hearts as this master. Master, with the exception of Li Rong, everyone in the room called out in unison as they stared towards Xianxia. What are you looking at me for? I'm also confused right now. Xianxia was speechless. Now it's time to answer your questions. Li Rong smiled lightly. Sit down. Saying so, she sat down cross-legged in front of Xianxia. Han Fei and Hua Mo glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, only able to follow Li Rong and sit next to Xianxia. Li Rong looked at Xianxia gently and said, I'll have to trouble you to lower your soul's defenses. We need to enter your knowledge, see. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Enter my knowledge, see. In. Only there will I be able to explain myself clearly and convince Han Fei and Hua Mo, the two great commanders, to believe me. Aren't you afraid? Xianxia stared at Li Rong meaningfully. Li Rong slowly shook her head. As long as it has no malicious intent towards you, it won't hurt us. Didn't I come out unscathed last time? Han Fei and Hua Mo both wore confused expressions, not understanding what Xianxia and Li Rong were talking about or who they were referring to. Xianxia frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, You can enter my knowledge, see, but don't look through my memories. If anyone dares do so, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 662. Today, the two of them were even stronger. Naturally, Li Rong nodded firmly. We wouldn't be so bored. Who cares? Han Fei spat disdainfully. Hua Mo also smiled. This old master has no such vile interests. Then come in. Xianxia nodded, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea, transforming into his soul avatar and releasing his knowledge sea's defenses. In the next moment, he noticed 3 streaks of energy pouring into his knowledge sea. Immediately, the soul avatars of the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan appeared in front of him. For a time, no one in the stone room moved. Guaner stood to the side, pursing her lips anxiously as she glanced back and forth between the two of them. Eventually, she couldn't help waving her fist towards Xianxia and snorting lightly. She also knew that what the 3 great commanders were discussing with this human at this moment was definitely confidential. With her status, she wasn't qualified to intervene, so naturally, She didn't dare to break into Xianxia's knowledge sea and could only sit outside and wait. Inside his knowledge sea, a scorching hot aura enveloped him. Whether it was Li Rong, Han Fei, or Huaimo, all of them couldn't help releasing their spiritual energy to resist this heat, their brow furrowed. Their ancient demon clan hated this kind of aura the most. However, Li Rong was more surprised. The last time she came here, Xianxia's conflagrated knowledge sea had not been as strong as it was now. But at this moment, the scorching heat here gave her some pressure. She understood that after Xianxia swallowed the dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas of others, his divine sense had greatly improved. "Can you clear this place so we can talk in peace?" Li Rong proposed. Xianxia thought about it for a moment and knew what they were afraid of, so he pointed to the distance and said, "Let's go there. There's no conflagrated knowledge sea there." Following the direction he pointed, the three of them saw a 5-colored island standing in the middle of the sea of flames. Eyes lighting up, they all followed Xianxia to the island. As soon as their soul avatars set foot on this 5-colored island, the three great commanders of the ancient demon clan were shocked. "How is it that my soul can absorb energy from your knowledge sea?" Han Fei looked at Xianxia in surprise. "I can also absorb energy." Huaimo also looked over in shock. "What is this 5-colored treasure island?" Li Rong asked with a smile on her face. She naturally felt that the reason the three of them were able to absorb spiritual energy from Xianxia's knowledge sea, because of this island. What Xianxia's is Xianxia Yang. The 5-colored soul warming lotus was constantly nourishing one soul. So when the three of them set foot here, of course they would obtain some benefits, but these benefits were very small. However, Xianxia, as the owner of the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, was different. Over the years, even this small amount of energy would accumulate to a point that would make one's eyes go red with envy. "I spoke too much," Li Rong gently nodded, "but I found that you have a lot of good things on you." "Every man has his own secrets," Xianxia said lightly. "It's time for me to figure it out. I'm very curious about your attitude, and I think Huaimo and Han Fei are the same." Hearing him say this, Huaimo and Han Fei also quickly turned their eyes to Li Rong. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, stretching out her jade white hand and pointing towards the sky. "Look over there." Following the direction she was pointing, Huaimo and Han Fei both stared. High up in the sky, a pair of closed eyes floated there. The moment they looked towards this pair of eyes, Huaimo and Han Fei couldn't help feeling a sense of unease and subservience. Without knowing why, the two of them felt their soul avatars tremble slightly. "Can you make it open like last time?" Li Rong turned to Xianxia and asked. Xianxia nodded lightly and passed on a message. The tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a long and majestic golden pupil entered the eyes of the three people. It was as if a supreme master was looking down coldly at them with an indifferent gaze. Under such a gaze, no matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling extremely small, as if they would crumble into dust and disappear from this world. Huaimo and Han Fei trembled even more, and even Li Rong's tender body couldn't help trembling slightly. You should recognize what this is, right?" Li Rong asked excitedly, gasping for breath as she stared at the single eye. Even if she felt uncomfortable, even if she wanted to kneel down and worship it, she still refused to look away. "The demon eye of annihilation." After a dozen breaths of silence, Huaimo suddenly exclaimed. Han Fei trembled, her expression becoming as excited as Li Rong as she hurriedly asked, "Is this really the demon eye of annihilation?" "There's no mistake. It's exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient records left behind by our ancestors. Last time, when it hit me with that golden light, I could feel that kind of destructive power. Besides the demon eye of annihilation, there is no other explanation for it." Li Rong's chest heaved violently, showing just how restless her heart was. The heavens have eyes. This old master was actually able to see the demon eye of annihilation in his lifetime. Huaimo sobbed and fell to his knees, kowtowing towards the single eye in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Li Rong did the same. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he stared blankly, speechless for a moment. All of a sudden, 3 golden lights shot out from the single eye and hit the soul avatars of the trio with unparalleled accuracy. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he quickly stabilized his mind, because he found that after being hit by this golden light, not only did the 3 soul avatars not disappear, but they also showed no signs of damage. Instead, they all closed their eyes in ecstasy, as if they had been enlightened. Yang Kai secretly observed them and knew that they must have obtained something from this golden light, but he didn't interrupt them and simply waited quietly. The solitary golden eye slowly closed. After waiting for a long time, the 3 great commanders opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, Yang Kai clearly noticed that their soul avatars were much stronger than before. It seemed that the benefits they had obtained were not small. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. At this moment, he also understood that this solitary golden eye had a deep relationship with the ancient demon clan, but he still didn't know what kind of relationship there was between them. The 3 soul avatars all noticed the changes in their bodies and their expressions filled with excitement and joy. Glancing at each other, they all respectfully turned to Yang Kai and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Master." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he forced a smile. "Hey, what's going on here? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "There's no mistake. From today onwards, you are the leader of my ancient demon clan." Li Rong stared at Yang Kai with a scorching gaze. Surprisingly, Hua Mo and Han Fei didn't try to refute this, and instead both nodded solemnly. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper. "I am a human. You belong to the demon race. The blood flowing in our bodies is fundamentally different. How could I be the leader of your ancient demon clan?" "Master, please calm down. I will explain in detail." Li Rong smiled lightly and pointed to the sky. "May I ask, where did Master obtain this demon eye of annihilation?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. It's not convenient to say. Although he could casually fabricate a reason, playing such a trick in front of 3 Saint Realm Masters was a bit naive. Since they were so sincere to him, Yang Kai didn't want to deceive them. "Then I won't ask any more questions." Li Rong didn't mind, chuckling lightly. "Master still has some doubts about us. That's only natural. But if you really want to reveal everything, then we'll have to consider whether or not we should hand over the ancient demon clan to someone with no ulterior motives. Your performance is truly worthy of Great Demon God's choice." "Great Demon God?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "What does this have to do with him?" "Because the demon eye of annihilation is the eye of Great Demon God," Li Rong replied. Yang Kai froze on the spot. "Master, you've lived in Demon God's citadel for more than a year now, so you should have heard a lot of rumors about Great Demon God." Yang Kai nodded lightly. On the way back from the volcano, Li Rong had also told him more about Great Demon God. It turned out she hadn't just casually mentioned him. She had deliberately wanted him to know more about Great Demon God. "Then it'll be easier for me to explain." Li Rong took a deep breath and continued. Great Demon God was a master whose name shook the ancient times. In all of Tongxian realm, of all the recorded masters, no one was able to compare with Great Demon God. In his era, the demon race was the most powerful race, and all other races were vassals of the demon race. In the demon race, my ancient demon clan had the noblest bloodline and was the servant of Great Demon God. When Li Rong said this, her face filled with pride. Even Han Fei and Hua Mo showed a look of reminiscence. Great Demon God's cultivation was extremely tyrannical. No one was his opponent. It was precisely because his strength was so tyrannical that no one could match him that he wanted to escape from this world and see if there was a higher realm. There are ancient records that state that he successfully left this world and went to a place we do not know of. However, there are also ancient records that state that he failed and his soul was destroyed. Since his last appearance, no one knows where he went. But now it seems that Great Demon God really failed, otherwise he would not have left behind the demon eye of annihilation. Li Rong said with a sad look on her face. Before Great Demon God left, he sealed my clan in this mysterious small world because he knew that once he left, the demon race would weaken and the other races would retaliate. As servants of Great Demon God, we would face the threat of extinction. This is why my clan chose to live in this mysterious small world. Great Demon God did not intend to imprison us here forever and deliberately left behind a solution. By the time we successfully leave this mysterious small world, the world may have already forgotten about the ancient demon clan and the loyal servants of Great Demon God. Although Great Demon God is no longer here, even one of his eyes is not something that anyone can obtain casually. You being able to obtain the Demon Eye of Annihilation means that Great Demon God has approved of you. Since Great Demon God has approved of you as his servant, my ancient demon clan will naturally also approve of you. Therefore, from now on, you are the master of my ancient demon clan. We will serve you just as our ancestors served Great Demon God. You must have been sent here by Great Demon God to save my clan from this world, Li Rong said solemnly. Chapter 663. After listening to Li Rong's explanation, Xianxia remained silent for a long time. If what this woman said was true, Xianxia could understand why her attitude towards him had suddenly changed. It was because she had recognized the demon eye of annihilation of Great Demon God. However, her one-sided statement was not enough to convince him. That's really a coincidence. The reason I appeared here was entirely because I was accidentally captured by the coffin-carrying man. Are you sure this thing in my knowledge is the demon eye of annihilation? I'm sure. This time, not only did Li Rong nod, but even Hua Mo and Han Fei also showed a look of affirmation. We have the blood of the ancient demons flowing through our veins. Our ancestors were servants who served Great Demon God. This is something we can't be mistaken about. Besides, who can be sure this isn't the result of Great Demon God's guidance? Even so, there's no need for you to follow the practices of your ancestors and serve me as your master. That kind of thing. Haha, with all due respect, I'm not very interested. Xianxia slowly shook his head. Li Rong was surprised, but after thinking about it, she suddenly understood what Xianxia was afraid of. Although his demon god transformation could restrain all the members of the ancient demon race, his cultivation was still only at the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. Without the demon god transformation, many of her clansmen could easily kill him. If one wanted an entire race to submit, it was impossible to do so without absolute strength. If Master is worried about your own strength, then there's no need for you to worry. The three of us are not optimistic about your current strength, but rather about your future. I believe that since the demon eye of annihilation has chosen you, your future achievements will not be worse than Great Demon Gods. You think too highly of me. Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly, his expression becoming solemn as he said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I'm actually more interested in something else." "Please speak, Master." Li Rong didn't have any intention of forcing Xianxia to agree right now. She knew that if she pushed him too hard, it would only be counterproductive. Right now, this human was still suspicious of her ancient demon clan. I heard that in the Demon God Fortress, there are some martial skills that specialize in cultivating the demon god transformation. Li Rong smiled brightly and said, "Even if Master didn't ask, I would have opened these secret books to you. Master's demon god transformation should have been obtained from the demon eye of annihilation, right? Since that's the case, then this is the most orthodox form of the demon god transformation. Master has the power of the great demon god flowing within his body, so he should have some understanding of this." Xianxia remained silent. Li Rong's guess was wrong. Before coming to this small sealed world, he didn't even know what the demon god transformation was. Moreover, the method he used to become the demon race was not obtained from the demon eye of annihilation, but from the unyielding golden skeleton. "Master, I'll be honest with you. Please don't be angry. Li Rong covered her mouth and chuckled as she observed Yang Kai's expression. Yang Kai simply shrugged his shoulders. Although your demon god transformation is overbearing and possesses enough power to restrain all of my clan's strength, your understanding of it seems to be quite shallow, and you can't display its full power. Let me put it simply, your demon god transformation is still stuck in its most basic stage. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting. You mean my demon god transformation can still give me more power? And Li Rong nodded. If you continue to be like this in the future, how can my ancient demon clan protect you and fight alongside you? When Yang Kai used his demon god transformation, all of the ancient demon clan's members were turned into wooden dummies. If they really encountered an enemy, they would likely die in vain. Even a character as strong as Li Rong couldn't move. Any cultivator could easily kill her. At the very least, you need to cultivate your demon god transformation to the second stage. Only by reaching the second stage will you be able to restrain the power of my clan. When that time comes, we can fight side by side, Li Rong said solemnly. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai smiled. Before he had absolute strength to subdue the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai wasn't interested in Li Rong and the others declaring their willingness to serve him because his own strength wasn't enough to convince them. Even if he agreed, if he couldn't achieve anything, it would only cause them to slowly despise him. After experiencing the Yang family's inheritance war, Yang Kai had some understanding of the methods of his subordinates. But regarding the demon god transformation, he really cared about it. Anything that could increase his strength, Yang Kai would never let go of. You can find me at any time and ask for those secret scriptures. Li Rong gently nodded. Tomorrow, you've told me so much today, I need to think about it. Yang Kai said, Very well, subordinate will wait for master's arrival. There's no need to call me that. I feel a bit awkward. Yang Kai frowned. The more he thought about the word master, the more uncomfortable he felt. Then what do you want to call me? We'll do as you wish. Just like before. Yang Kai smiled. If your clansmen hear you call me master, I'm afraid they'll think differently and will likely cause some unnecessary disputes. Li Rong couldn't help laughing. You worry too much. The ancient demon clan has always followed the orders of its great commanders. As long as the three of us agree, everyone will agree. But since you insist, I won't force you. What needs to be said has been said. You can rest now. We'll take our leave. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Li Rong and Hua Imo nodded to Yang Kai before quickly withdrawing. Han Fei didn't leave, her expression slightly complicated as she stood in place. What's the matter? Yang Kai raised his brow. Nothing. I just want to thank you for saving me under the volcano. You also saved me. No one owes anyone anything. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Good. In a few days I'll send you something. It may be of some help to you. What is it? You'll know when the time comes, Han Fei said, quickly withdrawing from Yang Kai's knowledge sea. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he found that the three great commanders had not left and were still standing in front of him. Li Rong smiled and said, I forgot to ask, do you want to change your residence? You can use this place as a pill room for alchemy. Before, when she was unable to determine Yang Kai's mysteries, even though Li Rong cared about him, she hadn't provided him with good conditions so as not to arouse suspicion among her subordinates. Now that she had determined this, she naturally wanted to give Yang Kai a more comfortable environment. No need, this place is quite convenient. If I want to perform alchemy, I can start any time. Yang Kai shook his head faintly. About alchemy, Li Rong's expression became a little awkward. Before, it was a cooperative transaction between you and my clan, but now it is my clan's request. If you don't want to, you don't have to worry about that. I originally wanted to study alchemy, so I must thank you for providing me with such a good opportunity. Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as she turned a grateful look towards Yang Kai. Now that their identities were different, Li Rong naturally couldn't ask Yang Kai to continue studying the alchemic way. If he refused, Li Rong couldn't do anything about it. Do you want me to send a few maidservants to serve you? My clan's girls, whether it's in terms of appearance or temperament, are no worse than humans. Li Rong bit her thin lip and asked with a slight blush. Hua Mo's expression remained indifferent, as if he felt that it was only natural for humans to be lustful. On the other hand, Han Fei couldn't help coughing lightly, her expression unnatural as she averted her gaze. Guaner is enough. There's no need for anyone else. Yang Kai knew what Li Rong was referring to. As a young man, it was only natural for him to have such needs. After coming here for more than a year, Yang Kai hadn't even touched a single woman. Li Rong was obviously considering his feelings. Perhaps she had some deeper thoughts and arrangements. If Yang Kai could develop feelings for one of the clan's girls, it would be easier for them to tie her and Yang Kai together. Good. Li Rong gently nodded, a look of satisfaction flashing across the depths of her eyes, turning to Guaner and saying, "Just like before, take care of him and satisfy any request he makes." Any request? What about excessive requests? Guaner was stunned. That's still enough. His words are orders. Li Rong shouted. Guaner was dumbfounded. The last time she had been sent here to take care of Yang Kai, Li Rong had told her that as long as this human's request wasn't excessive, she should try her best to satisfy him. But now, she was actually telling her to satisfy any request he made. Master Li's attitude towards this human was really different. While Guaner was in a daze, Li Rong and the others had already left. By the time she recovered, only Yang Kai and her were left in the stone room. Unable to stop herself from snorting, Guaner walked over like a little tiger and grit her teeth. "You bastard! What did you say to my master? Why is master taking care of you so much now?" "We didn't say anything. We were just chatting." Humans really are insidious and cunning. Guaner stared at him in disbelief before snorting. "Master said to satisfy any request you make. You wouldn't make any shameless request, would you?" "I wouldn't." "You really wouldn't?" "I don't believe you. Swear you'll show me." Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling a headache coming on from this young girl's constant chatter. Thinking about it for a moment, he took out a crystal stone and handed it to Guaner. "Go play by yourself. Don't bother me." Guaner's face filled with disdain as she spat. "You want to buy me with a single crystal stone? Are you looking down on me too much?" Yang Kai handed her another crystal stone. Guaner happily took it and disappeared into the distance. The stone room suddenly became quiet again. Recalling the conversation he had with the three great commanders in his knowledge, just now, Yang Kai still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. This past year, although he had been concentrating on studying alchemy, he had also been considering his future plans. He couldn't be imprisoned here by the ancient demon clan for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, an unexpected turn of events had allowed him to completely grasp the initiative. Now, he no longer had to worry about whether he would be imprisoned or not. How much of Li Rong's words could be trusted, Yang Kai didn't know, but Yang Kai felt that this woman had no need to deceive him, because her showing weakness and goodwill wouldn't do her any good. Yang Kai still subconsciously trusted her. However, because of this conversation, Yang Kai understood many of the questions he had been wondering about for many years. At the very least, he understood that the original owner of the wordless black book was Great Demon God. Chapter 664. The wordless black book was obtained by Yang Kai by accident. At first, it was just shaped like a pillow, but when he refused to surrender in his sleep, he unlocked the mysteries of the wordless black book. The reason why Yang Kai was able to determine that the original owner of this wordless black book was Great Demon God was because Han Fei had told him a few days ago. She said that in the past, the great demonic god had obtained a large piece of soul-subduing stone from somewhere. No one knew what he had used it for, but he had left behind some scraps. Those scraps had been combined with other precious materials to create 4 void rings, which were kept by the 4 great commanders. Now it seemed that the large piece of tranquil soul stone that Great Demon God had obtained was used to make this wordless black book. The materials used to make this wordless black book and the void rings of the 4 great commanders were the same. In other words, the owner of the unyielding golden skeleton, was also great demon god. He wanted to escape from this world and go to a higher dimension, but in the end he failed. His physical body was destroyed, but his bone body was preserved. Because it was the bone body of the great demon god, the unyielding golden skeleton was filled with evil power. The unyielding golden skeleton secret art, incense burner, true yang secret art, myriad drug milk, and demon eye of annihilation were all arranged by great demon god. However, Xianxia's path of growth had somewhat deviated from his plans. When he was in Medicine King's Valley, he obtained the true alchemic way, but this was not what great demon god wanted to give him. Perhaps the great demon god hoped that his successor could wholeheartedly walk to the peak of the martial Tao and not be distracted by alchemy. Thinking about this, Xianxia's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled something. Guaner had once told him that their ancient demon clan had once produced a top alchemist, an existence that no alchemy grandmaster could compare to. So it seemed that this alchemist was also great demon god. Otherwise, where would he obtain the true alchemic way? Although it was only a guess, there was a high possibility it was the case. Xianxia's eyes lit up as his thoughts raced, carefully sorting out the information he had grasped, his mind gradually becoming clear. Master Li, although he possesses the demon eye of annihilation, isn't it a bit too hasty to hand my clan over to him just because of that? After leaving the stone room, Hua Imo suddenly said with a worried expression on his face. Although Hua Imo had been quite excited when he saw the demon eye of annihilation, after careful consideration, he still felt that Li Rong's decision was somewhat inappropriate. There are many suspicious points about him. Just relying on his demon eye of annihilation won't be enough to determine anything, but the most important thing is that he is human. Han Fei also nodded gently, agreeing with Huang Mo's words. Li Rong smiled faintly. Since the demon eye of annihilation chose him, it is great demon god's decision. All we need to do is follow our ancestors' instructions. Furthermore, he is a human now, but in the future, it's hard to say. Huang Mo and Han Fei heard this and fell silent. But his performance is still satisfactory. Huang Mo pondered for a moment before nodding. I thought that a young man like him, upon hearing that the ancient demon clan would pledge loyalty to him, would immediately agree, but I never expected he would actually refuse. Not only did he refuse, but from beginning to end, he didn't show much excitement. It was as if for him, the loyalty of the ancient demon clan didn't matter at all. If he wasn't too stupid or lacking in self-confidence, then he had experienced many trials and tribulations and had a deep understanding of himself. Such a person couldn't be stupid or lacking in self-confidence. The scene of him killing Chu Jian still flashed through Huang Mo's mind from time to time, causing him to shudder. Then there was only one explanation left. He knew himself very well, and before he had absolute confidence, he would not make rash decisions. Such a person often relied only on their own ability to do things, and would not pin their hopes on help they could not control. That's why great demon god's vision isn't bad. Li Rong smiled happily. Just wait and see. In less than 5 years, my clan will be able to leave this mysterious small world and see the world our ancestors once lived in. Huang Mo and Han Fei's expression shook as their eyes filled with expectation. How many years had it been since they were sealed in this mysterious small world by great demon god? At least several thousand years had passed, and the world had long forgotten that there was once a clan that served great demon god as his most loyal servants. The sun, moon, stars, rivers, and oceans recorded in ancient books could only be imagined by their clansmen. None of them had ever seen such magical scenes. The lifelong dream of every clansman was to leave this place and see the outside world for themselves. I hope that there will be such a day in my lifetime. Mo took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Demon God's Citadel, inside an octagonal building. This building wasn't very tall, but it had a unique style and was quite elegant. The 8 corners of the building were decorated with beautiful decorations, and the wooden windows were carved with many patterns of birds and beasts. Under the lead of Yang Kai walked into the octagonal building. After a night of contemplation, Yang Kai had finally sorted out his thoughts. No matter what the ancient demon clan wanted to do, Yang Kai's goal had always been to become stronger. This had never changed. Only by becoming stronger than anyone else could he survive in this world. Only by becoming stronger than anyone else could he do what he wanted to do and not be restrained by others. Therefore, the ancient demon clan's attitude towards him didn't matter. All he needed to do was stick to his own path. Master is inside. You can go in yourself. Guan gestured and stood outside the door. Yang Kai nodded gently and stepped inside. Inside the building, Li Rong was sitting in a chair behind a table. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, she quickly stood up and walked over to greet him with a smile. You've come? I've already prepared everything for you. Li Rong pointed to the several books on the table. These are all about the demon god transformation. Feel free to read them. Many thanks. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. I can comply with your request and not call you master, but you don't need to be so polite to us. It's a bit too formal. Yang Kai remained indifferent, hesitating for a moment before saying, Then we'll both be at ease. Li Rong smiled lightly. Yang Kai stepped forward, picked up the books, and sat down directly in the chair Li Rong had been sitting in before, flipping through them. These books were indeed all about the demon god transformation, teaching the ancient demon clan how to cultivate the demon god transformation and how to control the deployment of their demon crests in order to enhance their combat effectiveness. Each book was quite precious, and not all of the clan members had access to them. Yang Kai only flipped through them for a moment before his eyes gradually brightened, a look of joy filling his face. These books contained profound insights into the demon god transformation, and without exception, they were all about the essence of the demon god transformation. Yang Kai acted as if he had obtained a priceless treasure and quickly immersed himself in reading these books, forgetting to eat and sleep. Seeing him enter this state so quickly, Li Rong smiled and walked over to pour a cup of tea for Yang Kai before sitting down quietly and waiting. Immersing one's consciousness into the demon crests, guiding them to spread throughout one's body. Using one's own evil attribute to stimulate the latent power within these demon crests to enhance one's strength. In the initial stage, the demon crests would only spread throughout one's body, just like Yang Kai's current state after using the demon god transformation. In the second stage, the demon crests would be refined into one's physique. At that point, even if one used the demon god transformation, their appearance would not change. What Li Rong wanted Yang Kai to do was quickly cultivate to the second stage. At this stage, even if he used the demon god transformation in front of the ancient demon clan members, it would not affect them, rendering them unable to move and unable to use their strength. In the third stage, the demon crest would be completely integrated into one's bones, bringing about even greater and stronger improvements. Yang Kai stared at these books in a daze. Because he had experienced the demon god transformation many times before, he was able to quickly grasp the secrets contained in these books. The rest could only be obtained through cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai put down the last book in front of him, and after a moment, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Li Rong, asking, inside Demon God Citadel, is there a suitable place for me to enter a retreat and cultivate the demon god transformation? It's already been prepared. Li Rong smiled. Come with me. Saying so, she walked over to a nearby bookshelf, and with a wave of her hand, the bookshelf opened and revealed a door leading underground. Li Rong stepped inside, Yang Kai following closely behind. There should be some kind of secret room down below, as the passage was dotted with torches, making it not dark at all. After walking for a long time, a huge open secret room suddenly appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. This secret room was even larger than the stone room he used to perform alchemy. Near the edge of the room, there were a number of black stones. Faintly, Yang Kai perceived a faint energy from these stones. This is the place where I usually practice my martial skills. Here, you can use the demon god transformation without worry. You don't have to worry about affecting my clansmen. Li Rong explained softly, pointing to the black stone pillars. Those are forbidden stones. They are innately capable of suppressing the transmission of energy. When you enter, I will use them to open a barrier. I understand, let's begin. Xianxia couldn't wait any longer, and as soon as he finished speaking, he leapt forward and landed firmly in the middle of the room. Li Rong smiled and shook her head, muttering softly, "So impatient." Saying so, she casually sent out streams of energy into the surrounding forbidden stones. Soon, a semicircular transparent barrier appeared, completely enveloping the area around the forbidden stones. Xianxia looked at Li Rong, and the latter nodded gently. Xianxia took off his clothes and sat down cross-legged, stretching out his right hand and pointing to his forehead. "Become the demon race." Heaven and earth trembled as ripples appeared on the barrier formed by the forbidden silent stone. On Xianxia's naked upper body, pitch-black demon crests quickly appeared. These demon crests were like agile snakes, crawling all over his body, forming a complex pattern filled with a demonic aura. His vitality madly rose, his combat strength madly increasing. Xianxia could clearly feel how powerful he was at this moment. In the distance, Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed with an unusual light as she stared blankly, muttering, "Sure enough, it's a little different." Chapter 665. Although Xianxia's demon god transformation and the demon god transformation of the ancient demon clan looked similar, Li Rong still noticed the differences. It was impossible for an ordinary clansman's demon god transformation to cover such a large area. Even for someone as strong as Li Rong, when she displayed her demon god transformation, only her abdomen, chest, neck, and face would be covered by demon crests. However, this human had demon crests all over his back, and judging from the condition of his waist, there were definitely demon crests on his lower body as well. His demon crests were fully developed. This was the most orthodox form of the demon god transformation. This discovery made Li Rong feel very envious. Inside the barrier, Xianxia carefully sensed the changes in his body, identifying the traces of his demon crests, immersing himself in controlling them, trying to integrate them into his body and brand them into his physique. Once he successfully branded his demon crests into his physique and integrated them into his bloodline, he would successfully reach the second stage, at which time his strength would increase even further. This was a very difficult task, but Xianxia's demeanor remained meticulous and focused. Time passed by. 10 days later, a beautiful figure appeared in the underground chamber. Li Rong, who had been paying close attention to Xianxia's progress, turned her head and saw that Han Fei had also come. Gently nodding, Li Rong turned her attention back to Xianxia. "Why did you take off all your clothes?" Han Fei glanced over at Xianxia inside the barrier and muttered discontentedly, her face flushed red. "It's convenient for me to observe the progress of my demon crest, haha." Li Rong smiled. "What are you afraid of? There's an age gap between us. Even if he took off all his clothes, it wouldn't be a problem." Han Fei's expression became somewhat unnatural as she asked softly, "How is it progressing?" "Not bad." Li Rong nodded with satisfaction. At least he can integrate some of his demon crests into his physique. In another month, he should be able to reach the second stage. So fast. Han Fei was deeply shocked. That's why great demon god's vision isn't bad. If his aptitude wasn't good enough, how could great demon god have given him the demon eye of annihilation? "It seems I underestimated him." Han Fei nodded solemnly. "I used to think he just had good luck. Then it's time to re-examine him. In the future, my clan will probably work under him." Li Rong chuckled, suddenly turning to look at the jade box in Han Fei's hand and asked curiously, "Great demon god, what did you bring him?" Han Fei nodded, "The thing I promised him a few days ago." Saying so, Han Fei reached out and opened the jade box before quickly closing it. Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. "Isn't that the wind and thunder wings? Why are you giving him this?" "Demon god crests. He may be able to refine this thing." Han Fei smiled lightly. God, why do you say that? Even we can't refine them, Li Rong asked curiously. The wind and thunder wings were a pair of strange wings that contained heavenly Tao principles. Yang Kai didn't know which senior of the ancient demon clan had obtained them, nor did he know where they came from, but after passing through many hands, they eventually fell into Han Fei's hands. Han Fei had been trying to refine this pair of wind and thunder wings for many years, but every time, she had failed. This pair of wind and thunder wings was extremely valuable and was one of the few supreme treasures of the ancient demon clan. Li Rong had also tried to refine them many years ago, but like Han Fei, she was rejected by the wind and thunder wings and had no choice but to give up. But now, Han Fei had actually taken them out and was about to give them to Yang Kai. Even if we can refine them, he won't necessarily be able to, because he also has a pair of wings that contain heavenly Tao principles. He also has wings. Li Rong was stunned. Han Fei nodded gently, immediately explaining what had happened under the volcano. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed as she listened, hesitating for a long time before asking. If that's the case, he really might be able to refine them. But are you willing? You don't seem to be optimistic about his chances, do you? Han Fei smiled lightly. In any case, they're just sitting there. If he can't refine them, it's because he doesn't have the ability to do so. If he can refine them, I'll thank him for saving my life. On top of that, it was because of him that my clan was able to obtain so many crystal stones. Compared to the development of my clan, this pair of dusty wind and thunder wings is nothing. Li Rong nodded lightly. Let's wait for him to come out. Looking at his posture, it seems he won't give up until he reaches the second stage. Han Fei smiled lightly and no longer said anything, standing in the distance with Li Rong and waiting quietly. One was mature and plump, while the other was as cold as ice. These two beautiful women standing together were quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai, however, was completely unaware of this, his entire mind completely immersed in his demon crests, desperately trying to control them, wriggling his flesh and blood as he tried to brand his demon crests. The saying that there was no flowing time, great emperor in cultivation, was not a lie. Yang Kai was only paying attention to the progress of his demon god transformation and had no idea how much time had passed. Little by little progress, although slow, Yang Kai was quite happy. He was finally able to effectively control his demon crests. A month passed by quickly, but Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside the barrier, didn't show the slightest anxiety. Instead, they were stunned by Yang Kai's performance. Using the demon god transformation could greatly increase the strength of the ancient demon clan's clansmen, but it also placed a heavy burden on their bodies. Only the powerful physiques of the ancient demon clan were able to withstand it. But for ordinary clansmen, after using the demon god transformation, they would only be able to maintain it for an hour before reaching their limit. Even someone as strong as Li Rong couldn't maintain it indefinitely. But Yang Kai was able to do it. Since he began using the demon god transformation a month and a half ago, he had not dispersed his demon crests. The strength of his physique seemed to have surpassed that of any other race. Even the ancient demon clan couldn't compare. What a freak! Han Fei slowly shook her head. Suddenly, a humming sound came from inside the barrier and the last demon crest covering Yang Kai's body disappeared. His momentum and vitality not only did not fall, but instead rose to a whole new level. Li Rong's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Success!" After a month and a half of continuous cultivation, Yang Kai had finally reached the second stage of the demon god transformation, branding his demon crests into his physique. Saying so, Li Rong waved her hand and dispelled the silent stone barrier. Facing this violent pressure head-on, Li Rong and Han Fei both couldn't help trying to resist. However, even though this pressure was tyrannical, it would no longer be able to restrain the ancient demon clan's power unless Yang Kai once again displayed his demon crests. In other words, no matter what, he had the means to restrain the ancient demon clan. Perceiving that the barrier had disappeared, Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards the distance, seeing Li Rong and Han Fei. Grinning towards her, his figure flickered and in the blink of an eye appeared in front of them. "How do you feel?" Li Rong suppressed the discomfort in her heart and asked softly. "Very good, but I still can't control myself." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his demon crests faintly appearing on his exposed skin. "Being able to achieve this much in such a short time is already very good. You'll slowly become accustomed to it in the future." Li Rong smiled lightly. "Hold out your hand." Yang Kai frowned, and although he didn't know what she was going to do, he still stretched out his hand towards her. Li Rong's reflexes were quick, her jade white hand swiping across Yang Kai's palm, leaving behind a long gash. Blood gushed out. Because he didn't notice any malicious intent from her, Yang Kai didn't try to dodge, and instead just stared at her suspiciously. "Take a closer look at your blood. Isn't it a little different from before?" Hearing this, Yang Kai lowered his head to take a look and was immediately startled. He found that there was a faint golden glow in his blood, similar to the demon eye of Annihilation's pupil. However, this golden glow was very subtle, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. However, this golden glow contained a great deal of power. "Demon God Golden Blood?" Han Fei's eyes lit up as she exclaimed. "In its Demon God Golden Blood." Li Rong nodded. "This is the most obvious sign of someone who has cultivated the demon god transformation to the second stage. According to the ancient records, only the great demon god can possess such golden blood. It is the noblest of all bloodlines." Saying so, Li Rong also stretched out her hand and drew a line across her palm. Yang Kai stared closely and found that there was also a faint golden glow in her blood. This golden glow wasn't as brilliant as his own, but it was obviously more intense. "This is proof that my ancient demon clan possesses the demon god's bloodline," Li Rong said proudly. Yang Kai's expression became strange. "You mean to say that I'm also a member of your ancient demon clan? You could say that, although you were born human, because of the great demon god, your bloodline has changed. Then am I a human or a demon in the future? That depends on what you think. In fact, whether you're a human or a demon isn't important." Li Rong smiled lightly. "However, as you cultivate, your demon god golden blood will become more and more abundant. When your blood becomes completely golden, that means you have thoroughly comprehended the second stage of the demon god transformation. When you reach the third stage, even your bones will become golden." Yang Kai frowned but didn't answer. Because of the unyielding golden skeleton, his bones were now golden. "Good. You've been cultivating for so long, you should relax for a while. Maintaining the demon god transformation for so long is too much of a burden on your body. You need to relax while cultivating," Li Rong said earnestly, her face filled with concern. Yang Kai nodded gently. He was also feeling a little tired. His body had never felt so sore before, so after dispelling the demon god transformation, he suddenly felt much more relaxed. "Commander Han Fei has something good to give you," Li Rong said with a smile. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei stepped forward and handed over the jade box in her hand. "Take a look for yourself. Perhaps it will be of help to you, or perhaps you won't be able to obtain it. Don't hold too much hope." Her words were so ambiguous that Yang Kai suddenly became curious. Taking the jade box and opening it, his eyes lit up. Inside the jade box was a pair of palm-sized wings. These wings were transparent, and it was impossible to tell what material they were made of, nor did they appear to be an artifact. However, from time to time, a dazzling light would flash across these wings. Yang Kai could feel the power of wind and thunder radiating from them. Chapter 666. Holding the jade box, Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of pleasant surprise as he hurriedly asked, "What is this?" "The wind and thunder wings," Han Fei replied faintly. "It's a kind of exotic treasure. No one knows exactly what it was made of, but over the years, Li Rong and I tried to refine it many times, but have never succeeded. I saw that you also have a pair of wings that contain heavenly Tao principles, so I wanted you to give it a try." Yang Kai looked at her, a slightly hesitant expression appearing on his face. He wanted to refuse, but at that moment, an unusual numbness appeared on his back shoulder blade, as if something was trying to break free and rush out of his body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. In a situation where he couldn't control them, the Yang inflammation wings actually wanted to unfurl on their own accord. Somehow, the Yang inflammation wings and the wind and thunder wings seemed to have a subtle connection. Yang Kai couldn't help gripping the jade box tightly as he stretched out his finger and tapped the wind and thunder wings. The beautiful wind and thunder wings suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew into Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's expression changed as he felt an unbearable pain spread from his back shoulder blade, as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. His face instantly turned white as large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body began to tremble. Li Rong and Han Fei just stood by and watched, not intending to lend a helping hand, but their two pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with worry and expectation as they stared towards Yang Kai. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly stood up straight and took a deep breath, the pain still spreading from his back shoulder blade, but it wasn't as unbearable as before. Seeing this scene, Li Rong couldn't help patting his back and chuckling. "It seems that you and these wind and thunder wings really have some kind of fate. I haven't refined them yet." Yang Kai frowned. He could clearly feel that there were two extremely tyrannical energies hidden in his shoulder blades, constantly destroying his body. From time to time, they would erupt with the power of wind and thunder, causing him great pain. However, his perseverance and tenacity were incomparable to ordinary people, so he didn't show this pain on his face. "I know." Li Rong smiled lightly, "but Han Fei and I experimented many times before we were barely able to absorb them into our bodies. And without exception, within an hour we were forced to force them out, otherwise the two of us would have died long ago. I don't know how long you'll be able to hold on, or how long it will accept you and completely refine it." "I'll do my best." Yang Kai's expression. He'd also noticed that refining the wind and thunder wings was like refining a secret treasure, and he had to constantly pour his true chi into it in order to make it submit to him and be used by him. Until they were completely integrated into his body, it was nothing more than a foreign object that had entered his body. Not only could it not be used, but it was also constantly destroying his body, causing great harm to him. "I'll send you back to rest. There are too many things you need to do. Don't worry. Take it one step at a time. No one grows all at once." Li Rong softly comforted, stretching out her hand and grabbing Yang Kai's arm before flying back up. Returning to the stone room, Yang Kai didn't care about anything else and quickly walked over to his bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Inside the octagonal tower, Li Rong and Han Fei both sipped tea silently. After a long time, Li Rong suddenly asked seriously, "Han Fei, what do you think of him?" Han Fei put down the teacup in her hand and nodded. "Aptitude, perseverance, courage, all of it is undeniable, far more outstanding than any of my clan's younger generation." Even when we were his age, we couldn't compare to him. If he doesn't die early, his future will certainly be bright. Li Rong also deeply agreed, tapping her jade hand lightly on the table, a look of loss appearing on her pretty face. Unfortunately, he was born human. If only the blood of our ancient demon clan flowed through his veins, how wonderful would that be? Han Fei's expression changed greatly. Li Rong laughed dumbly and shook her head. "What are you thinking? I'm not that vicious. I was just lamenting. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on her word." Han Fei's expression relaxed. When she heard Li Rong's words just now, she had thought Li Rong was harboring some kind of devious thoughts. Li Rong suddenly smiled strangely. "Why do you seem to care so much about him? He saved me under the volcano. If it weren't for his shelter, I would have died long ago," Han Fei said lightly. Li Rong smiled lightly. "It's not that simple. You even gave him your wind and thunder wings." Saying so, she stared at Han Fei meaningfully. You're thinking too much. He's just a child. Han Fei turned her eyes away. He's not a child. Li Rong shook her head. Good. Let's not talk about this. I was just feeling a bit emotional. Even though we expressed our intentions to befriend him, he doesn't seem to have the slightest sense of belonging or dependence to my ancient demon clan. He's simply too self-confident. Naturally, he has the capital to back up his self-confidence. Moreover, he was captured by Coffin Slave Sr. and brought here. We haven't done anything to help him, so how could he feel a sense of belonging or dependence? Han Fei said bitterly. Both she and Li Rong understood that the only way out for the ancient demon clan now lay in Xianxia's hands. But now, Xianxia didn't have a sense of belonging to this place. If he didn't have a sense of belonging, he wouldn't care about the ancient demon clan and wouldn't be willing to sacrifice himself for it. At the very least, he wouldn't be sincere. If he could leave, Han Fei and Li Rong were almost certain that he would not hesitate to abandon the ancient demon clan and leave this place. Do you want him to feel sentimental attachment to our clan? Han Fei suddenly realized Li Rong's plan. I hope so. Li Rong didn't deny it, rubbing her forehead lightly. Unfortunately, he seems to be a bit stubborn. Didn't the ancient records of our ancestors say that young human men are all lustful? Why doesn't he seem to be like that? I've had Guaner accompany him for more than a year now, and he's been very well behaved, never showing any disrespect to her. Could it be that Guaner isn't to his liking? Han Fei was also puzzled. She had lived her entire life in this mysterious small world, so her understanding of humans was limited to the ancient records of her ancestors. Her ancestors had said that humans were sinister and cunning, greedy for beauty and power. Then what kind of women does he like? There are many young women in my demon god citadel, all of them with different temperaments, but I've never seen him touch any of them. That's true. When he was with me under the volcano, he was also very well behaved. Han Fei nodded thoughtfully. How about you try to test him again? Li Rong looked at Han Fei with a smile. What are you talking about? Han Fei blushed. I'm serious. Li Rong said solemnly. We need to make him feel a little sentimental attachment to our clan, no matter what method we use, as long as we don't hurt him. Han Fei was stunned, staring at Li Rong in a daze, not seeing the slightest trace of a joking expression on her face. I won't go. Han Fei's brow furrowed deeply. Asking her to seduce Xianxia was a bit too much for her to handle. Li Rong smiled bitterly and no longer tried to force her, only letting out a deep sigh as she felt a headache coming on. Under the current circumstances, she could only come up with such a clumsy method. This method made her feel a sense of shame. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have come up with such a method to trap Xianxia. A burst of severe pain came from his back, but Xianxia's expression remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to this kind of pain, meticulously pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace in front of him to refine the pill. His demeanor was focused, his movements were skillful, and his skill was superb. After only half a day, a pill had been produced. Feeling the quality of the pill, Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. A spirit-grade, mid-rank pill. Now, without relying on a spirit array, Xianxia could refine a spirit-grade mid-rank pill with his own skill and methods. If he supplemented this with a spirit array and added some myriad drug liquid to the herbs, it was very likely he would be able to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill, only one step away from reaching saint grade. Taking out a spirit stone, holding it in his palm, and meditating for a moment to restore himself. After restoring himself to his peak condition, Xianxia walked out of the stone room and walked over to Li Rong's octagonal building. Going deep into the octagonal building, Xianxia used his ability to become the demon race and advance to the second stage of the demon god transformation. Several months had passed since Chu Jin's death. During these months, Xianxia had been living like an ascetic monk, shuttling back and forth between the stone room and the secret room. Half a day was spent refining alchemy, while the other half was spent cultivating the demon god transformation. Every day, Xianxia had plenty of time to spare, not wasting any of it. The wind and thunder wings hidden in his body were constantly being nourished and refined by Yuan Qi, making rapid progress. On top of that, his demon god transformation had also made great progress. The golden light in Yang Kai's blood had become more and more intense, at least a third of his blood having transformed into a golden color. This golden blood now contained a destructive power. After several months of hard work, Yang Kai's strength had now reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. His foundation was more solid than anyone else's, and even though his physical cultivation was at the peak immortal ascension boundary, his comprehension of the martial Tao was not inferior to a Saint Realm Master. After all, he had swallowed the souls of many masters who had died and their insights into the heavenly way. Even though his life was extremely fulfilling, Yang Kai always felt like something was missing. What surprised him was that after breaking through to the peak immortal ascension boundary, his cultivation progress had become quite slow as a turtle's crawl. The Transcendent Realm was a huge chasm. In the central capital, the Transcendent Realm was the highest level of cultivation, but because of the constraints of the world principles, very few people could reach this level. Each of the 8 great families only had 3 or 4 Transcendent Realm Masters, while first-class forces only had 1 or 2 at most. Most of them only had a single Transcendent Realm Master. Even in Tongxian Realm, where world energy was abundant, most cultivators were stuck at the peak immortal ascension boundary, unable to break through to the Transcendent Realm. But overall, there were still many Transcendent Realm Masters here. Yang Kai had seen several dozen Transcendents along the way, and even more Saints. Today, Yang Kai was stuck at the door of the Transcendent Realm, unable to explore the mysteries behind it. Chapter 667. Inside the octagonal tower's underground chamber, Yang Kai maintained his demon god transformation as he sensed the power and movement of his demon crests. In the distance, the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all paying attention to his movements, each of them nodding from time to time with a look of approval on their faces. These days, Yang Kai's growth had been observed by all 3 of them, giving them a sense of relief that this demon god successor was no ordinary person. The only thing that gave Li Rong a headache was that until now, she had yet to come up with an effective and feasible method to make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging to the ancient demon clan. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. With Yang Kai as the center, a violent force suddenly erupted. The expressions of the 3 great commanders, who were watching from the sidelines, changed greatly, and they quickly took action, sending out a mysterious energy barrier that surrounded the secret room. The violent energy raged inside the barrier, and Yang Kai wore a difficult expression as he tried to control the rampaging power in his body, only gradually stabilizing it after a while. Li Rong and the others all glanced at each other, a trace of worry appearing on their faces as they quickly flew over and landed beside Yang Kai, asking softly, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed deeply for a moment before he shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Just a bit impetuous." Impetuous? Li Rong was surprised. She hadn't expected that someone as calm and steady as Yang Kai would actually show such an impetuous side. "It's nothing serious. I'll go back first. Today's cultivation will end here," Yang Kai said before turning around and leaving. Looking at his disappearing back, the 3 great commanders were speechless for a while. He's not the kind of person who should grow up in a greenhouse. Hua suddenly sighed deeply. "I'm afraid this place also gives him a sense of restraint." Han Fei nodded lightly. Han Fei gently nodded. Although after Chu Jian's death, the 3 great commanders had no intention of restricting Yang Kai's freedom, and had even arranged everything for him. In this mysterious small world, it was inevitable that he would feel like he was being imprisoned. The ancient demon clan had grown up here, so even if their clansmen longed to see the outside world, they would not reject this place. However, he was different. He was suddenly captured from a vast world and brought to this place. It was inevitable that he would not be able to adapt. The three great commanders were not fools. Naturally, they could tell what Xianxia was worried about. It seems that we won't be able to keep him for long. Li Rong smiled bitterly. I'll go talk to him. Han Fei suddenly grit her teeth and said, all right, let's see if there are other reasons. If we can help, tell him not to be polite. Li Rong urged. Han Fei gently nodded. Inside the stone room, Xianxia held the herbs in his hand, unable to concentrate for a long time. He also had no interest in alchemy. A delicate fragrance suddenly lingered at the tip of Xianxia's nose, causing him to look up and see Han Fei standing in front of him in her usual cold outfit. Do you have any troubles you want to talk to me about? Han Fei asked softly. Worries? Xianxia was stunned. He smiled and said, what worries do I have? Then what are you worried about? I can't say. Xianxia slowly shook his head, apparently unwilling to open up. You don't want to talk about it? Han Fei stared at him intently. Xianxia's expression suddenly became playful. What's wrong? Great Commander Han Fei is now responsible for enlightening others? If you really want to enlighten me, Li Rong is more suitable. Why can't I do it? Han Fei suddenly became unhappy. You yourself have an unapproachable appearance. How can you make others open their hearts to you? Xianxia was overjoyed. Han Fei curled her lips disdainfully. That's a different matter. It's normal for young people to have troubles. No matter what, I've lived many years longer than you, so my life experience is much richer than yours. I've also been around your age. If you're willing, you can speak with me. There's nothing I can't help you with. The matters between men and women. Do you even understand them? Xianxia asked jokingly. Han Fei suddenly choked on her words, her tender body trembling slightly. She had never fallen in love with a man in her life, so naturally she didn't know what it felt like to be a woman. If Xianxia was really worried about this, she was completely helpless. Do you really want to leave this small sealed world so badly? Han Fei suddenly asked coldly. What did I say that? Kaiyang was baffled by her words. Isn't that so? The reason you're so impetuous is because this world is restricting you. A little, Xianxia admitted frankly. This place makes me feel uncomfortable. Even if we treat you so sincerely? It's not your fault. I just have some things I need to do. I need to find a few people. Xianxia shook his head, not understanding what she was so angry about. I know. Han Fei took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling dramatically. But you don't have to worry. We won't be able to keep you here for long. After a while, you'll be able to leave this place. What do you mean? Xianxia asked happily. Han Fei stared at him coldly. Coffin Slave Senior sent you here because you have a conflagrated knowledge. See, we need you to refine that Saint Grade pill. However, your alchemy speed is too fast, so the herbs stored in this small sealed world are almost all used up. Without these herbs, you can't continue to perform alchemy. If you want to improve your alchemy skills, you can only go outside and find your own way. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes gradually lit up. The shackles that had been binding him seemed to shatter, giving him an illusion of freedom. Happy now? Han Fei looked at him contemptuously. Li Romi and Huamo didn't want to restrict you. If you said you wanted to leave, we would have immediately sent you away. It was you who doubted us, not daring to make such a request. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He really did have such concerns. The ancient demon clan had placed all their hopes on him, so he didn't dare to make a request to leave. Even if they were very respectful to him and obeyed his every word, Xianxia didn't know if they would become hostile if he made such a request. But unexpectedly, Han Fei had seen through his thoughts and suspicions with a single glance. I just want to tell you that no matter what you think, no matter what you do, since you are the successor chosen by Great Demon God, my ancient demon clan will abide by our ancestors' teachings and forever serve you. Obey your orders. If you don't have this awareness, I'm afraid my clan will be buried at your hands. Han Fei coldly spat out these words before turning around and leaving. Xianxia scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable for a while. Recalling the attitude of Li Rong and the others towards him after Chu Jian's death, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little apologetic. They truly treated him with sincerity, but he had always maintained a distance from them. After an unknown amount of time, the air in front of him distorted and the three great commanders of the ancient demon clan appeared. Yang Kai looked up and found that the three of them seemed to have discussed something, all of them wearing firm expressions on their faces. Li Rong first smiled apologetically to Yang Kai and said, Han Fei's words just now were a bit too extreme, but she was also thinking about her clansmen. I hope you can understand. Han Fei appeared from behind her, a look of embarrassment on her face as she stammered, My apologies. I should be the one apologizing, Yang Kai said indifferently. I thought too much and failed to live up to your sincerity. We were also thinking about our clansmen. It can be considered a selfish thought. Li Rong smiled bitterly. But from now on, we will consider things from your perspective. Do you really want to leave here? As soon as the statement came out, the three great commanders all stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes. Yang Kai nodded. Han Fei couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed, while Hua Mo's expression also became somewhat gloomy. Li Rong's expression remained unchanged as she smiled lightly. It's reasonable for you to want to leave. Good. We'll send you away. You are not one of my clansmen, so you are not restricted by this mysterious small world and can freely enter and leave. I didn't say I wanted to leave now. Yang Kai shook his head. The three great commanders couldn't help but light up as they waited for him to continue. Han Fei said that you don't have many herbs left, right? Li Rong nodded. Originally, we should have run out long ago, but we managed to collect a lot from Chu Jian, allowing us to last until now. However, with your alchemy speed, I'm afraid you'll run out in less than a month. Then I'll use up all your herbs. The pills I refine will also be useful to you. When I run out of herbs, I'll leave. Very well. Li Rong smiled lightly. Thanks to your efforts this past year and a half, my clansmen have obtained a lot of good pills, and their strength has improved greatly. Allow me to thank you on their behalf. No need to be so polite. In any case, you think you're an outsider, Han Fei said angrily. Although she had just apologized, when she heard that Yang Kai insisted on leaving, she still felt a little angry. If I run out of herbs, it's useless for me to stay. I can't wait a few dozen years, or even 100 years for your herbs to be produced before continuing with my alchemy. Right? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. That's too much of a waste of time. Once I leave, I can search for herbs on my own and improve my alchemy skills. I should soon be able to refine saint-grade pills. His expression suddenly becoming serious, Yang Kai quickly declared, I promise, when my alchemy skills meet your requirements, I will definitely come back and take you away from here. The three great commanders couldn't help feeling shocked as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, joy, and excitement filling their faces. Are you serious? Li Rong asked anxiously. I'm serious. Yang Kai's expression became serious. I've never promised anyone anything. This is the first time. Li Rong stared at him blankly. Realizing his sincerity, her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help shedding some tears as she softly said, Thank you. Han Fei and Hua Mo also quickly thanked him, unable to suppress the relief in their hearts. You can rest assured, my clan is also a clan that values promises and the teachings of our ancestors. Even if we regain our freedom, we will still follow you. Li Rong quickly added, her expression firm. We'll talk about that later, Yang Kai chuckled. For now, bring me all the remaining herbs you have. I brought them all, Li Rong said, reaching out and touching her void ring. A mountain of herbs appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. These are all the remaining herbs. I'll finish as soon as possible. Yang Kai nodded gently, relaxing both physically and mentally. Chapter 668. Beneath the towering snow mountain range was a thick layer of ice that had not melted since ancient times. Snow fluttered in the wind, making it impossible to see anything within 100 meters of the mountain range. The temperature here was extremely low. Even cultivators would not be willing to set foot here unless they had some special reason to do so. Looking down from above, one would see a vast expanse of white snow. Halfway up one of the snow mountain ranges, there was an extremely well-hidden cave that led directly to the heart of the mountain. The interior was covered in crystal-clear ice that gave off a frigid aura. A strange force suddenly filled the cave, and immediately after, a red light burst forth, illuminating the entire cave, making everything inside appear extremely gloomy and strange. A figure emerged from the void, and, seemingly not having figured out where he was, fell onto the ice with a bang. After standing firm, this figure immediately spread out his powerful divine sense, and after a moment, his expression relaxed, and he gradually withdrew his divine sense. Sure enough, it's inside the snow mountain range. Xianxia used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding terrain and muttered to himself. Before leaving the mysterious small world, Li Rong had told him that Coffin Slave Sr. was most likely hiding in an extremely cold place 10,000 kilometers away. Now it seemed that what she said was true, because Coffin Slave had been dead for countless years. Even if he was a Saint Realm Master and a member of the ancient demon clan with a powerful physique, after so many years his body would have decayed and deteriorated. The only way to preserve his body was to find a remote and desolate place to hide. Inside the snow mountain range, there was no doubt that this condition was met. Li Rong had said that Coffin Slave Sr. would go out every 10 years to find a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge seed, or when his body could no longer bear the strain, he would return to his hiding place to cultivate. After another 10 years, he would set out again. Coffin Slave Sr. had been doing this for countless years and had brought back more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seed cultivators for Li Rong. Turning his head to the side, Xianxia immediately saw Coffin Slave Zhu sitting cross-legged in place. Coffin Slave Zhu's body exuded an unbearable putrid stench, and his exposed skin was covered in pustules and warts. Coffin Slave Sr.'s body would not last for many years. Xianxia understood in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of obsession it was that made such a master so loyal to him even after death, such a person was worthy of respect. Coffin Slave Sr. was still carrying the blood-red coffin on his back. No one knew what was hidden inside this coffin or what mysteries it held, but Xianxia knew that inside Coffin Slave Sr. was the mysterious small world he had been teleported from. Since reaching an agreement with Li Rong and the others, it only took Xianxia half a month to refine all the remaining herbs into pills. After some rest, the three great commanders worked together to break through the void of the small sealed world and send Xianxia out. I wonder if they've discovered the gift I left for them. Xianxia thought to himself, a slight smile appearing on his face as he slowly retreated and stared at Coffin Slave Sr. vigilantly. Xianxia didn't want to wake this Saint Realm undead from his meditation. Although using the demon god transformation could eliminate this person's hostility, if there was a nearby master who detected his aura, it would only expose this place. Fortunately, Coffin Slave Sr. was still in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. After a long time, Xianxia withdrew from the cave. A biting cold wind blew across his face, and Xianxia noticed this unusual cold, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Circulating his true Yang's secret art involuntarily, Xianxia dispelled the chill around him. After observing the snow for a while, Xianxia gave up trying to find his bearings. Although it had been a year and a half since he arrived on Tongxian Realm, he had spent most of his time in the mysterious small world, so it could be said that he was still unfamiliar with this world. Even if he could find his bearings, he still wouldn't know where to go. Leaping out like a bolt of lightning, Xianxia quickly disappeared into the snowstorm. Inside Demon God Citadel, the three great commanders stared blankly at the slowly closing crack in the sky, speechless for a long time. "He's gone," Han Fei muttered. And Li Rong nodded, "But he'll come back." Hua Mo hesitated for a moment before asking, "It's not that I'm a petty person, but Master Li, why are you so sure he will fulfill his promise?" "It's just a feeling." Li Rong smiled lightly. His promise that day was very sincere, so I choose to believe him. Just watch, he will definitely come back, and as he promised, he will lead us out of this world. Hua Mo frowned, but didn't say anything more. Although he also wanted to believe Yang Kai's promise. Humans were notorious for their insidiousness and deceit. Who knew if he was just deceiving them? Master, master! At that moment, Guanar suddenly ran over. What's wrong? Li Rong turned her head and brushed her hair behind her ear, asking softly. Take a look at this, Guanar said, stretching out her hand and showing the three great commanders what she was holding. Crystal stones. Li Rong was surprised. Where did you get these? Although Han Fei had brought back a lot of crystal stones last time for the needs of the entire clan, it was still a bit lacking. These crystal stones were now under the control of the three great commanders in batches. Only at certain times would some be distributed. Guan had also been given a few pieces last time, but she had quickly used them all up, so she shouldn't have any extra crystal stones on hand. I found them in the stone room Yang Kai used to perform alchemy. You should go and take a look. There's a lot more. Guan Er's face filled with excitement as she gestured. Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes before quickly flying off. Soon, the three great commanders arrived at the stone room Yang Kai had been using for alchemy, and after seeing the situation inside, they were stunned. In a corner of the stone room, there was a mountain of crystals. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. This is... Li Rong was almost speechless, her tender body trembling as she stared at the pile of crystal stones. These should be the crystal stones he collected under the volcano last time, Han Fei explained. So many. Hua Mo almost bit off his tongue, his old face twitching. When they returned from the volcano last time, Han Fei had also told them about her and Yang Kai's encounter at the foot of the volcano. Everyone knew that Yang Kai had a huge amount of crystal stone resources in his hands, but no one had mentioned it, much less asked him for them. None of them had expected that before he left, he would actually leave behind such a large amount of wealth. These crystal stones were 4 times more than what Han Fei had brought back, giving us so much. I'm afraid he doesn't have much left. Han Fei's pretty face couldn't help showing a look of gratitude, her eyes suddenly coming to rest on the dozen or so crystal stones in the most conspicuous position. He even left behind some saint crystals, recalling the scene where she had fought with Yang Kai for crystal stones under the volcano, even tricking him into taking off his shirt so she could carry more crystal stones. Han Fei suddenly realized how naive she had been. Masterly. Hua Mo took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, quickly saying, "This old man believes now. He will definitely come back." Yes, he will come back. Li Rong smiled happily, tears of joy appearing at the corners of her eyes, tears of relief and joy. If Yang Kai had no intention of coming back, it would have been impossible for him to leave behind such a huge amount of wealth. But he had left them behind, which meant that he hoped these crystal stones would help the ancient demon clan improve their strength, so that when they left here and returned to the outside world, they would have more strength to protect themselves. I can't fail to live up to his expectations. Li Rong thought to herself. Inside Demon God Citadel, if they wanted pills, if they wanted crystal stones, they had crystal stones. Within a few years, there was no need to worry about their development. The next time he returned, the ancient demon clan would give him a big gift. Li Rong took a deep breath and made up her mind. Through the snowy mountain range, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth. The wind and snow were too strong and the chill was too great, making it impossible for him to maintain flight for long periods of time, as it consumed too much of his physical strength and spiritual energy. Along the way, he couldn't see anyone at all, not even the slightest trace of a monster beast. In this entire world, it was as if he was the only one exuding vitality. The world energy aura here was quite extraordinary, but no one cultivated here. Even a cultivator proficient in ice attribute secret arts and martial skills would find it extremely difficult to endure such a harsh environment. Yang Kai didn't feel any sadness or joy as he continued forward through the snowy mountain range. Occasionally, a burst of unbearable pain would come from his shoulder blade, a sign of the wind and thunder wings' destructive power. It had been some time since he had absorbed the wind and thunder wings into his body, so his progress in refining them was quite sloppy. However, Xianxia had a feeling that the wind and thunder wings wouldn't be so easily refined and would require some special methods. After shuttling through the snowy mountain range for more than 10 days, the wind and snow gradually weakened. Atop a tall mountain, Xianxia stood at the top of the mountain and looked down, the long-awaited sunlight shining down on his body, making him feel comfortable both physically and mentally. He suddenly noticed that a few dozen kilometers away, there were several life auras that weren't weak. Xianxia couldn't help smiling happily. Now that he didn't know where he was, he naturally wanted to find someone to inquire about his whereabouts. But after walking for so many days, he hadn't been able to find anyone, so now he finally saw them. Inferring from the strength of these life auras, there shouldn't be any transcendent realm masters here, allowing Xianxia to relax a bit. Smiling lightly, Xianxia flew down the mountain range and approached the source of these life auras. A few dozen kilometers away, in the white snow, a group of 3 people was walking forward, 1 man and 2 women, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivators. The man was handsome, while the woman was beautiful. All 3 of them wore golden robes, the dazzling golden light particularly conspicuous in the white snow. They should be from the same sect or family. At this moment, the 2 women were walking in front, their arms wrapped around each other's. Even in such a cold environment, one of the women was still wearing very thin clothes, showing off her impressive figure. She was tall and slender, with ample breasts and perky buttocks, causing the man behind her to constantly stare at her graceful waist and swaying hips. The other woman was slightly shorter, her pretty face showing a bit of ignorance from time to time, stretching out her hands and exhaling hot air from her mouth, giving her a lovely appearance. Chapter 669. The 3 of them continued forward while releasing their divine senses to investigate their surroundings. After a while, the woman wearing thin clothes suddenly smiled happily and pointed in a certain direction. There should be spirit medicines over there. Saying so, she hurriedly led the other 2 over. Dozens of zhang away, the 3 of them worked hard to push aside a few feet of deep snow. Under the snow, there was a crystal-clear plant growing. Under the sunlight, the stem and leaves reflected a blurry halo like a crystal. It was quite beautiful. At the top of this plant, there were a few fingernail-sized, snow-white fruits that emitted a faint fragrance. Elder Sister G is amazing. The white jade fruit was hidden so deeply, yet you were able to find it. The younger woman looked excited and clapped her hands. Ji Meng chuckled and glanced over at Zhu Yingyu affectionately, comforting her. Pay more attention. You'll also find it. Zhu Yingyu pouted. I've tried my best, but every time I can't compare to you. Even Big Brother Qi can't compare. Hearing this, Qi Chao was a little unhappy. Am I weak? Zhu Yingyu snorted. You're much worse than Elder Sister Ji. Ji Meng patted her head. When we go back, I'll share some with you. Don't be discouraged. The latter nodded innocently. Qi Chao stepped forward and said, Let's pick them first. Be careful not to damage the roots. After a dozen years or so, they'll bear more white jade fruits. Ji Meng nodded, stretched out her jade white hands, and carefully picked up the few fruits, placing them into her universe bag. 4 spirit grasses and spirit medicines that could regenerate. A cultivator generally wouldn't damage their roots when harvesting them. Draining the pond to catch all the fish wasn't a good thing and would also reduce the production of spirit grasses and spirit medicines. With such a harvest, the 3 of them were very happy. Suddenly, Qi Chao and Ji Meng frowned and turned to look in a certain direction, their faces filled with vigilance. They felt that someone was quickly approaching from that direction. A moment later, A vague figure appeared in the snow and soon arrived a few dozen meters in front of the three of them. Xianxia saw the expressions of the three of them, but didn't pay them any mind. Suddenly encountering a stranger in the wilderness, no matter who it was, they would be vigilant. Before he came here, he had confirmed that their cultivation bases were not enough to threaten him. That was why he had shown himself so generously. If the other party had a second-order transcendent or above master, Xianxia would have avoided them. The three of them weren't that old, so it shouldn't be hard to talk to them. Xianxia nodded slightly, revealing a friendly smile. "Who are you?" Qichao took a step forward and stood in front of Jimeng and Zhu Yingyu, coldly asking, "How did you appear in this snow mountain range?" "Just a traveler who accidentally lost his way." Xianxia's expression was kind. "A passerby?" Qichao frowned and looked at Xianxia from head to toe. His face was full of suspicion. "It's not as simple as just passing by. Do you have some other purpose for entering this snowy mountain?" The other party's expression was somewhat unfriendly, causing Xianxia to scratch his head in confusion. Wondering where he had offended this man, he could only explain, "I was really just passing by and noticed your aura, so I came to take a look. I don't have any other intentions. I just wanted to ask how to get out of here. I've been wandering around this snowy mountain range for many days now." As he spoke, Xianxia suddenly noticed the white jade fruit tree behind them, its crystal-clear appearance causing Xianxia to take a second look. Qichao carefully observed Xianxia's expression and became vigilant, staring deeply at Xianxia. However, Xianxia's expression remained calm, not showing the slightest discomfort. Xianxia wasn't lying. Although he had been sent out from the mysterious small world, his current purpose was to find a clear direction and leave this boundless snow mountain range first. After a while, Qichao restrained his hostility and slowly nodded. "I'll believe you for the time being, but this snow mountain range is not a place for outsiders to enter. If you want to leave, just go in that direction." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Xianxia turned his head and glanced over before cupping his fists. "Many thanks, we'll meet again." As soon as his voice fell, he activated his movement skill and flew off in that direction. "Wait!" Qichao shouted coldly. "What's wrong?" Xianxia stopped and frowned. "You haven't collected any spirit grasses or spirit medicines in this snow mountain range, right? If you have, please hand them over. This is my spirit religion's territory. Everything here belongs to my spirit religion. Outsiders cannot take away even a blade of grass or a tree." Xianxia couldn't help showing a look of ridicule on his face as he became a little impatient. Not to mention that he hadn't collected anything. Even if he had, with the other party using such a commanding tone, there was no way he would hand it over. This snow mountain range was so large that it was impossible for a single great force to occupy it all. Glancing at the two women behind him, Xianxia was too lazy to make a fuss and simply said, "I don't have any." The next moment, Xianxia felt a divine sense sweep across his body unscrupulously. This person's courage is so big. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. Wasn't this person afraid he would counterattack and instantly injure him? Thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia didn't make any unnecessary movements and simply let this person investigate him. After a while, Qichao nodded with satisfaction. "You can go." Xianxia didn't say a word, turned around, and flew off into the snow. After he left, Zhu Yingyu whispered, "Brother Qi, that way, Shu?" Qichao raised a finger and slowly shook his head, glancing around before leading the two women in a different direction. Zhu Yingyu followed behind them with a suspicious look on her face, from time to time glancing back in the direction Xianxia disappeared, a worried look flashing across her eyes. After walking for a full hour, Zhu Yingyu finally couldn't help asking again, "Brother Qi, why did you point him in the wrong direction?" Jimeng smiled and said, "I also want to know, Qichao, what are you doing? That person is very suspicious, haven't you noticed?" Qichao glanced at them and said firmly, "His words can't be trusted." Jimeng was speechless and slowly shook her head. "Even if he's a bit suspicious, this isn't the way to harm others. You're trying to kill him. That's the monster beast's range of activity. If he went in alone, how could he possibly survive? His life or death has nothing to do with us. Chi Chao coldly snorted. When going out, one must always be on guard. His strength seems to be higher than ours. I'm just making plans for our safety. How do you know? I didn't even notice it, Zhu Yingyu asked innocently. Because he discovered us first, Chi Chao explained. He's not a disciple of the spirit religion, so he came to this snow mountain range either to collect herbs or for some other purpose. Didn't you notice that when he saw the white jade fruit tree, he showed an expression of interest? If I hadn't dragged him away, he might have killed me to steal the treasure. It doesn't matter if I die, but if you two fall into the hands of such a person, Zhu Yingyu's pretty face paled as her tender body trembled slightly. Recalling Yang Kai's appearance, she faintly felt that this person really was a beast with a human face. Ji Ming's brow furrowed as she curled her lips. How can you think so badly of people? What if it's really as he said, and he's just a traveler who lost his way? It's normal to get lost in this snow mountain range. Then you might as well go back and find him now and tell him that this is a dead end, Chi Chao snorted. Ji Ming angrily asked, Where am I supposed to find him now? Why, I lied to him just now. Didn't you not say anything? Now you're entangled with me. It's just an outsider, Chi Chao also said angrily. I'm just worried that you're from the same sect. I don't want you to lose face in front of outsiders. Don't argue. Zhu Yingyu saw the two of them arguing more and more fiercely and quickly tried to dissuade them. Fine, fine, fine. Just this once, there won't be a next time. Really, good people don't have good karma, Chi Chao said disheartenedly as he strode forward. Ji Ming sighed helplessly and glanced back, hesitating for a moment before shaking her head and keeping up with Chi Chao's pace. Elder Sister Ji, will he die? Zhu Yingyu asked softly. Maybe. Did Brother Qi make a mistake? No, he has his own reasons, Ji Ming smiled lightly. However, that person had released his divine sense before he appeared and deliberately notified the three of them. So obviously he didn't have any malicious intentions. If he really did have malicious intentions, he could have concealed himself and launched a sneak attack. Ji Ming couldn't understand why Chi Chao had pointed him in the wrong direction, making her feel very guilty towards this stranger. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he stared down at the seventh-order monster beast's corpse at his feet, breathing heavily. His body was covered in blood, so the battle just now had not been easy. A seventh-order monster beast was equivalent to a human transcendent realm cultivator. Fortunately, this seventh-order monster beast wasn't too difficult to deal with. Following the guidance of the yellow-robed man, Yang Kai had encountered 7 or 8 monster beast attacks in just 3 or 5 days. These monster beasts, without exception, had all been killed by him. If it had been any other peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator fighting a native ice attribute monster beast in such a harsh environment, they would have died countless times already. Moreover, as time passed, Yang Kai found that the nearby snowstorm was getting heavier and heavier. It seemed that he had returned to the same place. This discovery caused his expression to turn ugly. By now, he also realized that he had been deceived by the yellow-robed man. They had met by chance, and he had only asked for directions, showing that he had no malicious intentions. After getting the answer, Yang Kai naturally didn't have any suspicions. Who knew that the yellow-robed man would be so hateful? Taking out the monster beast's monster core and breaking off its 2 horns, Yang Kai turned around and returned to the original path with a cold expression. Climbing the towering snow-capped mountains along the way, walking in the white and boundless world, Yang Kai's mood was very bad. 3 days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. After listening for a while, he released his divine sense to investigate, and his expression suddenly became strange. More than 10 miles ahead, there were 2 familiar life auras. They were 2 of the 3 people he had met before, but at this moment, their mental state was somewhat unstable, as if they were being chased by something. They were panicking and fleeing in his direction. Following closely behind them, Yang Kai also noticed a strong life aura, which belonged to a 7th-order monster beast. What a small world. Yang Kai showed a strange smile, stopped in place, and waited quietly. Chapter 670. A series of beast roars rang out, shaking the earth and sending snow into the air. Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu desperately fled, no longer as calm and collected as when Yang Kai first saw them. Both of their clothes were tattered and blood-stained, revealing large patches of their snow-white skin as they fled. The cold wind blew, causing Zhu Yingyu to shiver. "Hurry!" Ji Meng shouted as she fled. "Brother Qi," Zhu Yingyu said as she looked back, but after seeing the fierce monster beast, her beautiful face couldn't help paling, fear flashing across her eyes. "He's dead, don't look back." Ji Meng's expression was calm, but her heart was a mess. She had never expected to encounter an ice crystal wolf here. The Seventh Order ice crystal wolf's body was harder than steel, so even the power of artifacts and martial skills could only leave some shallow marks on its body. Its speed was extremely fast, and its foreclaws and fangs were incredibly sharp. The three of them had been beaten by this ice crystal wolf in the blink of an eye, and Chi Chao's stomach had been torn open by the ice crystal wolf right in front of the two women's eyes, dying a miserable death. They had come here many times already, and each time they had been safe, but this time they had encountered an accident. Compared with Ji Meng's calmness, Zhu Yingyu was more flustered. Under the threat of death, she couldn't even display half of her immortal ascension boundary, 7th-stage cultivation, and could only flee for her life. If it weren't for Ji Meng releasing her artifact from time to time to slow down the ice crystal wolf, Zhu Yingyu would have already been overtaken. "Elder Sister Ji," Zhu Yingyu cried out. "If you don't want to die, don't cry," Ji Meng said solemnly. Zhu Yingyu nodded quickly. Amidst the snowstorm ahead, a figure stood tall. Ji Meng's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly called out, "Who is this friend in front of us? Can you help us?" At this moment, she seemed to see hope. The other party was simply waiting here without fear. Obviously, they weren't afraid of the ice crystal wolf. Perhaps this person was a senior or fellow disciple of the spirit religion. If that was the case, she and Zhu Yingyu could be saved. As soon as her words fell, a burst of energy shot out from the front. It accurately struck her feet. Perceiving the other party's hostility, Ji Meng quickly pulled Zhu Yingyu to stop. What a coincidence! A slightly mocking voice came from the front. That person was slowly approaching. Ji Meng's brow furrowed. She stared forward. A moment later, Ji Meng was of course Yang. Zhu Yingyu couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaiming, "You're fine." Of course, no, we didn't think so. Zhu Yingyu quickly waved her hand, her face filled with anxiety. "Where is that man?" Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, but didn't find Chi Chao's figure. "Dead." Ji Meng shielded Zhu Yingyu. "Meng of Qi Ying, of Meng of course of Meng, I admit, we were wrong before. Chi Chao shouldn't have pointed you in the wrong direction, and I shouldn't have not reminded you. But can we talk about this later?" Ji Meng hurriedly said, "If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The ice crystal wolf chasing us is a 7th Order monster beast. None of us can resist it." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "It's already too late." As he spoke, suddenly, a burst of whistling sounds rang out. A cold, murderous intent lingered in the air, causing Ji Meng's complexion to change greatly. Quickly turning around, she waved her 10 fingers and sent out a burst of ice. She faced the icicles coming from behind her. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk countless icicles shattered, filling the air with white mist. Ji Meng let out a grunt as her tender shoulder was grazed by an icicle, causing blood to gush out. A huge figure suddenly landed in front of the trio, a ferocious-looking ice crystal wolf bearing its fangs and spitting out a putrid breath. Its pair of copper bell-sized eyes stared towards Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu as a string of saliva flowed out from the corners of its mouth. The moment the ice crystal wolf pounced, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and looked down, quickly discovering that this monster beast body was also crystal clear, as if it was carved from jade. It was quite handsome, and its fur was quite soft, and it exuded a violent aura that soared to the heavens. Jiming and Zhu Yingyu both paled. They knew that after being delayed by Yang Kai, they would no longer be able to escape the Ice Crystal Wolf's attack range. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, Jiming quickly took out an artifact covered in arcs of lightning, poured her Xianxia into it, and fiercely attacked the Ice Crystal Wolf. At the same time, Zhu Yingyu also summoned her own artifact and waved her fan, sending out a wave of wind blades visible to the naked eye towards the Ice Crystal Wolf. When the two of them joined forces, the power behind their attacks was quite good. However, for the Ice Crystal Wolf, these attacks were tantamount to scratching an itch. A series of sparks burst out from its sturdy body, but the Ice Crystal Wolf remained unscathed. Opening its mouth, it roared and sent out a barrage of icicles towards Jiming and Zhu Yingyu. The two women tumbled about awkwardly, but were still inevitably injured, causing blood to gush out from their wounds, further stimulating the Ice Crystal Wolf's ferocity. Before they could even stand up, the countless icicles once again intertwined, weaving into an airtight net of attacks, forcing the two women to not even raise their heads. Snow fluttered in the air as the scene became chaotic. Jiming suddenly looked up, her face filled with anxiety as she shouted towards Yang Kai. "Can you help us?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. Although Qichao, who had deceived him before, had died under the Ice Crystal Wolf's claws, the fact that these two women hadn't warned him at the time made Yang Kai very annoyed. From beginning to end, he had wasted 6 or 7 days of his time. Seeing Yang Kai refuse so decisively, Jiming immediately knew that he still held a grudge over what had happened before and quickly shouted, "We were wrong before. Qichao deceived you, so we are also responsible, but you can't just stand by and watch us die, right? Why should I save you? I almost died myself." Yang Kai's expression was cold as he looked on indifferently. The Ice Crystal Wolf pounced forward and Jiming quickly dodged, but she was still struck in the abdomen by its claws, tearing off a large part of her clothes, revealing her flat belly and delicate navel. Bright red blood flowed from her abdomen as Jiming grit her teeth and endured the pain, using all her strength to fight back against the Ice Crystal Wolf. Zhu Yingyu also hurriedly helped. With the two of them working together, they were unable to resist the Ice Crystal Wolf's attacks, but they soon discovered that this 7th-order monster beast didn't seem to have any intention of immediately taking their lives. Instead, it was holding the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, conserving its strength to attack, its eyes even revealing a playful look. A 7th-order monster beast already possessed a high level of intelligence. If there were enough resources and conditions, it could even transform into a human form and become a member of a monster race. After realizing this, Jiming once again called out to Yang Kai for help. "We are disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit religion. If you can save us after we return, we will definitely compensate you for your losses. Qichao is also dead. Shouldn't your anger have subsided?" Bright Thunder Spirit religion? Yang Kai's expression changed, feeling like he had heard of this sect somewhere before, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't remember where. However, when Jiming saw his thoughtful expression, she thought he had some kind of relationship with her sect and asked expectantly, "Do you know someone from my spirit religion?" "Sorry, I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "You bastard." Jiming was furious, her heart filled with anxiety as she clenched her teeth and cursed, wishing she could rush up and kill Yang Kai. Originally, she had sympathized with this man who had been deceived, but now it seemed that this person was simply too hateful. He really should have died in this snow mountain range, out of sight, out of mind. "You're just watching us die. Are you even a man?" Jiming shouted. Yang Kai calmly replied, "Originally, saving you wasn't a big deal, but what happened before made me feel very uncomfortable. If I'm not happy, don't think you'll be happy either. If you can survive, I'll be happy to show you whether I'm a man or not." As he spoke, the two women became more and more exhausted under the Ice Crystal Wolf's attacks. Jiming grit her teeth. "What do you want?" Tell me what you want, and I'll do it. I don't want anything. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, putting on an expression of watching a good show. Ji Ming coughed up blood in anger. Yang Kai's calm demeanor made her understand that this man had the strength to deal with this ice crystal wolf. At the very least, he should have been able to escape from this seventh-order monster beast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be so calm. However, he simply stood there and watched the show without making a move, leaving Ji Ming helpless. Please, can't you? Ji Ming grit her teeth, her heart filled with grievance and hatred, but she had no choice but to suppress it and softly beg. This brother, I'm also begging you. Zhu Yingyu looked at Yang Kai pitifully, her eyes watery. Although she was terrified, she still persisted. Looking into her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, the coldness on his face gradually converging. He suddenly discovered that this woman's eyes were somewhat similar to Xia Ningchang's. Both of them were innocent and clear, without the slightest impurity. Yang Kai didn't say anything for a long time, nor did he show any intention to help. Ji Ming thought this man really had a heart of stone and was planning on watching from the sidelines. Feeling a chill in her heart, Ji Ming smiled bitterly and said, Yingyu, don't beg him. I'm afraid we're really going to die here. Before we die, remember what he looks like. Even if we become ghosts, we must haunt him for the rest of his life. As she spoke, she shot a cold glare towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. You woman, you really have a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions. You're not any better, Ji Ming retorted. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked, with the strength you've shown, can you escape? It wasn't that she was much stronger than the other woman. It was just that she hadn't wavered in the face of danger and had been able to display her full strength. Even if the Ice Crystal Wolf was a seventh-order monster beast, if an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage cultivator like her wanted to escape, she could still hold on for some time. The other woman was different. She seemed to have really been frightened. Her attacks were chaotic and her technique was clumsy. At a glance, it was obvious she had lived under protection all year round. Such a person's status was definitely not low. If I run away, what will happen to Yingyu? I'm not as despicable as you. Ji Ming ground her teeth and shouted. You're quite righteous. Yang Kai nodded gently, suddenly grinning. I've changed my mind. I can save you. Chapter 671. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. The man who had deceived him before was already dead, so Yang Kai had no intention of finding trouble with these two women. What's more, Yang Kai also needed someone to inquire about information. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Ji Ming was overjoyed and exclaimed, Really? Yang Kai nodded. But I have a condition. What condition? Ji Ming asked anxiously. Right now, the most important thing was to survive. She had already decided that no matter how excessive this man's request was, as long as it didn't hurt Zhu Yingyu, she would agree. Shouldn't you give yourself to me for saving your life? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and asked with an evil grin on his face. Ji Ming's face suddenly became gloomy. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she hadn't expected this man to actually make such a shameless request. Her heart filled with anger, but she didn't dare show it on her face, barely managing to resist the Ice Crystal Wolf's attack as she shouted, I don't care, but don't even think about touching Yingyu. Oh, Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. He had only been joking and didn't really intend to do anything to these two women. From their second conversation, these two women weren't evil people, so it didn't matter if he saved them. Are you going to attack or not? If you don't, we'll die and you won't get anything. Ji Ming couldn't bear it any longer. While she was speaking, the Ice Crystal Wolf's patience seemed to have been completely exhausted, and its attacks became more and more ferocious. With her and Zhu Yingyu's means, it was impossible for them to resist. If Yang Kai continued to watch, they would definitely suffer. It's coming. Yang Kai shook his head and slowly floated down from the sky. The huge monster beast pounced towards them from a distance, its fangs baring their fangs as a foul stench assaulted their nostrils. Zhu Yingyu screamed in fright, tears streaming down her face. Just as she didn't know what to do, her body suddenly felt light, and in the next moment, she found herself being carried on someone's shoulder. The scenery around her quickly receded, causing her to close her eyes in fear. Jimeng also suffered the same fate. She didn't even have time to react before she was grabbed by Yang Kai. Moving as fast as lightning, the repulsive ice crystal wolf chased after them, gradually increasing the distance between them. Jimeng glanced over and urged, "Hurry up, it's about to catch up." Yang Kai snorted, "That's easy for you to say. This is already my fastest speed." Jimeng didn't say anything. Looking at the ice crystal wolf getting further and further away, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. After a short while, the ice crystal wolf finally stopped chasing and stopped on the spot. It howled towards the sky, and its howl was filled with unwillingness and rage. Somewhere in the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai stood in the same place, looking bored as he watched two women with disheveled clothes busying themselves. They seemed to have a lot of experience living in the snow. They quickly dug a hole in the snow. The inside was spacious, and the outside was sturdy. Not long after, a snow cave was formed. Jimeng glanced back at Yang Kai vigilantly and weakly said, "We're going to change our clothes and apply some healing medicine. You stand here and don't come in. You're also not allowed to peek, otherwise I'll gouge out your eyes." "Hey, you're already considered one of my people now. What's wrong with me peeking?" Yang Kai teased. "You." Jimeng was extremely angry and gnashed her teeth for a moment before angrily saying, "I don't mind, but you can't." Saying so, the two women entered the snow cave one after the other. After a while, there was a rustling sound. Obviously, they were taking off their bloody clothes. Yang Kai was stunned. He suddenly felt that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of going back on their words. She wouldn't really give herself to him, right? Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. If he became entangled with her, he would be in big trouble. He was indeed despicable enough. How could he have proposed such a condition? After waiting for almost half an hour, Jimeng's voice came from inside. "You can come in now." Yang Kai smiled and walked over to the snow cave before lowering his head and entering. The inside was indeed very spacious, and it didn't feel cold or damp at all. On the contrary, compared to the outside environment, this snow cave gave off a warm feeling. The two women had already changed into clean clothes, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. The first time they met, Chi Chao had stood in front of them, so Yang Kai had taken note of their appearances. The second time they met, they were in a sorry state, covered in blood, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. Looking at them now, the older one had a proud figure and a beautiful face, while the younger one was exquisite and unique, quite cute. However, at this moment, this great beauty was glaring at Yang Kai with a look of displeasure, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. Gritting her teeth, the little beauty shrunk to the side and stared timidly at Yang Kai, appearing very weak. "Hello." Yang Kai greeted them and sat down cross-legged across from them. "I thought you were strong, but it turns out that in front of this ice crystal wolf, all you can do is flee," Jimeng said sarcastically. Before, when she saw Yang Kai's calm expression, not showing the slightest fear in front of the seventh-order monster beast, even casually chatting with her, Jimeng mistakenly thought he had some kind of extraordinary means. But in the end, she was greatly disappointed. This young man was just a bit faster. He didn't even have the courage to face this ice crystal wolf head-on. "Even if you didn't flee, I still saved you." Yang Kai didn't care. In front of unfamiliar outsiders, he wasn't willing to show his strength. A seventh-order monster beast was equivalent to a transcendent. If he really killed it in front of these two women, it was very likely he would expose his true combat strength. Before determining their identities and temperaments, Yang Kai wouldn't take such a risk. "No matter what, thank you for saving us," Jimeng suddenly said, her expression sincere, reaching out and gently touching Zhu Yingyu. Zhu Yingyu was still in a state of shock, so her reaction was inevitably a bit exaggerated. But after realizing Ji Ming's intentions, she blushed and whispered, "Thank you." "It was nothing, you're welcome." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling much better. "Also, about what happened before, we want to apologize to you." Ah! Zhu Yingyu stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared in amazement and muttered, "Why did he just leave like that?" Ji Ming stood in place with a complicated expression and thought for a moment before grit her teeth and muttering, "That bastard! It turns out he was lying to me, making me worry for so long." "What did he lie to you about?" "He said he wanted me to devote myself to him. I thought he was serious." Ji Ming's face flushed red. Now it seemed those words were just a joke. If Yang Kai really had such intentions, how could he have just walked away like that? "He's a good person." Zhu Yingyu grinned. "Is elder sister Ji tempted? It's not too late to chase after him." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ji Ming curled her lips. However, this person really wasn't bad. After getting along with him for a few days, Ji Ming found that he wasn't as hateful as he appeared to be before. Chapter 672. At the edge of the Snow Mountain Range, Grand Boulder City. This was the only city within a few thousand-kilometer radius. Numerous cultivators came and went, and the various trading centers and shops here were extremely popular. Bright Thunder Spirit religion wasn't the only sect near the Snow Mountain Range. There were also 2 or 3 other forces that had settled down here. Grand Boulder City, as a hub for these forces, naturally acted as a hub for exchanging materials between the various cultivators. A cultivator's cultivation wasn't something that could be done behind closed doors. Instead, they often relied on external items. Pills, artifacts, all of which belonged to the category of external items. These were indispensable aids to a cultivator in battle. Exchanging what one didn't need for what one did need, a transaction would naturally occur. After separating from Ji Ming and Zhu Yingyu, Yang Kai walked for 4 days before arriving at Grand Boulder City. Seeing the jostling crowd, Yang Kai showed a happy smile. During this time, he could be considered to have died of loneliness. He wasn't looking for someone to talk to. It was just that in this vast snow mountain range, there was no one for 10,000 kilometers, not even the slightest bit of vitality, making him feel a little depressed. At the city gate, there were several cultivators wearing guard uniforms, inspecting the pedestrians passing by. When it was Yang Kai's turn, Yang Kai learned from the people who had entered before and quietly slipped a crystal stone to the guard. The guard put away the crystal stone without leaving a trace and shot Yang Kai a meaningful glance before moving aside. "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled and stepped into Grand Boulder City. Grand Boulder City didn't only have cultivators from the nearby forces, but also cultivators from all over the world. Because this place was next to the Snow Mountain Range, it produced some spirit grasses and spirit medicines that could only be grown under extremely cold conditions. Many cultivators had a need for these. Grand Boulder City didn't refuse anyone, but if one didn't want to be checked, they had to hand over crystal stones. This was one of Grand Boulder City's main ways of making money. The numerous shops in the city were Grand Boulder City's main source of income. The owners of these shops in Grand Boulder City were mostly disciples of several nearby forces, and very few outsiders were able to get involved in the business here. Yang Kai's footsteps were light and quick as he wandered around the shops, buying the herbs he needed. Although Yang Kai had given most of his crystal stones to the ancient demon clan before leaving the small sealed world, he still had a lot left. This amount of crystal stones was still quite a lot for a single person. Yang Kai was also paying attention to the materials needed to refine the saint-level pill. Before leaving, Li Rong had told him all this information, but what Yang Kai hadn't expected was that it was actually a saint-grade high-rank pill. Right now, he could barely refine a high-grade spirit-grade pill, but there was still a big gap between him and a high-grade saint-grade pill. Along the way, after sweeping through several dozen shops, Xianxia's harvest was quite bountiful. A variety of herbs piled up inside the Black Book space. Arriving at a large shop, Xianxia spent a large amount of crystal stones to exchange for many of the materials he needed. Little brother seems quite unfamiliar. Why are you buying so many herbs for alchemy? The shop owner, who was an Immortal Ascension 8-stage cultivator, looked at Xianxia with interest, his white hair giving him a somewhat amiable appearance as he stroked his beard and asked, "Shopkeeper, are you here to do business or to inquire about information?" Xianxia stared at him and asked with a smile. The other party's sudden question inevitably made Xianxia a little vigilant, but in Grand Boulder City, public security was quite good and there wouldn't be any fights for no reason. Even if there was friction between cultivators, they would settle it outside the city. So, Xianxia wasn't afraid. "I was just casually asking. If little brother doesn't want to answer, there's no need to." The shop owner was stunned, seemingly aware of Xianxia's vigilance, and didn't want him to misunderstand. "But if little brother is an alchemist, you can get a discount when you buy herbs." "Discount? Why would I get discount?" Xianxia asked curiously. He had never heard of any shop that would give alchemists a discount. Before the shop owner could answer, a nearby cultivator who was looking for herbs laughed. "Because this is a shop opened by the Alchemist Guild. As long as you are an alchemist, you can enjoy all kinds of preferential treatment. Don't you know?" As he spoke, he walked over and handed the selected herbs to the shop owner and handed him a jade token. Xianxia could clearly see that the jade token was engraved with the word pill. The shop owner glanced at the herbs, calculated the price, picked up the jade token, and poured yuan qi into it. The jade token instantly flashed, and the shop owner nodded slightly. "Spirit grade low-rank alchemist, according to the rules of the guild, we can give you a 20% discount." The cultivator quickly handed over the crystal stones, and the shop owner put them away, completing the transaction. After buying the herbs, the cultivator left without looking back. Xianxia was dumbfounded. The Alchemist Guild is a force established by all the alchemists in the world. Only alchemists are eligible to join. As long as you are an alchemist of the guild, you will receive preferential treatment when you buy things from one of the guild's shops. Moreover, the guild shops are all over the world, so you can enjoy the guild's care wherever you go, the shop owner explained with a smile. "Shopkeeper, how do you know I'm an alchemist?" Xianxia asked curiously. The other party had obviously confirmed that he was an alchemist, so there was no point in pretending to be ignorant. Xianxia was very curious. Where did this old shop owner, who is only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage cultivator, get this kind of insight? An alchemist is different from an ordinary cultivator. I have been guarding this shop for several decades now and have seen many alchemists come and go. Whether you are an alchemist or not, I can tell at a glance. The shop owner slowly shook his head, appearing somewhat enigmatic. "Although little brother is young, from the grade of herbs you have chosen, you should at least be a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist, right?" Xianxia remained indifferent and didn't deny it. The old shop owner's eyes lit up. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." This old master has studied alchemy for many years, but is still only a mysterious, grade high-rank alchemist. I really envy you. Alchemy was also a matter of aptitude. There is a branch of the guild in Grand Boulder City. If you want to enjoy discounts when buying herbs in the future, you might as well go there and get a jade token. Not only will it help you save crystal stones, but it will also make it more convenient for you to travel the world. Alchemists are valued everywhere. Basically, no one will find trouble with you, the old shop owner said with a smile. Many thanks for the advice. Xianxia cupped his fists. "You're welcome." Walking out of the shop, Xianxia fell into contemplation. It was undeniable that the old shop owner's words had moved him. Being able to buy herbs at a discount was only one of the reasons. Although he had a lot of crystal stones on hand right now, these things would run out one day, so he had to save as much as he could. What Xianxia cared about the most was that alchemists could be valued by any great force. Xianxia's only wish after coming to Tongxian Realm was to find Su Yin and his little senior sister. However, this world was so vast that it was impossible for him to find them with his own strength. Unlike back in the central capital, where he had gathered a large number of available helpers. He could find anyone he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Here, he could only rely on himself. When Shui Ling and Yun Xian invited him to join Water Spirit Temple or Bold Independent Union, Yangkai didn't know alchemy yet, so he politely refused their kindness. Because Yangkai wanted to rely on his own strength to find Su Yin and the others. But now, it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. Could he use his status as an alchemist to seek refuge with some great force and have them help him find them? Inside and in, Yangkai thought about it for a long time before deciding to go to the Alchemist Guild and get a jade token. This jade token alone could save him a lot of trouble, so it was worth Yangkai's attention. After asking around Grand Boulder City, Yangkai soon found the location of the Alchemist Guild. In front of the magnificent Alchemist Guild, Yangkai stood for a long time and shook his head. Although he had long heard that alchemists were a group of rich guys, Yangkai hadn't expected them to be rich to this extent. The entire Alchemist Guild from the outside was very different from the other buildings in Grand Boulder City, exuding a rich aura. Outside the palace, birds and beasts carved from rare ores gave off faint energy fluctuations. Obviously, they were all engraved with powerful spirit arrays. If someone dared to have any ideas about this building, they would definitely suffer a big loss. As far as the eye could see, the interior of the association was also covered with thick red carpets. Everywhere was decorated with sparkling and translucent gemstones. Occasionally, alchemists would enter and leave, but all of them had arrogant and indifferent looks on their faces, as if they were some kind of big shot. A top-notch alchemist could be rich enough to rival an entire country and had a respected status. This was not a legend. It was a real thing. In the central capital, alchemists and artifact refiners were relatively noble existences, but in Tongxian realm, this inexplicable nobility seemed to be magnified several times. "Boy, what are you looking around for?" An angry shout suddenly rang out as a big, bearded man glared at Yangkai and shouted, "Which great force do you belong to? Don't you know where you are?" "Hello." Yangkai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. "I want to receive an alchemist jade token." "Receive a jade token? You're an alchemist?" The big man was stunned when he heard this and swept his divine sense over Yangkai. After a long time, he nodded slightly and, "Not bad. You have a yang attribute true qi in your body, so you should be able to perform alchemy. You're too young. Haven't you only just started studying?" "Haha, I haven't been studying for long." Yangkai smiled and nodded. "Good, come in." The big man tilted his head and gestured before walking inside. Yangkai hurriedly followed. Along the way, Yangkai was amazed. From the outside, the Alchemist Guild seemed quite amazing, but after entering he realized that it was a place filled with riches. After learning that Yangkai was also an alchemist, the big man slightly restrained his contemptuous attitude towards him. But he wasn't too easygoing either, shouting along the way, "Since you want to become a member of the Alchemist Guild, as long as you pass our test, you can get the jade token you want, but you must remember, even if you become an official alchemist, you're not allowed to do anything harmful to humanity. If you dare perform alchemy for a monster race member from the demon race, don't blame the guild for cleaning you up." "Ahem, of course," Yangkai quickly said. Chapter 673. This big man had only said this casually. He hadn't expected him to be so direct. Yangkai practiced alchemy in order to refine pills for the demon race. Moreover, he was from the ancient demon clan, a clan that had been forgotten by the world for thousands of years. He was a servant of the great demon god. Inside the Alchemist Guild, a light medicinal fragrance filled the air. From time to time, Yangkai could feel the hot yuan qi flowing through the side rooms. Presumably, the alchemists were diligently performing alchemy. After following the big man to a relatively remote room, the big man left him behind and said, "Wait here, someone will come to greet you in a while." Yangkai nodded slightly and casually found a chair to sit down on. The room wasn't big, and there wasn't much furniture inside, so it was quite empty. Yang Kai waited for a full 2 hours, and, just as he was about to become impatient, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon, the door was pushed open and a woman with an ugly expression walked in. Looking Yang Kai up and down, she asked, "Are you the one who wants to join the Alchemist Guild?" Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and asked, "Can we begin the test now? How long have you been studying alchemy?" The woman frowned, seemingly a little unhappy as she asked coldly, "Not long, I don't know exactly how long." It had only been a little over a year since Yang Kai started practicing alchemy, but if one counted the basic knowledge, it would be several years. From the time he obtained the true alchemic way until now, it had been at least 4 or 5 years, but he had only been intermittently prying into the mysteries of the true alchemic way. With this woman asking such a question, he didn't know how to answer. Deliberately mystifying. The woman coldly snorted, somewhat dissatisfied that Yang Kai didn't directly answer her question. Reaching into the universe bag at her waist, she hesitated for a moment before taking out a herb and handing it to Yang Kai. "This is a heaven-grade, low-rank cold star grass. Condense it into a medicinal liquid for me to see." Yang Kai reached out and took it, staring at her in amazement. "Condense it just like that?" The woman sneered. "If you can't even do this, then you don't need to join the association. Do you think the association will accept just anyone? Only heaven-grade alchemists and above were qualified to have their own jade tokens. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." As he spoke, he muttered, "Master's really too much. Such a young brat. Can't he just chase him out? Wasting my precious time." When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He also understood why this woman had an unhappy expression on her face. It turned out that his arrival had delayed her refining time. When an alchemist was concocting pills, it was a taboo to be disturbed, so Yang Kai could understand why the woman was unhappy. However, her words and demeanor clearly showed that she was looking down on him, which made Yang Kai feel a little helpless. She probably thought that he had really just started learning alchemy. Thinking so, Yang Kai began circulating his yuan qi, wrapping it around the cold star grass in his hand, and injecting his yuan qi into the herb. Soon, a faint fragrance filled the air, and the woman finally withdrew her look of contempt and focused on the movements of Yang Kai's hands. The cold star grass seemed to have been melted, completely turning into a liquid. Under the influence of the yuan qi, it floated above Yang Kai's palm, a wisp of impurities escaping and evaporating. As time passed, a heaven-grade, low-rank cold star grass was quickly condensed into a medicinal liquid, a vibrant emerald green color. With Yang Kai's skill and technique, it was easy for him to condense heaven-grade herbs. Even without a pill furnace or spirit array, he could still get rid of the impurities. In just a few breaths of time, the medicinal liquid had taken shape. The woman released her divine sense and carefully examined it, a trace of surprise finally appearing on her pretty face as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Is this enough?" Yang Kai asked. He could still condense the medicinal liquid to a higher level, but he didn't do so. This level should be enough to meet the woman's requirements. "Let me ask you, what grade of pill can you refine?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Only now did she discover that she seemed to have underestimated this young boy's means and ability. "Spirit grade? What?" The woman's face suddenly changed as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Spirit grade low rank. Sometimes you may fail," Yang Kai added. He didn't dare to say his ability was too high, so as not to attract the attention of others, but spirit grade low rank seemed to be somewhat unacceptable to this woman. "Impossible, you are almost 20 years old. How can you refine a spirit grade pill?" "I can refine it for you to see." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. The woman stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to see if he was boasting. After a while, she said seriously, "Come with me. If you really have this ability, then it's not within the scope of my assessment." She was just a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist. How could she take the spirit grade assessment? In another room, The burly man Yang Kai had seen before was studying an ancient alchemy book in his hand with a worried look on his face. Facing a profound spirit array, he seemed to be unable to understand it and was clearly distressed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the big man looked up and asked, "What's the matter?" "Master," the woman called out softly. "It's about the young man who just wanted to join the association." "Oh, did he pass the test?" the big man asked. "No. If he didn't, then don't bother me. Go refine your own alchemy." The woman gritted her teeth and suddenly kicked open the door. Yang Kai was stunned. The woman stormed into the room, causing the big, bearded man to slap the table angrily. "How dare you ignore your master's orders? Do you still see me as your master in your eyes?" The woman snorted and put her hands on her hips, a look of annoyance on her face as she said, "Master, didn't you say that guy had just started learning alchemy?" "Yes, what's the problem? Then why can he refine a spirit-grade pill? I even used a heaven-grade low-rank cold star grass to test him. It's so embarrassing." "Huh?" The big man was stunned. "He can refine a spirit-grade pill? Impossible. You little girl are lying to me again. I brought him here, whether he has this ability or not. You can verify it yourself." The woman beckoned to the outside, and Yang Kai braced himself and walked in. The big man stared at Yang Kai with a dignified look and shouted, "You think you can refine a spirit-grade pill?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The big man's expression suddenly became serious as he gloomily said, "Boy, you need to know that this is the Alchemist Guild. No matter which force you come from, if you dare to talk nonsense here, you won't leave here alive." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He just wanted to get a jade token. He didn't expect there would be so many twists and turns. "Forget it. I won't get a jade token. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." "You dare?" the big man roared, his voice like a bell as he sneered. "Do you think the Alchemist Guild is a place where you can come and go as you please? It's useless to feel guilty. I will prepare the materials for you and see how you can refine a spirit-grade pill. If you can't satisfy me, haha. I also want to know if you really have this ability." The woman also glanced sideways at Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling extremely helpless. "Mina, take out your spirit-grade materials." The big man stared at Yang Kai and ordered the woman. The woman nodded gently and rummaged around in her universe bag. Soon, a pile of spirit-grade materials appeared on the table in the room. The big man stretched out his hand again, and a head-sized furnace appeared in his hand. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "This is my own furnace. I collected the materials for 8 years and asked a Saint-grade artifact refiner to refine it. It can greatly increase the chances of successfully refining a pill. Don't say I didn't take care of you. If you can't refine a spirit-grade pill with this furnace, you can just wait for your head to roll." Saying so, he threw the furnace over. Yang Kai caught it, weighed it in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. The quality of this furnace was very good, far superior to ordinary furnaces, and the spirit array engraved inside was also used to increase the chances of successfully refining a pill, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the spirit array inside was incomplete and couldn't display its full potential. "There are 5 sets of spirit-grade materials here. If you can refine 3 sets, I'll consider you passed the test. If you can't, haha." The big man sneered and said, "You can start. I'll be watching you. Don't try to play any tricks." Now that things had come to this point, Yang Kai couldn't back down. Placing the furnace on the table, he carefully examined the 5 sets of materials. A moment later, his brow wrinkled, and he changed the positions of several of the herbs. The large man and the woman looked at him suspiciously. They didn't know why he looked so confident. Moreover, the 5 sets of ingredients were the best, so how could he casually change the positions of several of them? The 2 of them didn't say anything and just watched quietly. A moment later, Yang Kai began to move, skillfully adding the herbs into the furnace one by one. The yuan qi was poured into the furnace and condensed into a medicinal liquid. Whether it was the heat or the timing, everything was controlled perfectly. The big man and the woman's eyes lit up. Just from this action alone, they realized that this young man seemed to have some skill and wasn't just boasting. His technique and self-confidence obviously came from his usual practice. As the herbs were added into the furnace, under Yang Kai's control, the room gradually filled with a medicinal fragrance. The big man and the woman stared at Yang Kai without blinking, their expressions gradually becoming dignified, no longer showing any contempt. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai reached out and patted the pill furnace, causing a round golden pill to fly out. The big man's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, reaching out and sucking this pill into his palm. Carefully perceiving it, his eyes widened as he muttered, "It really is a spirit-grade pill. Is this little brat really so powerful?" Mina was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai could really refine a spirit-grade pill. Although it was only a spirit-grade low-rank pill, it was something she couldn't do herself. The medicinal properties are restrained, the herbs aren't wasted at all, just a little bit more, and it would have formed pill veins. Amazing. The big man sighed as if it was a bit regretful. Chapter 674. Once a spirit-grade high-rank alchemist formed pill veins, the value of spirit-grade high-rank alchemist would double. Even with Big Han's skills, he could only occasionally refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins, and that was only if his luck was extremely good and he was in peak condition. As for the legendary pill clouds, even he had never seen one before. Holding this spirit pill, the big bearded man was speechless for a long time. An hour later, Yang Kai finished his alchemy. 5 sets of materials, a total of 4 spirit pills had been refined, but the last set of materials had failed. This was something that Yang Kai had done on purpose. At this moment, whether it was the big man or the young woman, both of them were staring at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, completely dumbfounded. "Master, is this guy some kind of beauty-preserving technique? Otherwise, how could I look only 20 years old? No, this should be his real age. Amazing! How could he be so amazing?" Saying so, he glanced at the young woman with a look of disappointment. "Master, can you not look at me like that? I've already tried my best," Mina said, feeling very wronged. Her alchemy aptitude was also quite outstanding, and she was a very famous existence within a few thousand kilometers. Several nearby great forces were trying to win her over as an honored guest. Because of this aptitude, Mina usually thought highly of herself, but in front of these 4 spirit pills, her pride had been shattered. The master and disciple pair whispered to each other for a while, but Yang Kai didn't deliberately eavesdrop. After waiting for a while, he asked, "Did I pass the test?" The big man was surprised when he heard this, but he soon chuckled and nodded. "Yes, you definitely passed. Then my jade token—" "Don't worry, the jade token will definitely be given to you, but before that, you need to see someone. Wait, I'll call him over." Saying so, the big man rushed out. Suddenly, only Yang Kai and the young woman were left in the room. Yang Kai was speechless. "You really make people look at you in a new light." The woman let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration and generously extended her hand, no longer displaying her previous contempt and casualness as she solemnly said, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Mina, a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist and a member of this alchemist branch." Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and gently shook her hand. "Where did you come from?" Mina asked curiously. "To the west." Mina looked at him and pursed her lips into a smile. "Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Look at how vigilant you are." To the west was a vast, snowy mountain. When Yang Kai said that he came from there, it was obviously a little perfunctory. "All right, why did you change the configuration of the 5 sets of materials just now? Isn't that your test?" Yang Kai was stunned. Mina slowly shook her head. "That was the configuration I thought was the best, but after you changed it, it seems like it's easier to refine it. Who taught you to do that?" "Intuition." Yang Kai felt a little guilty. He didn't think too much about it just now and thought that the other party had deliberately put in the wrong herbs to test his skills, but it turned out that wasn't the case. "Why did you do that?" The pill recipe my master taught me is not like this. Is there something wrong with master's pill recipe? Mina frowned. Xianxia thought about it for a moment and didn't try to hide it, carefully explaining it to her. Mina's eyes lit up as she listened and nodded, suddenly feeling like she had learned a lot. While the two of them were discussing the accuracy and rigor of the pill recipe inside the room, outside, the big man and the other man stopped to listen, and the more they listened, the more surprised they became. Because even they hadn't thought of changing the pill recipe, but after changing it, they found that it was much better than the original one. At the very least, if they used Xianxia's method to refine it, they could avoid many unnecessary failures, increase the chances of successfully refining a pill, and fully display the medicinal efficacies of the herbs. Where did you find this little brat? The man asked the big bearded man. He delivered himself to us. The big man shrugged. Did you pick up a treasure? The other man didn't deny it, simply pushing the door open and walking in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Kaiyang quickly turned his head to look, only to see the bearded big man and another old man with a transcendent aura walk in together. Mina quickly introduced them to Xianxia. This is Old Man Du. Old Man Du is the owner of this place, a saint-grade low-rank alchemist. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a sense of respect and quickly bowed. Duan smiled and nodded. Little friend doesn't need to be so polite. We will all be family in the future. This is my master, a spirit-grade high-rank alchemist. Yixiong grinned at Xianxia. Sit down. Old Man Du gestured. After everyone was seated, Mina brought out a few cups of fragrant tea from somewhere and served them. Old Man Du took a sip before smiling. I understand little friend's purpose for coming here. Being able to refine a spirit-grade pill, you are indeed qualified to have your own jade token. This old master will present the jade token that represents his status as an alchemist to you later. Many thanks, Xianxia nodded. Can this old master ask, who is little friend's master? Asking so, Duan stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze. After listening to Yixiong's report, Duan only faintly felt that this young man wasn't simple. But after listening to many of his unique insights at the entrance, Duan immediately realized that Xianxia was extraordinary. Even he didn't understand the profound meaning behind those insights. So how could a little brat comprehend them? The only possibility was that someone was guiding him from behind. Duan really wanted to know which alchemist could teach such a disciple. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, and he was even a spirit-grade alchemist. What kind of earth-shaking master was this? Although Old Man Du was a saint-grade alchemist and had a highly respected status, there were still some alchemists above him, not to mention those old monsters who lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests all year round. These old monsters might not appear for dozens or hundreds of years, but each one of them was a man with heaven-defying means and divine technique, making it impossible for others to guess. Moreover, these old monsters with astonishing cultivations were very protective of their own. It was very likely that some of their descendants would come out of their seclusion and enter the world to gain experience. Just now, after talking with him for a while, she had benefited a lot. So naturally, she wanted to communicate more with Xianxia. Then, I'll have to trouble you. Since Mina was looking at him expectantly, Xianxia was too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, this Old Man Du and Yixiong didn't have the slightest malicious intent. Little friend is too polite, Old Man Du smiled. But I shouldn't stay here for long. Xianxia added, everything will be as little friend wishes. Saying so, Duan took out a jade token and pushed it towards Xianxia. This is my Alchemist Guild's identity token. With this thing, you can enjoy preferential treatment in any shop opened by the Alchemist Guild. If you encounter any danger, just take out this jade token and under normal circumstances, you'll be safe. Many thanks, Old Man Du. Xianxia took the jade token and poured his true chi into it, a look of joy quickly filling his face. There is a mysterious energy hidden inside this jade token that would allow anyone who sensed it to easily figure out what grade of alchemist the owner of this jade token was. However, Yang Kai found that in addition to Mina, Old Man Du and Yi Xiong were sometimes too kind to him, not showing the proper attitude of an elder toward the junior, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. These days, Yang Kai had been performing alchemy all this time, so the materials he had purchased were rapidly being consumed. Before, in Demon God Citadel, when Li Rong and the others provided him with herbs, Yang Kai didn't think much of it. But now that he was preparing materials for alchemy, he found that the consumption was simply too great. Even if he had a lot of crystal stones on hand, it wouldn't be long before he ran out. However, he had to constantly improve his grade and skills through alchemy. Mina, how can you guarantee you have enough materials for alchemy? Who's as abnormal as you? Mina rolled her eyes. Your alchemy speed is too fast. My master needs half a day to refine a single spirit pill. He can only refine 2 a day at most. Yang Kai was stunned. However, we can sell the pills we refine and exchange them for Xianxia. Then, we can buy materials to continue refining. Yang Kai couldn't help but light up. He had been performing alchemy all this time, completely forgetting that he could sell the pills he refined. Because until now, Yang Kai had never worried about making money, nor did he think about how to make money. Most of the pills he had were spirit grade pills, and whether it was quality or grade, they were quite suitable for most cultivators, so he definitely wouldn't have to worry about selling them. Under Mina's lead, Yang Kai and her came to the shop opened by the Alchemist Guild. The old shop owner who had guided Yang Kai before gave him a very good price, not only getting back all the crystal stones he had spent, but also making a big profit. After purchasing enough materials, Yang Kai once again returned to the Alchemist Guild. Time flew by, and soon a month had passed. After determining that the people in the Alchemist Guild had no malicious intentions towards him, Yang Kai decided to talk to Old Man Du. Yang Kai didn't plan to stay in the Alchemist Guild for the rest of his life. He had another purpose for entering the Alchemist Guild, which was to use his respected status as an alchemist to achieve his goal of finding Su Yin and his little senior sister. His little friend looking for someone? Old Man Du was surprised after hearing Yang Kai's words. My 2 senior sisters and 1 martial uncle. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't dare reveal the existence of the old demon, but since Meng Wuya was Xian Ningchang's master, he could be considered his martial uncle. Old Man Du's expression shook, thinking to himself that this was truly incredible. The behemoth behind Yang Kai suddenly had 3 successors, and obviously the identities of the other 2 women were also not trivial. Actually having a senior accompanying them, it was very likely that they were even more powerful than Yang Kai. If little friend is looking for someone, the guild can provide some help. This old master will send a letter to the other branches to pay attention. If there is any news, I will inform little friend as soon as possible. However, the guild has many trivial matters to attend to, so this old master can only offer his humble assistance. If little friend really wants to find them, he will have to find his own way. Many thanks, Senior. This is already a great help. Yang Kai said seriously. Old Man Du hesitated for a moment before saying, if this is little friend's wish, this old master suggests little friend rely on the nearby forces and ask them for help. With your status as a spirit grade low-rank alchemist, I don't think any force will refuse you. No matter where you go, they will treat you as an honored guest. I have such an idea, but I'm not familiar with the nearby forces, so I don't know which one to choose. I hope Senior can give me some pointers. He really wasn't familiar with the nearby forces, so if he joined a force with bad intentions, it would be difficult for him to escape. If not for being forced into such a situation, Yang Kai wouldn't have had such an idea. So that's how it is. Old Man Du nodded slightly. Of the nearby forces, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, Ancient Moon Cave Heaven, and Luo Sheng Sect can be considered the best. If you want to choose from these four forces. However, don't go to Luo Sheng's sect. Those people aren't easy to get along with. As for the remaining three, this old master has some friendship with these forces, so if I really want to choose one, it will be a bit difficult. Can I go to any of these three forces? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The reputation of these three forces is indeed quite good. Why don't you allow this old master to consider it carefully and give you an answer in a few days? Then I'll have to trouble old man Du. Little friend is too polite. The next few days passed uneventfully. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy every day, while Mina often came to ask him for advice. One day, when old man Du suddenly summoned him, Yang Kai put down what he was doing and came to old man Du's room. Yang Kai thought old man Du had made a decision and was going to recommend him to a certain force, but after opening the door, Yang Kai found that there was actually an unfamiliar face in the room. This man's aura was restrained, and his eyes were shining brightly. As soon as Yang Kai entered the room, this man stared at him with great interest. A transcendent realm master. Yang Kai's heart clenched. Being able to give him such pressure, this man was at least a second-order transcendent. Old man Du, Yang Kai greeted. Little friend, please sit. Old man Du smiled. Is this the new alchemist in the association? The man looked at Yang Kai with interest and asked kindly. He's a spirit-grade alchemist with excellent aptitude, old man Du said seriously. Spirit-grade? The man's expression changed as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This old master won't lie. I believe old man Du. The man nodded solemnly. Little friend, allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Duan Hai of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Yang Kai nodded slightly to him in greeting. This old master has some friendship with Elder Duan. I don't know where Elder Duan heard the news that you have entered the association, but after learning that you have entered the association, he came here today to ask you to serve as an honored guest in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Duan Hai smiled and said, It's not that I've been monitoring your alchemist guild. It's just that my junior brother came to Grand Boulder City one day to handle some business and happened to see me and this friend enter together. Junior brother knew that I have some friendship with old man Du, so he asked me to shamelessly come here and ask, otherwise someone else might beat me to it. Old man Du laughed dumbly. Since Yang Kai entered the Alchemist Guild, he had only gone out once, but he had not expected to be discovered by someone with good intentions. This could only be said to be a coincidence. I wonder if this friend is willing to enter my spirit religion. Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai expectantly. A spirit-grade alchemist was already a very good rank, but what was even more valuable was that this person was very young and obviously had extraordinary aptitude. If he could make him develop a sense of dependence and belonging to the spirit religion, in time, he would surely be able to become a saint-grade alchemist. Such a level of alchemist had never appeared in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion before. This was a long-term investment. Duan Hai had the vision and the courage to do so. Chapter 676. Today, if this friend is willing to live in my spirit religion and serve as an honored guest, my spirit religion is willing to provide very generous treatment, Duan Hai said sincerely. Duan Hai said sincerely. Although he was a transcendent and was at least a generation older than Yang Kai in terms of seniority, he still cordially called him friend. Brother Duan might as well tell me what kind of treatment you would like to offer first. Old man Du knew that Yang Kai didn't know anything about this, so he took the initiative to inquire about Yang Kai. Duan Hai smiled wryly and shook his head. Old man Du, since he is one of your people, how can I squeeze him dry? With a serious expression, he turned to Yang Kai and said, The spirit religion will provide you with herbs, and you can take 20% of the value of any pill you refine as a reward. In other words, if you refine a spirit pill worth 100 crystal stones, the spirit religion will give you 20 crystal stones. Old man Du's expression changed, and he nodded slightly. Yang Kai observed old man Du's expression and knew that this treatment would definitely not be bad. This is just the most basic condition. The spirit religion will provide you with the most comfortable alchemy environment and prioritize meeting your needs. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of my spirit religion, anything can be agreed to. What do you think? After Duan Hai finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly, waiting for his reply. To be honest, the conditions he proposed were already very generous. The 20% of benefits was not something an ordinary alchemist could obtain. Even if a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist was hired as an honored guest, they generally wouldn't be able to obtain such a percentage. If Yang Kai had any other requests, he could discuss them with him. Yang Kai frowned slightly, thought for a while, then looked at Old Man Du and asked, "What does Senior think?" "The conditions are good," Old Man Du said honestly, "but whether or not you want to go, it all depends on little friend's wishes." "Since you're Old Man Du's friend, there should be no problem," Yang Kai grinned. In any case, he had already planned to find a force to rely on for the time being, so with Old Man Du's protection, he felt a lot more relieved. Duan Hai was overjoyed when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. Friend really is easy to talk to. But the conditions need to change. Yang Kai changed the subject. "I would like to hear the details," Duan Hai said solemnly. 20% of the profits. "I don't want it. I only want 10%. Kai Yang raised a finger. Duan Hai and Old Man Du were both stunned, but they didn't interrupt and simply waited for him to continue. Since Kai Yang had taken the initiative to give up the benefits he deserved, it was obvious that he had other intentions. "I hope you to help me, of the spirit religion, sect, of course." Yang Kai didn't. "What is it?" Duan Hai asked. "When the time comes, I will tell you. Moreover, I won't stay in Bright Thunder Spirit religion forever. I hope that when I leave, I won't encounter any obstacles." "That's easy." Duan Hai quickly nodded. "My Bright Thunder Spirit religion has more than one honored guest. Whether these honored guests stay or leave is entirely up to them. The spirit religion will never force them." "No problem." Kai Yang smiled. Duan Hai was overjoyed. "So it's settled then?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Old Man Du smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Duan. In fact, this old master really doesn't want little friend to leave, but since little friend has his own matters to attend to, this old master can only reluctantly send him off." Duan Hai said meaningfully, "How about Old Man Du come to my spirit religion as an honored guest? Isn't your appetite a bit too big?" Old Man Du laughed dumbly. "You actually want to hire this old master? A saint-grade alchemist? Which great force wouldn't want one? I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it," Old Man Du said with a smile. Duan Hai's expression became bitter as he nodded. "That's true," shaking his head in distress. He turned to Yang Kai and asked, "When is it convenient for friend to leave?" "I can leave at any time." "How about now?" Duan Hai asked with an impatient look. Yang Kai looked at him in amusement and nodded slightly. "There's no time to lose. Let's go," Duan Hai said and stood up. "Allow me to say goodbye to a friend first," Yang Kai said before getting up and walking out the door to find Mina. These days, they had been getting along quite well, so naturally, he wanted to inform her before leaving, otherwise it would be rude. Inside the room, Duan Hai and Old Man Du sat quietly. Suddenly, Old Man Du said in a low voice, "Duan Hai, don't say this old master didn't warn you. This little friend is not an ordinary person. Once he arrives at your Thunderlight sect, don't neglect him." Duan Hai was stunned and quickly asked, "What does Old Man Du mean?" Duan slowly shook his head and no longer said anything. Duan Hai was confused. A moment later, Yang Kai returned and said goodbye to Mina. There was nothing he needed to pack up, so Duan Hai led him out of the Alchemist Guild. Mina waved goodbye to Yang Kai with a reluctant look on her face. During the time Yang Kai had been with her, her alchemy skills had improved by leaps and bounds, much faster than her own master had taught her. So naturally, she was reluctant to part with him. Duan Hai waved his hand and wrapped Yang Kai in pure yuan qi before the two of them quickly rose into the air and flew out of Grand Boulder City. Along the way, Duan Hai's attitude towards Yang Kai was very amiable, overlooking the city below and introducing him to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's foundation and riches. In order to quickly make Yang Kai feel a sense of belonging, Duan Hai naturally spared no effort to praise Bright Thunder Spirit religion. From his words, Yang Kai also learned a little about this force. Near the Snow Mountain range, there were no less than 1,000 large and small peaks, and Bright Thunder Spirit religion occupied a portion of them. After an hour or so, the two of them arrived at Bright Thunder Spirit religion's territory. Landing on one of the mountain peaks, Yang Kai noticed that the air here was somewhat cold, but overall, it was lush green and filled with rich world energy. Halfway up the mountain, many herbs were planted and their fragrance filled the air. At the top of the mountain, there were a few simple houses. Duan Hai said, "This used to be the residence of an honored alchemist of my spirit religion, but he resigned from his position a few months ago, so this place is currently ownerless. Would honored guest Yang like to live here? If you feel this place is too simple, you can also go to one of my spirit religion's gathering places. There's no need. This place is fine." Yang Kai nodded, very satisfied with this place. He didn't need to make friends with anyone here. Places with a lot of people would also be filled with disturbances. It was far better to live a carefree life here. Hearing this, Duan Hai smiled. Honored guest Yang really wants to achieve something in the alchemic way. I was really afraid you would want to go to a crowded place. Oh, Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Generally, honored guests who go to crowded places are those who like to pursue glory and wealth, power and fame. My spirit religion has never cared too much about such people. On the other hand, honored guest Yang's temperament is indifferent and will definitely achieve great things in the future. Duan Hai smiled. Right, this is an honored guest nameplate. Please take it with you. With this nameplate, you will be able to travel unimpeded within my spirit religion. Except for some restricted areas, you can go anywhere. Saying so, he handed a dark nameplate to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, glanced at it for a moment, then put it away. I will send someone to assist you later. If you have any needs, you could tell me through him. You can also ask him to help you with some things. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If honored guest Yang has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first. Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. That's all. Duan Hai nodded slightly, used his movement skill, and quickly left. After he disappeared, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. This mountain peak wasn't very high, but it wasn't short either, about 1,000 meters in height. Standing at the top, surrounded by white clouds, it was like a fairyland. The conditions weren't bad, Yang Kai thought with a smile on his face. According to Duan Hai's words, from now on, until he resigned as an honored guest, this mountain peak would belong to him. Of course, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines growing on this mountain peak would still belong to Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Yang Kai first walked around the mountain peak, inspecting the several acres of medicine fields and finding that these herbs were all thriving and didn't need to be taken care of by him. Obviously, there were people taking care of them from time to time. The world energy aura on this mountain peak was also abundant, making it very suitable for cultivation. After inspecting his own mountain, Yang Kai walked around the nearby peaks. In the nearby peaks, there were also honored guests from Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Everyone here was an alchemist, so they had many topics to talk about with each other. After learning that Yang Kai was actually a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, these honored guests were all shocked and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Yang Kai also learned a lot about Bright Thunder Spirit religion from chatting with them. Overall, this force was quite good. Indeed, as Duan Hai had said before, the treatment given to honored guests was quite generous. If an honored guest wanted to leave, they wouldn't force them to stay and would only send them off with generous gifts. Moreover, every honored guest had a capable helper by his side, and those helpers, without exception, were all beautiful women with delicate bodies. After living a lonely life for so many years, these alchemists naturally needed beauties. These helpers were all sent by Bright Thunder Spirit religion to assist and serve these alchemists so they could meet all their requirements. Moreover, these helpers were all willing to stay here. It could even be said that in order to become an honored guest helper, there would be internal competition within Bright Thunder Spirit religion. After all, alchemists had noble identities, Being able to marry an alchemist was also their hope. On top of that, these mountain peaks were good places to cultivate. In a crowded area, there wasn't much world energy, so cultivating here would be of great help to the improvement of one's strength. Staying by an alchemist's side, there would be no shortage of pills for cultivation. These various benefits naturally attracted many people's attention. Xianxia wandered around for 2 or 3 days in a row, visiting many of his peers and familiarizing himself with them. He also gained a good understanding of Bright Thunder Spirit religion and saw just how big and rich this force was. The forces of the central capital really couldn't be compared to here. Not only was there a huge disparity in the cultivation of masters, but in terms of world energy, materials, secret arts, and martial records, Tongxian realm was far ahead of the central capital. After realizing these differences, Xianxia couldn't help sighing. 3 days later, Xianxia returned home. As soon as he arrived at the peak of his mountain, his expression changed. This was because he sensed the presence of a living being in one of the houses. Had the helper Duan Hai mentioned already arrived? Chapter 677. After carefully examining this person, Xianxia's expression couldn't help becoming startled. He found that he seemed to recognize this person because her aura gave Xianxia a familiar feeling. Thinking so, Xianxia walked over to the room where the person was staying and pushed the door open. With a creak, the person who was meditating inside the room was obviously frightened and quickly jumped up, looking around vigilantly. After seeing Xianxia's face, the person was surprised and asked curiously, "How come it's you?" "We meet again." Xianxia smiled at the other party. He had not expected that the helper Duan Hai would send over was actually the woman he had met in the snow mountain range, Jimeng. Her golden clothes couldn't hide her proud figure. She had an impeccable height, a magnificent bosom, slender and straight legs, and a ponytail that was tied up behind her head. It was dark and soft, reaching all the way to her waist and buttocks. She looked youthful, beautiful, and radiant. At this moment, Jimeng was staring at Xianxia in surprise, apparently not expecting to see him again. Suddenly, her expression changed. She looked around vigilantly and asked anxiously, "Why are you here? This is not a place you can come and go as you please." Xianxia was stunned. Without saying a word, Jimeng rushed over and grabbed Xianxia's clothes. "You are not my spirit religion's disciple. This is the residence of one of my spirit religion's honored guests. You should leave quickly. If he sees you, I'm afraid it won't be good." "Honored guest?" Xianxia showed a strange smile. "What kind of honored guest?" Seeing her like this, it seemed she didn't know anything about his arrival. All she knew was that a new honored guest had moved in. He seems to be a spirit-grade alchemist with a very strong background. Elder Duan asked me to take care of him. As she spoke, seeing Xianxia standing in place, Jimeng couldn't help feeling a little anxious and stamped her foot. "What are you still standing here for? Do you want to die? Is it that serious?" Xianxia's smile became more and more interesting. "It's very serious. Trespassing into my spirit religion's honored guest residence. Any spirit religion's disciple can kill you. What are those disciples guarding the mountain doing? Why do they let you in? Then why don't you do it? Why would I do anything to you? You're such a strange person. Hurry up and leave before he comes back. If he sees you, he'll be in trouble. If he sees you, it will be troublesome." Saying so, she tried to push Xianxia away, her face filled with anxiety. "You're so anxious to drive me away. Are you afraid that honored guests will see you? Is that person a man?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked jokingly. Jimeng blushed and shouted, "What does it have to do with you? Aren't you meddling too much?" "I'm just asking." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and grinned meaningfully. "I heard that the helpers of your Bright Thunder Spirit religion's honored guests will be able to satisfy all their requests, and there's even a good chance that they will be able to marry you." St is honored guest. Jimeng's tender body couldn't help trembling. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with panic as she shook her head. "No, Elder Duan said that honored guest is not old. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Although I don't know what kind of person he is. But he's definitely not an old man. You're really hateful. Why are you slandering others? Yang Kai stared at her deeply and nodded slightly. What do you mean? Nothing. Are you going or not? Don't force me to kill you. Jimeng's expression became somewhat displeased. Yang Kai's pestering really made her feel quite depressed, so her tone became somewhat impatient. Good. I won't mess around with you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, no longer in the mood to continue teasing her. Reaching out, he took out the black nameplate Duan Hai had given him before leaving and handed it to Jimeng. Do you recognize what this is? Duan Hai didn't seem to have told you much. Honored guest's nameplate? Jimeng couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. How did you? A complicated light suddenly flashed across her beautiful eyes as she asked incredulously. You wouldn't be the new honored guest, right? Yang Kai nodded and put away the nameplate again. Jimeng was stunned. She had been waiting here for 2 days, wondering what kind of person this new honored guest was and how old he was, but she had never expected him to actually be Yang Kai. He was too young. Greetings, honored guest master. Jimeng's expression was complicated as she quickly bowed. There's no need to be so formal. Yang Kai shook his head. After Jimeng learned about his identity, she had instantly become respectful, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the one Elder Duan was talking about. I thought you had sneaked in. I really didn't know. Jimeng hurriedly explained. It's fine. Yang Kai glanced at her with a smile before turning around and walking inside. Outside the room, Jimeng opened her mouth to speak, but then hesitated, a look of annoyance on her face. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She had hoped to leave a good impression on this new honored guest, but she hadn't expected to overreach herself. Not only did she fail to leave a good impression on him, but she had also ruined their relationship. Thinking of how she had inadvertently revealed her thoughts just now, Jimeng was filled with regret. She didn't know what he would think of her now, but in his mind, she had probably become a woman who would do anything for benefits. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Headquarters. Inside a palace, Duan Hai, who had just settled down, hadn't even had time to rest when a person hurriedly walked in from outside. Duan Hai looked up and chuckled. Junior Brother Su, Big Brother Duan, what about the matter I told you before? Su Chi quickly asked, a faint sense of urgency in his voice. Duan Hai smiled. Junior Brother Su, don't you usually not pay much attention to the spirit religion? Why are you so interested this time? But you did give me some good news, so I didn't disappoint and invited that person over. Really? Su Chi heard this and was overjoyed. Naturally, he arrived at my spirit religion 3 days ago and is now at one of the peaks where honored guest lives. I have sent a female disciple with excellent aptitude to serve him. I believe he will soon forget to return, Duan Hai said as he stood up. Walking over, Duan Hai personally poured a cup of tea for Su Chi and praised, Junior brother, this time it is all thanks to you. My spirit religion is rarely able to win over such a good seedling. He will definitely be of great use to us in the future. I will report this matter to the religion master, and there will be no shortage of rewards for you. Su Chi's expression was strange, not showing the slightest trace of happiness after hearing these words. Duan Hai saw this and couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Is there something else you want to say? Big brother, I won't hide it from you. The reason I asked you to personally invite him over was not because of his identity as an alchemist. Then why? Su Chi released his divine sense slightly. After checking his surroundings and confirming that there was no one else nearby, he beckoned to Duan Hai. Seeing him act so solemnly, Duan Hai couldn't help becoming serious, quickly realizing something was amiss and leaning over to listen. It's because of the coffin-carrying man. Duan Hai's body shook as he stared at Su Chi in amazement. After a long time, he lowered his voice and asked, what do you mean? What relationship does he have with the coffin-carrying man? I don't know. Big brother, do you remember the last time I took some people out? I accidentally encountered the coffin-carrying man? Of course I remember. the other disciples, and I followed the coffin-carrying man. We arrived at bold independent union's raging flame city. There, the coffin-carrying man stopped, and Big Brother should have heard about what happened next. I heard that the coffin-carrying man captured a disciple from Bold Independent Union and then disappeared. He wasn't a disciple of Bold Independent Union. After the incident, we found that this person's origins were unclear, but he had some kind of friendship with two female disciples from Bold Independent Union. The person who was captured by the coffin-carrying man was the honored guest that Big Brother invited back. What? Duan Hai paled. It really was him. Are you sure you were mistaken? Su Chi also shook his head. To be honest, I really thought I was mistaken. When I accidentally saw him in Grand Boulder City that day, I could hardly believe my eyes. However, I'm 100% certain that he was the one who was captured by the coffin-carrying man. How could such a thing happen? Everyone thought that after being captured by the coffin-carrying man, there was no chance of survival. But now that Xianxia had actually reappeared, it was only natural that Su Chi was concerned. Big Brother, you also know what the coffin-carrying man means. There's a rumor that the coffin-carrying man is guarding a shocking treasure, enough to allow any great force to grow into a giant. This person was able to survive under the coffin-carrying man's hands. Perhaps he knows something about it. At the very least, he should know where the coffin-carrying man is hiding better than anyone else. If my spirit religion can obtain this treasure, we can sweep aside the nearby Soaring Heaven sect, Luo, Sheng sect, and Ancient Moon Cave Heaven and dominate this world. That's just a legend. Duan Hai slowly shook his head. But it's worth a try. He's also a spirit-grade, low-rank alchemist. Is that so? Su Chi was also shocked. An old man Du of Grand Boulder City was very optimistic about him. Before he left with me, Old Man Du told me not to neglect him, saying that his origins may be extraordinary. Old Man Du said that about him. Su Chi was surprised, but according to the information we collected more than a year ago, although his origins aren't clear, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Not clear, but it's worth paying attention to. Duan Hai took a deep breath. Su Chi also seemed to have been splashed with cold water, his restless expression quickly converging as he carefully thought about the information he had collected about Xianxia before. Suddenly, he found that there were indeed many suspicious points. What you want to do, Big Brother could decide for himself. Chapter 678. It had been almost a month since he arrived at Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, and Xianxia had gradually adapted a life here. When Jimeng came last time, she had brought a lot of herbs to Xianxia under Duan Hai's orders. Xianxia refined every day, not daring to refine too many spirit pills so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He only refined 2 or 3 spirit pills a day at the speed of an ordinary alchemist. The rest of his time was spent cultivating himself or prying into the mysteries of the true alchemic way. After getting along with each other for a month, Xianxia found that Jimeng had become a lot more cautious. Whenever she faced him, she always gave off a sense of weakness and caution, a far cry from the casual and happy attitude she had displayed in the Snow Mountain Range. Usually, she would just hide in another room and cultivate, so she didn't see Xianxia many times. Xianxia was busy with his own affairs and didn't pay much attention to her, which made Jimeng feel very uncomfortable. Sometimes she wanted to find Xianxia and talk to him to improve their relationship, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. One day a month later, while Xianxia was meditating, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Jimeng pushed the door open and entered, standing at the doorway and bowing politely. Honored master." "What's the matter?" Xianxia chuckled and glanced at her casually. "It's time to hand over the pills you've refined during this time. I need to deliver the pills you've refined to the spirit religion's great altar." Jimeng explained softly. This was one of the tasks Duan Hai had assigned her. Every month, The helpers of the honored alchemists would collect the pills they refined during this time and deliver them to Duan Hai for the spirit religion's internal use. Yang Kai nodded, took out the pills he had refined during this time, and handed them to Jimeng. Jimeng thanked him and took them, biting her red lips as she hesitated. Her expression was difficult. Yang Kai said casually, "I heard other alchemists say that as long as you have my permission, you can take a few pills for your own use. Is that right?" Jimeng nodded gently. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Then take 5 Spirit Dawn and use them yourself." Although the materials used in alchemy were provided by Bright Thunder Spirit religion, when an alchemist was refining, there was a high chance of failure. Once such a phenomenon occurred, there was a high chance of failure. Then the materials would be wasted. Therefore, only the alchemist himself and his helpers knew how many pills the alchemist refined every month. In this way, before they were sent to Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar, they could use some tricks. As long as it was within the acceptable range of the spirit religion, these alchemist guest elders would choose to withhold a small portion of the pills, using them as capital to train their own helpers. In this way, not only could his helper benefit, but he could also gain a good impression of him and make him assist him more attentively. This was an open secret, and Duan Hai was well aware of it, but he had never tried to stop it. This was because a small portion of the spirit dawn that the alchemist masters had withheld were ultimately used on the disciples of the divine sect. Since these women with outstanding aptitude were sent here to serve and take care of the alchemists, Duan Hai also hoped that they could quickly grow up and one day become pillars of the spirit religion. Yang Kai was also chatting with the other alchemists. This was the information he had gathered. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Jimeng couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Many thanks, honored master. I will definitely make good use of these 5 Spirit Dawn." She was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, so the benefits these Spirit Dawn could bring to her were enormous. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Instead, he wrote down how many Spirit Dawn he had refined this month. He asked her to bring them to Duan Hai. Jimeng was extremely grateful and quickly left the mountain peak. After returning to the spirit religion's main altar, Jimeng handed over the Spirit Dawn and Yang Kai's receipt to Duan Hai. Duan Hai counted the number of Spirit Dawn and nodded with satisfaction. Just as Jimeng was about to leave, Duan Hai called out to her. "Is there something else, Elder?" Jimeng asked curiously. "What do you think of him?" Duan Hai suddenly asked a question that Jimeng couldn't understand. "He's all right, but he's a bit taciturn and doesn't communicate with others. I've been there for a month and haven't spoken more than 10 words to him." "You haven't spoken to him much?" Duan Hai was surprised. "Then did he ever?" Jimeng blushed and quickly shook her head. Duan Hai's brow furrowed as he said with some displeasure, "You should be clear about the purpose of sending you there. These honored guests are the foundation of my spirit religion's development, but they are only honored guests and can leave at any time. You must firmly grasp onto him and make him willingly enter my spirit religion and become a disciple." "Disciple understands." Jimeng nodded. "Are you qualified for this job? If not, I can send someone else. My spirit religion does not lack beautiful women." "Disciple will do her best." Jimeng grit her teeth and replied. "Good, go. I look forward to your performance." Duan Hai waved his hand. Jimeng left with a heavy heart. After she left, Duan Hai shook his head and turned to Su Qi, who was sitting nearby and listening. "Junior brother, it seems that this person really doesn't intend to stay in my spirit religion for long. When I brought him here, he also said the same thing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a hot-blooded young man like him to remain indifferent when faced with beautiful women all day long. This shows that he has his own persistence and purpose. This kind of person is always very assertive and difficult to control." Su Qi also sighed. "But at that time, he said that when the time was right, he would need my spirit religion to do him a favor, but I don't know what it is." Duan Hai was puzzled. "What does senior brother plan to do?" "Let's wait and see. Bold Independent Union has already sent someone to inquire about him carefully. Such a young spirit grade alchemist. I really can't bear to see such a thing happen." Su Qi also nodded in agreement. If possible, they didn't want to offend Yang Kai and were instead more than happy to make friends with him. After Ji Ming returned, Yang Kai obviously found that she was a bit depressed and seemed to have many things on her mind. Yang Kai didn't ask. It was normal for a woman to have things on her mind. Asking too much would only lead to trouble, so he continued to immerse himself in his own affairs every day. Although the friendship between Old Man Du and Duan Hai served as a guarantee, Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to trust Duan Hai. During this time, Yang Kai had also been investigating Bright Thunder Spirit religion, wanting to know if he could confidently ask this great force to help him find the whereabouts of Su Yin and his little senior sister. If it really didn't work out, Yang Kai wouldn't hesitate to leave this place. He definitely couldn't return to Bold Independent Union. So many people had seen him being taken away by Coffin Slave. If he were to appear in Bold Independent Union now, he would definitely become the center of attention. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his shoulder blade as the hidden wind and thunder force inside him began acting up again. Yang Kai awoke from his meditation, but before he even opened his eyes, he smelled an intoxicating fragrance. Looking up in amazement, Yang Kai saw Ji Ming standing by his bed, staring at him faintly, a complex light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Ji Ming blushed, seemingly a little flustered, but she quickly calmed down, grit her teeth, leaned over, and sat down on the edge of the bed, squeezing out a reluctant smile as she whispered, "Aren't you even a little bit tempted?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression became strange. "What do you think?" Ji Ming stared at him intently. Even though her face was a bit shy, she still acted extremely boldly, taking the initiative to grab Yang Kai's hand and guiding it to cover her breasts. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai was shocked as he felt the firm fullness and amazing elasticity of her breasts. He hadn't expected Ji Ming to suddenly do such a thing. On the palm of his hand, a small bulge gradually hardened. Ji Ming's breathing became heavy as her cheeks burned as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai's lower body, her little hand trembling as she groped around. All the disciples who were sent here as honored guests were mentally prepared. You honored guests can do whatever you want. Yang Kai grabbed her little hand and frowned. "Is this your will or Duan Hai's order?" "Does it matter?" "Ji Ming, this is not your nature. Why make things difficult for yourself?" Ji Ming's expression froze for a moment before she ground her teeth. "Are you still a man? You're already like this, yet you're still so indifferent." Yang Kai just smiled. "Whether I'm a man or not, I don't need to prove it to you. But last time at the Snow Mountain Range, you said you wanted to show me." Ji Ming approached him, her fragrant scent filling his nostrils, intoxicating his heart. "I don't like women who are too coquettish, but if you want to play with me, I can satisfy you." Yang Kai grinned. "Then let's play." Ji Ming glared at Yang Kai hatefully. Yang Kai's smile became even more wicked as he reached out and pulled Ji Ming over, placing her on the bed, his big hands covering her full breasts and rubbing them. "What are you doing?" Ji Ming was shocked. Just a moment ago, this bastard had displayed a look of indifference, but now he was suddenly behaving like a beast. She really couldn't handle it. "As you wish," Yang Kai grinned evilly. "Then you have to promise me one thing," Ji Ming hurriedly said. Being rubbed by Yang Kai like this, Ji Ming's beautiful eyes suddenly blurred as she gently moaned, her cheeks turning pink as her tender body heated up. "What is it?" "After you take me, you have to join my spirit religion and become my disciple." "What if I say no?" "Then when you think it through, you can take me. Until then, except for this, you can do whatever you want." Hearing her haggle with him like this, Yang Kai's enthusiasm suddenly cooled. Frowning, he reached out and pulled her up, lightly saying, "It's late, go back and rest." Ji Ming stared at him in a daze, her face full of disappointment and resentment. She found that she seemed to be a bit too anxious. With a complicated expression, Ji Ming quickly tidied up her messy clothes and slowly left. After she left, Yang Kai smiled faintly. He believed that after suffering such a loss, this woman wouldn't be so presumptuous in front of him again. Xianxia originally had a good impression of this woman, thinking that she was open-minded, straightforward, and always spoke her mind. But now it seemed that it wasn't a good idea to have too much contact with her. It was best to keep a certain distance from her, so as to avoid being entangled with her in the future. Chapter 679. Time flew by, and soon, Xianxia had been in Bright Thunder Spirit religion for 2 months. 2 months was not a long time, but it was also not a short time. Xianxia still couldn't make up his mind whether or not to rely on Bright Thunder Spirit religion to achieve his goals. During this time, Xianxia discovered that Bright Thunder Spirit religion also had many shady dealings, which made him uneasy. After Jimeng returned from the second spirit pill payment to Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar, she reported to Xianxia, "Elder Duan wants to invite you to the main altar." "Oh." Xianxia raised his brow. "What's the matter?" Elder didn't say. Jimeng shook her head. "He just wants you to go there as soon as possible. He has something important to discuss with you." "I understand," Xianxia nodded. Duan Hai had not shown his face since bringing him here last time. As the great elder of Bright Thunder Spirit religion, he must have many things to deal with, something Xianxia could understand. "Shall we go now?" Jimeng asked inquisitively. Xianxia didn't delay and nodded before following Jimeng in the direction of Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar. This was Xianxia's first time going to Bright Thunder Spirit religion's main altar, so he was unfamiliar with the place and naturally needed Jimeng to lead the way. After flying for a long time, they gradually arrived at a crowded place. Looking down from the sky, Xianxia could see a large number of buildings and many cultivators wearing golden robes walking about. Up in the sky, there were also many people flying about, clearly in a hurry. The whole of Bright Thunder Spirit religion was full of vitality, with countless cultivator and masters emerging one after another. Xianxia nodded repeatedly as he watched. Bright Thunder Spirit religion was not a great force in Tongxian realm, nor was it one of the top forces in the surrounding several thousand kilometers. At the very top was Soaring Heaven Sect, a powerful force with a Saint Realm Master presiding over it. Other forces, such as Luo Sheng Sect and Ancient Mooncave Heaven, were also stronger than Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Among these 4 forces, the Thunderlight Sect was the weakest, but it still had a good foundation. This was a gap that Xianxia's world couldn't compare to. As Jimeng landed in front of a magnificent building, Xianxia showed his guest elder nameplate. The disciple guarding the entrance hurriedly bowed respectfully, as if he had never seen such a young guest elder before. He frequently cast sidelong glances at Xianxia with a shocked expression on his face. "You can go up from here. Elder Duan is waiting for you there," Jimeng said. "You're not going?" "I don't have the right to enter," Jimeng stuttered. Xianxia nodded slightly. "Then wait for me here for a moment. We'll go back together." "Okay," Jimeng replied happily. They went up the stairs one by one. After walking for a long time, Xianxia finally arrived in front of the main hall. The door opened, and Xianxia stepped in. Duan Hai was waiting inside. Seeing Xianxia arrive, he quickly smiled and got up to greet him. "Elder Duan." Xianxia cupped his fists and greeted. "Honored guest Yang, I haven't seen you in 2 months. How have you been?" "Not bad. Are my spirit religion's disciples attentive to your needs? If honored guest Yang is not satisfied with her, I can replace her for you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." "No need. Jimeng is quite good." Xianxia shook his head. "Then it's up to you." Duan Hai smiled and invited Xianxia to take a seat. A disciple served him some fragrant tea. After drinking for a while, Xianxia asked, "I don't know why Elder Duan asked me to come here this time." "What can I do for you?" "I wouldn't dare." Duan Hai quickly waved his hand and said modestly, "There's nothing special this time. It's just that every honored guest has come to my spirit religion. Every time a guest comes here, I'll have a chat with them." Xianxia's expression remained indifferent. knowing that the other party was trying to establish a relationship with him. This was a method all great forces use to win over people's hearts. I heard honored guest Yang say before that you cannot stay in the spirit religion for long. May this Duan ask if honored guest Yang has something important to do? Duan Hai asked with a smile. If there's something you need, honored guest Yang must not be polite. Just say the word, and my spirit religion will help you. When the time comes, I won't be polite. Yang Kai chuckled. That would be for the best. Duan Hai nodded gently. Right. Honored guest Yang said before that when the time was right, he would ask my spirit religion for a favor. May I ask if that time is right now? Yang Kai shook his head. I see. Duan Hai laughed heartily. It seems that honored guest Yang doesn't have much attachment to my spirit religion, nor does he have any intention of belonging to it. In fact, he even has some distrust. Yang Kai frowned as he stared deeply at Duan Hai, unable to help becoming a little vigilant. Duan Hai's words had a deep meaning. If possible, this Duan would very much like for honored guest Yang to join my spirit religion and become a part of it. Duan Hai's expression suddenly became solemn. However, honored guest Yang doesn't seem to have such an intention, and this Duan can't wait to find out the secrets of your body. Saying so, Duan Hai gently stomped his feet on the ground. Suddenly, with Yang Kai as the center, a series of spirit array lines appeared on the ground around him. These spirit array lines quickly shrank and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai paled and quickly circulated his yuan qi. However, as soon as yuan qi moved, he felt a stabbing pain in his meridians, as if hundreds of millions of ants were gnawing at him. His physique couldn't help shuddering, and the strength he had just condensed instantly collapsed. Elder Duan, what is the meaning of this? Yang Kai didn't show the slightest panic as he examined his own condition while staring coldly at Duan Hai. Duan Hai shook his head in disappointment, a look of hesitation appearing on his face as he said, I'm sorry, honored guest Yang. In fact, this Duan didn't want to do this. A spirit-grade alchemist of your age would be a huge asset to my spirit religion. But unfortunately, you have no intention of joining my spirit religion. I believe that even if I try, I won't be able to win you over. Heh. Yang Kai laughed. Elder Duan, I haven't done anything to harm Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, have I? You really haven't. As I said, this Duan only did this because he had no other choice. Duan Hai shook his head heavily. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although he didn't understand the reason behind this, it was a fact that he had fallen into the other party's trap. The reason he had come to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion was entirely because of Old Man Du. So, in this current situation, was Old Man Du involved? Thinking so, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the screen behind Duan Hai and coldly said, Can this friend come out? There's no point in hiding like this. He faintly felt that Duan Hai's sudden change in attitude had a lot to do with the person hiding behind the screen. Su Qi was startled when he heard this, not expecting the other party's intuition to be so sharp. After thinking about it for a moment, he also showed himself. After seeing Su Qi's face, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had seen this person before. Outside Bold Independent Union's raging flame city, he had seen him among the group of people chasing the coffin-carrying man. No wonder Yang Kai felt that the name Bright Thunder Spirit Religion was familiar. It turned out that he had heard Yun Xian mention it before. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The root of all this was the coffin-carrying man. So that's how it is. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Tong Xian realm was so big. He hadn't expected that as soon as he came out of the mysterious small world, he would be targeted. Back in Raging Flame City, only a few people had witnessed the scene of him being captured by the coffin-carrying man. Who would have thought that something like this would happen today? Even if Yang Kai had been vigilant, he could not have avoided such a situation. Honored guest, Yang should know that what you have is my unique seal. Don't even think about breaking it. The more you use your yuan qi, the more uncomfortable you will feel. Duan Hai looked at Yang Kai with some regret and said, This Duan doesn't want to embarrass you. As long as you cooperate obediently, I promise I won't harm you. Yang Kai sneered. Elder Duan, Aren't you afraid old man will find out and hold you responsible? Duan Hai shook his head. Although old man Du thinks highly of you, if he asks, this Duan has an explanation. Honored guest Yang doesn't need to worry about this. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that old man Du should not know anything about this matter, making him feel somewhat relieved. If even old man Du had plotted against him, Yang Kai could only blame himself for being too stupid. Feeling the cultivation of Duan Hai and Su Qi, Yang Kai restrained himself and didn't act rashly. These two were both second-order transcendents, so even if he used his full strength, it would be impossible for him to escape from their grasp. What's more, this was Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's headquarters, where there were countless masters, and he was under the seal that sealed Yuan Qi. Blindly acting would only make the situation worse. May I ask why Elder Duan waited until today to act against me? You could have acted the moment I arrived. Yang Kai made up his mind to stall for time, looking for an opportunity to escape. Duan Hai helplessly said, This Duan already said that I think highly of you and didn't want to act against you. And old man Du also told me that you have a very strong backer. However, after 2 months of observation, this Duan discovered that you will leave sooner or later, and that you are not as simple as old man Du said, a little brat from some remote backwater village. So Elder Duan has nothing to fear? Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. Duan Hai didn't comment. Honored guest Yang, I won't waste words with you. The reason I did this is because I want to know the secret of the coffin-carrying man. What happened after you were captured by him? How did you escape from his grasp? And where is he hiding? If honored guest Yang can tell me this, I can let you go. I don't know, Yang Kai chuckled. Killing people to silence them was something Yang Kai had done before, so naturally he wouldn't believe Duan Hai so easily. Since Duan Hai dared to do such a thing, he would not hesitate to do so. As long as Yang Kai kept this secret, Duan Hai wouldn't really do anything to him. But if he did, Yang Kai was certain he would become a corpse the next moment. Brother, don't waste your breath with him, a mere peak immortal ascension boundary brat. Let me use my soul-searching technique to dig out the secrets of his knowledge. See. Su Qi walked over and said coldly. Duan Hai sighed. Honored guest Yang, as you can see, this junior brother of mine isn't as good-natured as I am. His temperament is quite impatient. If you don't want to become an idiot because of my soul-searching technique, you might as well cooperate with me. One was playing the good cop, while the other was playing the bad cop, both of them wanting to use words to break Yang Kai's psychological barrier and force him to obediently submit. Their intentions were extremely sinister. Chapter 680. Although soul-searching could allow one to pry into someone's memories, it wasn't comprehensive, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Duan Hai and Su Qi didn't want to use this method to deal with Yang Kai. They needed Yang Kai to take the initiative to cooperate, and, in their opinion, Yang Kai came from a remote place and was young, so he definitely wasn't scheming. However, after a series of exchanges, they found that this little brat was actually a hard bone to chew. No matter how they tried to coerce him, Yang Kai remained tight-lipped about the coffin-carrying man's secrets, refusing to reveal even half a word. Duan Hai was telling the truth. He wasn't willing to offend an alchemist with a bright future. If possible, he still hoped to recruit Yang Kai into Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. As long as Yang Kai joined, Duan Hai would have plenty of opportunities to inquire about information from him. But after learning that Yang Kai didn't have such ambitions, Duan Hai made a prompt decision. In any case, he would leave sooner or later and would never be used by Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, so there was no harm in offending him. Why are you looking for the coffin-carrying man? What benefits can you obtain from him? Yang Kai looked at Duan Hai and asked faintly. Duan Hai frowned and hesitated for a moment before replying. It is said that the coffin-carrying man is guarding a shocking secret. Whoever can understand the secret will be able to control a great deal of power. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. There was no wind without a hole. Although Duan Hai didn't know what kind of secret the coffin-carrying man was guarding, in a sense, what he said wasn't wrong. The ancient demon clan was indeed a huge force. However, this clan was not something anyone could enslave. If honored guest Yang knows, can you reveal a thing or two? Duan Hai asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. You're asking the wrong person. I really don't know. Brother. Su Qi obviously lost his patience and called out as he stared at Duan Hai inquiringly. Duan Hai nodded slightly and said solemnly, Honored guest Yang, I apologize for offending you. Su Qi grinned and walked over, his voice cold as ice, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Once this old master soul-searching technique is used, your soul may be damaged, and you may become an idiot. Pray for yourself. Yang Kai showed a panicked expression at the right time. Su Qi saw this, and his expression became even more proud. Walking up to Yang Kai, Su Qi opened his hand and placed it above Yang Kai's head, his second-order transcendent spiritual energy bursting out. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression changed. Yang Kai had originally thought that this was an opportunity. His opponent had imprisoned his Yuan Qi, but in terms of spiritual power, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to anyone. As long as Su Qi's soul dared to break into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai could make him pay with his life. The great demon god's demon eye of annihilation was something even Saint Realm Masters couldn't resist, let alone a mere second-order transcendent like Su Qi. After killing Su Qi and using his demon god transformation, Yang Kai had a chance to break through the seal on his body. With only Duan Hai left as a transcendent, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. However, when Su Qi attacked, Yang Kai found that his opponent's soul did not rush into his knowledge sea. Instead, Su Qi's spiritual energy intertwined, forming an invisible vortex that produced a huge suction force that tried to pull Yang Kai's soul out of his knowledge sea. His sea of consciousness instantly became turbulent. Waves rolled and tumbled, becoming extremely restless. An indescribable pain spread through his body, causing Yang Kai's face to contort in an instant, blue veins bulging on his forehead as his bones creaked. This was a pain that came from his soul, one that was thousands of times more intense than any physical pain. Su Qi was also a little surprised, sneering as he said, Don't try to resist. The more you resist, the more pain you'll feel. Obediently release your soul's defenses and allow me to extract your memories so you won't have to endure such pain. Su Qi's words seemed to contain an invisible force that compelled Yang Kai to act according to his intentions. Perceiving this, Yang Kai became even more cautious. Stubborn fool. Su Qi was furious and increased the output of his spiritual energy, causing the suction force he was exerting to become much stronger. Although Yang Kai's soul was comparable to a transcendence, there was still a gap between it and Su Qi's, and there was also Duan Hai glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. If this stalemate continued, it would only be a matter of time before Su Qi succeeded. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly gave up on resisting and instead released his spiritual energy, transforming it into an invisible attack that shot towards Su Qi. Su Qi laughed and shouted, You overestimate yourself. Junior brother, be careful. Duan Hai's expression changed as he shouted anxiously. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a scorching hot aura that caused him to involuntarily feel a sense of crisis. Hurriedly retreating, he opened up some distance between him and Yang Kai. A blazing hot spark suddenly burst out, and Su Qi's smug and ferocious expression instantly froze on his face as he clutched his head and screamed in pain. Conflagrated knowledge? See? Duan Hai's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Su Qi's screams only lasted for a moment before he recovered. At that moment, he had been caught off guard, and Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge had burned his soul, causing him some damage. Fortunately, his spiritual energy was much stronger than Yang Kai's. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. Recovering from his shock, Su Chi broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost failed miserably. Honored guest Yang, you actually have a conflagrated knowledge, see? Duan Hai's expression was extremely complicated as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai's eyes remained indifferent as he stared at the two of them with hatred and resentment, not answering. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Hai looked extremely annoyed. If you had said you had a conflagrated knowledge, see, I would have, huh? Saying so, he slowly shook his head and sighed. If he had known that Yang Kai was an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge, see, Duan Hai would never have offended him so easily and tried to inquire about the secret of the coffin-carrying man from him. After all, that secret was only a legend. Whether the coffin-carrying man was actually guarding an amazing treasure or not, Duan Hai was simply gambling. However, an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge, see, was a huge asset. In today's world, the top alchemist, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, had achieved what he had today because he possessed a conflagrated knowledge, see. The Old Man of Heaven's Keep had supreme prestige among the human, monster, and demon races. Anyone who saw him had to treat him with respect and respect. If he had known that Yang Kai also had a conflagrated knowledge, see, like the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Duan Hai would have done everything in his power to win him over and make him join Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Even if he had a hand over the position of Great Elder, Duan Hai would not hesitate. What an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge, see, represented, every master in Tongxian realm knew. At this moment, Duan Hai was filled with regret and annoyance. Brother, what's done is done. It's unrealistic to try to make peace with him now. Su Chi stared at Yang Kai angrily. After suffering such a small loss, he didn't dare to use soul-searching again. A conflagrated knowledge, see, was not something he could easily touch. Duan Hai glared at Su Chi coldly, wishing he could slap this junior brother to death. Speaking of which, when he invited Yang Kai back that day, Duan Hai was also in a good mood. He felt that Yang Kai had a bright future and wanted to vigorously cultivate him. It was precisely because of Su Chi's persuasion that Duan Hai had taken a step back. Now that things had reached this point, there was no possibility of resolving the situation. I didn't know he had a conflagrated knowledge, see, Su Chi said with a depressed expression. If I had known, there's no need to say anything. Duan Hai shook his head helplessly before turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, Honored guest Yang, you won't forgive us for what we did today, right? Let me go, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. How about it? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a subtle grin. Duan Hai slowly shook his head and stretched out his hand, sending out a few strands of energy that wrapped around Yang Kai like ropes, saying regretfully, Forgive me for this offense. Inside a dungeon, Yang Kai was imprisoned. This dungeon was made of a special type of ore, and a mysterious power flowed through it. From time to time, some exquisite runes would flash across its surface. This was a dungeon large enough to hold a transcendent realm master. So by placing Yang Kai here, Duan Hai and Su Chi weren't worried that he would try to escape. Yuan Qi was still imprisoned. Yang Kai tried several times to break free, but each time he failed. Every time he tried to use Yuan Qi, he would feel a stabbing pain all over his body, making him feel unbearable. Although he was in a difficult situation, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic. He had experienced worse situations than this before. He had brushed shoulders with death several times, but each time, he had found an opportunity to turn the situation around and survive. There was always a way out. Yang Kai firmly believed in this and simply waited for the right opportunity. Moreover, Duan Hai and Su Chi didn't have any intention of killing him. After learning that Yang Kai possessed a conflagrated knowledge, see, their attitude towards him had inadvertently changed. They probably didn't know what they should do now. If they killed him, they would be reluctant to do so, but if they kept him alive, it would also be troublesome. A few days later, Yang Kai had been living in the dark dungeon, unable to see the light of day. On this day, with a heavy sound, the door to the dungeon opened and light poured in. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and looked out, his expression suddenly becoming playful. A tall and beautiful figure slowly walked in from the outside and stopped in front of the dungeon, her beautiful eyes staring towards Xianxia with a complicated expression. Ji Ming. After staring at each other for a long time, Ji Ming squatted down and put some of the things she had brought into the dungeon before saying, "I brought you some food. Although these are necessities, they were all carefully prepared by me, so they should taste quite good." "Duan Hai told you about me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, an inexplicable smile on his face. Ji Ming nodded. "What did he want you to do?" "Convince you." Ji Ming replied in a deep voice. "In the spirit religion, only I am familiar with you, so only I can come." "Then what do you want to do?" "Convince you." "Good. Since you've come forward, I'll reluctantly agree. You go and tell Duan Hai that I'm willing to join Bright Thunder Spirit Religion." Yang Kai grinned. Ji Ming shook her head. "Even if you agree, he won't believe you." "Do you think he's a child?" "Perhaps one of my spirit religion's disciples will be lucky enough to swallow his conflagrated knowledge." See, Duan Hai's eyes lit up as he thought about it carefully, secretly feeling that this method was indeed feasible. With a plan in mind, Duan Hai didn't hesitate and nodded. "Then let's do that, but we still need to report to Religion Master about using the power of the Wind Eye. After we succeed, it won't be too late to report to him. Religion Master will definitely be very happy." "Good. You go make some preparations first. I'll bring that little brat over later." Duan Hai waved his hand. Su Qi nodded heavily before flying off with a look of excitement. After thinking for a while outside the dungeon, Duan Hai pushed open the door and walked in, opened the cell door, and without any explanation, picked up Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent and simply closed his eyes to rest. "Honored guest Yang, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame this old master for not giving you face," Duan Hai said as he flew towards the location of the Wind Eye. Yang Kai grinned and asked, "Where is Elder Duan taking me?" "My Bright Thunder Spirit religion has several great foundations. The place we are heading to now is a wind eye that contains the power of the wind. Many disciples of the religion who cultivate wind attribute secret arts and martial skills choose to cultivate there to comprehend the mysteries of the wind. In addition to this, my Bright Thunder Spirit religion also has a thunder eye that is similar to the wind eye. But even this old master doesn't dare to get too close to it, because the power it emits is not something humans can resist. Even a third-order transcendent soul will be blown away by this wind eye." Yang Kai's face sank as he suddenly realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. "If you regret it now, it's not too late. As long as you can marry Ji Ming and give birth to a child, I will recognize you as a member of my spirit religion and will definitely treat you well in the future." Duan Hai made a final attempt to persuade him. "What do you think?" "Not good." Yang Kai shook his head, secretly taking a deep breath as he considered whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to display his demon god transformation and break free from Duan Hai's shackles in one fell swoop to escape. However, in the other party's domain, Yang Kai wasn't confident he could succeed. Once he failed, he would never have the opportunity to try again. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wisp of ethereal energy appear around him. It was the power of the wind. Yang Kai had never felt this kind of energy before, and from his back and shoulder blades, a sharp pain once again spread through his body. Faintly, Yang Kai also felt a sense of excitement and joy. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and stared into the distance. In the distance, a huge vortex visible to the naked eye was slowly rotating, filling the surrounding space with ethereal wind energy. The closer one got to the vortex, the more abundant the wind energy became. "Isn't it spectacular?" Duan Hai's face showed a look of pride. It is precisely because of the wind eye and thunder eye that my bright thunder spirit religion was able to take root here. This place can be considered one of my bright thunder spirit religion's restricted areas. Except for some permitted disciples, no one is allowed to set foot here. Those disciples who cultivate here can obtain twice the result with half the effort and obtain great improvements. Xianxia nodded secretly. This kind of heavenly manifestation was indeed spectacular. It was not man-made, but rather because of some coincidental factors, the power of the heavens and earth was constantly being released here over the course of many years. As they spoke, the two quickly approached the vortex. Suchi had been waiting here for a long time, and when he saw Duan Hai bring Xianxia over, he excitedly said, "The disciples have been dispersed. Brother, we can begin." Duan Hai slowly nodded before staring at Xianxia and saying, "Honored guest Yang, you still have one last chance to choose. Once you enter that wind eye, I cannot guarantee your safety." "No need," Xianxia grinned. "Courting death." Su Chi coldly snorted. Duan Hai took a deep breath and said, "If that's the case, then go." Saying so, he quickly flew forward with Xianxia. Soon, the two of them approached the location of the wind eye. Even someone as strong as Duan Hai had no choice but to rely on Yuan Qi to resist the destructive force of the wind eye. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's religion master, Xia Qingyin, was a third-order transcendent master, but he had been stuck at a bottleneck for more than 100 years and had been unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. For the past 10 years or so, he had been in secluded retreat, not even seeing Duan Hai once in a few months, but now he had suddenly summoned him. Was it because of that little brat? Duan Hai's heart clenched as he felt that his worries were unfounded and ridiculous. Shaking his head lightly, he no longer asked any more questions and simply led the disciple forward. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, atop a mountain peak where the world energy aura was much richer than any of the other peaks, stood a single palace. This palace was built in a magnificent style and was quite imposing. This was the residence of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's religion master, Xia Chengyin. At this moment, Xia Chengyin was sitting at the head of the table with a happy smile on his face, enthusiastically greeting the two people in front of him. Even if they had disturbed him while he was in retreat, Xia Chengyin didn't dare show the slightest displeasure and instead treated them with courtesy. After ordering a plate of fruit and wine to be served, Xia Chengyin began to speak. Old Man Du and Sangyan brother arriving together is truly an honor. Religion Master Xia is too polite. This old man is truly apologetic to have disturbed your cultivation. Duan seemed to have a lot on his mind, but after hearing these words, he reluctantly smiled, reached out, picked up a spirit fruit, and tossed it to Mina, who was standing behind him. Mina had also come with Old Man Du this time. She was looking around curiously, as if she was waiting for someone. Seeing this, Xia Qingyin couldn't help feeling puzzled, wondering why Old Man Du and Soaring Heaven Sect Sangyan had come together. Concealing his thoughts, he smiled heartily and said, Old Man Du is too polite. If Old Man Du wishes to visit my Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, he can do so at any time. Not to mention that I am currently cultivating. Even if I am dead, I will climb on my coffin and welcome you. Duan forced a smile, but didn't say anything more. With his identity as a saint-grade alchemist, there was really no need for him to exchange pleasantries with Xia Chengyin. Although he was the religion master of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, in front of Old Man Du, a third-order transcendent was still somewhat unqualified. Xia Chengyin glanced over the meticulous Sangyan and felt a headache coming on. Although Old Man Du's status was so high that ordinary people couldn't meet him, he had an amiable temperament and wasn't difficult to deal with. However, this madman from Soaring Heaven Sect was completely different from Old Man Du Xianxia couldn't understand why this madman had come to visit his bright thunder spirit religion. Could it be that someone in the religion had offended him? If that was the case, it was likely this madman would have turned bright thunder spirit religion upside down. Each of soaring heaven sect's 4 great madmen was a third-order transcendent, comparable to Xiaoqing in terms of strength, and one of them was even a Saint Realm martial ancestor. It could be said that even in Tongxian Realm, soaring heaven sect was a great force that bright thunder spirit religion couldn't compare to. Offending such a great force, the only end for bright thunder spirit religion was complete annihilation. In a one-on-one fight, Xiaoqing couldn't guarantee that he could beat this Tsangyan. Gently coughing, Xiaoqing asked, "Brother Tsangyan, has anyone in my spirit religion offended you recently?" "No." Tsangyan's expression was dull, his words as precious as gold. "Then why is Brother Tsangyan?" Xiaoqing frowned slightly as he turned his eyes to Old Man Du, a look of inquiry on his face. Old Man Du laughed dryly. "One does not visit a temple without a cause. This time, I have come with Tsangyan because I have an important matter to discuss." "Old Man Du, please speak frankly." Xiaoqing's expression became serious. "We're here to find someone." "Find someone?" "We're looking for a spirit-grade alchemist. Your spirit religion's Elder Duan Hai should know where he is. 2 months ago, it was Duan Hai who took him away from my alchemist guild and hired him as an honored elder of your spirit religion." "So that's how it is," Xiaoqing suddenly understood. No wonder they had asked to see Duan Hai as soon as they arrived here, causing Xiaoqing to be on edge. After figuring out the whole story, Xiaoqing couldn't help relaxing and smiled. "You should have told me earlier about such a trivial matter. Since he is my spirit religion's honored guest, Duan Hai will definitely treat him with courtesy and treat him well." "Good. I've been looking for him for almost 2 months now." Tsangyan heard this and nodded with satisfaction. For the past 2 months, Tsangyan had been searching for Xianxia in Grand Boulder City, relying on the vague image his ancestral founder had left in his mind, but he had never been able to find him. Finally, by chance, he asked the Alchemist Guild and learned that Xianxia was no longer in Grand Boulder City. Tsangyan was filled with annoyance. His ancestral founder had asked him to do such a small thing, yet he had still failed to accomplish it after 2 months. Immediately, he blamed Thunderlight for taking away Xianxia, but although he didn't say anything, his cold eyes revealed an unpleasant aura. Soaring Heaven Sect has a strong heritage. How could it lack a spirit-grade alchemist? "Brother Tsangyan, if you come here to snatch someone from me, this religion master will not agree." Xiaoqing smiled and shook his head, his words not malicious, simply expressing his attitude. Tsangyan heard this and said coolly, "It's not me who wants to snatch someone from you. It's my ancestral founder who wants to see him." Xiaoqing immediately shut up. Duan shook his head and sighed, clearly annoyed. Although he had long guessed that Xianxia's background was extremely strong, he hadn't expected that even Soaring Heaven Sect would pay attention to him. When Tsangyan came to the Alchemist Guild, Old Man Du couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. If he had known that Xianxia had a relationship with Soaring Heaven Sect, how could he have recommended him into Bright Thunder Spirit religion? What a stupid thing to do. It seemed that Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder had some kind of relationship with this little brat's sect. After learning that he had entered the world for life experience, he wanted to take care of him. Old Man Du thought to himself, feeling that this was likely the case. "He hasn't come yet? Why is he so slow?" Mina finished eating the spirit fruit and stared at the door, muttering with some dissatisfaction. Xiaoqing chuckled, "Little girl, don't worry, Duan Hai should be here soon." Chapter 683. What frightened Duan Hai the most was that he had brought Xianxia back to Thunder Light Sect from Duan. Just now, Su Qi had told him that a person of Old Man Du's status was unlikely to come to Thunderlight Sect. But now, Duan had appeared in front of him. Duan Hai's heart was in turmoil as he tried to maintain his composure, laughing as he stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, old man Du." Cupping his fist to the Sangyin, Duan Hai said, "Brother Sangyin." Duan nodded slightly. Xia Chengyin said, "Elder Duan has worked hard, sit down." Duan Hai sat down, his expression a little unnatural because this Sangyin from Soaring Heaven sect had been staring at him with a pair of hawk-like eyes, making him feel a little uneasy. Seemingly aware of this, the Sangyin's eyes became sharper. Coughing dryly, Duan Hai asked softly, "May I ask why Religion Master has summoned this subordinate here?" "It's nothing important," Xia Chengyin smiled. "Old Man Du and Brother Sangyin have come to Thunderlight sect to find someone." "Find someone?" The uneasiness in Duan Hai's heart became even stronger, his face twitching slightly as he forced a smile. "Who are you looking for?" He had a bad feeling about this. "The young man you took away from the Alchemist Guild 2 months ago." Duan took over, his expression friendly. Duan Hai wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed as he secretly cursed Su Qi in his heart. A character like Old Man, Du had actually come to Thunderlight sect to ask for someone, causing him to be at a loss for what to do. Although his heart was flustered, Duan Hai didn't show it on his face, his thoughts turning sharply as he tried to think of a way to resolve the current problem. "Elder Duan?" Old Man Du found that Duan Hai seemed to be lost in thought and couldn't help frowning. "Ah, yes." Duan Hai quickly adjusted his expression. "Is that little friend doing well in Thunderlight sect?" Duan asked with concern. "Very well. I have sent a female disciple with excellent aptitude and temperament to serve him for the past 2 months. Honored guest Yang has also refined a number of high-quality spirit pills for my spirit religion." Naturally, little friend Yang's understanding of the alchemic way far surpasses even this old master's. Hearing this, Xia Chengyin and Sangyin both stared at Duan in amazement, their eyes overflowing with light. This old master is not exaggerating. This is the truth. I think little friend Yang's alchemy skills must have been taught by a great master. Duan Hai's face paled. From Duan's words, he realized that he had overlooked a problem. Did that kid really have a very strong background? Or was he the disciple of some top-notch alchemist? Otherwise, how could Elder Du give him such a high evaluation? In that instant, Duan Hai's hands and feet were cold as he broke out in a cold sweat. This honored guest is so amazing. Xia Chengyin's interest was piqued, and he said excitedly, "To be able to hire such a person is the blessing of our God's sect." Duan Hai, he could not afford to neglect the other party. We must provide him with the best conditions in the future. Otherwise, the Sangyin brothers will steal him from us. Duan Hai's mouth twitched as he let out a hollow laugh. "Subordinate will handle it." "So where is he now?" "Elder Du and the Sangyin brothers want to see him." Duan Hai, "Go invite him over." Xia Chengyin's eyes flashed with expectation. He also wanted to see Yang Kai. He wanted to see what kind of person he was that he could receive such praise from Elder Du. Duan Hai's forehead couldn't help dripping with sweat as he sat still. "Why aren't you going?" Xia Chengyin was a little displeased. He scolded lightly. "Religion Master." Duan Hai's expression was difficult as he stammered. "Right now, I'm afraid it's not convenient for him." "What's not convenient?" That Sangyin, who had not spoken until now, suddenly asked in a cold voice, his expression not very friendly. Duan Hai's evasiveness and tone before were quite unnatural. This made that Sangyin quickly realize something unusual, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Duan Hai. A trace of light flashed across his eyes as he asked coldly, "Could it be he had some kind of accident?" No, he didn't have any kind of accident." Duan Hai quickly waved his hand. "It's just that right now, it's really not convenient." "Duan Hai." Xia Chengyin looked displeased. "What are you doing?" "Elder Du and the Sangyin brothers came here in person just to see that honored guest. Yet you're still making excuses? This is not how my spirit religion treats its guests." "Religion Master. Where is he now?" Xia Chengyin asked impatiently, knowing that if he continued to make excuses, it would only make the situation worse. Duan Hai grit his teeth and said, He's at the Wind Eye. How could he be at the Wind Eye? Duan's expression changed. Bright Thunder Spirit religions Wind Eye and Thunder Eye. Duan had naturally heard of them. They were the ideal cultivation holy lands for a wind and thunder attribute cultivator. But why would Yang Kai, an alchemist, go the Wind Eye? He said before that he needed to refine a spirit pill and needed the power of the Wind Eye. So he asked me to take him there. Duan Hai's mind flashed as he thought a good excuse. That Xianxia turned his eyes to Duan, a look of inquiry on his face. Duan nodded slightly. It is possible. When alchemists perform alchemy, they can often use the power of the world to achieve twice the result with half the effort. But this requires very profound skills and methods. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manipulate the power of the world. This little friend is really amazing. Duan Hai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that his excuse was really a stroke of genius. Since he is at the Wind Eye, why don't the two of you stay in my spirit religion for a few days and wait for that honored guest to come out? Xianxia turned to Old Man Du and the Xianxia and asked. Old Man Du smiled lightly. This old master doesn't care. Xianxia, what do you think? I want to see him now. The Xianxia said coldly, his tone filled with indifference. Xianxia chuckled. Xianxia, brother, you must have heard that the Wind Eye and Thunder Eye are restricted areas of my spirit religion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you go there now, you may disturb that Xianxia guest while he is performing alchemy. How about brother wait a few days? What bullshit restricted areas? Xianxia said in a disdainful tone. After he finished speaking, he released his powerful divine sense and didn't waste any more words with Lei Guang and Yang Kai. Getting up, he walked out of the hall and flew directly towards the Wind Eye. Hey, brother Xianxia. Duan Hai was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. This uncle is quite impatient. Mina was eager to see the world burn, so when she saw that Xianxia fly away, her face filled with worship as she urged Duan. Old Man Du, let's also go. Duan glanced over at Xianxia. The latter's expression was gloomy. That Xianxia not giving him any face made him very angry. But since the other party had already left, even if he was angry, there was nothing he could do. So after hesitating for a moment, he said, Then let's go and take a look. Saying so, he also stood up. Then I'll have to trouble religion Master Xia, Duan said apologetically. Old Man Du is too polite. Xianxia naturally didn't dare show any disrespect to this saint-grade alchemist. A group of several people hurriedly followed behind the Xianxia, quickly approaching the Wind Eye. Duan Hai's face was pale, and his heart was a mess. He had thought that he could delay for a few days and use this time to at least escape from Bright Thunder Spirit religion and avoid this disaster, but he had not expected to fail at the last moment. If he tried to leave now, he would only expose himself and arouse suspicion. Following behind Xianxia and Duan Hai's mood was complicated, secretly feeling that this time they were in big trouble. Not long after, everyone arrived at the location of the Wind Eye, with its Xianxia taking the lead and being the first to arrive. Looking at the vortex filled with rich wind attribute energy, that Xianxia couldn't help showing a look of dread. This kind of destructive power made even him shrink back. Looking around, that Xianxia couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai, causing his face to suddenly become ugly. Su Qi, who had been left behind, was stunned, not knowing what had happened. After seeing Xianxia and Duan, Su Qi panicked, pretending to be calm as he stepped forward and bowed before asking Duan Hai, Brother, what happened? Old Man Du and Brother Xianxia came to see how honored guest Yang's pill refinement is progressing. Duan Hai replied casually. Su Qi's eyes flashed as he instantly understood the meaning behind Duan Hai's words. Brother and junior brother had worked together for many years, and although they couldn't be said to be telepathic, occasionally a simple glance or a simple sentence was enough for the other to understand what he meant. Where is he? That Xianxia turned his head and stared at Duan Hai coldly. Duan Hai opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer, quickly turning to Su Qi and asking, Junior brother, where is honored guest Yang? When I left, wasn't he still outside? Su Chi understood and replied. He went inside. He said it was more convenient for him to perform alchemy there. He went inside? Everyone paled. How did he go inside? Old Man Du's lips trembled. Not to mention, he's only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even a third-order transcendent would die inside. How did he let him go inside? Su Chi smiled and said, I couldn't stop him. Honored guest Yang said not to worry. He had his own means to protect his life. Duan looked anxious. That Xianxia didn't say anything as he released his powerful divine sense and rushed into the violent wind-eye. But after only a breath of time, he couldn't help letting out a groan and retreating a few steps, his face going pale. He wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the situation inside the wind-eye and inevitably suffered some damage. His eyes flashing, that Xianxia stared coldly at Duan Hai and Su Chi. Did he go in by himself, or was he thrown in by you? Xianxia frowned and angrily said, What does Brother Xianxia mean by this? Do you think one of my spirit religion's elders would harm an honored guest? That Xianxia sneered coldly as his hawk-like eyes swept over Duan Hai and Su Chi, his aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous. Duan Hai and Su Chi didn't dare to look at him directly, both of them avoiding eye contact. Duan observed the situation, and his old face couldn't help sinking as he recalled Duan Hai's repeated evasions and felt something was wrong. The people here were all masters among masters, so naturally they weren't stupid. Although Duan Hai and Su Chi were singing the same tune and weaving a watertight lie, they were still able to see some clues. What the hell is going on? Xianxia's expression became gloomy as he coldly asked the two elders, Brother Xianxia is questioning my spirit religion. Explain it clearly to me. Religion Master is wise. Duan Hai shouted. Honored guest Yang's alchemy skills are superb. We should be treating him well. How could we possibly harm him? Chapter 684. Su Chi also nodded. Yes, he really wanted to enter the wind-eye. I tried my best to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. What could I do? Xianxin's mouth twitched a few times before he put on a fake smile and said, That would be best, otherwise your Thunderlight sect will be destroyed. Xianxin's expression became cold. Xianxin brother, this is my spirit religion's territory. Please don't be too presumptuous. Shut up, all of you. Duan shouted, suddenly learning that Yang Kai had entered the wind-eye. Duan also felt uncomfortable. If he had known that he would encounter such a dangerous situation, he would never have allowed Yang Kai to come to Thunderlight sect as an honored guest. Right now, the safety of little friend Yang's life is the most important. Xianxin, what did you sense just now? Duan turned at Xianxin and asked. He's still alive, but his aura is a bit chaotic. It doesn't look like he's performing alchemy, Xianxin replied faintly. Duan's expression became ugly as he glanced over at Xianxia. Religion Master Xia, it seems that entrusting him to your spirit religion was not a wise choice. If he is lucky enough to come out safely, I will bring him back to the Alchemist Guild. I hope Religion Master Xia can understand. Xianxia nodded with an ugly expression. Duan had already said so. Even if he wanted to keep this alchemist alive, he was afraid he couldn't. Glaring at Duan Hai and Su Chi, he ground his teeth and said, You're the one who did this, yet you can't even keep an eye on him. I think you don't want to be elders anymore. It's his own fault. Su Chi muttered. Duan Hai shook his head and sighed, only feeling that his luck was really bad. If Old Man Du and Xianxin had come a few days earlier, this situation would not have happened. But right after he and Su Chi started fighting, these two had come to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Was it his own bad luck or Yang Kai's? The group of people waited silently, no one speaking, the atmosphere becoming somewhat dignified. Su Chi and Duan Hai kept exchanging glances, both of them aware of the thorny situation. There was no way that the kid would be able to leave the storm eye alive. And now the question in front of them was, what would Duan and the Xianxin take if the kid died? They really didn't know why the Songyan Empire would suddenly become involved in this matter. It didn't seem to have anything to do with Soaring Heaven Sect. Inside the wind, Yangkai, who had just been thrown in, immediately felt a burst of sharp pain all over his body. The ubiquitous wind blades were constantly cutting into his body, and in just a moment, he was covered in blood and his clothes were torn to shreds. Yuan Qi was imprisoned, and Yangkai was unable to withstand the damage of the wind blades. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body to hold on. Yangkai didn't rush to use his demon god transformation, and instead focused his attention on his shoulder blade. There, the wind and thunder wings he had obtained from demon god Citadel's Han, Fei, seemed to have been stimulated and were undergoing some unexpected changes. The extremely dense wind energy in the surroundings drilled into his back and was completely absorbed by the wind and thunder wings. Feeling a severe pain, Yangkai's expression became one of pain and agony. It was as if he was being torn apart as the violent wind energy swept through his body, causing every inch of his flesh and blood to writhe. Pain and suffering. Yangkai grit his teeth and didn't utter a single word, allowing the wind and thunder wings to absorb the surrounding wind energy. He faintly felt that this was an opportunity to refine the wind and thunder wings. Han Fei and Li Rong had told him that they didn't know when they had obtained this pair of wind and thunder wings, nor where they had come from. After passing through several hands, they had eventually fallen into Han Fei's hands. The two great commanders had tried many times to refine them, but had never succeeded. When Duan Hai and Su Qi brought him to the edge of this storm eye, Yangkai felt that the wind and thunder wings were very eager to absorb the surrounding wind energy, so he didn't resist and simply allowed Duan Hai to throw him in. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. The wind and thunder wings, which had been sealed away for a long time, seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and become full of vitality. The speed at which they were swallowing the surrounding wind energy also increased, to the point where even with Yangkai's powerful physique, he was unable to withstand it. His body was constantly being destroyed as the wind attribute energy that was pouring into his body raged. Not daring to hesitate, Yangkai quickly took out the myriad drug milk from the black book space, put it into his mouth, and swallowed it. A warm feeling spread from his abdomen and soon spread throughout his body. The powerful restorative power of the myriad drug milk and the destructive power of the storm, I formed a difficult tug of war with Yangkai's body as the battlefield. His physique was constantly being destroyed, then slowly growing back and restoring itself, becoming tougher and more powerful. Yangkai endured with great difficulty and gradually became numb, no longer feeling the slightest pain. The speed at which the wind attribute energy was being swallowed by the wind and thunder wings became more and more terrifying. On Yangkai's left shoulder, an invisible vortex seemed to appear, pulling in the rich surrounding wind energy and pouring it into his wind and thunder wings. The more wind attribute energy he absorbed, the more vitality his wind and thunder wings showed. From the outside, it seemed as if a small vortex had appeared in the huge storm eye, and this small vortex was like a black hole, pulling in the storm eye and swallowing it whole. The people outside who were paying attention to Yangkai's life and death all showed surprised expressions, not knowing how such a change had occurred. The wind eye was one of Bright Thunder Spirit religion's restricted areas, the very foundation of their religion. Since its appearance until now, countless years had passed. Over the years, countless disciples who cultivated wind attribute martial skills and secret arts had obtained unimaginable benefits here. But no matter how many people tried to absorb the wind energy here, none of them were able to cause any changes to the wind eye, not even weakening it. But now, everyone clearly felt that the amount of wind energy in this place was being sucked away by some unknown force and was rapidly decreasing. This discovery caused the people from Bright Thunder Spirit religion to pale. If the power of the storm eye weakened, it would be a huge loss to Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Duan Hai, did honored guest Yang say what kind of pill he was refining? Even now, Xia Cheng Yin still believed the words of his two elders and believed that the change in the storm I was definitely caused by Yang Kai's alchemy. He didn't say. Duan Hai braced himself and replied, Old man Du, what do you think? Xia Cheng Yin turned to look at Duan. Duan's expression was gloomy. There is no pill that requires such a huge amount of energy. This isn't alchemy at all. It's more like cultivation. Cultivation? Xia Cheng Yin's expression froze. Cultivating inside the storm eye? Isn't he only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator? Don't ask this old master. I don't know either. Duan snorted, obviously unhappy that Yang Kai was in prison. Xia Chengyin looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. The destructive power contained in the storm, I made everyone here not dare to release their divine sense to investigate, so they could only wait quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the small vortex that had appeared in the storm, I gradually grew larger and larger, even showing signs of swallowing the storm eye. On top of that, the surrounding wind attribute energy was obviously not as strong as before. Religion Master, if we continue like this, the wind, I will be destroyed. Duan Hai quickly reacted and shouted. Xia Cheng Yin's face went pale as he stared silently towards the storm eye. How could he not know what the consequences would be if this continued? Once the storm eye was destroyed, it would be equivalent to destroying one of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's foundations. I asked Religion Master to allow me and junior brother Su Chi to intervene and stop this disaster. Duan Hai volunteered. How are you going to stop it? Xia Qing glanced at him strangely. Now we can only act and strangle honored guest Yang inside the storm eye. He must be using the name of alchemy to destroy the foundation of my Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Duan Hai said sinisterly. Little friend Yang is not that kind of person. Duan coldly snorted. Don't you dare try. Song Yin also glared at him, a murderous intent flashing across his eyes. This is an internal matter of my spirit religion. Isn't Brother Song Yin meddling too much? Duan Hai said with some displeasure. This old master will not allow you to act so recklessly. If little friend Yang really suffers an accident because of your actions, this old master can guarantee that in the future, no alchemist will ever refine pills for your Bright Thunder Spirit religion again. Duan stared deeply at Duan Hai. Duan Hai felt a headache coming on. He didn't care about Song Yin's attitude, but Duan's words carried a lot of weight. With his identity and status, he really could do such a thing. As long as he gave the order, all the alchemist-honored guests would immediately leave Bright Thunder Spirit religion and avoid them like tigers. Old man Du, please calm down. This Duan Hai was just speaking casually. Xia Qingyin quickly expressed his stance. The consequences of angering a saint-grade alchemist were quite serious. At that moment, there was an obvious change in the huge wind as the vortex that had appeared inside it suddenly expanded. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, causing everyone to almost lose their footing, all of them using their yuan qi to resist as they stared intently at the changes in the wind eye. Inside the wind eye, Yang Kai suddenly felt the shackles placed on him by Duan Hai shatter, and the yuan qi sealed in his meridians begin to flow rapidly. Not only that, but the flesh on his back and shoulder blades also began to squirm at an extremely fast speed, as if something was about to break out of his body. He had experienced this feeling once before when he obtained the wings of Yang inflammation. Calming his heart, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic, relaxing his mind and allowing the flesh on his back to squirm freely. Qua. A pair of broad and beautiful wings suddenly spread out from Kai Yang's back. At the same time, all of the pressure he was feeling instantly disappeared, and a kind of refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. The wind attribute energy surrounding him no longer seemed to be able to cause him any harm, and instead made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity. The ethereal wind attribute energy lingered around his body, and Yang Kai was able to hear it clearly, allowing him to integrate himself into the wind. Glancing sideways, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. he found that his wings of yang inflammation had undergone a significant change. The right half of his wing, as always, burned like a burning flame. However, the left half of his wing not only contained the power of true yang yuan qi, but also the power of the wind attribute. Even its color had become more beautiful and dazzling. The wind attribute energy in the wind I continued to pour into the left half of his wing, and Yang Kai could clearly feel that he was rapidly becoming stronger. With a flap of his wings, a whirlwind formed and a series of wind blades formed, bombarding the wind eye. These whirlwinds and wind blades not only contain the power of the wind attribute, but also the scorching heat of true yang yuan qi. The combination of the two complemented each other and enhanced each other's lethality. Chapter 685. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. In the forbidden area where the wind I was located, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and immediately, the world energy around it became chaotic. Almost all of the Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's disciples noticed the anomaly and couldn't help looking over in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Soon, a violent wind blew from the direction of the forbidden area, causing trees to sway and houses to collapse. Within a 50-kilometer radius, all of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's properties were reduced to a mess. Many of the Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's masters paled greatly as their hands and feet went cold. The people in the forbidden area were also stunned as they felt the destructive power of the world energy erupt, all of them circulating their secret arts to resist. The power that erupted from the eye of the storm was not only visible, but also invisible, soul-blowing winds. This was the power contained within the wind eye, but at this moment, it suddenly erupted outwards. This group of people was relatively close to the wind eye, so none of them had expected such a disaster to befall them. Duan Hai and Su Qi were stunned for a moment before they screamed as the soul-blowing wind rushed into their knowledge seas, causing their souls to become unstable and their vision to blur. Xia Chengyin did not dare to show the slightest neglect and quickly used his own means to resist the damage to his soul caused by the soul-blowing wind. Song Yin was about to protect Old Man Du and Mi Na as they retreated when Old Man Du calmly took out a blue stone. Holding this blue stone in his hand, he poured his yuan qi into it and soon formed a blue light curtain. Song Yin, come in. Old Man Du called out. Song Yin quickly rushed into the light curtain, and as soon as he stepped into its protective range, the pressure on his soul suddenly disappeared. Blue refining stone. Song Yin's eyes lit up as he spoke the name of this blue stone. Old Man Du's foundation is quite good. Now is not the time to talk about this. Old Man Du smiled bitterly. The wind blades are coming. Song Yin nodded lightly and did not dare to neglect, quickly condensing his strength and sending all the wind blades flying. He knew that the cyan light screen created by the refined bluestone could only defend against attacks that came from the spirit. It had no defensive effect against physical attacks. Yang Kai had only heard of refined bluestone from rumors and knew that this thing was extremely precious. It was a product from a starry sky and was capable of defending against Saint Realm Master's divine sense attacks. It could be said that with such a piece of refined blue stone, he would not need to worry about his soul being damaged. However, this thing was very easy to damage, and after using it a few times, it would crumble into dust. Old Man Du had no choice but to use this stone's strength. He was not a Saint Realm Master. His cultivation first order, transcendent realm. So long as he immersed himself in alchemic arts and alchemy, he had neglected his cultivation, his combat ability, combat power. He was only Saint Realm Master's Realm Masters. Old Man Du, Xia Chengyin anxiously shouted as he also came over. Old Man Du frowned, but still nodded lightly. He increased the output of power from his hands, and the light screen formed by the refined bluestone expanded a bit, barely allowing Xia Chengyin to squeeze in. The two third-order transcendent masters acted together, shielding Old Man Du and Mi Na behind them, deflecting all the incoming wind blades. Duan Hai and Su Qi were both dizzy from the soul-blowing wind and were like headless flies tossing and turning in the midst of this violent storm. Soon, their bodies were covered in wounds and blood. Seeing this, Xianxia anxiously asked, "Old man Du, can you let them in as well? This old man is powerless. If I increase the output of my strength, I'm afraid this stone will shatter." Old man Du slowly shook his head. Knowing that Duan was not lying, Xianxia couldn't help sighing. Duan Hai and Su Qi were two of his spirit religion's elders, so he naturally couldn't bear to see them die here. Hiding behind the light curtain formed by the refined blue stone, Xianxia could only try his best to take care of them, neutralizing the wind blades that were attacking them while constantly calling out to them, trying to wake them up. However, none of his efforts had any effect. The power that should have been hidden inside the wind suddenly erupted, and Duan Hai and Su Qi, both second-order transcendent masters, were unable to resist. A moment later, they fell into a pool of blood. Although they were still alive, if they were exposed to the soul-blowing wind blades for too long, their souls would sooner or later be blown away. Xianxia watched anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, after an even more violent attack, everything calmed down as if the eruption just now was the last of the Wind Eye's power. The refined blue stone in Old Man Du's hand also completed its mission at this moment. It shattered and fell from between his fingers. Xianxia, Mina suddenly shouted in surprise, stretching out her jade finger and pointing towards the void. Everyone couldn't help shaking their spirits and looking up, only to see Xianxia standing in the void, completely naked and covered in blood. His expression was indifferent, but from his physique, one could sense a terrifying aura radiating from him. Song Yan's eyes narrowed as a grin appeared on his face, silently grinning. Xianxia's appearance was quite consistent with the vague image in his mind, which meant that the person his ancestral founder was looking for was him. "Where's the Wind Eye?" Xianxia was dumbfounded. He discovered that the Wind Eye that had existed in Bright Thunder Spirit religion for countless years had actually disappeared. And here, there was no trace of wind attribute energy. This discovery made Xianxia's face go ashen. The Wind Eye was a very precious existence to the Thunderlight sect. Without the Wind Eye, it meant that in the future, those disciples who cultivated wind attribute cultivation methods and martial skills would no longer be able to receive help from this place. They would no longer be able to comprehend the mysteries of the wind here. "You bastard, can't you put on some clothes?" Mina made a small trumpet with her hand, her face blushing as she stared up and down at Xianxia's sturdy figure. Seeming to have heard her words, Kaiyang slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at her. His brow wrinkled slightly as he found that of the four people standing there, besides Old Man Du and Mina, he didn't recognize the other two. However, it was undeniable that the pressure these two gave him was stronger than even Duan Hai and Su Qi. From the corner of his eyes, Xianxia suddenly saw Duan Hai and Su Qi lying moaning in a pool of blood, causing him to grin. His figure flickered as Xianxia suddenly appeared beside Duan Hai and Su Qi at a speed several times faster than before. So fast, Song Yan and Xianxia couldn't help exclaiming. Just now, they seemed to have felt a slight movement, a movement of the wind. Even with their strength, they had almost lost sight of Xianxia's figure. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia casually struck Duan Hai's neck. With a crisp crack, blood splattered as Duan Hai's head flew through the air. Xianxia almost went crazy, staring blankly at the head flying through the air with a pained expression on his face. He couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. He never imagined that the person he had hired as an honored guest would actually kill the great elder of his Thunderlight sect. What's more, he hadn't even bothered to greet him. Song Yan smiled mysteriously as he stared at Xianxia, licking his lips. He suddenly found that the little brat his ancestral founder had asked him to find was quite similar to his own temperament. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous aura and about to attack the defenseless Su Qi, Xia Chengyin roared, "Boy, you dare!" Saying so, Xia Chengyin shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Kai. No matter what, he couldn't allow Yang Kai to kill two of his elders right under his nose. Song Yin grinned meaningfully, his figure flickering as he arrived in front of Xia Chengyin, blocking his path. Song Yin, what is the meaning of this? Xia Chengyin glared at Song Yin and asked coldly. Both of them were third-order transcendents, but facing this Song Yin, he wasn't sure he could win. Nothing, but if you want to hurt him, you'll have to ask me first, Song Yin said faintly. He has nothing to do with your soaring heaven sect. Song Yin, don't go too far. Xia Chengyin's face twisted as he roared hysterically. Little friend, please show mercy. Duan also hurriedly shouted, hurriedly bringing me over to Yang Kai. Hearing Old Man Du shout, Yang Kai frowned and quickly checked Su Qi's current state, calming himself down and not continuing to kill him. Soon, Old Man Du and Mi Na arrived beside Yang Kai. Old Man Du letting out a light breath as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. During his time in the Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai had given him a very good impression, not the kind of person who would act recklessly, but Old Man Du couldn't understand why the other party had suddenly decided to kill the two elders from Thunderlight Sect. Old Man Du. Yang Kai greeted him indifferently before nodding to Mina. Mina's neck flushed red as she glanced over at Yang Kai before pursing her lips and looking away. Yang Kai didn't care, though, and instead stared at Song Yin. He didn't know why this person would help him, nor did he have any memories of this person, so naturally, they didn't have any friendship. While observing the situation, Yang Kai took out a set of robes and put them on, his movements calm and steady. Xia Chengyin no longer argued with Song Yin and instead stared at Yang Kai with hatred. Although this young man might be a rare talent, the fact that his great elder had died at his hands was an indisputable fact. No matter what, he had to seek justice for Duan Hai. Little friend, what happened here? If it's convenient, can you tell me? Old Man Du asked solemnly. These two wanted to harm me, so they threw me into the wind and tried to blow my soul out, Yang Kai explained faintly. Nonsense, as far as I know. You're an honored guest invited by Duan Hai. Why would he and Su Qi want to harm you? Xia Chengyin obviously couldn't accept such an explanation.